If they try to come back down here, I'll just ban them. How about that? How about that? I will just ban them for not following instructions. Go to VC check-in, and if you don't, there will be problems. I tell you what.
And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger.
In an attempt to destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
Alrighty then.
Pew, 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 pew.
Alright, so
Awesome.
Yosiad, I sent you to VC check-in and you came back.
Who, me?
No.
Okay.
You would know. So try again tomorrow. See ya. Alright, who else didn't play by the rules? 99% certain. Oh, listening pass for Galaxy. Okay, VC verified. Got it. Giga Chad. Go. Oh, Giga Chad knew. His spidey sensors were going off. All right, what do we have here? Phase.
What's a Giga Chad?
You're not familiar with the memes of Giga Chad?
There's no Sigma Chad. Much better.
Oh, wow. Actually, technically, there would be historical Sigma Chads that have been identified as far as the sociosexual hierarchy goes. All right. Disconnect. You have cognitive dissonance. Eradicator. We'll give you a try, Eradicator. You've been sitting around for a while. Say hello. No? Gone. Okay. Game play. You're gonna get moved to VC check-in. E Elias. Move to VC check-in. And I think that's everyone at this point. L7. You need move to VC check-in. There you go. And there we go. Yo-Yo Wavy. I have unmuted you. You've been hanging out. Maybe you won't do stupid things on the mic. That would be preferable. Otherwise, it won't last long for you. Eradicator, I tried to unmute. Every time I say their name, they just dip out of the live stream. How funny. All right, so what do the VC check-ins look like? Pretty large. Got Heretic, an old dude up there. Fantastic. So if anybody would like to go offer a little support to the brothers in VC check-in, silver and above, please help. All right, Yo Wavy, do you have a question?
Right now, no.
Did you learn anything so far?
Yeah, for sure.
Dead chat.
How about asking a question instead of just commentary?
Okay, so how long have you had beliefs? And what made you change?
That directly towards me?
Yeah, like the main speakers, the people who run this.
The elite?
Kamiko,
The elites.
Kamiko,
Yeah.
if
I
you
mean,
discovered that you were adopted,
yeah.
okay, and somebody asked you, why do you believe that you're adopted? What would you say?
I would take a DNA test.
No, that wouldn't be a logical conclusion to this. How? So the question is, how would you have discovered that you were adopted in the first place? Right? You would have looked at evidence, proof that you were adopted, and then if somebody asked you after having seen the proof, right? Then your response to a question such as, why do you believe that you're adopted? You would look at them with incredulity and confusion because you would think, well, that's a really peculiar and unusual question you just asked me. It's not that I believe that I'm adopted, it's that I was made aware with the proof that I am adopted. Does that scenario make sense to you,
Yeah.
Katiko or Kamiko?
Think she
This was
skipped.
your question. I'm not talking to you, Genus. Kamiko, this was your question. I'm trying to address your question with an analogy. Apparently, you are unable to reply. I'll just assume that it's a lack of ability rather
Excuse me,
than
bro.
My
willingness.
fight was done.
Excuse
One
me.
at a time, guys.
Uh, next time, can you take another example, not about adoption, because some people, might be adopted.
But why? See, that's the problem there, that people are afraid to just express what reality is.
Yeah, there's nothing offensive about adoption. It's actually a fantastic and wonderful thing. So it's not a negative thing. It's not derogatory in any capacity whatsoever. So
Some people might feel bad about it, though.
that's their problem. Offense is taken, not given. All right, Yo Wavy,
Analogy, by the way.
you need to mute yourself. This is your last warning. You keep on making obnoxious, nonverbal utterances. Yo Wavy. Are you not going to acknowledge? Okay, well, I can force your acknowledgement then. If that's how this is going to go.
He may have a problem with internet, bro.
Hello, hello.
Yo.
Manage your mic, folks. Manage that mute button. Don't be obnoxious. Repeated behaviors will be sifted out. Kamiko, are you back yet? Take that as a no. Next question. Oh, but of course, the question in everybody's mind, but you never actually answered the question, the heart of the question that she was asking. You never actually answered the question. Well, I like to expose the fallacies in the questions first and then answer the heart of the question. So the heart of the question is answered by the refutation of the question, in that we were made aware that Earth's surfaces are level, and therefore knowledge. It's the same as the question when you go, hey, but what about all the other planets? Oh, this word other that you use. This little word other is a presumptive word, assuming that the thing that we are on is also a wandering star. But I didn't know. I mean, why are you saying that planets are wandering stars? Oh, because this is the definition of planet. Because the planets are the one thing in the sky that follow a slightly different pattern than the normal pattern. Thus, they got a different name, known as planets, wandering stars. What indication do we have that we are one of those? None at all. Not empirically, not zetetically. But if you listen to stories that are both unverified and falsifiable, just with things as simple as the second law of thermodynamics, for crying out loud, well, you no longer will be assuming that Earth is also a planet. But you can come to this conclusion in many different ways.
Yeah, you can think about if Earth is not a planet, what is it then? Like, what do you think?
Earth is Earth. Earth is the place where we live.
But that's just the name, though. Like you think that it's not a, you think it's not a planet. So
No, I know it is not.
yeah. So if you think it's not, how come you think Earth is just Earth? Like it's just called Earth because it's a
Planet,
planet.
We
Like
are not a wandering
planet is
star in the sky.
synonymous with sphere or ball. So
It,
seeing as that it doesn't measure that way, that's why it's not that.
colloquially, at least, yes. Yeah. But because Earth is not a wandering light in the sky, that's why Earth, the thing that we live on, that's why it is not a planet. Is because we're not a wandering light in the sky. It's impossible for us to be a planet.
Cool.
Oh yeah, but if you were from a different vantage point and perspective, like if you were standing on the sun, if you were like standing on the sun and looking at Earth, then you would perceive it as a wandering star in the sky. In that case, it would be a planet if you were standing on the sun. Well, first of all, you can't go to the sun, and second of all,
Too
you're
long.
presuming that we are floating around in some place, as opposed to our actual experience that the stars are up and Earth is down. And this isn't a relative term, it's a universal term.
Full Bearer, that was one of the most profound things of my weekend because I got to tell someone because I'm giving her bits and pieces of flat earth and she's totally open. Like,
Yeah,
she stops me every second because she's like, like the words that you use, like a lot of them, I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah,
And I get that because I'm always talking about, remembering that we're always going to move into the realm of out of touchness if we're not careful. simply because of the progression of the conversation and the terms that we use here. Like people don't use those terms regularly, or at least not in the context that we use them here. Like, so when you're talking, they're just like, huh? But bottom line is I told her, because she does believe in God, but she said that because of the way I question things in the Bible and stuff, it's not that she didn't believe in God, is that she questioned the way that I questioned it. Then I had to like kind of undo all that. Um, but I was like, you know how I know God is up there? I don't know how I asked it, but I said, you know, God's up there. And she's like, yeah. I'm like, not. I mean, he's up there. Like down there is down there and up there is up there. Unless you live on something like this. And then I did like a round shape with both of my hands.
Mm-hmm.
I said, where is up on that? So when I look up at the sky, I get tingles sometimes. And it humbles me because I know somewhere up there, that's where he is.
Why he? Is that
Or
a man?
she or what or who cares? The creator
It doesn't
is.
matter. You don't care if it's a man or a woman.
It's not either. It's a category error. So we can move on from that hilarious attempt. All right, PFP of a globe with the name Genius, and you say Earth is real, the globe is not. How would you describe Earth's overall surface?
It varies. It goes up and down. You know, if it's in the mountains, it typically goes up and then it goes down when you go. Well, when you kind of fall off of it, you go down. Water is always the surface of water uh, seeks to be uh, like like if you draw a line on the surface of the water, it looks like a straight line. If it's rested, of course, the ocean moves, so the surface doesn't always appear that way. But if it's like at the sea, you know, the horizon, it's like a straight line. So if most of the world is just water, I think water behaves the same if it's, you know, in the ocean and the sea, right? It's like water is still the same thing. So it's probably mostly like a straight plane of water. Like if all the water was ice, you can just walk like in a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
But then you'd hit something because water has to be against something, otherwise it's just gonna keep going, you know. So there's some kind of perimeter, not a perimeter, like a
It's a fine word.
uh, it's a fine, it's okay. So
Yeah, I
it's like
think perimeter
something
is a
that
fine word.
stops.
There's a container.
For the water, not for the earth. But yes.
Yeah, for the water, but it can always be the earth, the ground itself. But something has to stop it eventually. If it's just like one drop of water in a table, it can like not need one. But I think the earth has too much water for it to not need one. I think it's just logical that you kind of need something to stop all that water going somewhere. So that's what I think, you know. But as far as I know, calling it Earth because the ground is called Earth is dumb because most of the world is water. But when you think about it, where we live is usually the ground. So I mean, you can live near the sea, but still you're living on the beach where there's ground. So we call it Earth just because where we live. If we were a fish, we would call it, you know, water Earth or something. I don't know. It's just that like most of the world is water, so we should call it water world, so blue world, whatever.
Yeah, but where do we live? I mean, the
Uh,
vast majority of people spend the vast majority of their lifetime on land.
Yeah. I live in Europe. If that answers your question.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying we don't spend the vast majority of our lifetime on the water. So I
Yeah,
think
that's what I
that
said before. If the reason we call it Earth is not because it's not because we look at the the world and we think so much water we should call it Earth. Makes no sense, right? So we call it Earth just because we spend our lives in Earth on
yeah.
Earth, touching the ground and seeing the ground and stuff like that. Um, so, but if you were like making this world or something, you would call it not Earth. You'd call it like the blue whatever, the blue
Hmm.
plane, you know, or the icy plane or something like that. There's a lot of ice, I think. Too. I try to stay away from those words like flat or space or anything like that because they trigger the minds of the people who are trying to like understand science and how they were brainwashed. Because if you say those words, people just not listen to you. They'll just think of what Google Images show them once. So I try to speak differently than all those words I was taught.
Speaking of images, if I'm coming in real quick, what made you choose a globe as an icon if you don't think that's real?
It's my kind of humor, I guess.
I gotta say,
Okay.
I have a good
See, my
opinion.
icon is it's no globe. I'm a total antithetic. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I accidentally talked at the exact same time as you did. Go ahead yourself.
I was done. I was just pointing out that he's got an icon of a globe, and I've got red slash mark no globe. So
It is pretty opposite. Yeah.
mine is reality, and his is an image.
I
Anyway,
just wanted to bring the point where you said you didn't want to bring up using a certain word. Well, I have a problem with that. I think people should be able to use whatever the fuck words they want. I mean, that's the fucking first damn amendment in the United States Constitution. And then, but aside from that whole idea, though, like, okay, or what, like, how far do you take that? Like, can I talk about satellite? You know,
You
because
can
you
say
said
whatever
space.
word you
You said
like,
you want to talk about
but
space. You want to be careful using that word. Well, where do satellites exist in? Like, but that, and then
Yeah.
then you say, well, what is a satellite? Because that's a whole other discussion. But I mean, it's got to be in space, or now do we have to say upper atmosphere or something?
I don't do that much effort. I just try and avoid those words just to make people understand. It's like that video. I think someone here showed a video on Lobby where a flat earther, well, was talking to a globe earther, right? He was just trying to explain how the globe earther believed in everything that the flat earther did, but when he was asked what the shape of the world was, he just said it's a globe, even though every question that was asked to him and every single one he answered showed that it's only possible that a world is like a flat Earth, right? So but at the end, the question was, "What's the shape of the world?" And he said a globe, and he just thought back into every single answer. It doesn't even make sense in his answers and what he believes in. So it's clearly a contradiction of what he's saying and what he believes in.
What are you talking about again?
A dude asked questions to a person, and he was a flat earther, and so he asked him questions like about the water. If it's in a glass, is the surface of the water, level? And what if it's this lake we're looking at right now? And he says it's also leveled. What if it's the ocean? I mean the sea, and he says also leveled. well, what if it's bigger than that? And he says, well, also that. What if it's bigger, etc. So it became a universal. It's regardless of the size of the water. He always said level, level, level. And then he asked him the shape of the world, and he said a globe. So it doesn't make sense. How can a globe have leveled water? So he kind of contradicted himself in what he's saying and
Okay.
what he's believing in.
Wait, so,
there were other questions too.
so you kind of just relaying a conversation at this point? Like, I mean, what's the moral of the story, I guess, is what I'm wondering.
That you can say things that you don't believe in. Like, you can say one thing that you think is the truth, like it's a globe, but every time someone asks you, like, is the water surface leveled? And if you keep saying yes, it doesn't make sense. It's contradicting itself. So make sure to know what you can actually observe and what you count as knowledge, and what you think, what the world is.
Absolutely, man. Don't talk about shit you don't know about, because then you're just lying to yourself. And if you're just lying to yourself, what the fuck are you even doing, right? You just
Yeah.
if you're in any kind of pursuit of knowledge, the last person you want to lie to would be yourself.
Yeah, they didn't even cross the. I think it just takes a while because if you try and just say all these things to someone who's never thought about them, they're just gonna stare for like 1 minute and like try and grasp it, which
You know
is
what?
fair,
Considering these shapes of things, like of the earth and the way the water works and the sky and our world, man, I think you actually nailed it right there. Or maybe I just did. I don't know, but I'm just glad we're talking about this for a second. This is one thing I've noticed with people. People, and it's not with excuse me. People love convincing themselves of things that they're not actually sure about. They want to believe certain things, and they'll jump to any conclusion because they want to believe something, even if they don't know why they believe it or if they can prove it. And that's not, in my opinion, that's not like
I guess that's
great.
why applying the scientific method takes so long, because you have to go one by one and really try not to make mistakes, because if you just have a lot of beliefs and they all point towards the same thing, you're going to be like super convinced even though you have no evidence. So if you take the scientific method uh, and you take one step by step, every other thing you believe in is going to make you like angry, because it's just nothing makes sense anymore. So it's like a painful process.
You just stick with the truth. In reality, everything is just going to line up, though. So less to remember.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but as you're trying, you're gonna be going against what you already think. So it's like there's a what you want to happen and what's the truth. What you want it to be real and what's the truth uh, isn't always the same. So it's like going against what you already think it's the reality. But if it's with evidence, of course, it's gonna be easier. So it's not like you're gonna fight against yourself if you have actual
I have a
evidence.
problem. I have a problem having to follow the scientific method all the time, though. Like, sure, it's a good tool, but if that's
Yeah, I
like
know
some
what you
kind
mean.
of like
All
religion
the time.
of truth, like I have a problem with that.
You're not supposed to. You don't use the scientific method for all inquiries.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what I like. I like that. That's good. I agree. That's how
So
it.
which
Yeah,
ones
I think it
do
should
you
be like
use
that.
the scientific method for, Elijah?
How? Why questions phenomena? Like, how is this phenomena happening? And then you determine the cause of that phenomena by having a supposition or a guess as to what caused it.
Mhm.
A hypothesis test.
He's screaming across the room.
We heard you, Glad.
Correct.
We can't use the scientific method against the scientific method, though. Like, is that what's happening right now?
No.
I
We're
was
trying to
saying that,
disprove.
like, sometimes the scientific method, in my opinion, isn't not only is it not worth using, it's not even appropriate to use it in a lot of circumstances because the world and the universe doesn't always work like that. It doesn't like fit into this little box that you
You
want to
don't
try
use
to
it
put
when
it
you
in.
can't
You know?
use it.
Perfect.
Exactly, gospel. If you can't isolate the variables to determine an exact cause, then you can't use it. End of story, right?
Yep.
And dead air Dave strikes again. Are y'all talking to somebody new? I just rejoined.
Kinda, yeah.
That was genius. Looks like he dipped for now, but he's been around for a few days in the lobby and stuff. He'll be back for sure.
Okay. Yeah, there was a little miniature raid, 15 to 20 people. I guess none of them survived Heretic.
Most of them got cog disc before they made it to the VC check-in, and then most of the ones who made it to the VC check-in just dipped while I was in the middle of explaining things to them, and then we were just left with the few that we had.
Well, thank you for doing what you were doing.
It was evidently a Roblox raid, from what I could tell, listening and checking there.
Same here. Yeah, I saw Roblox in all of their profile descriptions. So, oh well.
I don't know how. Is Roblox the game? Does that happen on a flat plane or is it a ball?
I think that's another game on a plane.
Okay.
So they have the background to understand this stuff from. That's perfect. Sorry, go ahead, ET. I cut you off to say nothing, basically.
No, I'm kind of the same. I'm just thinking out loud. I was just thinking we were talking about water level and everything like that, and like the legitimacy of pretty much anything. Like when I just conversation about like half an hour ago, whenever that was, you guys were talking about space and the reality of space. Does anyone like? Okay, I see Elijah in this room. We used to be pals. God Rockin'. Oh man, I see some classic names here. Where do you guys have you guys in the last year or two? Have you noticed anything different about like have you changed your perspective on like space, the reality of space, or what it could be, or you maintained, or have you like doubled down on your perspective, or what's up?
There's really beautiful lights
Anyone?
up there, and they make a calendar, and they demonstrate the reality of cycles. And those cycles can be used for different purposes, such as planting and harvesting gardens and crops, and possibly other things that we may or may not be actively aware of. Lights in the sky. Yay!
Sounds like you're still lost in space, ET. Is that true?
I'm not lost in space, man. I've just been open minded the entire time. The whole time, man. And yeah, I probably made a couple of mistakes along the way, but maybe you did too. You know, let's just be honest here.
No, it's cool. Do you think you can go there, though? I guess is the main question.
I think quite possible. I don't know how far out. I don't know. Well, let me ask you a question. Where do you think space begins and ends? Because there's supposedly limits, right? So
I'm not convinced that we've found the edge yet. There seems to be some inferences that someone could draw that we did find the edge during certain government testings that took place in the 1940s and 50s, for instance. But apart from those inference type situations where you might conclude that they found an edge or a limit, so to speak, I too think that the limit could be beyond our reach.
yeah, I also wonder that all the time. What do you think happens when you go out into the sky with a rocket ship?
The thing that it appears to do goes in a parabolic arch.
Okay. What would happen if, in your opinion, if you were to shoot a rocket that went directly upwards, not in a parabolic arch?
Then it would go until it couldn't go anymore, either due to fuel or other limitations.
What if we built a gigantic one and it wouldn't run out of fuel?
Yeah, I said other limitations.
Okay, what can you think of? Name those other limitations.
Well, the containment of our atmosphere.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I want to know. So I just built a gigantic spaceship. Let's just pretend somebody did, and it's getting sent upwards. It's not curving around. It's not going in an arc. It's going straight up. It's actually going diagonal to the supposed spin, so it's going right up. So what's going to happen to that thing?
Imagination. The reason I answer with the word imagination is because has this ever been done? Otherwise, your answer is only a consequence of your imagination.
Do you believe that SpaceX is in cahoots with NASA?
What do you mean they cooperate hand in hand with one another? It
Okay.
really is SpaceX is really just a rebranding of NASA.
Do you believe there's a space conspiracy?
What is, I don't even understand the question.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Do you believe that the intelligence agencies back from like World War II unto now and all the projects in the middle that there's a conspiracy that they are hoarding and hiding this advanced technology that most people don't know about?
No,
concerning space travel and space technology.
I don't hold that opinion.
This is the same kind of mind trap that what's that thing that we always talk about? The butterfly effect, is it? Like the what's your idea of the fact that there isn't any evidence of this thing that I'm sure exists?
Oh yeah, the Mandela thing, yeah.
There's all these weapons and technology that I know they have that I've never experienced, never saw them have, but I know it's there and they have it. What do you think about that?
They do have robot dogs with machine guns, but
Elijah, you twisted that in a weird way, though. Like, there's been space weaponry and space vehicles and space exploration going on for years. I'm not saying that we went to the moon. I'm just saying you can go to low Earth orbit. I believe that's real. If you don't think that's real, flat or
Are you
round
talking
doesn't
about
fucking
technology that you
change
know
anything.
about or technology that you don't? Because if it's hidden technology that they won't let out into the public, then how the hell can I speculate on something that I haven't experienced ever?
No knowledge.
Yeah, that's all he's
No
talking about,
knowledge.
AT.
That's all he's asked the whole time. He's just asking everybody to speculate.
Yeah, which is
Can we go around that one more time really quickly? Just to
How do
be
you
clear.
speculate about something that you don't know anything of? Like, the question is, What do you think about the hidden technology that no one knows about? Where do I begin?
Yeah.
Like
No,
what?
because there's a seeping. There's a point in between. There's a leaking in between the hidden, the hidden military technology, and who the hell else knows what's going on there, and what is known to the public. That's what's so fascinating. It's that middle zone where you can actually learn what's going on. And I can learn, like for one perfect example, the space plane in the Boeing X-37. It's a space plane, can go, well, you can go do your own research. Look up the X-37. And then even back from like the 70s or 80s where you have the SR-71 Blackbird. That was disclassified for years. And the top speed of that plane, it's been decommissioned, but the top speed of that plane was never even declassified. They didn't want
But we
anyone to know how fucking fast it could go.
hidden technology. So and maybe that's what you meant. Technology that's not hidden.
So here's my question on this speculation journey. What do 7 colors of Orangala smell like?
Well, government insiders will tell you that it smells like.
Okay, good answer.
I would say fish.
Fish story.
Good answer. I like that.
Smells a little fishy to me. Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Yeah. They're buying it.
I believe though that there's a seat, and I like highly encourage people to look into it. There's like a secret space program. So whatever you believe about space, so if someone told you space isn't real, I'm not saying like don't believe that. Maybe it isn't real, but like there is an area outside of Earth that does exist,
Wait.
and there is
AT.
hold on. There's a military program, mostly created within the United States military program, but it definitely is global, I believe, as well. And they have technology, man, that can go way higher than like your average airplane. And they not only do the tests up there, I think they have like regularly scheduled aircraft that's way higher than your average Boeing aircraft. Oh, you think that's funny?
How high?
Dude, if you think that's funny, you have no idea what's even going on.
Nobody's even laughing. How high do they go?
Higher than 35,000, that's for sure.
To it though. Like, are they
Well, I mean, low Earth orbit, I guess, would be the maximum.
Okay. So, are you implying that they're actually orbiting something, or they're just going to the altitudes that they call low Earth orbit?
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I think we can agree that it would be the same technical altitude, which would be somewhere between 35 and a couple 100,000, maybe.
Well, no. Hold on. They say low Earth orbit is 190 miles up.
Well, yeah, I'm messing up my numbers with my miles and my feet, but yeah, we're talking about low Earth orbit here. It's a big distance, but
we're talking about 1 million feet.
Okay, fucks, man. You could make that a lot of ways. You could talk about feet versus miles, and we could all sit here and do all these little calculations.
A big distance
We're talking
is between US and China. That's a big distance.
There's a big difference between 30 and 60,000 feet and 1 million feet.
Okay, yeah, we all know that. So an airplane goes at 35,000 feet, and low Earth orbit is this giant gap from, you can just Google that in like a second. I can't think of it at the top of my head.
1 million feet. I just told you.
Okay, there you go. Oh, yeah, you win. You win. So there you go. And anyway,
so how do you verify that they're using tech at 1 million feet altitude?
How could I verify that? Well, what do you think what do you think all these satellites are? Do you think they're fake, or do they exist even? Are they like little blips on computer screens, or do you think that like the altitude of them are like completely or inaccurate, or do you think maybe they don't even exist at all?
About how you know they get things up to the place that you claim that they're getting them to, and now you're diverting to what are satellites?
No, well, we can go back to the first argument if you want.
You know, in radio waves, when you have multiple radio antennas, yeah, and you emit a signal through all of these antennas, you will have a point in space of resonance. And that point of resonance can act like an emitter antenna, although there is no emitter antenna in that point of space. So yeah, we can virtually create emitting radio wave points.
Radio frequencies,
which,
yeah, that's how we've been communicating that way for decades. It's not new technology
but
by any means.
controlling the power output of these antennas on the ground, yeah, like a network, you can make that point move in the sky, whatever trajectory you choose. And it will look for you like there is something up there which is moving from A to B.
Wait a second. How did you just go from radio communication to a visual point from A to B? How did you do that?
How do you manipulate things that are in the sky remotely?
Well, it's like when you have a surround sound speaker system, yeah, and by controlling the volume of each speaker, you can
No,
change.
that's stupid. That's audio.
You can
that's audio.
change
You know
where that point of surround sound actually takes place.
That's not radio frequency, man. That's
I know
that's
it's not
that's
radio
acoustic.
frequency, but you asked how is that moving. So by controlling the radio antenna power output.
Okay, I think you kind of lost me there on that one, to be perfectly honest.
Well, it basically just goes back to what you said. What are these lights in the sky? It's a good question. What are they?
Yeah, let's go back to that. The satellite thing. What the fuck are they? Because I was actually talking to people just a couple nights ago. A lot of people think it's balloons. Balloons carrying these machines. Basically, computers with balloons.
No, those lights at very high altitude, they move supersonic. Balloons don't fly supersonic when they just float up in the air.
Thank you. A fucking voice of reason here. I've been trying to tell this to people for so fucking long. These balloons can't move that fast unless they have some kind of like crazy ass steel mesh thing supporting their structure.
Yeah.
Even then, their little rubber or plastic balloon thing would. I don't know. I don't think it could survive those speeds at that altitude and those temperatures, which would be cold, where plastic could get all shredded up. I would think. I know that's my problem too, man. It doesn't make sense. How could you have a balloon up at like that? Okay, think about an aircraft, like a Boeing airplane. Man, they build those things out of like strong steel, right? They do that for a reason. They don't build them out of plastic. That would be way cheaper. Well, because built in China, they could build a plane for like $20 if it was made out of plastic. They build them out of steel. I mean, it has to be made out of certain alloy metals and shit like that. They can't put a fucking satellite on a balloon.
The first satellites were balloons, actually. So you're mistaken there. It's called Project Echo.
My best.
I know
my
about
best
Project Echo,
reasonable-
but
Okay, but it contradicts what you just said, so I guess you didn't know about it.
well, no, Project Echo was a bit of an experiment, wasn't it?
Well, I'm just saying that the first comm satellites were balloons. So you said that they don't have like so-called satellites on balloons. Yeah, they did. They always did.
I know they do, and they probably still do. Like Google has their own little balloon fucking things experiment. I'm just saying, man, that like all the satellites satellites that everyone's seeing in the sky at night, those aren't balloons. That's my fucking argument.
Meh.
I could be wrong.
Have
But
fun with that. I don't know what they are.
I don't think they're balloons. I'll say that. They're not fucking balloons. I think they're
we don't
probably
even
little
need to
fucking
go.
robots.
Listen,
I think they're
we don't even need to go into this fantasy speculation land. We already know that the military complex, they do have secret projects. Yeah, they do have high altitude drones, yeah, which are flying high.
Yep.
They also have fighter jets capable of flying very long distances at very high altitudes and very high speeds.
I'll tell you what, if you wanted to not hear about flat Earth and speculation, having some fun with our stories, then this is a neat deal.
Well, you know what? I keep
those lights.
Guys, can I get two? Can you guys like what's that called when you patronize someone? When you argue with someone, when you know they're wrong, but you kind of go along with the little story anyway, just to get through the conversation, or just like
beg the question. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Can we do that for just like 1 fucking minute?
Just 1 minute? Oh man, if I held you to just the 1 minute, boy, I'll tell you what. Anyway, I'm just being a dick. Go ahead, guys.
Let's do that. Let's do that for like 5 minutes. Can we do that?
You
for
give him
5 minutes?
5, he'll take a day.
5 to 10 minutes, and that's all I want.
It was 1, now it's 5, now it's 10. It's gonna be
more.
It's gonna be
10,
a day. It's gonna
10
be
and no more. 10 and no more.
You already had about 25 minutes, bro.
Yeah, how about
Jesus Christ?
Before we go into ET speculation, can we see if there's any new people on here first?
Yeah,
that want to talk about the topic?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, we don't know what the lights in the sky are. Let's move on.
No, we don't.
Yeah, that's what I said. So let's move on. Let's move past it.
No, we move past what? We were just getting to the heart of it. We were just really breaking shit down, and then I was like, okay, let's get really fucking into it. And you're like, let's move on. Move on from like the heart of the matter.
It's gonna be spitballing for like the next 3 hours if we let you take 5 minutes. So I don't know. Maybe somebody new wants to speak about the server topic.
Well,
we got PT Dodo still here.
I'm here.
I'm so sorry. Last thing, the word you were looking for wasn't beg the question. It was placate. To placate someone. Anyway. Entertain their shit. That's what it is. Sorry. Go ahead, guys.
I mean, I like a good spitball, but
I wasn't even spitballing. I just like I'm almost like desperate for someone to prove me wrong.
Prove you wrong about what? What did you prove right?
Well, were you listening to the last 30 minutes of conversation?
Yeah, I listened to you babble on about unverified lights. They're still unverified. They're still unverified.
And secret space programs.
The sky is not going to be. We can't verify anything about the sky. It's pointless. Sorry.
So what? We just give up on the sky and we just stick with lasers over oceans and then go from there.
Oh, the idea of this server is that new people come in here and discover this information and we share it with them. Instead of sitting around here bullshitting about stuff we can't verify. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, it's like not a bad conversation for chill chat, maybe. I mean, it's an interesting enough topic, but it's just...
okay. I will I have nothing else to say, I guess, at this point, and I guess I'm done. But I will say, man, like this happens on every single time I come into this room and a couple of the other sister servers. Every time I talk about satellites, this happens.
Well, we just don't want to
every fucking time.
bullshitting about things that we can't actually demonstrate or prove, right? Which is all we would be doing in that conversation.
Exactly. Don't you think every time you come in here, you're asking us to speculate about stuff that we can't verify?
But no,
So.
but I'm being very specific about. I'm just being specific about satellites. Like I thought we would be able to have like a normal conversation about that. And like if we don't know, yeah, I guess we don't know. You just said you don't know, and like I don't either. But I mean, like
exactly, we don't know.
What's the problem with speculation? Like what the fuck? As if this whole fucking server isn't about speculation in the first place. I mean, like, come on. Why satellite is like a faux.
Okay, but that's the thing is you're dragging it into speculation when most of what we talk about actually isn't. We're talking about like hard empirical measurements and stuff like that, and now it's getting tied in with all this totally speculative stuff. So that's why the live stream's not really used for that. But there's other channels here that you could just go ahead and do that on.
Okay, cool. Well, good
it's like you're citing the History Channel as your citations.
Yeah, so then the live stream becomes like History Channel, Ancient Aliens, right? That's the territory we end up in, and we just don't want to end up there. Like, not that it's not an interesting topic at all. Nobody wants to talk about it ever. It's just not the purpose of the live stream, right?
Okay, got it. Cool. Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure anyway, I gotta say. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
Guys, is there more serious about this, like hearing conversations like this?
I didn't catch that.
Is there more servers there you can have conversations like this?
Yeah, there's quite a few Flat Earth servers.
Can you send me the right? I want to listen to two.
There's other rooms in this server that you can go to and talk about speculative stuff. Is that what you're asking? There's a chill chat. There's a learning curve. There's all kinds of places. On here, we're broadcasting out to hopefully people listen, and we try to stay empirical.
Yeah, I just wanted to see other services too, you know.
So, do you think the Earth is a ball, PT Dodo?
Hey, what did you ask? Can you repeat?
Do you think the Earth is a spinning ball?
Yes, bro. Because
why?
I think that because, bro, it's just like that, bro. People go to space. Space is not fake. People fly in rockets. Gravity exists.
You're telling me a bunch of stuff that you believe. Can you verify any of it?
And there is a lot of footage from NASA too.
My mic's going bad. Somebody else go.
Can you verify footage from NASA? I can verify that a lot of what they show you are cartoons. They have a lot of verified cartoons. Can you verify that they have any actual footage from what they call outer space?
No, I'm not into that, but like, I don't think it's fake.
Well, so then you just take it on faith that it's what they claim it is.
Yes, but why would they fake all of that? And there is a lot of things you can work on if you can flat.
Well, it doesn't really matter why they would do it, because that's not really the first question. The first question is, does this match reality? And if it doesn't, then I guess
it does. What doesn't match reality?
May I ask you a question about?
Quick, I just want to say real quick, he's kind of contradicting himself now, because a minute ago he said, well, no, I can't verify it. I basically just have to trust them. But now you're saying, oh, no, it matches reality. Well, if it matches reality, that means that you can verify it. So how do you do that?
Bro, I don't work in NASA. I don't know.
Well, then you can't verify it. You can't prove that it matches reality. It's just right back to what I said. You have to just trust them. You have to just take their word for it. And your only rebuttal to that is, well, they don't have any reason to lie to me, but you don't really know that either. You can't verify that either. So the thing to do is to take the globe claim and see if it matches the Earth, see if it matches reality. If it doesn't, then sorry, there's a lie.
All right, so employees and from NASA are lying, like all of them.
I don't really know what you just said.
Bro, so all NASA employees and the employees from other companies are lying.
If their claim doesn't match reality, then I guess they're either wrong or lying. You can take your pick. I don't really care which you go with.
Can I ask you a question?
All of them, bro.
What do you think the 24-hour ISS feeds are? Do you believe that? I'm not saying you're right or wrong. It doesn't matter what your answer is, because I'm not trying to disagree or agree with you either way. What do you think they are? Do you think that's 24/7 CGI being continually reproduced, like in a computer, and then broadcasted?
No, I don't think so.
Well, how would you go about verifying that?
Hey, listen, here's how you'd verify it, okay? You'd have to watch the feed for 24 hours at least. Okay? And my opinion is that you'd find out it's not a consistent 24-hour feed in the slightest.
Another thing you could do is go measure the ground and see if it curves the right way in order for it to be that thing that they're showing you in those movies.
Don't you dare tell somebody to go lift a finger and do their own experiments and tests. Don't you dare.
Let's start with the ISS feed. It's supposedly 24 hours and it never stops, right? What is that? See, I'm not even throwing accusations at anyone. I just wanted to know, what do you guys think that is? See, he brought AI computer. Maybe that was his opinion. Maybe it is this fucking AI computer feed.
So, bro, where are the all satellites from then? Like, if you think it's fake, where's the all satellites from? Like, how are they in the space and showing that they're not flat?
Can you say that again?
Like,
Can you repeat
how
that?
did people launch satellites in the universe? How is it out there, bro?
Have you never seen a Hollywood picture about space?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you never seen a motion picture, a movie about space or space travel or aliens or planets? Have you never seen anything like that?
Not really.
Are you kidding me?
Bro, I don't know what you're talking about, alright?
Have you ever seen a space movie?
I think the accent
I did,
is too strong.
Yeah, like Aliens or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They fake it pretty well for movies. Why the fuck wouldn't they be able to do it for space?
Alright, so nobody was in the universe, that's what you're saying? Nobody?
It's not what I said.
No, but you're saying that people cannot go over there, right?
No, because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Alright,
but that's a different conversation.
Yes, so how are there satellites over there in the universe?
Sorry, how did they what?
How do they stay over there? How did they put over them? Like,
put what?
Satellites in the space, in the universe.
What verification do you personally have that satellites are floating above your head?
We have visual.
Yeah, that's not enough.
Proof.
That's not enough. Did you visit?
Proof. I'm just saying evidence. We have evidence of
you
these
have opinions.
things.
You have opinions that match numbers that everyone made up.
Yeah.
Who visited a satellite? The problem is, did you visit a satellite, confirm what it does, where it is, etc., before you'd come in here and make a claim about them existing, doing what they do? That's the problem. You got to go see the thing, touch the thing, and then be like, oh, well, now I know what the fuck it is, and if the story's about to hold up or not.
But I'm not gonna be touching a fucking satellite. We all know
then don't
that.
talk about it.
Oh, so I can't talk about something I can't.
Listen. Okay, talk about. Hold on. I'll stop here. Talk about it all you like. Please don't make adult fucking claims about them. How's that sound?
I was just interjecting when you guys were talking about the difference of realities between the satellites existing or not.
All right, but
take it back to flat Earth.
Listen, what do you find unlogical about the whole system around the globe? Like, what is unlogical?
There's no curvature of the Earth, so it can't possibly form a sphere. That's what's illogical about it.
We don't have to even go there, actually, friend.
What are you talking about?
Heretic. I'm talking about, like...
That's where we have to go. I know.
Dude, I understand the concept.
You're just derailed left, right, and center. Like, we're trying to talk to a noob. Okay, where do we have to go instead of the ground?
Yeah, but there are tests that prove there's a curve.
There's a proof of what? Sorry, I can barely understand you, guy.
There are tests that prove that it doesn't prove.
Well, that's just it. There aren't, and all the tests prove that it doesn't. So that's the whole problem. So if you could show us the tests that you're talking about, which don't exist, then maybe it'll be something else. But so far, all we've seen are tests that just prove that it doesn't curve. So that's the issue right there. That's all anybody can show. And Globers admit this themselves, basically, because they counter that with refraction. And they just say that the image of the Earth gets distorted, or the laser or whatever you're sending over it gets distorted so that it just looks like it's flat as it travels along the Earth, even though it's the Earth is curving. So, like, they don't even really claim to have direct measurements of curvature. Everything they do is a workaround. They have some secondary way of calculating curvature, right? By looking at shadows, making assumptions, doing this or that. Nobody even claims that they measured direct drop over distance, really. Or they use horizon dip or something, which is actually height of eye dip. But that's a little bit advanced, probably, for this conversation.
I want the general public to think they did the direct measurement. Nobody ever claims they actually did. How about that?
Yeah, so that's the thing I'm trying to get you to realize. Sorry, I forgot your name, but that the Earth isn't curving, right? So how could it possibly form into a ball if it doesn't curve, right?
It's PT Toto you're talking to.
Yeah, but where's your proof for that?
Well, we've got all kinds of proof. What do you want? We got laser tests, we got horizon measurements, we got long distance observations of different kinds. What do you want?
I'm sorry if this is an inappropriate timing, but in all of that, we won't fucking talk about space and satellites. Isn't that fucking insane to you?
What are you talking about? Why are you derailing again? We're just about to get to the long distance measurements and stuff, and now you're talking about space again.
Okay, I'll patiently.
Look, it all comes down to this. Do you know that the satellites require R to get the orbital mechanics for? They need the radius, the size of the ball they're on, in order to get something to orbit it. All that stuff, it comes down.
If you need to have that conversation, I will patiently wait.
Well, we're trying to help a noob here, and you want to speculate about space and all this tangential stuff.
Not speculating about
You're smart enough to not have to go down that route, right? So come with me on this journey. If Earth measures flat, right, if it's not a ball, the rest of the whole model goes bye-bye. You don't have gravity. You don't have a radius, so you can't calculate orbits. You can't, and you can't have gas pressure without a container, but that's actually technically not Earth measuring flat. But we can talk about those things later. So it is flat. That's the journey you're going to have to come on, and then understand why it doesn't match the globe math or the globe, quote-unquote, science. Thank you.
And we can definitely talk about lights in the sky, but if you want to tell us a story that depends on the Earth being a ball and having a measured radius and all that stuff about the lights in the sky, then we're just jerking off.
So let's just pretend those satellites or things in the sky, whatever they are, they're not real.
That's not.
They just don't matter. Even if they are real,
just
they don't matter.
That's not what I said at all. You're just not keeping up. Maybe let's just talk to the other guy.
No, I heard what you said. You're right. I pushed it a little far as being a little rude, but I mean, like, seriously, like, I mean, like, can you talk about it, or will you talk about it?
You just completely totally like twisted my words into something I didn't say. As you say, I heard what you said. I didn't say that there's no lights in the sky. I said exactly the opposite. Now you're going, yeah, let's just pretend those aren't there. I didn't say that at all. I said let's disregard the story that requires the globe and the measured radius and all that stuff being true, because we can prove that it isn't. So we'll need a different story about those lights in the sky. I don't have it for you right now. So that's where that stops for me. But what about PD?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, but you're saying that satellites are fake. Satellites are fake, right? I mean, they're not
Third time in like 2 minutes. The lights in the sky, you can see those, but we're saying that like you can't have,
You can see the satellites in the sky too.
You can see lights in the sky, but if you think that what you're looking at is a device or a box orbiting a ball that doesn't exist, that would need to have a measured radius first, well, how's that going to work?
But you know there is people who study space and you can watch satellites with a telescope. Like
What I'm saying, I'll put it simpler then maybe. What I'm saying is that your story about the lights that you're calling satellites is wrong. And we can prove it because the Earth isn't a ball and your story depends on the Earth being a ball.
No, that's exactly what we're talking about. You just tried to disprove satellites in like 10 words, and you did not just do that. You brought up the radius. You didn't bring up this diameter. Classic radius.
Just twice the radius. Who cares? What's the point? We can express it as a circumference too.
Exactly. Why would you even use the word radius? Like, where did you learn that? Where did you learn that term from? In a form that you had to completely repeat that.
You need the size of
There's
the.
no. I think this guy's drunk.
Yeah, he's drunk as fuck, and he doesn't. He just.
No, I'm fine. We can talk about the radius or the diameter.
Yeah, okay, well, the point of bringing up the radius is you need the size of the ball in order to get, those distances of low Earth orbit and all that stuff that you're talking about. You don't have those unless you have the size of the ball that this low Earth orbit is relating to, right? You don't have anything for orbital mechanics without knowing the size of the ball first, so that is the purpose of bringing up the radius. If you don't have that, you can't do any of these things the way they're claiming to do them with a globe in space as far as size.
Did you ever watch a sunset?
Yeah, the horizon's too far to set over Earth curve, so that debunks the globe too. So now what? Yeah.
How does ships work in the ocean?
Oh, well, they just go too far away for you to see them. How does it work that they go too far away for you to see them? You think that they're going over an Earth curve obstruction. Then we can just get out a high zoom lens and zoom them right back in. What happened to the Earth curve? Are we zooming around the Earth curve?
Where's the end of the ocean? Like, where's the end we can see?
There would, all bodies of water are contained, so there would be a shoreline. That would be, I guess, the quote-unquote end. All bodies of water have shorelines, right? They're contained.
So did anyone ever see?
Yeah, lots of people have seen the shorelines of beaches, and yeah, what are you talking about?
No.
Antarctica
shoreline at the end. Did anybody see the shoreline at the end?
So you're talking about
the end of the end.
Well, I guess it depends on how you want to define it. The shoreline that would contain the oceans, I guess, would be Antarctica. Is that the end? I don't know that everything just ends there.
I mean, like, if the Earth is flat, there should be like the end. You call it shoreline, right?
Yeah. I just told you can have a shoreline.
So what if we go over the shoreline, over the?
I don't know. I haven't been there. Have you?
Nobody have been there, right? Nobody knows about that.
The Navy claims to have explored it. Ask them, but you probably won't get a straight answer since they'll just tell you live on a ball. So I don't know what you should do about that. Maybe go check it out for yourself if you can get the permits. I don't know. But you brought up sunsets, right? Well, that's a good thing to bring up because that debunks the globe too. because the horizon that the sun sets over is too far to be Earth curve. So there's some pretty simple geometry to the globe that you can just check for yourself. Stuff like that, just involving horizons, you know? You can go out and test this easily for yourself. Why not? Do you want to hear about it?
Sure.
All right, I'll post a pic.
No, but wait. How does the time zone work then? Like the time zone.
The sun moves around. It only illuminates so much of the Earth at a time. Oh, so I'm going to have to let you know that it's also smaller and closer than the globe story says it is. So that's how it only lights up part of the Earth at a time, and it obviously moves. You see it move throughout the day. So yeah, that's another point that you want to pick up on. It's not us who are moving, it's it, the sun, the thing that appears to be doing the moving. I mean, unless you can debunk Einstein and come up with some kind of optical experiment that proves that it's actually the Earth that rotates.
So we are not moving at all. The sky is not moving, nothing is moving. Stars are not moving.
Earth is stationary, so far as I can tell. But
the thing about this is that you and I were raised to believe that our senses deceive you. The Earth is curving, but you can't see it. The Earth is spinning, but you can't feel it. See, the funny thing about this is, as it turns out, your senses don't deceive you.
Yeah. I mean, you think that it's the opposite of what you actually observe, right? You see the sun moving through the sky. You don't experience yourself spinning around, right? And if we asked you where the proof is, you'd probably say something like, well, you know, it's a really big ball, so it has to rotate kind of slowly, and you can't feel it because it's constant motion, blah, blah, blah. You'd have some sort of excuse like this, but where would that get us? We still wouldn't know that the Earth is the thing moving.
Well, what about aliens, bro?
What aliens?
If our aliens from the space, people talk about them too.
Well, I don't think there is space, so probably no aliens from it either. There could be aliens as in people or something else from other lands, but
So the whole universe is sun, moon, and flat Earth, and everything is moving around us. We are not moving, right? There is no other things, no planets, not anything.
Well, there's planets.
That's the case until we have evidence to the contrary. Hey, I should probably tell him something. This may help him understand. There is space in matter, but there's not matter in space. So between you and I, there's air, but there isn't nothing between you and I. There isn't a vacuum between you and I. There's air between you and I, but there's space between you and I. And so, this is just to illustrate, there's space in matter, but there's not matter in space. There aren't any orbiting bodies. There aren't any planets and stars orbiting each other, falling around each other in a vacuum magically. That's not happening.
Yeah, so it goes back to what I said. All the stuff in the sky exists. We can all see it. It's just that the story about it, based on the globe, that story is wrong. That's what we're saying.
So is the sun and moon flat too?
Hey, PT, do you ever intend on actually doing any research for yourself? Have you ever watched any videos at all on this subject?
Yes.
You realize if you scroll down to the bottom of this server, there's 40 or 50 different channels on all these information for yourself. You understand what I'm saying? You can't be spoon-fed, right? It's a process that you need to go through.
Yeah, but some of things I didn't read over there. Like, why did it kill dinosaurs, bro?
Well, okay, we don't need to go to dinosaurs, but you asked, are the sun and moon flat? I don't know, even having to ask the question suggests that you can't tell either way.
Listen, brother, this is going to take a lot of personal, looking deep. You're going to spend a lot of time in the deep end of the pool. This is worldview changing information. It's not just oh, is this conspiracy theory right or wrong? This is going to change your life if you take it seriously. We're not lying to you. This is factual stuff. Someone else is lying to you, and you grew up thinking that. One of the best feelings in the world is to catch a liar at their lie. Is it not?
Well, one of the best feelings in the world is to think critically. That's what we want you to do. We want you to think critically about what you were taught in school and just think for yourself.
And why would we lie to you, PT Dodo? Why would we do that? Why would we lie?
No, I don't think you're lying. I think it's just your opinion, but I don't think that your opinion is really true.
Well, the thing about opinions is they really have no bearing on objective reality. So any of us can have any opinion we want. It's not going to change what reality or what the Earth is. So what's the Earth?
I wouldn't be here if I weren't excited to show people the actual truth of this place. This is not opinion based. I don't do that shit. Not anymore. I used to have opinions, right? I used to talk about space. It doesn't matter. The only thing I can prove in this subject is that the Earth observes and measures, most importantly measures, flat against the globe math. So it's not a globe. Once again, we don't live on a spinning ball. Once you understand that, it will change your life, but it's about admitting to yourself the truth instead of just thinking our opinion is this and we're just defending some guess. This is the real deal, my friend.
Hey guys, I just joined in. I was invited to the server yesterday and had a pretty good conversation. I'm a globe believer, but I'm interested in honest discourse, and you guys seem to have like a good faith approach to conversation. So I was invited here last night, and I'm back. But I heard something about our inability to observe the moon and determine its shape. I do disagree with that. I think that we can tell that the moon is spherical at least, without making any implications on the Earth.
Well, lay it out for us.
Well, if you observe the moon for the course of a month, you can watch it change its orientation in relation to the Earth, and you can see different angles of it, depending on how it sort of gyrates in its, I don't want to use the word orbit because that implies a spherical orbit. You can at least tell that the moon moves in a way where you can see different sides of it at different times. And
you're talking about libation, right?
Yeah, exactly. And also just looking at the moon through a decent telescope, you can see the way the craters align, where the ones that are in the center that are facing you, which on the surface of a sphere would be the closest point, are perfectly circular, and those nearer to the edge are more of an oval because you're viewing them at an angle, which would imply that the moon is at least a hemisphere, at least half of
it. It kind of looks like a rock, but I haven't been to it to be able to say. I can't say that it's a rock with the sun's light shining on it either, so I don't know that those things that you're looking at on it are shadows or so forth, but...
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, looking at the moon without any presumption, one would assume that it is spherical, if you had no prior understanding of it.
Well, you may, but I wouldn't. Speak for yourself.
Okay.
What is the lunar eclipse? And how does a moon go over the sun?
Well, if you can't get to the moon, you can only look at it from a distance, right? You see an object seems circular, or maybe it's not even an object. Maybe it's just some sort of apparent phenomenon. But the point is like, you can't tell the difference between a circle and a ball from a distance if you can't actually go and test it, right? So how do you know?
When you can only see one side of it.
Yeah, exactly. But that's very much what I'm saying is, it is apparent at least that the moon is a hemisphere, like at least half a sphere. Just by observing.
That's what I'm saying is not apparent, and also there's no specular highlight, so it doesn't seem like it's a rock with something else's light shining on it. Sometimes Globers say, well, it might not necessarily have light.
Excuse me? Somebody overtalked.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Oren.
There's feedback, but do you see it's in live stream voice text?
Yeah, let me see. One moment.
It's a basic illustration how just looking at something isn't really a good way of determining exactly what it is.
I agree. I'm just saying.
Directly validate any claim of what it is.
And a lot of the interpretations that we have of what it is depend on assumptions about what, Earth is, what the surrounding medium is. And if we get rid of those assumptions, we're left with a lot more questions than answers. If you do away with the radius, you do away with the orbital mechanics, right? How do you get the gravity to have this spinning, tidally locked ball up there, etc.?
And just looking at something and making logical inferences does not prove what it actually is.
Yeah, again, I'm not making any claim as to what the moon actually is in its nature. I'm just saying that observing the moon from Earth with no presumptions, to me, implies that it is spherical, just because of the way the craters look and the way that it moves.
But I mean, you're already making assumptions when you call them craters, right? You already are making assumptions.
I'm using the most convenient word, right?
Well, yeah. Okay.
But I think that you do not need to concede that the moon is flat in order to be a flat earther.
Well, I don't really know what the moon is, though, is the thing.
Yeah, but again, if we're just trusting our own senses and we're not trusting anything else that we're told, the moon appears to be at least a hemisphere. If we can't see the other side, obviously we don't know, but at least half of a sphere, based on the way that it wobbles in the sky and the way we can see different angles of it at different times.
Yeah, the libation's a thing.
So you, the person that mentioned, you know what I'm talking about with libation. You believe at least half of it.
Well, to verify that it's actually half of a sphere, I would like to see the other full half, to be honest. Could be some sort of other optical effect, or I don't know. This goes back to what is the moon. If it's some sort of like apparent phenomenon or something like that, then it can't be a gyrating, wobbling sphere, right?
Again, I'm just going off of what we're able to observe. I think that from what we're able to observe, without relying on anyone else, the moon does appear to be a sphere. Or, like I said, it does appear to be at least round.
Definitely round.
It's facing us.
Yeah, definitely round. Like a table's round, coin's round. It's definitely round.
No, like half a. So you disagree about libations and the angles of the circles that are on the moon? Again,
No, I think that's something that we can observe. Just what it all amounts to, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but you agree that without any bias, it appears to be a sphere.
I wouldn't agree with you. No, if you're looking for people to agree with you, I don't think you're going to find that here. That's like the sixth time you've asked for agreement.
I think that people here are intellectually honest, and I think that.
I just don't really think. Aside from the libation, you don't see the other side of the moon, right? I mean, if it were a spinning ball, if it were ever to speed up or slow down, even a quarter of a mile per hour or less at all, eventually the thing would turn around completely. You'd see those other sides, but all you see is the libation, and it's just back and forth, and I don't even know what that actually amounts to. The globe story that they told us, to me, doesn't add up at all on any level, starting with the radius and starting with the fact that this thing never turns around, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm still just left with not knowing what the moon is ultimately, so not able to judge, but I don't think I necessarily look at it and go, that's a ball. Though I could see how you might think it's a rock. It does kind of look like it, so I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
I can grant you all of that. Do you think that there is a chance that the moon does not have depth that we're observing? It's just a flat surface?
Yeah, I think it could be an apparent image of some kind, but that's a wash too. I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility. I don't, like I say, I don't know what it is.
Okay. Do you understand how somebody that has never heard of the globe model and never heard of the flat Earth model would assume the moon is a sphere?
I don't know. Let's find somebody like that. See what they say.
Yeah, I don't think anyone like that
You
exists.
better go up to the Kalahari and ask a Bushman in Africa. In the Kalahari, he wasn't raised with the globe model. You got to ask him.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. I don't have access to that.
Yeah, because all of our minds were tainted with heliocentrism growing up, so we all had that thought, embedded, programmed into our brains, right? That it was a spinning rock and all that. So we're not good people to ask.
Again, you do not need to assume heliocentrism to assume that the moon is a sphere. I think that is a more.
How would any of us know? Because that's the worldview that all of us were brought up
No,
on.
again, I'm not saying you know. I'm saying if you were to guess the space just by looking at it and observing its nature, your first guess would be a sphere versus flat.
Yeah, I'm saying that none of us had that experience because probably by the time we were all old enough to look at the moon and maybe hazard a guess as to what it is, right? We were already, we were already knee deep into the heliocentric lore, right?
No, I agree. None of us have an unbiased perspective on what the moon is.
Yeah.
But again, with the libations and with the craters, for lack of a better word, and the angles that we view it at, can you concede that you at least understand what I'm saying? Like, it seems to be a sphere more than it seems to not be a sphere.
Wait, hold on. I gotta correct you there. You just said a second ago, none of us have an unbiased opinion of what the moon is. The moon is an unverified light in the sky to me. How is that an unbiased opinion? That's not a biased opinion. That's just acknowledging reality. That's not even an opinion. Observation.
Yeah, we seek like an objective opinion. Obviously, we all do. But
no, what I'm saying is I have no. Hold on. What I'm saying is I have no opinion. I have no guess. I'm not making any claim of what the moon is. I have no guess of what the moon is. So how do I have a biased opinion about what the moon is? How do I fall into that category?
Do you you don't have any opinion of what the moon might be?
No, I don't. I have no opinion of what the moon is.
You've never thought about it? You've never harbored a guess?
No, I'm not saying I've never thought about it. I just don't. I don't have I'm just pointing out that what you just said didn't make coherent sense. That's what I'm saying.
All right, and what I'm saying is I'm not doing a philosophical interrogation of you. I just think that you must have, at least given the knowledge you do have, considered in your own head without making a concrete claim, what is this thing and what do I think it is? And
yeah. So you're right. I've asked myself, what is the moon? What are the stars? What are the sun? I've asked myself this question.
The problem is we don't have enough information to form a proper stance.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but I just don't dwell on them. I just don't see the point in dwelling on it for more than a few minutes at a time, like every few weeks or months.
Yeah, I agree.
I guess I think about it a lot more often than that, but the point is, as far as regular conversations out loud goes, it's kind of, I guess maybe you haven't been hanging around in this, circle for a while, but the point is it gets to the point where it just all boils down to it's just an unverified light in the sky until you have the instrument to actually figure out what it is by directly validating what it is, along with many other things in this world we'd like to directly validate that we can't at the moment. So once you have the right to do that, which, you may not have the right to do that because there are restrictions of what you can do with airspace. And, so you need the technology to do that, you need the right to do that, and then you need to do that. Those are the 3 steps you need to take. And just talking about it up until then, it's just kind of pointless.
I agree. Again, I would have much more of a problem with somebody that confidently asserted that the moon was not sphere than I do with someone like you. You seem to have an honest opinion on this, or an honest perspective. But like I said, I've been involved in these kinds of conversations before. I Level Up is a member of this server that introduced me to this because he wanted me to join voice chat. And I've had 2 months of conversations with him about this topic. So if you guys and I'm pretty immersed in like physics and astrophysics, and I'm a aerospace nerd. So if you guys have questions that you ask every hapless globe believer that comes in here, you can throw those at me. I'll be your museum exhibit or punching bag if you want.
I got the first question then, sir. When, where, and how did anyone ever measure directly the curvature of the Earth?
Okay, so I had this conversation this morning in the lobby. Somebody asked me, how would you verify curvature if I had the resources to do so? And my answer was that Eratosthenes' method assumes parallel light. You guys all know this. So if we can prove that the sun's light is parallel, then I think Eratosthenes' method is probably the simplest. I can think of more methods, but that's probably the simplest if we can verify that the sun's light is parallel.
I can give me a simpler one, maybe. How about you and a guy go riding island like 10 miles off the coast? Take a laser or whatever you want to use. I'll go 10 miles relatively straight and show the 66-foot drop between point A and point B. You don't have to worry about shadows or anything. You just, hey, there it is. Why has nobody done that?
Yeah, don't you understand that measuring shadows isn't measuring the Earth? Like shadows aren't the Earth.
Yes, but again, that's why I said if we can prove that the sun's rays are parallel, meaning all coming at the Earth in the same direction, then shadows of different lengths at different parts of the Earth would indicate that the Earth is curved.
Yeah, but
that's quite the conclusion to jump to from some simple shadows.
Actually, measuring the surface would conclude to that the Earth is curved if it was.
Yep.
So measuring the surface, that's what would conclude you to believing it's curved. Only
Okay,
measuring
so we
the surface.
answered. Now let me ask a question. How was the radius measured? Not calculated, directly measured from point A, the center of the sphere, to point B, the outside to calculate the radius. Okay, the outside.
I'm not sure.
Exactly.
I'm not sure.
No
I
one
assumed that
has
was...
gone. Listen, no one has gone to the center of the Earth to prove that there's a molten core. Anything. No one's been there. So if you believe some stories someone told you about what they think is down there because their gauges told them some shit, it's false.
Well,
so again, fast. Would you agree with the base axiom? When you look out your window, do you see the Earth curving, or do you observe it as flat? Would you agree that we observe the Earth as flat?
Yeah, I think that the Earth appears flat for most human relevant scales. Yeah.
All right. So when you wake up in the morning and you step outside your front door, the Earth appears flat, right?
Yes.
All right, and it feels stationary, right? You don't feel yourself on a spinning ball.
Well, a train feels stationary, right? I feel like that's sort of dishonest.
I'm not trying to go into another tangent.
Yes,
I'm just trying to get the axiom figured out. So it feels stationary, right? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So wouldn't you agree that our base axiom knowledge is that it's flat and stationary until we have direct evidence, definite evidence to the contrary, direct, definite evidence to the contrary? And when I say that, I would mean direct measurements of curvature and direct measurements of axial rotation. Because these are two extraordinary claims. Since you and I both agree, when you step outside your front door, you see it as flat, we both feel it as stationary, then it's an extraordinary claim to say that the Earth is a ball and it's spinning, because it certainly doesn't seem that way. So that's an extraordinary claim, requires extraordinary evidence. Otherwise, it should be dismissed. So we're asking you, do you know of anyone directly measuring the curvature of the Earth, not messing around with sticks and shadows and hypothetical this and hypothetical that and conjecture this and conjecture that, but just directly measuring the curvature of the Earth? I feel redundant asking this because I feel we've already falsified the radius, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Do you know of any time anyone's directly measured the curvature of the Earth in a reliable, sensible way?
What kind of observation would you consider a direct, reliable measurement? Like, give me a hypothetical. All right, assume that the Earth is a sphere, and give me a hypothetical that would validate its curvature to you.
drop over distance.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly where my standard of evidence is, because I have a high standard of evidence, but I have an appropriate standard of evidence. In fact, I think anyone who has a standard of evidence different from mine is crazy to me. So I'll tell you exactly where it is. I would require, because it's so easy in the year 2022 here in the United States for us to do this, this is my requirement, would be 2 rails, just like the rails that we use to make train tracks, thousands of miles of train tracks we have here in the United States. Just 2 rails, not 2 rails next to each other like a regular train tracks. I mean, 1 rail going straight for 5 miles and another rail beneath it, just beneath it, conforming to the curvature of the Earth for 5 miles. So a direct measurement of an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth. Over 5 miles, over 2 miles, there should be 60 feet of curvature. So if we construct a straight line with steel that's 5 miles long, that 5 mile long piece of steel would deviate from the Earth over 60 feet at the 5 mile mark. So you wouldn't need the whole thing 60. Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah. So 5 mile long.
I agree with you.
And a 5 mile long direct measurement of an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth. Now, I would even be willing to build this myself if there were people to do it, but I feel it's to be redundant because as far as I can tell, there's no curvature to be measured. We've already falsified the radius. It's easier to falsify the radius than it is to measure it if the Earth were a ball. But anyway, the point is that's where my standard of evidence is, and I hope you have a high standard of evidence, an appropriate standard of evidence yourself.
Agreed. Listen, it's not a high standard of evidence. In my opinion, it's the standard. It's just one very simple, very easy, it's either got curve or it doesn't. If that's a high standard, it's like, is the apple red or is the apple green? Take your pick.
No, I agree with you. That seems like I think that would work. I think that'd be a very good experiment.
Yeah, go do it yourself. We've done it a shitload, and don't take our word for it. Please do not take my word for this. Go do it.
I don't have the facilities to create a perfectly straight 5 mile.
You could use a mirror over a lake. Mirror over lake's a good place to start. That's an observation.
Go fast. I think it's worth pointing out to you that what I'm describing, you would be able to observe this in the blueprints of train tracks that already exist if the curvature of the Earth did exist. Now, you cannot observe this in the blueprints of train tracks. Not even the maglev train that goes up to 500 miles per hour or something like that in Japan. Not even that one. You can't observe the curvature of the Earth in the construction design of these train tracks. That's because the curvature of the Earth isn't there.
Well, aren't the train tracks laid down? I think hypothetically, this would be a good example, but in real life, the train tracks are laid down in segments, not a continuous 5 mile stretch, right? So if there was a curve.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the blueprint. I'm talking about the blueprint of the entire structure.
Yeah, I agree. But the blueprints need not account for curvature.
But here we go again. Talking about not having to account for it doesn't help you show us that it's there, though. So this is all we ever get. I know. It comes right down to it. We just get, we don't actually need to worry about it because it just doesn't have any effect on anything and that's like all we ever get. But we need a practical demonstration that it is actually there, not just excuses for why it doesn't seem to be.
I agree. But I'm just saying for this example, what he said, that would not invalidate the Earth's curvature, the blueprints, because of what you just described. It's not necessary to account for curvature if you're laying down rails in a segmented way, and the curvature is not going to impact your design. But
when is it necessary? And how do you measure it in the first place to know that it's something that you have to account for?
Engineering projects specifically, I can't think of any reason that would matter except for maybe very, very long bridges across
Here's the thing.
stretches of water.
I'll tell you one reason why they would need to know it, because it would require extra train track if it was curved.
Yeah, again, the distance between two locations.
Where is the extra train track that's supposed to be used? Because in 100 miles, there should be 6,666 feet of vertical elevation drop.
Yes, I know. I understand your question, and I have an answer for it.
Okay.
When the distance between the two locations that you're building your train tracks between, the distance that you're building these train tracks over, is included in the model of curvature, right? Like it's not less distance because the Earth is flat. Even assuming that the Earth is flat, that distance is accounted for because they know the distance between the two locations, right? You get what I'm saying? So they don't need extra rails because they know the distance. There's never a debate of flat versus curved.
But here's the thing. we're not aware of a time that it's ever actually been measured, the curvature of the Earth. So why would anybody be accounting for something that's never been measured or shown to exist in reality in the first place?
Yeah, you guys have asked me questions, and you asked me for my most basic way to prove curvature. I said Eratosthenes assuming parallel sun rays, and you guys said shadows are not.
Nobody uses
shadows are not-
Eratosthenes to go, oh, geez, yeah, we got to take Eratosthenes into account while we're building this bridge here, or else it's all going to be messed up. That ain't just.
No, again, I want.
Nobody does
I want to
that.
get some. Do we disagree on the idea that building train tracks does not give you any solution on curvature versus flat?
Well, what does give us a solution? That's the thing. We don't ever seem to have
But
any.
I'm just saying, I wanted to deviate from this point because, like, what we're describing in the train tracks doesn't really get us anywhere. So we said that
Nothing gets us anywhere towards Earth curve because there isn't any.
Yeah, let me
go on.
Let me ask you. Yeah, let me ask a question because. Okay, so I said that if the sun rays are parallel, then Eratosthenes' method would measure the curvature of the Earth. You guys disagreed.
Can you say if?
I would like to know. Yeah, so I would like to know.
Okay. Well, then the first thing you got to do is make sure the sun's rays are parallel.
I agree. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So, can you think of an experiment that would verify whether or not the sun's rays are parallel? Because I can't.
I don't know. Globers often show us those top-down pics, from above the clouds. They're just supposed to show parallel shadows, right?
Yeah.
And they're not parallel. We draw the lines on them every time they show us that. So,
yeah.
I mean, you could try to do that, and then we would probably just have more flat Earth proof. So that would be helpful.
What I would do, and I don't know if this experiment has ever been conducted, but I would take two posts at significantly different latitudes. So, on the globe, it would be one that's radially outward and one that's radially inward. And
so you assume the globe from the very beginning? Okay.
No, not at all. No.
Yeah, you did.
You misunderstand.
You just did.
I just said.
You just did. Yeah,
I was
that just
continuing
happened.
my sentence.
You just did.
Do you know what my next sentence
I'm
was?
sorry. I'm sorry you're not catching it, but we're used to it. We're catching it every time.
No, excuse me. What do you think the next sentence that I was going to say was? If the first
I
one
don't care.
was
It doesn't matter because you're into the weeds. We're talking about surface measurement. You're talking about shadows from a light source. Bullshit. Go back to the surface.
Okay. I'm trying to have an honest
surface
conversation.
Measurement. No, you're trying to diffuse and detract the conversation. We're on railroad tracks, so you try to diffuse that conversation. So now I'm going to go to fucking Suez Canal, which is based on a 27-foot horizontal datum for over 100 miles, no locks at water level. Where's the curvature in the Suez Canal? 100 miles.
With all due respect, we can get to this point after we
Can you show water's curving on the Suez Canal in 100 miles? Can you show us that curve, please?
We can get to this point. I'm having an honest conversation.
We need to get to it right now. No, we're getting to it right. We're already on it right now. That's what we're getting to.
Is anybody else
change it?
Is anybody else interested in the point that I was trying to make?
Stop trying to fucking change it. No. What is the curve? Where has the curvature of Earth ever been measured? Period.
I was giving an answer to this question.
No, you just need to answer it instead of going to something else.
The sun's light isn't parallel.
Measured.
Thank you.
When was it physically measured? Again, yes, I can do that.
We were interrupted.
Hold on.
No,
Everybody calm down really quickly. It's okay to say I don't know, by the way. No, really, because you're an adult. You could say that you don't know something. Okay?
Yeah, either give us the direct measurement of the curvature. Either give us the direct measurement of the curvature or just go somewhere else because you're just talking shit right now. You have no proof for anything
feel like
you're
I've been
saying.
dishonest with you?
Yeah, you're being dishonest because you're a glober. You have no choice.
Is that dishonesty?
Yeah, globers have to be dishonest because there's nothing in reality that we can observe, measure, test in any way that shows it's a globe from any source.
Sonny, I love you, buddy. You're coming in a little hot. You're just coming in a little hot with your attitude. I love you. You know I love you.
Made some kind of concrete. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to be honest here. I haven't made any claim about evidence. You asked me how I would prove the curvature or invalidate the curvature. I was describing an experiment that would do just that. And you interrupted me. So again,
measurements are not experiments.
Okay, let me describe this measurement. And you tell me if you think that this would invalidate or validate the sun's rays being parallel. Okay? Just grant me that. Because I've granted you all the time that you want. Okay?
We're not
So,
even talking
as I
about
was
the sun
saying,
rays. We're talking about the Earth's curvature, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, where's the Earth's
And
curvature
the
measurement?
first thing
Direct
Tom said when I
measurement.
mentioned
That's a secondary
I,
measurement. It's a secondary. You're using a secondary source. You're not using the primary source. Surface of Earth. So we need the direct measurement of the surface of Earth. Do you have that, or do you
are
not?
not allowing me.
Do you
You are
have
not
it?
allowing me to present my point.
Okay, well, I'll allow you to be muted. So, do you have it or not? Why can't you answer a simple question? Do you have the direct measurement of Earth's curvature or not? I'll unmute you so you can answer.
I have not made any direct measurement of the Earth's curvature.
Has anyone ever made
This
it?
is why we're having this conversation.
Has
I
anyone
believe
ever
so.
made? Has anyone ever made it?
I believe so.
Okay.
Well, how'd they do it?
Where, when, and how?
Okay, first I want to know why you think Eratosthenes is not a direct measurement.
Who, where, when, and how? You said you knew, so now you're going to tell us who, when, where, and how they did this. Thank you. That's the end of my.
That you do.
Did you answer?
You're familiar with it. Yes.
Who, where, when, and how? I'm sorry.
Eratosthenes.
That's not a direct measurement. You're talking about shadow angles. We're talking about drop over distance of the ground. So the
Yes.
thing you'd want to directly measure is the drop over
Okay.
distance.
I said direct measurement,
So
not secondary.
I would like to know. Okay, so I need measurements. I already have one example, being the straight
That's not a
5 mile
measurement.
rod, and I think that was
It's not a measurement.
That was your example.
The Eratosthenes is not a measurement.
Okay, so I want to know why the Eratosthenes method is not.
Because you're going to make assumptions about what the sun is, how big it is, how far away it is, how its light will have to arrive based on those assumptions. And it's not a direct measurement. It's a secondary thing, like you said.
Yep.
So we just need the direct measurement of the ground dropping away from you.
So now that
There's only one.
Now that we've cut out the secondary information you're giving us, we need the primary. How did they directly measure it? Do you know or do you not know?
I disagree that Eratosthenes is not a direct measurement, and you seem to be uninterested in my explanation.
Well, it's a direct measurement of shadow angles, sure. Drop over distance of the Earth? No, that's the thing that we're interested in.
Exactly.
Okay.
Hey, I think it's worth pointing out that the word disagree is one that involves subjective reality. We're talking about objective reality. So disagree would be like me saying my favorite color is green, and then you say your favorite color is red.
Yeah.
I agree with you. My favorite color is red. You see, that's where that's the way you use the word disagree. So you shouldn't be using the word disagree in any conversation we're having about the surface of the Earth in objective reality.
I agree with that.
Not to mention that Eratosthenes shadows, you can get the same result on a globe model or a flat model. So it's not proof of either model. I don't understand why you keep going back to it as if it is.
It boils down to an assumption. You got to make assumptions about how everything works in order for your conclusion to hold, right? So it is just ultimately an assumption.
Okay, you guys are assuming things about my worldview that I have not presented. So
that's how Eratosthenes works. It has to make assumptions. Yeah. That's how his method works.
Okay.
Right?
When I mentioned this, I clarified there was one assumption necessary to trust the Eratosthenes method as a validation of curvature. That being the assumption that the sun's rays are parallel.
Yeah? You also need the assumption of the Earth's curved surface in the first place, and those two things together.
Yeah, but now you want to discuss a hypothetical test that you are never actually going to ever do. So why are we going down this road?
Because I believe this test has been performed.
Well, it'd be a lot easier for you to just go out.
Present the evidence to us then.
And look at a horizon.
I mean,
if you have a landmark that you can judge the horizon distance by, I mean, that would be a lot simpler than this whole thing that you're trying to do. Why not just do that?
We can go that way as well. We can do long distance observations over obscurity of geometric horizon.
Yeah, well, why not do that? What's the reason that you would want to avoid that?
I don't want to avoid that at all. I'm happy to have that conversation.
All right.
But I think that it would be intellectually honest for us to find conclusion on this conversation before you move to the
if the horizon is supposed to be the leading edge of a ball, then directly observing it, right, would seem to be a a more direct way of going about this than messing around with shadow angles and then making assumptions about the sun's light.
Okay, I'll use a direct observation that anybody can do. And
We
you've heard this a
directly
million times
observed
before.
the horizon beyond 10 miles when it should be at 1.2 in order to be a leading edge of a ball. Then what?
Okay, so instead of something that I've not performed, I'll give you a observation that anyone can do. And you've heard this a million times, but I want to know your response to it. How do we justify the sunset on the flat Earth model? I just don't know. I want to know how we justify it.
Well, here's the thing. First of all, it couldn't be a sun setting on a globe because the sun sets over the horizon and the horizon is too far to be Earth curve, right? So that rules that scenario out right away.
And so I asked, how do we justify the sunset on the flat Earth model?
So just because we falsified the globe,
justify incorrect. What do you mean justify? Let. All right. I guess that's just the only word you can think of. But here, man, if it helps you understand it, light can only travel so far through any medium, and the air we breathe is a medium, and light can only travel so far through the medium of air.
What?
Even when there's low humidity,
it can travel.
Air itself.
It can only travel so far before what?
Before it's attenuated by the medium, right? It can't travel more than a kilometer deep through the ocean. You know, obviously water is denser than low atmosphere air, right? So
Before
the attenuation isn't going to be as much, but it's still going to be there. It's still going to happen. Plus, the thing has to be smaller and closer than it is in the globe sci-fi story. So there's that.
Okay, so is our attenuation rate for distant objects? Our attenuation rate for light coming from distant objects is attributed to the effects we usually describe as the Earth's curvature obscuring objects.
Yeah, but the horizon's too far to be Earth curvature, so there's no Earth curve obscuring the sun when
Again, I just said that the attenuation of light over distance is what is used to explain how globe believers describe obscurity of the curvature of distance. It is actually attenuation of light over distance, right? I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, to put it simply, it goes too far for you to see it.
I did post a GIF about the sun setting, so go learn about perspective.
You can't see a street light from 100 miles away. Similar thing.
If an airplane is flying at a high altitude, right? If an airplane is flying at a high altitude, you can see it farther than you can see something that has passed over the Earth's curvature, right? Or
what curvature?
So why does attenuation increase with altitude or decrease with altitude?
Why does attenuation decrease with altitude?
Yes.
Well, you have a wider viewing angle right to the horizon, so the horizon opens up the higher you go. There's also less air. Low atmosphere air is going to be denser than what's above. Those are a couple reasons.
Okay, so do you understand?
It doesn't change the fact that the horizon is too far to be Earth curve. So no matter how you try to fit this Earth curve into the scenario, it's just not going to fit. Because the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles times the square root of observer height in feet, right? We know it's well beyond
the
that.
Geometric horizon, yeah.
So where?
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
the geometry of the Earth is the thing that's supposed to be obstructing the sunlight, right? It's not observed, so it's obviously not obstructing anything. There's another scenario going on.
Yeah, you're referring to the geometric horizon of a perfect sphere and vacuum. I agree.
No, that would be the horizon on a sphere. Now you're trying to invoke a geometric horizon, say that, and then at the same time say that, you know, the horizon that we actually see is something else. So in so doing, you're throwing your globe geometry under the bus, and you're telling us that we don't actually see a geometric or leading edge ball horizon. It doesn't actually occur. It doesn't affect anything. How could it? We don't even see it. It's not observed.
Okay. If you disagree with something I say, please specify what that is so we can find a conclusion. So what you described is on a perfect sphere in the absence of atmosphere. The horizon would be associated with the curvature of that sphere.
No, I'm not granting you that, because I'm not going to grant you that the atmosphere is going to distort the image of your 3959 mile.
You don't need to grant me that to agree with what I just said.
Yeah, so no, I don't. We don't need the vacuum scenario then, because there's nothing that the air could do that is known to man that would possibly distort the image of your 3959 mile radius ball the way that it would have to be for these observations to work on it.
So, what is obviously the answer is refraction to a globe believer, right? So
refraction.
Yes.
Well,
so
okay, you can't have
you've
that.
heard this before.
It's the old
Okay.
the dog ate my homework. You're telling me refraction ate my horizon. Well,
No,
just
no, I understand.
show me the globe horizon before you tell me that you're showing me a distorted globe horizon. I need to see that first. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? I need
If you
I got a
could allow me to
refracted
answer.
bridge to sell you.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
If you could allow me to answer, I respect you.
He's got to show you something else before that. He's got to show you a direct physical measurement of curvature before he even shows you that. He hasn't done
I've
that yet.
respected you. I've respected you. Please
So,
respect me.
since you brought up refraction, can I interrupt for 1 second? I'll be quick. Can you tell us where the effects of refraction occur? We're speaking of horizon, right? So, where do the effects of refraction occur in relationship to the horizon?
Refraction occurs everywhere. It doesn't have relationship
Wait a
with the
minute.
horizon.
No, we're talking in relationship to the horizon. So, in relation to the horizon.
Yeah, I want to make sure I understand your question. So, I can't think of any particular relationship refraction has to the Earth's horizon, right?
Yes,
refraction
it does.
occurs in general.
You're behind on your reading because
No,
if you
absolutely
read
not.
Andrew
I'm
Thomas Young,
extremely familiar.
okay, great. Well, then you would know that refraction only occurs above and sometimes below the horizon, does not change the horizon, doesn't affect the horizon itself at all.
That's not what refraction means. Refraction is the deviation.
Well, you need to go talk to Andrew Thomas Young, the head of astronomy, San Diego State University, because he's your
refraction
expert.
is not.
He's your expert. Why are you going against your
not
expert?
Only, again, if you respect my answer, the refraction is not only related to observing objects beyond the geometric horizon, right? Refraction
you know what
is a concept.
Wow.
It's a physical phenomenon, actually. And you know what it's related to? It's related to things that are in physical reality. Earth curve is something that has never been demonstrated in physical reality, so refraction can't do nada to that. You can't refract a story or a fairy tale or an idea. Only things that exist in physical reality or
Let me
the
ask you a
images
question.
thereof.
Do you believe that refraction exists?
Okay, I just told you that refraction definitely exists. The thing that you're trying to say was refracted. That's the thing that doesn't exist because you can't show us the Earth curve.
That's good.
All you can do is give us, the refraction ate my Earth curve.
Do you believe the Earth curves?
I believe the Earth curves.
So very clearly, yeah, refraction occurs, right? It exists. It's a physical phenomenon. It's the Earth curve that you're trying to make excuses for by using refraction that doesn't exist. That's the part that doesn't exist.
Could you give us a formula for the refraction that you're using, please? So just so we know we're talking about the same refraction.
Specifically referring to the refraction index of the Earth's atmosphere, I'd have to pull it up. I have a couple of papers on this.
So atmospheric refraction. Could you please show us?
Yeah.
Could you please show us the formula version of the atmospheric refraction you're using? Thanks.
Okay, 1 moment. I have a few papers on this. I'll reference one of them.
I just need the formula that you're using.
Yeah.
Because there's a formula. And you know it starts with a 7 and it ends with a R. Yeah, we need to know where you got the R. Plus, your presupposition all over yourself. Atmosphere is a misnomer.
Yeah. I just end up using that word because
you can't use atmo and sphere at the same time. They don't correlate. Gases don't have any shape unless they're contained, unless you're going with that Earth is a contained system, because that's our argument. It is contained by a physical container. Because, you know why? Because it has to be a physical container to hold gases to create pressure. If it wasn't physical, it can't hold anything.
So I believe do you want the formula? It was the one that you were referring to.
All right, let's get it.
You already know. All right, I'll post what you already know, but what he described is the formula. Post it anyway. For atmospheric refraction specifically, obviously refraction differs between different materials.
Let's say I got a horizon. I'm seeing it at 10 miles at a 1 foot observer height when I should be seeing it at 1.2 miles if it's the ball edge, right, that it's supposed to be. Does this formula account for that?
I mean, I'm not doing the math right now, but hold on.
All right, I'll just wait till we get it.
It's the same one he was talking about. Let me see.
No worries.
And when you find, please find where he's saying that extending horizon also, please.
Yeah, refraction is not dependent on the Earth being curved. You all know this. You're just asking me to.
Well, in order to have a refracted image of Earth curve, you do need Earth curve in that scenario.
Yeah, I doesn't disagree with what I just said. So, we agree refraction exists. We agree that refraction is not a solution to observing objects beyond the geometric horizon. That's where we're at, right?
Yeah, I don't see why there would be an obstruction refracted to appear behind the things that it was supposed to be obstructing.
All right, good. So now we're making some progress. Now we understand where each other are at. So you've talked to globe believers before about refraction, presumably. Can you steelman my argument and try to describe to me why a globe believer would think that refraction can account for observations beyond the geometric horizon?
Well, yeah, because you're using R in all of your refraction formula, and that's never been measured before. So basically, you're just talking about refraction as it applies to a fairy tale. So
no, without including mathematics, without including math, just observation and
it's
understanding
the same thing.
The nature of refraction.
Okay, but yeah, the nature of refraction, I've already said it, is that it affects things that exist in the physical world, right? It can have no effect on something that doesn't physically exist, right?
And exactly, which is why I said not in math, in real life.
Actually, sorry, go first. I was just going to interject real quick. I was just going to say, refraction, if you want to talk about it in those terms, yes, more realistic terms of what refraction is, it can only limit your vision. It's not going to extend the horizon. What I was trying to get to before is refraction only occurs above the horizon, sometimes below, because there's a mirroring effect as well, but it doesn't change the position of the horizon. It surely doesn't project the horizon 10 miles further away in a straight line, as a matter of fact, than it's supposed to be.
Right. Like, let me make some claims, and I'll see if you guys agree or disagree with me. Okay.
So look. I think the contention we have a lot of times is go fast that people. I'm not going to like put you amongst all others, but
no, please.
A lot of people that come in with the globe, they use this refraction argument, but they don't have any citation of when it's actually used, which is my big pet peeve here. Is
I have like
when someone says something is wait a minute, I'm almost done. So I know I'm kind of long-winded, but just let me finish. I'll be done quickly. So they come in with this refraction argument, and they don't have a citation as to when it's actually used the way they're saying. So we're just going, you're making stuff up, and then the next person that comes in does the same thing in slightly different order, and they change their story. There doesn't seem to be one story, and there doesn't seem to be any citation as to what the real story is, as to what somebody is actually physically using in the real world here on Earth, on the surface, to do anything. Where is this refraction coming into play? Because I haven't seen anything in 5 years. I've seen nothing from any globers that is a citation of when it's actually done, or even something saying that it's actually done the way that you're saying it is.
Again, I intend to be different. I know a lot of people that are not familiar with physics have conversations with flat earthers, and I think that's really unhelpful. So let me get your name, and I'll send you a paper by Applied Optics about the science of long distance observation. Because when you guys post long distance observation in flat earth memes, the record for long distance observation is like 800 miles or some crazy shit. Like it's crazy. So let me send you find out who you are and send you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I mean, I don't mind just discussing it here. I don't want to get off track too far from.
No, I can't post. I can't post things.
Yeah, if you DM it to me, I'm Sunny. Hope I'm not too hard to find special characters.
There you are.
You could DM it, and I can post it.
Yeah.
Oh, Selena Gomez. What? Who's Selena Gomez?
Sunny.
Is there a Selena Gomez in the chat? Have that name and the image. Weird. No. Anyway. There's a Benihana in the chat also, just to kind of check in with new people as well. We're not gonna. I think this is a good conversation to kind of stay on.
Yeah, I was here yesterday. I've been talking to one of the members of this chat in voice chat for about 2 months, and he wanted me to come in here and interact with you people. So let me see. I'll send this to you. Yeah, this paper is really good for having a comprehension of at least the globe perspective.
Well, the globe perspective is fine. Look, we're pretty familiar with the globe perspective here. What is not correlating, what's not jiving and not lining up at all for us is we that have gone out and done our own observations ourselves. Where over and over again, every time I live right on the coast in Southern California. So I can go do these every single day. Every time I go near the water, I'm seeing another one that just totally blows any of this curvature because literally here's the scale. You think it's so hard or that it would be hard.
I do not.
At 5 miles, 16 feet of drop is quite a bit. And that is very easy to see even with the naked eye. But if you have an aided eye and you have some focus instrument, even a cheap binoculars will do at 7 times, you could see 15 feet of drop easily. As a matter of fact, you could pretty much zoom in with anything better than that to the actual shoreline where the waves are breaking. If you know the height of those waves on average.
What is the word for, what is the global geometry word for the bulge of the Earth's curvature? I saw it a few days ago.
For the what?
The rise of the Earth's curvature. There's a word for
it. Sagitta?
Yeah, thank you. Wouldn't that be an explanation for why the horizon over water rises to meet your eye level? And if not,
well, why would it move? No, actually, no. Listen, because think about it. If you're on a ball and you're rising up from the ball, the only thing the horizon could do is drop further down. You would have to continually look down. Like, for instance, if you're going up in an aircraft, you would see this horizon drop noticeably as you rose up to 30,000 feet. If you could see the horizon the whole time, you would be looking at a significant angle downward. This is the way geometry would work. Think about it. If you're leaving a ball, the ball's getting smaller and smaller, and the curvature is being easier and easier to see.
Yeah,
because you're.
I agree.
You're
I often say,
away, right?
I often say in response to people telling me you can't see curvature at X height, you can't see curvature at X height. I say, well, like mathematically, you can observe the curvature of a sphere of any size from any non-zero.
Mathematically observed sounds like kind of an oxymoron.
Yeah, we don't do it mathematical.
No, again, assuming.
Look, when you're doing mathematical observations, you're looking at a piece of paper. Yeah, got
yeah.
it. So
again, I want us to find.
Let's assume that radius is 3,959 miles. Let's assume that.
Yeah, let's try that.
Well, the thing is, it's like, why would it matter how high you go? Why would you ever expect to see something that you've never measured on the ground by going higher? If it doesn't exist.
No, I would never imply that you need like elevation in order to observe curvature, right? That's why we're having this conversation about refraction. But what was our original point? We've deviated a lot. We were having a conversation.
Well, you were just trying to tell us that refraction moved your horizon. The dog ate your homework.
Again, I
want to know how refraction moves all rigs on the distance what it is.
Yeah.
This is why I asked if anyone has had conversations with.
I have a question for you. How refractions move the object what is taking petrol from the sea, and it's on the same distance? How it's moving on that distance, but that is the distance.
Yeah, how could it move this object that we know is at a known distance and move it beyond your geometric horizon? How can the globe do that? And then on a different day would move it further or closer depending on the conditions on the surface of the ocean.
Yes, this is a great question. So do we agree that refraction means the deviation of light dependent on the density or temperature of the medium through which it is traversing?
Yeah. Do we agree? First, one thing to move further with this thing what you said. Can we agree that we can see 1.2 miles geometrical horizon on the globe? Can we agree with that?
Assuming no atmosphere.
He's trying to set the floor for his excuse for why we don't see that.
I'm not. I'm making no excuses.
I'm not assuming nothing. I'm telling you what is the numbers. I'm not assuming
Hold
nothing.
on, Sasha. Hold on, Sasha. Hold on, Sasha. There's something going on. So we need to clear this first before we move on. So you said, do we all agree that that light will change direction? That's
Refraction,
Snell's law.
refraction. The
Yes.
definition of refraction. Yes, exactly.
Snell's law, isotropic medium. It means more than one. Air and air, or air and more dense air, is not two mediums. And for instance,
Sonny,
you don't have listen, you don't have a stacking of densities getting more dense as they move away from the light source or the image that that would be required to have that. Now, listen, what we have in the atmo above the surface, especially above the ocean, you have movement, convection, conduction, transfer of energy, humidity changes. It's constantly in motion. You have winds blowing. Some are touching the surface, some are not. Some are going upward, some are going downward, some are going sideways, and every other imaginable direction that these forces are moving, as far as what I just explained. So you don't have a homogeneous look. You have an inhomogeneous freaking mix of soup of densities. They're swirling around in every direction. You don't have this stacking like you would have to have from me, the observer, to the object out in the distance. You don't have what's required for that type of refraction.
I will try,
so
Sonny.
we need to
I will be. I want to be radio today.
Wait,
I want to.
Sasha, stop. So could you answer? No, you need to concede. You need to agree with what I just said. Do you agree with that? Air is an inhomogeneous substance, a soupy mixing of gases.
I feel that you just stated a contradiction, and I want to say what that is. Yeah, so I would like to say what that is. So you said that refraction can only occur during changes in a medium, and then you followed to explain that refraction can occur within a medium of changing variables.
Only isotopic medium, like glass to air, glass to water, water to glass.
Okay, so can refraction occur in a single medium if the density of that medium is changing?
Yes, it can, and it only has the ability to limit your vision or limit your view of the vanishing point. That's all it has the ability to do.
In the future,
to block.
Please do not. In the future, please do not imply that refraction can only occur during changes in media.
No, I said it has to be two separate medium.
Yeah.
If for the type of you're talking about Snell's law.
Yeah.
Your atmospheric. Listen, your so-called atmospheric refraction requires 7/6R. You don't have the R like we've been telling you.
I'm not talking about mathematics. I'm not talking about material. I'm talking about the real world.
Well, in the real world, is there Earth curve that is being refracted? In the real world, is there a radius that you can apply refraction to?
This is what's in contention. That what's being told as the real world. That's what we're challenging.
Okay. Yes or no? Refraction can occur in a single medium. Right? Yes
Not according to Snell's law. No. And when it does, listen. When it does, it only has the ability to change direction, angular direction, not a bend over an imaginary curve. It can diffuse your view. Yes, it can make it look wiggly. It can make it, but that's above the horizon. It doesn't move the horizon out to where you need it to be. Especially like in infrared, Mount Canahu seen at 255 miles. Infrared. There's no refraction. 98% of the refraction is gone. So you can't use 2% refraction.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because
really.
The infrared shot we see further than we do in the visible light spectrum, right?
Yep,
so now what's happening? There's supposed to be supposed to be less refraction for infrared.
That's taking out any effects of the atmo. You're only seeing the infrared. So you can see those mountains in a place that's level to the eye at 250 miles. No globe. Gone for good. It's over. So that's how you clean the slate, because you take all that refraction, because in infrared, it's not happening. You can't claim that. Now you
So
can't
I
claim
refuse
there's
to
any
let it
curvature
proceed.
either, because you're looking at the actual surface. I'm talking still. So you're looking at the actual surface as it is. You can see the water down below the mountain of the observer that the observer was on. You can see the water down going all the way across the bay to the harbor. You can see the harbor. You can see the very beginnings up near the city. Then you can see
I've
up
seen this photo
past the city. You
I
can
have it
see
saved
the
on my phone.
foothills. You can see it all the way up, rising the whole entire time, all the way up to the however high elevation Mount Canahu is, something like 14,000 feet.
I did a very in-depth analysis of this.
Well, good. Well, your curvature is supposed to be somewhere in
Great.
the middle of that water, and it's supposed to be
Did
a
your
mile
analysis-
over that mountain.
In your analysis, did you find the geometric horizon that's supposed to be in that picture at 116 miles?
Yes.
You did? You found the 116-mile horizon? Okay, cool. I want to hear this.
I believe I got it to be 171.
Oh, okay, so no geometric
Before
horizon.
we proceed, I need to make sure what each other believe. So
I don't
need
believe
to clarify.
anything. You're the one who brought
Yes
the
or
belief
no?
here. I'm just
Can
dealing
you-
with what we can see.
Can you do
I know,
something
that's why
like
I'm
this?
asking the
Can you post
No, excuse me.
any
No.
publication? Excuse me. Can you post any
I have
publication?
given.
Excuse me. Can you post any publication what it's saying like this? We have this phenomena. Listen, we have this phenomena, and that phenomena extending horizon. It will be written for sure somewhere in some publication. Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you post it?
What's your name?
Can you post it to publication that somebody?
I'm unable to post it. I can send it to you.
I got
okay,
I got
send
one
it.
of your I got
Okay,
one of
send it.
your. Wait a minute.
Send it
Hold
to
on.
me. I'm
I
Sasha.
have one of
Okay.
his. Just relax, everyone. Take a breath. I got one of his images, but there's a problem right here. Waves. So redirection is not a curve. Change in the medium. You have to look up change in medium. Refraction of light is the most commonly observed phenomenon, but other waves, see.
Sorry, can I read that?
It's in the voice. It's in the live stream voice chat.
Yeah. In physics, I want to see where is written horizon extends with the refraction.
Yeah.
In physics, refraction in the redirection of a wave as it passes from one medium to another, the redirection can be caused by the wave's change in the speed or by the change in the medium. Refraction or light is the most commonly observed phenomenon.
Here's his PDF.
What's the PDF, Sonny?
Yeah, there's a link to the PDF in there. Here, let me post that link 1 second.
But can you DM me that, because I will post it. You said that you cannot post it. You said that you have.
I just posted it, Sasha. I just posted the link.
Okay.
Wait a minute. That says Discord. Is that the same thing? Yeah. Should pop up. Whole PDF says applied optics. Below the horizon, the physics of extreme visual ranges. Yep, they're talking about Canahu here, 440 kilometers. Excuse me. I mean, I don't know how they can. What are they trying to say? Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, there's no atmo. There's no atmo happening in infrared, so that's cool.
That's not
Great
the
that they
case.
bring-
Refraction.
We're not talking about that one.
The photo you're talking about. The photo you're talking about of Notre Dame de la Grande was taken from. I did an entire write-up on this, but it was taken with 800 nanometer infrared filtering, and that is it was like 0.004% deviation in refractive index for 800 nanometer versus 700 nanometer visible light. So this was barely an infrared camera. And infrared radiation is affected by refraction.
you still don't have the geometric horizon where it's supposed to be. In the middle, it
Again,
should
I was
be.
just explaining to you.
It should be a
In
mile
the photo.
above that last peak. That peak. It should be a mile above the peak. Your Sagittarius should be a mile above that peak, and that's about in the middle of the water, or right at the harbor is where that geometric horizon should be. It should be towering over anything else. Is your Earth curve? It's not. And we have even 1,100-mile
I'm not sure.
observations
Hold on.
in infrared while in flight at 30,000 feet, 35,000 feet. Tolan Media has infrared. You could see at least 800 miles.
Hold on. I disagree with what you just said. But if you use the Earth curvature calculator and plug in the observation of Notre Dame de la Grande and the infrared, you don't even need refraction to justify the observation of those times.
Yeah, you simply just cannot have the objects where they are and have a completely flat horizon as well at the same time. It can't. It can't be. It's not
I did. Thankfully, I'm happy this came because I did all this math yesterday.
I don't know how you just ditch. I don't understand, Go Fast, how you all, and I will put you all together on this one, how you all just ditch your geometric horizon like it's a fucking rotten potato.
No, I'm not even assuming refraction to justify the view of those mountains. The geometric horizon is not obscuring the view of the most distant mountain, even with no refraction. If you plug in the numbers for that observation into your Earth curvature calculator, those mountains are visible. I'm just saying you're incorrect.
Either your connection or your mic is shit. I gotta tell you that it's terrible. It sounds all muddled, like you're talking inside of a cloth bag or something.
How many horizons we have?
Oh my gosh, Sasha.
But because we are speaking about geometrical and visible, we are speaking about geometrical horizon and visible horizon.
It is good that we stay on this horizon topic, though, because that's the problem. Like, there's this whole misdirection of what the horizon actually is. Now, in anything that you Globers are saying, you're going to have to tell us how freaking perspective. How did you delete perspective completely out of anything you're doing with what you're looking at? So things no longer get smaller. When you Globers start talking about the horizon, things stop getting smaller with distance. Is that how that works? No more hashtag shit shrinks. No, now it doesn't shrink when the Glober starts talking. Sasha, who's roboting?
No, I don't know who is roboting.
Hold on, you're roboting. Go fast. Try again in a second.
Well,
anyone
Sonny,
else want to join?
I only want to understand. We have a horizon, and that is something what is not geometrical horizon. That's what we see.
Exactly.
That it's apparent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, great. Now, where is geometrical horizon? There is geometrical horizon. In a mind.
Okay? Is my connection okay?
Yeah, it sounds better. It sounds better. Try again.
Okay. I implore you to do your own research and plug the numbers in for the infrared about into the Earth curvature calculator that we love to use. Just do that, okay? I can give you all the sources for this if you want to.
I am only interested about that horizon. How they make battles during the Second World War, or it was forbidden to invoke refraction at that time.
I mean, it's like this. It's like we talked about I talked about this before. At 5 miles, here's the scale we're talking about. At our scale, I don't really have to like do all that stuff because I can do my own observations. At 5 miles, I should see 16 feet of drop. When I can see like 6 miles out to the point and see 6 foot waves, they should be how far under? Like 6 foot is big. Actually, the waves are like 3 to 5 feet. Most consistent area on the whole West Coast as far as wave height, 3 to 5 feet, all year round, every year. That's the average. So if I can see these 3 to 5, like if I can see a 4-foot wave out at the point 6 miles away past Tourmaline Surf Park, where I am, I can see that from Ocean Beach. That's a 6 miles. I can see the waves breaking out there on the point out in the water beyond the land, higher than like my line of sight. It's like
Honey, did you present him a black swan?
I'm about 6 feet above the water. So my geometric horizon is supposed to be at like 3.5 miles. Like that means everything
Honey,
else
did you
drops
show
off.
me?
Well, how do I still see the waves breaking that are less than this drop is supposed to be, and I still see them on the water level breaking? This is like I don't have to go
Honey,
do crunch numbers about Canahu anymore. After I can do that, yeah.
Sonny, did you show him black swan?
I'm very familiar.
What'd you say?
You are very familiar. Are you familiar with that black swan oil rigs and things?
Yes, yes, I'm very familiar. I have it on my
Can you
phone.
tell me one question? The water 10 meters behind oil rigs, is it physical or optical?
10 meters behind your geometric horizon?
No, 10 meters behind oil rigs, is it physical or optical? Is it water behind oil rigs? 10 meters
is the horizon physical or optical? Yeah.
No, Sonny, no horizon. I'm asking you, is it water behind 10 meters behind oil rigs? Is it physical or optical?
Okay, gotcha.
I'd have to have the image so like I can know where the geometric horizon is in relation to the oil rigs.
We can put the image. I got an image for you. Hold on 1 second.
Thank you.
Darn, my other login. Actually, thank God, this place is here because I can pull up some of my images I recently lost. Well, didn't lose, but they've been cordoned off. Whoever did that, thank you. Stopped me from using my login to connect to the internet, period. Anyway, let me find.
There it is.
Somebody's fucking with my stuff now.
Even better,
unexplainable stuff has been happening with my computers and devices.
Even better question, that a distance from one to another oil rigs, is that physical water or optical water?
But I digress. Yeah, you can see where the heck is that? It's gonna take forever.
So in the future, in this conversation, I'm going to remain on one topic until we find resolution to that topic.
Yeah, we need
Sonny,
to. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm gonna send you the stuff regarding the French infrared photograph because that's what we were talking about.
Okay, here we go. This is helpful image. Hold on. Sorry it took so long. In the voice text, yes.
Sonny,
this is
if you could refer. If you could refer to your DMs and then get back to me.
Sure will.
You don't want to answer the question.
Yeah.
The infrared photograph and the conclusions that the image draws in the caption are untrue. That is simply an invalid meme.
But wait a minute. It says that the distance to the horizon is 117 miles. Well, where is it? Because that's before the town. You can see the town and the foothills behind it and everything else behind it all the way up to that mountain top. So where is this 117-mile horizon from the observer? It's supposed to be there. Where is it? It's not there. It's missing.
Are you calculating your geometric horizon from the altitude of the observer height?
I'm going by what you gave me in your DM about Pic Gaspard.
Yes.
Pic Gaspard. So, distance to the object, 255 miles. Eyesight level, the observer level, 9,136 feet. Distance to the horizon is 117 miles. So, right there. Where is that? Where is that horizon? I'll post this also. Hold on.
Please do.
Let me see. So everybody else can follow along. Oh, shoot. I can't.
Thank you.
How can I do that? Copy image. Unable to copy image preview. Okay. I think I can still post it though. What?
Let me go to voice lines.
Let me go back. Make sure I'm in the right place. I'm a boomer and I still know how to do all this shit. I'm pretty impressed with myself, actually. I don't know any boomers that know how to do all the shit I do. Okay, hold on. What happened? I posted my last image. No. 1 second here. Something's going on with copy image. I don't understand that. Oh, hold on. Maybe if you answer my friend request, go fast.
Yeah.
I think that maybe I don't know if that's why, because
Let me see.
I was able
to
post the first one, and now it's unable to copy image preview when I try to do a right click.
I accepted.
Hold on, let me go to original. All right, 1 second. I'll just pull up the original.
Originally, 38 minutes after the hour.
I just got to pull up the original. Let me go back to this place, man. Wow, what a weird day, man. The lady in the
my goal here. My goal here is to be as intellectually honest as I can and be the globe believer that does not get banned, because I'll never lie and I'll never make shit up and I'll never make assumptions.
Well, listen. I appreciate you, man. And if I was coming in hot, I hope you kind of understand, like where.
It's okay. I do understand, because you've had this conversation many times. Yeah.
Listen, I've been a sailor. I've been a sailor since I was 10 years old. I've sailed.
I was in the Navy.
I sailed 6,000 miles on a 51-foot ketch from Los Angeles to Martinique.
Yeah, I was in the Navy. Hoo-yah. Let's go.
Yeah, I was in the Navy after that. I was in the Navy after that.
I was
before
in anti-aircraft.
Hold on. Oh, anti-aircraft. I'm sorry, Sasha. Didn't mean to cut you off. I'm all
only to say.
Shut up.
I'm not. I didn't navigate. I didn't account on Coriolis. Only that.
The reason I get so excited about some things is because I'm so old. I'm surprised I survived this long.
Yeah, and also, I'm sure you've had this conversation with a million people, and they all are.
Yes. Like I've been here 2 years. 2 years in August, and it's been like going through the crash course in physics, the scientific method, like optics. Like having like how the eye works, how the vestibular system works. It crosses all different boundaries of like medical information, what we actually know that they like. I'm a total hyper realist. Like I need to know exactly how something is done, and a lot of people, when I ask them on those kind of terms, they don't even understand my question.
That's my very
what it
justification
means
for being involved in this conversation. Is having conversations. I've always been an aerospace enthusiast, and I've always been fascinated with physics. But having these conversations has motivated me and justified my education about these things way more than anything else since I've left school.
Yeah, and that's kind of my quest also, is to learn as much as I can. Like I want to know the answer. Like I want to know what the truth is about this earth I live on. It's still.
All right. Did you send? I'm not next to my phone. Just let me know when you send that.
I know. Like I said, I'm a boomer. I do have.
It's all right.
Hold on 1 second. I got it now. Here's the second part of it. Oh, you. Okay. I have a little lack of sleep. Right now too. Hold on. Here we go. I got both of these together now. Finally. Thank you. Okay. There we go in the live stream. There's the first two. So yes. So we could talk about this with Pic de Gaspard. We have the image there. That's an astounding image that I don't think the globe has. To me, there's no way the globe has an explanation for this, because even when you look behind the mountains, you see there's a line behind all of them that's darker. I think that's the actual horizon, and it's covered up by all the clouds in the sky, because as that horizon extends out further away from us, it actually rises up further and further. The further out it goes higher up in relationship to our vision.
Okay, so thankfully I've I just did a massive write-up on this observation 2 days ago, and you're right. The geometric horizon is about at the shore. The purpose of this photo was to. I can send you the whole photo. Have you seen it? It's incredible. But the purpose was to photograph Notre Dame de la on the shoreline, which is just past the geometric horizon. So that was
so how can you see, how can you go fast? So how can you see everything extending further up and further out at the same time, and say that your geometric horizon is somewhere before those last peaks when you can see everything between them? On the ground, you can see how the land, you can see the terrain changes, all those changes in the terrain behind the hill, behind the town or the city, should be beneath your line of sight. How do you explain that? And I think you're roboting again, so maybe give it just a second. I like a lot of space in my Discord. We can breathe a little bit. Or cough, as it may be. As it may apply in your area. Sonny gets kind of weird when he runs out of pots. Well, what happened? I got the right to keep from hiding, and I'm bound to keep on riding. I've got one more silver dollar, and I'm not gonna let them catch me, no. I'm not gonna let them catch the flat earth rider. What happened? Did everyone drop out? Did I drop out?
I'm here. I'm looking for the original photo.
Oh, okay.
But I want to say first, as I'm looking for this, so you can respond. This image aligns exactly with what is expected from the globe model. So, and the photographer mentions that in his blog about taking this photo. Is he had to. So he's trying to photograph something that's just beyond the geometric horizon. It's at the shoreline.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense on like a third grade level of logic, because a third grader could say, "Okay, well,
I might let me continue. I might justify what I said. Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
His objective in taking this photo was to photograph something that is on the shoreline, a church, and that church is just beyond the geometric horizon. So he needed to take 3 different attempts over 3 different days to get the atmospheric conditions required to have refraction account for this church so he could photograph. So I'm just going to send you his blog and how he took this picture, because I've been looking at this a lot recently, and it's super interesting.
Well, I see. I don't know what to say. We may be at a standstill because you guys are just not giving. You have an excuse for everything. Really.
I don't make excuses.
I'm not trying to be mean, but yeah, it kind of is, because there's no curvature ever measured, and even in the photo, that in any of those photos, there's no curvature seen either in distance that far. Everything would
no,
be
there is no,
no, and to the side.
No,
like we don't have any of this ever.
No, actually, thankfully, the curvature can be observed in the photo. But the point that I was making was the observations that are made are not in violation of the geometric horizon or global math. And
yes, they are.
Person who took the photo knew that.
I have to respectfully, completely disagree. Respectfully, though, because it's supposed to be before right at the harbor. You said 117 miles. So it's not there. Everything should be dropping off after that, and it's not. Geometrically, that's all that's required, is it for it to drop off at that distance, and it's not. So that part, the dropping off, is absent. And we haven't ever seen any line of sight where it shows the globe curvature as it's prescribed to us with these amount of drops. Neither does your refraction include any of that data as far as, let's say, 5 miles, like I mentioned, from Ocean Beach to up past Mission Beach out to the point there before you get to La Jolla is 6 miles. I can see 4 to 6 foot waves there. They should be under at least 16, 17 feet of vertical drop there. Then 10 miles, the Black Swan, the oil rigs off the Santa Barbara coast, looking towards the Channel Islands. There should be 66.67 feet of drop at the oil rig location at 10 miles. And it's going further and further out like that. These drops have never been found. As a matter of fact, we've only found the contrary. And the contrary is repeatable over and over and over again, and it also can be falsified. We've never seen anything here that can be that can show empirically. That means where it's observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable from the globe at all on any of these topics. Horizon related, the globe has provided nothing, nada, zilch. That is actually in alignment with reality itself. So that's where we stand here. That's why we are still here. And everybody, thank you for listening. And not that I'm just gonna go like a back step myself personally for a few moments. So, but honestly, go fast. I'm going to tell you, like I do most Glovers, we appreciate having these conversations, and you're actually giving us the support that we need. So we want to thank you for giving us the flat Earth support. Appreciate it. Thanks.
I sent you the raw panoramic photo in your DMs. But I'll also send where we can observe the geometric horizon obscuring objects in this photo.
Ooh, the geometric horizon, huh?
But listen, go fast. If you want to send me any more information, I'd be glad. Or you could DM it to anyone else that's here as well. And I'm sure more of you here in the chat in the panel right now would like to speak up. So yeah, there's 28 of us. Welcome everybody. Good to see you again, AI, and everyone, the great flat earthers here. I want to give someone else a chance. That's why I'm kind of backing off. And listen, go fast. I appreciate having a conversation. I actually look forward to having more conversations with you.
Thank you. Again, my goal here is to not get banned for being cognitively dissonant. So like, I want to be as honest as I can with you guys.
Hey, I personally really appreciate that. I'm sure everyone else does too. So, once you get through the gauntlet here, like I can be kind of hard nosed, and you heard that earlier on. But I enjoy having a good conversation, and I'm grateful for this place because I know that there is a good conversation in here most of the time, And when it's not, we always get it back on track. So I'm glad this place is here. And nice to meet you. Welcome to the server, Go Fast.
Yeah, happy to be here.
And then the text chat starts with their humor.
Yeah, anyway, what in the heck is a geometric horizon, anyway?
The geometric horizon would be where objects begin to be obscured by the curvature of the Earth if you live on a globe. So the point at which you can no longer see objects behind the curve. Where the curvature starts to obscure objects is your geometric horizon. Assuming a perfectly flat sphere without changes in elevation.
Assuming a perfectly what?
Assuming a perfectly flat sphere without changes in elevation.
A flat sphere?
Yeah, like without changes in elevation.
Wait a minute, flat sphere. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Misnomer alert.
Do you not know what I mean by like no changes in elevation?
He means like when when your basketball gets a hole in it, when your basketball gets a hole and it gets flat, yeah.
A smooth sphere.
You
A smooth
guys know that.
sphere. Say smooth sphere 10 times real fast. Smooth sphere. Smooth
Okay,
sphere.
so yeah. Anyway.
I'll go.
Fuck's sake.
Now he's roboting. I caused it. It's my fault. Sonny put a glitch in the internet and caused ripples to occur back to his device and make him robot. Isn't that amazing? I didn't ask for all these superpowers, but you know, I'm sorry. I'm kind of. I said I was going to back off for a good reason.
Didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson say if you scale the Earth down to a bowling ball, that with elevation changes and stuff, it would be as smooth or smoother than a bowling ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, in theory.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it sounds like this geometric horizon is
Sonny, it seems you understand that the
calculation
geometric
of
horizon could be
here.
just.
Holy fuck, dude.
Go ahead.
Okay, AI was talking. You're going to have to wait. Go fast. Go ahead, AI.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, now you're gonna have to wait for me to finish my ice cream cone.
All right.
We haven't listened to it. That's your punishment.
Okay, I guess I'm stuck. I better stay. Okay, go ahead and ask.
Take it.
Or not.
Okay, you got a problem, Holmes. There is no sphere that exists in reality. Sphere is an ideal shape. Nothing's a sphere in reality. Period. End of story.
Exactly.
So now let's talk about brass tacks of reality. And don't fucking interrupt me, for goodness sakes.
Sorry.
All right, now you're gonna have to listen to me chomp some more. You know, guys, it's entirely okay to let people finish their own sentences. It really is. No grammar was harmed in the making of this live stream. Anyway, sphere is an ideal shape, doesn't exist in reality. Okay, so if you make calculations on a sphere, right, that's calculation in an idea. You try to apply it to reality, it's not going to match, ever, under any circumstances. Never. So again, what's a geometric horizon? Is it a calculation of a flat sphere?
No, it doesn't exist
or are
in
you
real
saying
life.
it's just where, yeah, so it doesn't exist in real life. So why are we talking about it?
Because you guys are using it for your math that you do. That's why I referenced it. I wouldn't have referenced it because I don't like conceptual or material things that don't exist in real life. But,
like a sphere?
Yeah, perfect.
Exactly.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well,
So then basically you just see something disappear from the bottom and you just assume that there must be a physical object blocking it, right?
Again, I am not claiming anything about the Earth's curvature. I'm just saying that in this example that we're being provided right now, it matches up exactly with what we expect from the curvature of the Earth. And that's what I'm trying to validate.
I would like to know all the details now that you say that again. I would like to know all the details of how that lines up.
One more. I'm getting one more picture to send you. And then...
Can someone give him image perms? Because I'm not always going to be like, I'm here a lot, but if I'm not, you got the wide view one? Yeah, that's a good one. Let me open that.
Yeah, I love that picture. It's like beautiful. The story behind how he took it is like really cool too. Let's see.
Get that. There we go. Yeah.
So you understand that the geometric horizon in this picture, if the Earth was a sphere, would be just at the shoreline, right? I think you mentioned that previously.
That's where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
So if the Earth was an ideal shape that doesn't exist in reality,
yes.
So why even bother finishing the sentence? Because it ain't.
Yeah, because that's what he said. Yeah. Because that's what he said.
But it's not.
I agree. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So,
yep. That's the only
so
answer I can
as
give. Flat
I'm
Earth,
sending.
because it truly is flat. There
Okay.
it is. There's the proof for you.
Sorry, did you get me image firms? I can send this in.
I don't know. AI should be able to give you image. Can you give him
Yeah,
image?
I sent you.
Hold on a second. Let's look.
Not at the moment. Kind of.
Oh, he's only VC verified. Okay. AI can't do
Yeah,
it right now.
it's okay. I'll earn it. I'm not
No
going anywhere.
problem.
But
No,
I sent you.
I'm about to get it. I'm going to my computer.
Who else? Is there another mod in the chat with us?
Yeah, I'm about to get it.
Oh, okay. All right. Who is that? I'm trying to get to these other.
Because the issue I had within this conversation and the source of this conversation was that this photograph is meant to not function on a sphere. That's the point that I'm making. Is it does, and it is exactly in accordance with what we would expect. So.
Okay, he should be able to do it now.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Let me send. What have you posted, Sonny, so I can know that I don't have to. I'll just post everything so we can.
Are you
give
looking
people
at the live stream? Are you looking at the live stream voice text also?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
where
gonna
you need to be
post.
watching.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna post what we're talking about.
I'm having difficulty with some of the images. Like I have to open the original, and it's not allowing me. Just hold on. Let me try it again. Copy image. Did it before. I don't know what's going on. No, I'll take it from my files. 1 second. Boy, that's awkward. Okay, here it is. So, yeah, it should be right. Slow.
Okay, I just sent a bunch of images. This should provide the context of what we've been talking
Here
about.
it is. There it is. There's that long.
So as you guys have questions about, so my claim here is that initially this photo was posted under the impression that these observations cannot take place with the globe math, as you guys would use it. Like this image would be impossible on a curved Earth. I'm just posting all this stuff to validate that this is not only possible on the curved Earth, but it makes observations that are only possible on the curved Earth. So that's all the images that I just sent.
But I don't understand because just everything after that Sagittarius is supposed to be dropping off, and it's
No,
not.
like I said, assuming that the Earth is a perfect sphere, which does not exist, we have changes in elevation in the real world.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So conceptually speaking, that's amazing though, because I never thought of it that way. Some of it is lined up. Have you heard the thing? I find this fascinating about our optics of our eye, that they actually reverse engineered the globe based on how our eye works. And the resolution limits of our eye has something to do with 0.02, which is exactly what like the 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet is like those formulas are related to the way our optics of our eye works. Have you heard that before?
No, I've not. I'm kind of I'm unfamiliar with what you're talking about.
Yeah, because that I'm not you're fair. How new are you to this topic?
I've been talking to a specific flat earther that's in this server for about 2 months, pretty consistently.
But how long have you been talking about flat Earth from the beginning? Only 2 months?
I took a break for a few years, but I was first introduced to the topic in 2015 when Jeranism and the flat Earth community was blowing up for the first time.
Okay, the first waiver. You're a first waiver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually did a Skype call with Jeranism in 2015. Fun fact.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I haven't approached the topic. I returned to this topic after a few years, just a couple months ago.
I took a couple of years off too, actually. I came back. I came back a couple of years ago. It's 5 years now since I first came upon these.
Yes, Miguel posted. Sorry, Miguel posted in Livestream voice text. He says this is a geometric horizon. You're 100% correct.
No, I'm talking about no elevation there. No curvature on the reality.
So
This is from Google Earth. They show no curvature there.
So, can we agree that past where your geometric horizon is in this photo, which is just at the shoreline, objects would begin, if the Earth was curved, objects would begin to be obscured by the curvature of the Earth if they are,
They'd be yes.
Yeah, if they're at an elevation that is lower than what is necessary to compensate for the Earth's curvature, right? So that is the point of the stadium that is next to the Notre Dame de la Grande. So the stadium is 200 feet tall. The Notre Dame, the church, is I think 500 feet tall, something like that. Let me find out specifically. It's 505 feet high.
Can I see
So,
where is he? Can I see the entire image? I see a cutoff image.
let me see what you're talking about.
On the live stream voice text, you'll see it where I think it's either you or Miguel posted it. Yeah, you posted,
I posted it. Yeah.
And the very bottom picture.
Yeah, that's just telling you the height of the stadium.
Okay. Then going further. Okay, you're gonna put more.
No, that's just telling you the height of the stadium. So did I not? I could have sent the height of the church itself, but it's 505 feet tall, and the stadium is 200 feet tall. So as you can see from what Miguel posted, the geometric horizon is just at the shoreline. So you cannot see the stadium in this photo, and you can see the church because the church has elevation that allows you to see it despite the geometric horizon, and you cannot see the stadium because of that curve.
I think they're having an earthquake right now. Whoa, shit, that's weird, man.
Let me know when I'm back. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
it's okay. Yeah.
Okay, so the stadium, if the Earth did not curve, you would be able to see the stadium in this photo. So this photo was posted initially to show that this is impossible on the curved Earth, but not only is it possible on the curved Earth, it makes an observation that is impossible on the flat Earth. So that's why I like this example so much, and that's why I did this.
How is it impossible if the Earth? Why is it impossible if the Earth was horizontal?
Because you see objects that are being obscured at the geometric horizon.
Yeah, but the thing that doesn't correlate is the thing that you're missing altogether. That is, you can still see things behind that place where you're saying they're obscured, and they're not going down. They're not going down
because of their elevation.
They should be going downward.
You
Why
can
aren't
see
they
them
going
because
downward
of their
after
elevation.
that point? What?
You can see them because of their elevation.
Well, it looks to me like you can see all the way up to their elevation, which is something different than what you're saying. You're saying it cuts off, and then you can see it after the sagitta, which is a ridiculous statement. You're trying to claim curvature over land.
Horizon. At the geometric horizon, the Earth is curving downward.
What about the curve of water? That's supposed to be in front of the mountains.
Yeah, that's what's obscuring the stadium there, is the curvature of the water.
No, it's not. No, it isn't.
Okay, so
no, because
why
in
do
the
you
250 and the 255 mile one, you can see the entire shoreline and everything, all the water before the shoreline and the harbor, then the city, then the foothills behind it.
Yeah, like you said, the geometric horizon is about at the shoreline.
You can see everything behind the shoreline, and it's still going up.
Yes, due to its elevation.
Yeah, elevation, right. So no curvature. Thank you very much.
No, the Earth is curving down after the geometric horizon. It is curving down.
You're talking. You're saying one thing, and then
let's isolate the.
You're using.
No, let's isolate the confusion.
Wait a second. You're using double speak. It sounds like 1984 to me. It really
does.
No,
let's isolate the confusion then, because
textbook, I'm not. No, textbook. No. Yes, it is. Yeah. What I'm saying is correct. You're talking about both sides of your mouth at the same time. Yeah, you're saying it is, but it isn't. Yeah,
let's identify why you feel that way. Because I would.
No, it's not that I feel that way. It's objectively that way. The way I'm saying is the way it objectively is. You're saying it's something other than what reality is showing us in front of your own face. And I'm sorry,
the contradiction.
You're a contradiction. Yeah, exactly. You're a flaming contradiction. Exactly.
Are you talking about the picture with the arrows on it?
You're talking in contradictions.
What do you mean? Well, I would like to have him explain where I've contradicted myself, because I want to clarify.
Because you're saying that you're saying the sagitta is at that specific place, but we can see the foothills we can see the shoreline from the water that's flat, by the way. All that water is flat all the way up to the shoreline. Then you can see the harbor and the town. And then behind the town, you can see the foothills going up further and higher up in your view as it gets out further. So if you're saying at some point things are dropping away, where are they dropping away? Because you can see everything before it and after it. It's just rising up gradually up to the foothills. It's a rise in terrain up to
Ask
the
me
mountain.
questions. Again, I want to clarify where the contradiction is, because you just said that. Okay, great. Let me
You're
respond.
saying there's a sagitta where things drop off after that certain point, which is about where the town is, but you can still see the whole town. That's supposed to be dropping away below your line of sight. I don't know why you don't get that.
Go for line crew. 1 moment.
You have balls on your mind or something. Like
Copy.
there's this curvature that's stuck in your brain.
Okay.
You can't get off, even though you see reality in front of you, right in front of you. You still are thinking that it's globe, even though it doesn't correlate with what you're seeing. Neither does it with anyone else here. I would suffice to say.
Copy. Thank you. Okay. I need to go fill up an airplane. I work in an airport, but I'll be back. And I want to clarify what the contradiction is, because I agree that I think the the Earth does start to drop off at your geometric horizon that you identified.
Which makes no sense. But go ahead, go check your airplane, bro. We'll talk to you in a little bit.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay, good.
Oh
So,
my goodness.
did you guys hear that? That's astonishing to hear somebody talk like that and say it is, but it is. Like, you could see it's not dropping away, but it is dropping away still dropping away, even though you can't see it. What?
Even on Google, even on Google Earth, it doesn't show any curvature below the water. You see that graph? It's flat.
It's all completely flat. What are they talking about? Then, okay, at that point, like, see the line I was talking about in that photo where it says 255 miles? The line of the horizon is above and behind those mountains. It's darker than the rest. That horizon keeps on extending up higher and out further as it goes. It's completely flat out there. Above, see the line? That's the horizon.
It's cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. And there's no curvature left to right curvature. And that distance and that wide of an angle would be easily measurable. You can see it. You can measure it. It's not there. There's no curvature. What are they talking about? Water doesn't behave that way. Right, CB?
Well, look, his contention is can't see bottom of thing, therefore it can only be explained by Earth curve.
Yes.
Basically what it is.
Yeah, and see how they're stuck in that too. Like it's that fallacy of what is it? A fallacy toward inertia, to sit still and not move from your position, not moving, not budging.
All right, Sonny, robot like a son of a gun.
Oh, sorry about that.
I did hear Sonny all the entire.
So it's not me, it's you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's me.
It's you, fraud. How was that visit? You had a long visit with a gospel bearer, huh?
Oh yeah, gospel's a punk.
Nice. Gospel's a punk, did you say?
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
That's what you did say. I thought I was mishearing it or something.
No, we got a good amount done, so we'll knock out some more next weekend.
Shit, sounds like you're building a house. You building a house?
Dude, basically, we gotta rebuild his house.
You're rebuilding his house? Fucking awesome. That sounds great, man.
I don't know how much information he's divulged, but he had the cement guy come look at his basement today, so that's probably why he's not on.
Whoa. Well, anyway, wow, that sounds like fun. Yeah, you got to be
not
patient.
at all,
Mr. Roboto. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, so I'm making my own kombucha. I'm making my SCOBY. The SCOBY's already starting to form on the top. It's freaking great to see that. I'm
You know
like,
what I think the
wow.
problem is?
Huh?
I think the problem is that there's confusion between different observations. Because there's an observation that is longer than this one, I believe.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think in that one, we used to talk about it in the past, where the top of the mountain is supposed to be a mile below the curve. And I think it got confused and people referred to this image of the infrared at 255 that's supposed to be a mile below the curve. And so there's discrepancy there, I think. I think some Glover noticed that and has spread that around, and now they're basically, saying, oh, it's the wrong claim. I'm saying the wrong claim is being attributed to the wrong image.
Hey, what's
So I
up,
got to go back
AI?
and find the original.
AI, how you doing, bro?
Not too bad. How about you?
Good to see you, AI. Good to see everybody.
That picture he posted with the arrows, isn't that just like a computer generated image?
I think it's I could be wrong, but I think it's supposed to be a blown up section of the panorama infrared shot. So they zoomed in on a specific section and blew it up. And supposedly it's a specific building. And since you know the location and altitude of the building, then you can use that as a benchmark, make some claims.
Yep. I'm not sure I got all. You're kind of roboting a little bit too. AI. But that could be kind of juicy with Go Fast here. I mean, that might be just as fun as the Matthew skewering. This could get juicy.
Using cartoons as evidence doesn't make any sense. If you zoom in on that picture with the arrows, that's just completely computer pixelated. Like, it's not a picture or a photograph.
I don't know.
Yeah,
why.
so is viruses. Hey, can anybody hear me? That's Smurf.
Yeah. Hey, Smurf. How's it going?
Hey, everybody. You know what else is computer generated? Are viruses.
Yeah. Shh. You're not supposed to use that. You could get You could get what is it called when you get not a gold star? You could get a demerit. Okay, don't talk about that.
Oh, I've already lost all my gold. Check it out. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist on the subject of computer graphics. I'm sorry. I won't bring it up again.
See, you just got to learn to use words properly. Just say, the phony little spiky ball sci-fi movie, the sci-fi movie released 3 years ago with the elusive spiky ball in space, the killer spiky ball. See, you can say it like that. Just you don't have to use their words. Use your own.
You got it. You know what? And it was all computer generated, like cartoons.
Yeah, exactly. CGI computer spiky ball. There you go.
Cartoon. Yeah.
Yep.
That's all right. Didn't mean to change the subject. I just couldn't resist myself.
But no curvature scene is what we're on here. We're on about that. I don't see how anyone in the right mind could say that no curvature equates to curvature or perfectly fits into a curvature model when there's no curvature there. Measurably, where's their fucking measured curvature? That's all we're saying.
Well, and that's a reason Flat Earth matters, is once you see this lie, you can see others. They use the same, they do the same thing with each way they lie. They just make you a fake picture and tell a story, and then a bunch of hearsay goes around and everybody believes it.
Yeah, it seems to be the same crew of liars. Yes.
Well, I mean, we could tone down our language a little bit. Like I'm doing better recently as far as my conversation skills, as to actually having a conversation and not being such a dick and using like really harsh words. Like I don't know, because like if my motivation is to like,
Hard.
who's interrupting me?
That's me, buddy. You know I love it.
Why are you interrupting me, man?
Hey, dude, I don't know who's interrupting you, but I'm great at interrupting people. I could interrupt people all day. I'm really excellent. If you need somebody interrupted, just say Smurf, please.
Yeah, me too. Like we're all experts at interrupting. We're really good at it. That's why it's so hard not to.
I
also have very poor. Hey, let me say, I've got very poor communication skills. So, Sonny, take over.
No, so it's okay. They're not poor. We're all learning. We're all on some like learning curve as far as it goes. So I don't think there's any comparing or anything like that. It's just I think for myself I can just do better. So I want to improve on my ability to communicate and and not get distracted by my emotionality that I have myself, or the other person's personality, which classes with my emotionality, to stay out of those areas and to just stick with like the principles. And it's actually been really fun having this conversation, because I did come off kind of hot at first because I was all hopped up on coffee and I hadn't eaten yet. So like these things, we don't live in a vacuum, so everything applies. But anyway, just having a better conversation, a more efficient conversation, and learning how to even back off from my own self and go, well, is my ego involved in what the statement I just made? And that's a yes or no question to myself. So anyway.
Hey, Sonny.
Well, you're right about the cursing, though. I'm terrible with it. So I don't even know. That's the worst part. Yeah. Giving up the cursing, man. Oh, my God.
And then once you learn how to control that a little bit, you can use it so it's effective.
Hey, Sonny, let me tell you my strategy. Excuse me, pardon me. I'm not a good speaker. I'm a very poor communicator. But when I'm frustrated, like with global,
why is he yelling?
Say what?
That's how he talks, dude.
I'm sorry if I'm yelling. I have the air conditioner.
It's really loud.
Am I yelling?
Yeah.
It's not your fault.
Hey, guys, I'm really sorry. I'll put the phone further away. Is it better?
No, you just have some really sensitive people, Smurf. Some people are really sensitive, so they get butthurt anytime somebody starts yelling.
You can turn Smurf down if it's too loud.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm yelling over an air conditioning. I gotta tell you, okay? I gotta tell you, when I'm frustrated with, let me tell you, with people, I remind myself that everyone in the world is here because God wants each of us to be here, and we're as many people exist in the world as God would like to be in the world, and everyone we encounter it is because God made it so. And so I'm not a good communicator, but I will sit down and I try to have patience.
How come people don't like to come here sober?
I don't know. I know. Smurf, look, have you been drinking again?
Yeah, I haven't had a drink in over a month, but I relapsed today.
Okay, well, I suggest you not come on when you're drinking. Try to get off of it, man. Really serious. Like, because you're not listening to the social cues. You're telling us that you're not good, but you're portraying exactly what you're saying you are. And so it's not sounding real good. So if you could just back off maybe when you're drinking. Doesn't sound good.
Okay, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm yelling over an air conditioner and I'm drunk.
Look, I don't want you to be sorry. You're a good communicator and you're doing fine, man. Just like hang in there.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, hang in there. But when just technically speaking, your sound is very, very loud. So when you do come back on sober, You just try talking a
Oh,
little
I
softer
am
because you
sorry,
have a
guys.
very loud voice. It's a high amplitude.
Yeah,
So,
the only thing that's not fair about that whole thing, that whole situation, because like only because with alcohol, the thing is, alcohol is legal. So I mean, he has the
yeah,
right to be here, honestly.
I know
So,
that's
but a lot of you guys come in here, you're freaking high, right?
but
So
yeah,
you
it's
know,
not. It's
what's the
really.
difference?
It's true. It's true. Like I really have no right. I'm no arbiter. I'm not the alcohol police. I drink from time to time.
No, I didn't say don't come here under the influence. I
Right.
said, how come is it you never come here sober?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he did. He was
Okay,
for a while.
okay.
He was for a while.
Yeah, I messed up today.
Well, I've had my
No, I
problems.
haven't had a drink in over a month, but you messed up today. But I love you guys, and I know the Earth is flat, and I just wanted to say that I'm not a good diplomat, and I'm a very, somebody, Sonny just said I am, but I'm really not. I'm really not a good diplomat. I have to go to court because I'm in legal trouble because I'm not a good diplomat. But I got to tell you that I try to say that we all come from God. We're in His world. God put all of these adversaries so that we can have patience with. I think that the world is a test of patience. What do y'all think about that?
It's a test of free will.
Oh, well, let's get into this. Is it a test of patience or free will? Which one is it? Hey, which one is it? You say free will is a test of free will. Can we get some more into this? Is why are we here as a test of free will? Is that what is get the God place us here? Can you allow Sonny? Are you still there? Hey, I just said it's a test of patience, but Sonny say is a test of free will. Well, what do y'all think about that? Hey AI, can you hear us?
What?
I heard you hot micing. Hey, are we here as a test of free will?
Who knows? What is that? Doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense.
What's your
Test of
opinion?
free will.
What do you think? What do you think, AI? What's your opinion?
Well, think about it. Testing free will. What does that even mean? Whether it works or not, whether you can make a decision or not,
Oh,
it doesn't seem like an adequate test to me.
I actually thought Sonny was right, but now I'm starting to second guess this. Good point. Really good point there. What about what I was saying that with test of patience? Is it possible that we are experience here? Is it the Heavenly Father? Yeah, we're here to test our patience.
Some evil people throughout history have been very, very patient, right? So passing a test of patience seems highly irrelevant.
Maybe I
You
should
got me.
clarify. So
You
AI
got
brought up
me.
AI brought up a good point. So I have to I need to maybe restate. He
Yeah.
asked if it's that we're here because of a test of our patience, and I said no, we're here for a test of our free will. What I
Yeah.
mean by that is I believe we're here because I'll have a choice to make about the right thing or the wrong thing to do. So that's
How
a
do I
test of
make the
will I
right
make the
choice?
choice? Will I make the right choice or am I going to go with the wrong choice?
How
Am I
do
going to
I
go
make
with
the
something
right?
that
How do I make the right choice?
is it life giving or is it life taken away? Is it destructive
Well,
or
that's
is
problematic.
it causing
That's
problems
problematic
or is it?
because
Oh, go
Are
ahead.
you
phrased
speaking
it
of the book of
in the
life?
singular.
Are you speak of the book of life and the book of death?
No, I didn't say any of those words.
I'm
Right or
asking
wrong.
you if you. I'm asking if you are speaking, because you did not say it. I'm asking you if when you say
I'm saying that we know what the law is, what right and wrong is. We know what the law is because it's written in our hearts. So it's a test of what decision we'll make, what choice we'll make. We know what the law is already, the right or wrong. So we don't have to be told those things. We already know that. That's what it's a test of, whether we'll make the right or wrong decision. And whether when we make the wrong decision, are we willing to suffer the consequences and make a change?
Oh.
Or else,
Hey,
or else lead us to ultimately destruction of ourselves. I
at
hope
some
that made it
point
more clear.
we will be judged for our. What do you think
For
will happen, Sonny? At some point, we'll be judged for our choices
I
we've
have
made.
no idea. I have no idea what the judgment day would be like, but I do believe there is one coming. Yes.
How soon do you think that? I gotta ask you.
I have no idea. I have no
I gotta
timeline,
ask.
bro. I don't know. I don't know any of those questions.
Okay.
You have to ask the maker, our maker.
Even the sun
Lord,
doesn't know, dude.
the Lord Almighty Himself, are who you need to be asking those questions to. I don't know. I'm just a simple human, with all the errors, all the mistakes, every possible problem human
All right, Sonny,
related.
question
I've
for
had
you.
a lot of them.
Question for you, Sonny. Do you think that your higher self agreed to be here?
I don't know. That's something I've contemplated with. I believe that I possibly could have requested to come here for whatever crazy reason that would have been as a spirit that I've heard this before, and I don't know why it resonates with me, but I may have actually agreed to come here myself.
That's what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is that are we going to look at it from a negative standpoint, or are we going to look at this from a positive experience? Because I think our higher self would want us to engage in this experience from a positive standpoint,
Yeah,
not
positive.
that whole victim mentality type thing.
Definitely, and that's the kind of the choice I'm talking. Those are the kind of choices I'm talking about. Like, what kind of frequency am I going to radiate myself? Like, we can change
yeah,
that
I
frequency
wonder about
ourselves
that.
with my intention, with my thought. Like, we can change it to I can change it to a positive place if I choose to. So those are that goes along with the decision making I'm talking about. Doing the right or wrong thing.
I was told by a rabbi say, you want to become godlike, and you become godlike by becoming a transmitter of energy like the sun. You start out like a plant or an animal, vegetative, conductive. Hey, listen,
Man,
I'm trying to say, you're receiving the energy, you become a conduit, and then you become a transmitter. And I'm trying to say, um, I'm sorry, you tripped me up, man. I forgot what I was saying, but I was trying to say we're made in the image of God. What's up?
Are you saying that if you are like that, it would be self evident? Is that what you're kind of saying? That it would be self
No,
evident?
no, no. I was trying to phrase a question for you about, but I lost my train of thought. It's something to do about we have to transmit with conductive energy, and then we have to be giving. We have to give and help us.
No, we have a part of us. If God is in everything and part of everything, then we are part of everything. We are part of God. God is inside of us. Some part of us is, if we're made in God's image, if you believe that, then
I
we're
totally
made.
agree.
Part of us is made in God. We're made in God's image. We have elements that are godlike. Yeah, I would say that. We otherwise.
I agree with you.
Okay.
How else could we fucking be here as in the center of this reality on Earth?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah.
Okay, so let's unpack that theory, right, from an aspect of we know that, and Sonny did a great job of illustrating the fact that God is within us, so to speak, right? We're not God. We just
How do you know
want
that?
to.
Hold
Hold on.
on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Fraud.
How do you know? No, stop. Because this God thing is gonna get convoluted. So
Dude.
you gotta
Okay.
stop
No, if you
all
want
that
to kill
shit.
the subject in its tracks, cool. I got that. I'll go.
No, I want to kill the God talk. Let's kill it right now before it just gets off. It's gonna get off into something else. So let's just
Yeah.
kill it. Well, it hasn't budded. Just leave it alone.
Yeah, we'll stick to
The
Earth.
Earth is flat.
Itself. It's flat, yo, and that's the whole thing. So whatever you want to think about the last topic, it relates to this place we are. That's for sure. But we could speak about whatever you guys want to. I mean, Elijah, you have
Well, we
anything
gotta
in
figure
mind?
out why
No.
this was created.
He's
Why
like,
was this
no.
place created? The Earth. We gotta know why the Earth was created.
You can't ask a bunch of dudes about why the Earth's created. Like we know. Come on. I mean, seriously.
Why was the Earth created? Was that the question on the table?
Yeah, I'm saying, how you gonna ask a bunch of dudes? That comes down to beliefs. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna get off into God again, and there you go.
That's
and
true.
you can't build a court case on belief.
So look, it is the Earth is here, so I'm okay with all that. I don't mind sticking with that. Like, let's just let Earth show us what it is, and it does. And so, I'm satisfied actually in knowing this information.
Yeah, it's pretty beautiful, man. It's pretty beautiful. That's what I like. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah,
I'm happy with it.
It's
a
become
closed
more
system. You know that.
beautiful. It's become more beautiful to me from this knowledge, through this knowledge.
Let me show you how water is made, even though you guys think Jesus is living water. No, I'll show you other. I mean, I'm just kind of attack everything that a lot of people are waking up to.
Wait a minute. What did you say? I didn't understand all that.
No, I was accidentally unmuted listening to a different thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, so guys, we all missed that we were talking about the observations and the brass tacks about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so we got way off track.
Yeah, we did. So we were on a good point with all of the Canahu and all of that. Yeah. That's the sticking point right there, the horizon. It seems to be the problem.
That is being horizontal. How is it a problem?
Well, it's a problem for the globe belief system because it does not correlate with what we see in reality over and over and over again. How many times you want to list them? There's, it's just.
Here's a problem. The problem is we got Globers coming in here with this Canigoo shot saying that this particular object can be seen and it should be seen, when other people are saying none of this stuff should be seen.
Right.
So we got the wrong photograph attached to the wrong argument, right?
Or
so now I'm obviously going to look for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm obviously going to look for it because
he's mixing up another one. I think you're right. Yeah, I don't know which one. Like, it's usually convoluted from them, but I don't.
Sonny.
Yeah.
I don't need commentary on my commentary.
No, I'm not. I'm commentating on my own commentary.
No, I can't finish a sentence.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm probably just as bad. I'll shut up. Let me mute.
Okay, the point I was making is I remember these debates and these arguments from the past where we and the person who we were debating against went to the curve calculators and did the math out and all the refraction and all that. So somewhere in the past is the information we need. Somebody listening right now might remember it, which Canigoo shot it was, which is supposedly a mile under the curvature, or not. I mean, obviously I got to scour. Sadly, I didn't type in any. Whenever we were posting the pictures and stuff, I never typed in anything that was easily searchable. Usually that's what I do, so I can go back and look at old arguments.
Yeah.
The point is that he's not the first one recently that's brought up this point again. And they think it's now a quiver in their arguments.
And then in the middle,
similar.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, and then in the middle, he has this cartoon that's actually a painting or something of the town. It's just a cartoon, just like someone was saying. I didn't quite catch it. He goes, what? I go, what cartoon? I thought they were all actual photos. This one is a cartoon. It's a painting.
What? Of the
So
town?
what? What the hell? That's part of your
I
evidence
didn't
with
see
the
any
arrows on it.
painting of the town.
The one with the arrows on it, that's a painting. That's not even a real image. Is
That's
it?
not a
Is that a
painting.
real image?
Oh my goodness, dude.
That's a
Maybe
fucking.
That's a
Google Maps or
hold on.
Google Earth.
Yes, it's a Google Map render
fake.
of some kind.
That's fake. It's not even
It's
real.
it's a projected geometry with the texture mapping of the
Yeah.
graphics.
And oddly to say, everything in the photo goes from the water level, sea level, where you can see it right there at the harbor. It goes up from that level, equating to not a ball because it wouldn't be going up higher. What are they talking about? It would drop off. Doesn't matter what their elevation is from sea level. Their sea level is curving downward from that point. I don't understand why he couldn't see that or wouldn't concede to that point. I don't understand. That's what I
Well,
don't
he's got to
understand.
do a better job of making graphics that are easier to follow. But
And he's hard to stop once he gets going too. He like layers the fallacies, bum 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 bum, and then you're left with.
well, remember, he said it's impossible on a flat Earth for things to be obstructed from the bottom. Right? It's the basic one of his premises, as I could tell.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
So
to
I want to
keep that.
know. I want to know on this lake that I'm at right now, because I'm here, and I've been talking to you guys about it over the past weeks. Why does that yellow thing across disappear from the bottom up?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah,
I rest
exactly.
assured it does. And he says Earth curve, he's going to be in a sore dilemma. Because
Yeah, so
I could give you the mass and there won't be any Earth curve.
Yeah, so remember that when he comes back. You guys, I'm going outside for a while.
So AI, this is a buoy you're observing?
No, it's like a floaty, kayaky thingy-majingy.
It's a plastic thing that sits on top of the water, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's a buoy. Bring him run in between, measures the level of the water, make sure this stuff stays on point. Thanks.
No, it's not a buoy.
It's a kayak or something, isn't it? What did you say it was, AI? Are you at a birthday party, AI? Sounds like it. Are you at an amusement park, AI?
The interesting thing is, I hope he's going to answer it. The interesting thing is with the buoy, right over that distance of 300, and I think you mentioned before 330 feet. A buoy's like even a plastic thing that sits on top of the water is maybe going to give it maximum a foot off the water.
Yeah.
And based on a curve, you should not be able to see that not one lick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna start doing these kind of observations once I get a camera of water lines of ships.
What did you just say? No, bro. All right, whoever just said you shouldn't be able to see it, I want you to go to Earth.
Who said that? No one said that.
Get the legit.
Where? What?
No, it was me that said it.
Yeah, but what did you say?
Okay, from my understanding of, because you mentioned this before, you see a plastic thing that's sitting on top of the water that's 330 feet away from you. Is that correct?
333 meters.
333 meters? Holy shit, that's like almost 1,000 feet, guy.
Yeah.
Even further. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how far it is away from you?
That's like a quarter mile, almost a quarter mile.
Whoa. That's insane.
What's up? I wasn't paying attention, but I know the Earth is flat. and I was wondering why the Earth is flat. I know it's flat. I was trying to figure out how it came to this. They're trying to tell me that the Earth is a globe, and I know it's not a globe, and they say that it billions of years and volcanoes and stuff, and it's all fake. Feel so let down by the television.
We can just say, when people say, "Why do you think the Earth is flat?" The question back to them is, "Why is the Earth horizontal?"
I mean, I know it's not that it is or isn't. It's that why.
Because it's
like, what are you doing here?
Because it's like, if I say horizontal, guess what doesn't have a horizontal?
The curve doesn't have. There is no curve.
You can put a chair horizontally. You can lay that bitch down.
No horizontal.
You can pretty much put anything other than a sphere horizontal. That's the only thing that doesn't have a horizontal, right? Am I tripping?
If you're seeking motivation as to why the Earth is flat, because designing a closed system is impossible on a globe.
Yeah, it's a good point.
You can't have gas as a principal thing that you're going to use in your system if you're dealing with an open concept. You have to keep it closed.
That's a really great point. That if you want to create a world, it has to be like this. I guess the reason the world is flat is because it has to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you also know that the creator knew that people would want to build things upon his creation. And if he gave us something as simple as a vine with a rock tied to the end of it, which a caveman invented, I'm sure, and he was able to hang that thing from a tree and say, oh, force, gravity, whatever the hell, because you didn't even know what gravity was back then, right? And then all of a sudden he learned and realized that the horizon is actually perpendicular to that hanging vine. That is literally observation of level by their use of, nowadays gravity, right? But like it like the creator knew that people wanted to build stuff upon his plane, so why would he make it difficult for them?
Check this out. Let's review this. Who, what, when, and where. Okay, what is the world? We guess is the heavenly God, something. Creator. Okay. How and why? Why would be because it has to be. Why it's flat. How is we study this all the time. How and why? Who would be? I guess God. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. So I'm trying to get. Okay, so when is now? But you know what I'm trying to say? Do you know what I'm trying to figure out? Who, what, when, where, why, how? The Earth is flat. God now and why? Well, why and how are very similar. Do you know what I'm getting at?
Again, you have to remember, okay, and here's the thing that AI is reminding us of the entire time, right? We have to remember, and I'm paying 100% respects to the creator, again, and I see the comments from Trinity in there, and I know this. But again, guys, we have beliefs, right? But in 2022, you can't build a court case on beliefs. You need evidence, right? So this is why I'm so heavily reliant upon the fact that this system is closed because of the use of gas. And they talk about the luminaries. And luminaries is literally the stating, like a lumen is how you measure light output. It's not projection of rays. It's literally, I turn on a light bulb in a room and the light is illuminated, the room is illuminated by the light.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. Go on.
It's just that, no. I don't want to convolute what's in front of us because of the issue of, like, obviously being respectful of the channel and where we're at. So, pardon me, sorry, AI.
I was trying to reset something.
Yeah, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying from a standpoint of like we have to be respectful of those that we engage with. Sorry, guys, I just warming up dinner. Those that we engage with, right? And some people right now don't want to go there, so we can present the aspect of the fact that we're in a closed system because, right, we're constantly surrounded by it because we breathe it. I'm not seeking to say that like we're held in place by the gas that we interact with, but I am saying that there is gas in this closed system that we're in, and it's so perfectly designed that it's so simple. Man has literally sought to complicate the fuck out of it. Sorry to cuss, but that's all that man's done. Complicated it.
Yeah. It seems that complication is sophistication, right? Where mankind is sought to highly sophisticate the cosmology, right?
Well, I mean, we can, yeah, it's a fine line of getting again into motive, right? Like, did Judge will sit there the last book? What was the motive? And I mean, you don't really get into the reasoning behind stuff, but it's just understanding that it works, right? It's just understanding that it works, and I don't think that we have to go further than just understanding
We
that.
have a problem. Well, hold up. The problem is that the globe doesn't work.
I'm talking about where we are as our community here. That AI and again, this is gonna sound cliche as crap, but I'm gonna say it, right? The OGs that came before all the newbies like me on the scene and held down this fort so we all had a place to land when we realized what we were actually looking at was all a bunch of malarkey.
Malarkey.
I'm gonna disengage and eat. Wait, I'm still here though.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm gonna eat my food, so I'm gonna disengage from the chat. I'm still here though.
Oh, okay. Hey, this is great speaking with you, bro, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I'm still here. I'm just gonna eat though.
Yeah, you're good, man. Hey, eat your grub, man, and yeah, I think a lot about I'm of the suspicion that that they want the general population to believe in the globe, and I think that the general the reasoning, the motivation behind the globe is I think it's got a lot to do with depopulation. Okay, remove the foundation of somebody's world perspective. Just take the what do you call the pillars of the earth? Just remove them from your mind. Just tell somebody that the world is moving. Hey, Jack. Hey, the world is moving, and it's just this. Oh God, I don't even know where to begin with this. Trying to push. Okay, it's counterintuitive. Don't trust your senses. You know what I'm saying? Hey, AI, what's up? You still there?
Yeah.
What do you think about that? I'm thinking that the population level, depopulation, is the motivation behind the globe, because the globe has to do with a lot of things, evolution, and they like to tie it into overpopulation and the small blue marble, and there's not enough space, and this tiny blue ball with limited land, and for all we don't know, there's more land out there that for all we don't know. I'm just saying, why the lie? It's got a lot to. I'm okay. I'm presuming or assuming this tricking. They're pushing the globe as an effort to skip the black pill and go straight to the glory pill. Oh yeah, we're gonna win. Yep, we're gonna win. Yeah, I'm ready to start winning right now. Start winning. But okay, so there could be too many of us to see the truth, and could be don't know. I just guess I'm thinking out streaming conscious here. Is it possible that it's potentially disruptive for the multitudes to come to the realization that there's a physical barrier at the Antarctic? Is it possibly disruptive to society, or does anybody want to comment on this?
Not destroy the false of young people, because young people are all being told going to space is the most noble thing that you can do in life. So if they don't have those goals anymore, then if they have those goals, they're going to be looking for those things. That's their thing that they're pursuing. So if they're not trying to be astronauts anymore, then maybe they can face reality and be real people.
If they can't be astronauts, they have to face the reality of being real people. Get the fuck out of here. That's the funniest shit I've heard in a fucking. Sorry, pardon my language.
Yeah, because it's true.
I'm dying over here.
Yeah, you're laughing because it's true, right?
What's the saddest thing is the truth. If we can drop our dreams of being an astronaut, we may have to, what's that word? Confront the reality that we have to become real people in the real world. If we just drop our delusions of becoming astronauts.
You could make a meme like that with Papa Smurf and telling Astro Smurf that would be quite a good meme.
Yeah, he tells little Smurf, don't go do that. Don't dream of being an astronaut. Stop it.
Well, I think it's also associated with like typically masculine values, because to be an astronaut, that's like being a pilot, but then doubled, I think that like in the perception of many young boys, it's like you have to be an absolute Chad, to go to space. Like you need to have good eyesight and you need to be able to withstand the pressure and whatnot. Like you need to be a Chad to be an astronaut. That's the kind of meme that they implant, right? But
dude, that's hilarious. How you explained that like they got to withstand the pressure, man. You're right. It's so funny because you're right.
Yeah, like, dude, you got to be a total gym tyrant, to go to space. It's like so dangerous out there, and
oh yeah, dude. It's the final frontier. You gotta be a little wild, man, to go out there in the final frontier, man. You gotta handle yourself under pressure, in the lack thereof.
yeah, hell yeah, and I mean, I do think that as long as that kind of like cool image keeps on persisting, then like if you're a young boy, like what do you want to do? You want to do the Chad thing, like maybe back in the days being a warrior was, the ultimate Chad profession, and then that's what young boys want to be. That's what all of them want to be. But right now it's fucking going to space, joining the Masons or some shit. Because you need to join the Masons to even, touch that stuff or anything. Like if you have anything to do with it, then you're involved.
Oh, dude. I've become notorious with I don't know what's going on with the Freemasons in my local area. I've been a disturbance.
They've been how so?
I've been making a point that the Earth is flat, and I've been getting a lot of strange reactions from the Masons in the area.
How do you know they're Masons? Like, do you go to the lodge or something?
No, they've been trying to recruit me. Really hard, man. They're trying really hard to recruit me, and I just flat smack them every time. Every time I see the Masons, I flat smack, and they give me some weird. I could give you examples, like I was visiting a neighbor. There's a lot of Masons in my neighborhood. And I was visiting one, and I said, the Earth is flat, right? And the dude said to me, he looked at me like with big, wide open eyes, and he said, the world has changed a lot, is what he said. I'm like, I don't think the world changes from being flat to being a globe. I think only our perspective may or imagination may change, But I've been getting a lot of strange I know they know it's flat. Like I went to another Mason's house and he had a flat Earth clock. He had a clock that showed the Antarctica all around you, and in his bathroom on the wall. Yeah, and it's anyway. I could go on and on about little clues, indicators. That what I'm saying. But
Yeah.
I've made a disturbance around here. What's up?
I'm back, by the way, guys.
Hey, what's up?
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Hey, I was just talking about the Freemasons and how they know the Earth is flat. What do you all think about that?
I've never been exposed to a Masonic lodge, so I don't know what they talk about in there.
Wow, you never been exposed to a Masonic lodge?
Well, Smurf, that's actually one thing. When you speak of going to a Mason's house, do you mean that you went to the lodge, or that you just went to the guy's house and the guy, happened to be a Mason?
I went to the guy's house and he happened to be a Mason. But I've done both. But to clarify your question.
Okay. Yeah, clear.
I went into the Mason temple and I stood there and I said Boaz and Joachim. And then somebody yelled at the pillars. And then the dude, an old timer, yelled in the back and said, they've already done their homework. Another old timer said, they know everything. And I visited the lodge about 3 times, and my neighbors, many of them are, and I keep flat smacking. I just throw the flat. The last time I spoke with the Mason, the worshipful master, I said, I don't believe in that moon landing. And he said, well, it was a lengthy conversation. I said, but he said, well, I'm not asking you to believe in the moon landing. This is what he told me, right?
Interesting. Well, I mean, they certainly know quite a bit there, but also different tiers of initiation and whatnot. So I bet that lots of them are still normies.
Their numbers are dwindling. They don't have enough members, man. They're desperate for members.
Yeah, could be, but I don't really think their influence diminished or whatnot. I mean, with great secrets comes great power, and I don't think that their secrets depend on their member count. So,
well, I've noticed that they are desperate to increase their membership counts.
Well, I'd kind of say that they branched out. Like they, the Masons are not necessarily the lodge anymore. It's also like different branches of public life, so to speak.
Well, there were like 3 times as many Masons in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, the question is, what can you consider a Mason? It's you have active Masons who visit the lodge regularly, and you have how's it called? Not off-duty Masons, like it had a fancy word.
No, wait. They're all expected to visit once a month.
I don't think so. I think you can just say that you don't really want to visit it, and then they say, okay.
Right. You can do that, but you're still expected. They want you to show up once a month.
Oh yeah. I mean, there is the formal expectation, but if you announce that you won't pay, the fees, then you're excused. You don't quit.
That's good to know.
Like, you don't quit. You just you're off duty, so to speak.
It's good to know. Yeah, on a sabbatical.
Yeah, kind of, and I think you're allowed to return once unless you got kicked in bad standing, obviously, then you can't return. But that's what bad standing means. So.
I've always considered myself on leave or sabbatical. That's a word I found somewhere on the internet. On leave from the army, but then I figured out that they're poisoning the soldiers with the injection. So I don't. Whenever they cancel that policy, I'm going to re-enlist someday. Whenever they stop poisoning everybody.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not too big of a fan of that. But You know, if the values line up with your own values, you got to do it.
Where are you from?
Me, Europe, North Europe.
Oh, that's cool. You're from Scandinavia?
Well, somewhere around that area, like maybe
Wow,
Great
that's
Britain,
really
you know,
cool.
maybe Germany, like that.
Oh, my brothers, that's so cool. That's America and Germany, or Germanic, Scandinavia, Europe, Italy, all that. The whole area is very similar. Europe, America, very similar.
Yeah, yeah. Also, like, you know, a bit of a flat landscape, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. Well, obviously not really Norway or stuff, but I mean, there is more flatness than like in France or Italy.
Sweden.
Yeah. They also have mountains and stuff. What?
A lot of flat land in Sweden, very flat.
Yeah. Yeah, like Stockholm and that kind of stuff. Right?
Yeah.
I think Stockholm and what's that one rapper city? Like, there are lots of these mumble rappers and weird Swedish.
I don't know.
Like, oh yeah, Malmo. Malmo it is, I think. I think that Malmo is supposed to be you don't want to be in Malmo.
Hey, Germanic language is from before the Romans, right?
Well, I'm kind of like a fan of alternative history myself, so I don't think that's, you know, it doesn't make sense to me that the Romans were like way more advanced than Germans, because if I look at things nowadays, then the Germans just appear to make better quality stuff, and like that's.
I agree. I agree with you. They were outnumbered. Yeah.
Yeah, well, not just outnumbered. I just don't think the Roman Empire really existed. Like, you can't. Well, the basic premise is that Germans were like living in huts and whatnot and doing these weird. The Germans, according to official history, were like Africans, you know, and the Romans are supposed to be these cool palace built in red shield, helmet, toting, you know, chads. That discrepancy is never explained and just makes zero sense to me. I think it's you know, just meant to cover up the stuff that was in the northern parts.
Yeah, you raised a good point, because I did read that history. By the way, I'm skeptical because I wasn't around back then. But they say that they didn't even have soap. They couldn't even wash themselves with soap until they ran into the French.
Yeah, it's that kind of weird stuff, you know, and it's also like whenever well, it's about the buildings as well, you know. I'm not going to go too much into that because this is flat Earth, but like when those old fancy Greek or Roman looking buildings appear in Rome, it's like, oh, ruins, or it's like oh, that's a Roman temple to Jupiter or something. But when a similar building, like for example the Reichstag, you know, which is a huge building, appears in Germany, they say like, oh, that's definitely not an ancient building, you know, that was like built recently and it's like a shitty replica. But the stuff that's in, you know, other parts of Europe is equally good as the stuff that's in Italy, I would say. Like those temples and whatnot. Only it would be madness to say that there is, like, you know, for example, a temple to Jupiter in London. But if you look at the buildings in London, you know, like, damn, that really does look like Rome. It really does.
Wow, I've not yet been to Europe, but I have to believe you.
Yeah, but regardless of that, though, like, you know, about the Germans and Romans and whatnot, yeah, I do think the Germans had lots of stuff going on, like as much as the Romans. Well, I mean, it's also kind of the usual history viewpoint that
in Germany, I'm not going to say Germany because there's other Germanic nations, but before the Roman. Now you mentioned, okay, now that was really interesting. You mentioned you're a bit skeptical of history as presented to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Well, now I'm confused because I'm thinking about. Yeah, I do think the Europeans were more advanced than we've been led on to. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
All right. Well, glad that managed to convince you, bro. Glad about that. Nah, but I think that there's also like some part which is not really told because the stuff is allowed to be on the internet, and if it was like really hidden, or if it hit too close to home, it would have probably gotten deleted, I'd say. So.
Oh yeah.
Like I have my doubts about the guys that are pushing that movement and whatnot, but I mean, let's say in case of flat Earth, you have a flat Earth society, which kind of, makes the whole thing ridiculous for normies. Yeah. So maybe kind of the same is going on with Eld history as well, with like pharaohs were black and that kind of stuff. Not saying they weren't, because I don't think we have any clue of what was going on in Africa. Like, no clue at all. But
Africa is the future, buddy.
Aye. Amen to that.
Better start investing, man. I've been looking at Liberia. As an American, I've been looking at Liberia as a potential investment.
At Nigeria or which country?
No, Liberia, Lima, India, Bravo, Liberia.
Okay, yeah. So
have you heard of Liberia, man? They're like an American colony.
What can you invest in? What's going on there?
Oh, exactly. Yes, exactly. You just answered the question, because nobody thinks about Liberia. What can you invest? What can you exactly, dude?
Yeah, I mean that's a fact. I didn't even consider the possibility.
Dude, it's like a blank canvas. If you were an artist,
know what? You're right. Nobody fucking talks about Liberia.
Yeah, no.
Absolutely right.
A fact.
but you haven't actually answered the question. Like, he's asking you for specifics. Like, do they have? I don't know. Is there a cool rail project going on, or is there is there anything specific at all, or are you just going to be like, no one thinks of it?
Or maybe just random Chinese, and you need to like open a restaurant there. Got to invest in kitchens
a lot more effort than just buy some stocks.
Yeah, can we short it? If it goes to shit, can we short it?
I think we should all just get together and build a conglomerate. Yeah, call it the Liberian Company.
Does Liberia have a bobsled team?
Did you just hear what
Jamaica does?
Check this out, brother. TLC, the Liberian Company. TLC.
I mean, hey, we can call it Warm Runnings.
Check this out, buddy. TLC.
Is that like your Wellingtons?
The Liberian Company, TLC.
Yeah, but what are they going to sell? What are we investing in? Sell me the vision. Come on.
Whatever it was that you thought we should be producing in America, and I know there's Europeans here too in this channel. Whatever you thought we should be producing in your homeland, we can produce in Liberia, and we could sell it to the world, and we'll call it TLC, the Liberian Company, and we'll all pull our money together. We'll call it TLC.
Hey, say Liberia one more time.
Liberia.
Dude, that sounds like some kind of a political party. I'd vote for that though. It's like, I'm a Liberian, not a Republican.
Yeah, it's like a new American. I'm a Liberian.
Exactly. I'm not a libertarian. I'm a Liberian.
Aha! Yeah, it'll be the new thing. We're all going to get Liberian passport. We'll be the new Liberians, and they'll have to have a civil war to get rid of us.
Damn. Dude, on an old map here, it's called Negro Land.
Hey, my plane. I'm going to get a boat or a plane. I'm going to call it the Conquistador, and it's going to be my flagship in business. Liberia has a GDP per capita somewhere like $1,000 or less. So our money will go really far. We could begin a production factory, make a flat Earth maps, calendars, posters, flat Earth stickers, flat Earth stuff like that. What's up?
Flat Earth Liberia. No, just kidding. Hey, isn't Liberia the country that dismantles all those ships? They have the ship graveyard there.
I didn't know about that.
Isn't that Liberia?
Does that mean we can get a good
I
deal?
think it is. Let's see if Sonny's memory is working correctly.
It seems that like 65% of Liberia's exports are ship related. So yeah, I do think it's the ship graveyard as you mentioned.
Wow, that's good news. That's great, man.
Let me check. Did someone verify that? Let me see.
We can get a fleet to attack Antarctica. We could actually
where is
we could plot an invasion of Antarctica from Liberia, dude.
Could drop a hack in New Carino on the South Pole, mate. Anyways, guys, I also have to go. So, thanks for the convo.
Hey, man, it's been a pleasure speaking with you, and you're always welcome aboard the Liberian ship when we attack the ice wall.
Well, thanks, Captain. I'll head on for the ride when it's about time.
Take care. It's about time someone
thanks.
paid attention to Liberia.
Joke's on you. I'm actually in Liberia right now.
Oh my gosh!
Whoa.
He's in the South London. He's in the South London part of Liberia.
Post on 4chan with a Liberian flag. That will be so ultra rare.
I already did it.
Whoa!
On the inside right now, rubbing
the ship
shoulders.
while we were speaking.
Hey, he's rubbing shoulders with the Minister of Defense right now, dude. We make a supply contract for some truth. Truth supply. We need some more truth imported.
Oh,
They call him the librarian.
Yeah, facts. You can make lots of good news with it. Yeah.
Dude, I can see it now in Monrovia. The library of the it's called the Antarctic Library.
As many as here's just in from Reuters, as many as 17 missing after a cargo ship sinks off Liberia.
Oh, that's just a coincidence. They want.
Wait a minute. Okay, that's just news. Wait a second. Don't worry about that. So, let me see. Where is that? Wait a second. I know that isn't it? I know it's one of those countries where they dismantle ships, like literally right on the beach. What?
I think they do it in South India a lot as well. Like seen kind of a documentary or something on like these entire families and generations growing up just on dismantling ships.
Makes sense. We could build a shipyard there.
I guess if I go on YouTube, I'll find the video, but I can't find it when I just do a general search.
If we could get 10 people together in this channel, we could build a shipyard in Liberia. We could build a fleet.
I gotta sign off for a while. I'll talk to you guys later, man.
Okay, I'm also gonna check out. Was a good talk, Smurf, and Sonny. Take care.
Hey, good
take
time
care.
with both y'all. Happy a great evening, buddy.
Smurf, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
See ya.
I'm sorry. Hey, I'm just trying to save the world from the Luciferian
the agenda? Talking about that fucking agenda?
Yeah.
Nobody cares, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sad as it is. Sad but true.
What's the curve? I'm just an investor. That's all.
I know, buddy. And I just cut you off at the knees. I'm sorry. You know what? You know it's all love. I'm just smurfing around. You feel me?
Hey, you all good, man? Just keep smurfing. I'm just an investor. I'm just counting my bills. You know, looking at Liberia, looking at Antarctica, just looking at the map, looking at the bills. You know, just looking at the buoyancy, looking at gas pressure with the container, and looking at Liberian flags raised on ships to embark on an expedition to the Arctic to penguin hunting and
Penguin hunting.
penguin hunting. What's up?
How are you gonna hurt a penguin?
I'm going to hunt that penguin with a harpoon.
Oh my lord!
I'm going to hit that penguin with a harpoon right in the head. I'm going to use that penguin blubber as cooking oil, man, in the frying pan.
Cool.
Yeah, it'll be in the Liberian Library of the Arctic Expedition. We've lost. Okay, everybody, except failure. We've lost. We lost Europe. We lost America. We're going to Liberia. Everybody, we're going to Liberia. If you're with me.
All right.
Hey guys.
Wait.
Good job, hey guys. He's coming with us. Coming with us. Yeah. We're going to go to the ends of the earth. Is there anybody else here interested in the expedition to the Arctic?
No.
Hello, Vase Balls. How you doing?
What's up?
You want to go to Antarctica?
What are you saying?
Is the Earth flat?
Yeah, you should be able to see my roll.
You want to go to Antarctica?
Not necessarily, no.
Why, you pussy?
Why would I want to go to Antarctica?
It's the same reason that we all want to go. So, because it's a cool place to go, unless you're a pussy.
I don't know about that, Chief.
Fine. Fine, don't go. Fine. Be that way. See if I care. Why, what are you, scared of the cold?
Why don't you go there yourself?
Maybe I will. But why don't you want to come with me? Are you scared?
I have no want to do that.
Maybe I will just go by myself because you're too scared to come with me. You know? What is it about the Arctic that frightens you? Is it the cold? Or are you afraid the penguin's going to bite you in the neck? Because it could happen. Are you afraid of a penguin going to bite you in the neck? Don't be such a pussy. Why don't you come with me to the Arctic? Why don't you just come with me?
Oh, man. All right. As cool as that sounds, it's getting repetitious, boring.
Yeah, my fault, buddy, but you're welcome to come with me too. Or I'll go with you. If you want to go, I'll join you. Okay, AI, we could talk about how we don't have enough resources or budget.
Yeah. Why doesn't somebody talk to Vaz and see what's up?
I tried that. What is up, Vaz? What's going on? What's up, man? Vaz? Vaz Smalls, what's up?
What's up with you?
What's up with you?
Just chilling.
Chilling on what?
You seem kind of new.
So what's your opinion on the shape of the Earth?
I have a tag?
I don't think so. Hold on, let me check.
Says flat earther.
Yeah.
I don't see no tag. Oh, that's because I'm using
Allegedly.
a retarded machine.
What is Liberians' thought on the shape of the Earth?
Oh, that stuff is flat.
I mean, we have Shivandi. He seems to be a globe skeptic.
Yeah.
Well, how the fuck is that possible now?
No, man. I'm just flat earther. I just want a new tag.
Okay.
Hey, Vast Smalls.
You're just a flat earther.
There's also Super Fluoride. He doesn't have any role except for VC verified.
Hey, AI man, what were you saying?
Oh, man.
Man, are you falling asleep, AI?
We also have Converted 1.0. He does not have any roles at all.
Somebody hack his account?
Somebody hack me. Just
AI,
hack me.
tell us all about it. Tell us about it, AI. You there?
Man, I'm just bored.
Busy board. Got it. Roger that. I heard you.
AI man, you're only half awake, are you?
Dude, I'm in a lake trying to do an observation. What are you doing?
Wow. That's cool as shit. You're in a lake doing an observation?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool, man. Well, if I'm disrupting you, it's your fault for being on Discord, man.
So, this yellow thing in front of me, is it going to disappear as I get closer to the surface of the water or not? What say you, Smurf?
What's your time zone?
Your mom's house.
America. I gotta know. You're an American, and you say as you go closer, is it will this? Can you say that again?
Dude, what does it matter about the time zone?
Yeah, I know but you said if you step closer, well, then you step closer. Is that what you said?
No, I'm on a lake, bro.
Okay, you're on a lake.
I'm in the water. I'm in the water. And I'm going to get lower down. I'm standing at my top height right now. Okay. And I see that thing out there, and it's yellow.
Oh.
And it's got 2 black dots on it. And I'm going to lower myself into the water and see what happens. What do you think's going to happen?
Dude, you're like a Navy SEAL, dude. Shit. Well, I think what's going to happen is nothing. But the Earth is flat. So I think you're going to see the same thing anyway.
What?
You said you're going to lower yourself into the water?
Whatever the Earth is, we all experience things disappear at a distance. And sometimes they appear to disappear from the bottom up, right?
Well, that's a matter of perspective, but yes. Yeah.
So in this instance, what do you think is going to happen? Is it going to disappear from the bottom up or not?
That depends on the equipment you use. The camera, right?
Just my eyeballs.
Oh, well, in that case, I think bottom up, it will disappear is a perspective or the optical illusion, right?
Yeah, but see, the problem is some days it doesn't disappear from the bottom up.
No.
Some days it does.
Wow. those days that do not is actually supportive or substantiates your position. It reinforces your perspective. Although, that's not the answer you're looking for, you know. You're trying to say that you're in the lake right now.
Yeah.
That's hardcore.
Watch, you can hear some splashes. Listen.
I heard
I don't
that.
know
It's
if you
kind of like the real thick slashes, man.
I think that's a bubble bath.
No, he's in some thick water, man. So you're in a lake. You're in a lake in Texas or America.
You can have a bubble bath in a lake if you got enough soap.
Or did you just say thick water? Did you say thick water?
Yeah.
Water that's extra watery.
It's got some
Dude.
extra water in it. Yeah.
You weren't here. You see, listen, he's laughing, but the problem is he wasn't here yesterday when we read off all the specialty water brands, and one of them said it was extra thick.
Oh, I missed it.
For real. For
People
real.
will believe anything.
Hey, you got some extra drink water?
Hey, hold on. AI, you said you're in a lake.
Oh,
Inside a lake.
Okay. I was gonna say, if you're in a lake, I'm so impressed with your work ethic. I might come visit you, but I'm just kidding. What kind of observation are you doing?
I'm looking at something.
That's usually how it works.
It's yellow. It's yellow, and it's over there. And I'm going to lower myself down closer to the water, and I'm going to see what happens.
You're going to listen to the water, and you're going to look at something yellow.
Yeah, what do you think's going to happen?
I think you should swim.
I think
Is it going to disappear?
I think the thing for which you are looking, you will find with your eyes.
Yes, but is it going to disappear?
I believe you should swim. You should swim to the thing and
Listen,
investigate.
it might disappear bottom up, but that I don't know what that makes. You know, what does that say?
I don't have any children. If I were you, I would go investigate the thing. Do you have children?
Those are two wildly different topics.
Yeah, they don't go together. That's not a sentence.
Well, no, they do. If I had children, I might be wary. May not go risk my life, but you know, I may go investigate this. I may want to go see what this is.
Well, you know, he is right. You never know when there's a non-fossilized dinosaur lurking in the water.
You know what danger? There could be some danger awaiting you there, buddy. Hey, bring a gun with you too. Take a gun and a shovel because you may have to bury a hooker. Could be a desperate hooker.
Alrighty, well that's the end of that now. Right.
Take a gun with you.
Oh, that's the end of it.
Let's
So we
go.
should change the subject then?
No.
How about that? How about back to flat Earth now?
Well, it's all about the flat Earth, dude.
Sure is. No, that last part was off in the weeds. If there ever could be something said that was off in the weeds. That's what it is.
You got me. You got me.
Yeah. Anyway, so observation. So listen, guys. Listen, Globers or normies or flatties. Anybody, AI's out there doing the work, and it's not just hey, go do one laser measurement and then you're good. You got to build up to being able to even know what you're doing to get the laser measurement. Starts with observations, and if you get really good at observing distances, figuring out just how to do it with your senses instead of all the other mumbo jumbo. Yeah, the laser test should be in there, but these observations should wet your whistle. And yes, I meant it like that. Okay, bye.
Oh, questions of the universe. Why does wet your whistle have an H in it?
I don't know, but I hit it hard. I hit the whistle. I say it first, and I barely hit the W, and I rearranged the letters. Whistle. So, sue me, huh?
Yeah, but I mean wet. It's WHET.
It's true in that one as well. You're right. It's not like get your whistle wet. It's a different thing, even if it's the same thing.
Maybe it's an old English.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, I'm lowering myself down. I can still see the yellow thing. Oh, holy moly, the black parts disappeared. So I could see the entire yellow thing, but the black parts disappeared.
Are you filming?
Are you talking about a rubber ducky? The yellow thing?
Hold on. And then, so I go down. Now it's turned like blue. Now the whole object is blue. Now it disappeared completely. Sideways. Not from the bottom up, but from the sides inwards. And a little bit to the bottom upwards. But mostly like fast from the sides and then from the bottom. Like it's being enveloped. So what the heck? Definitely didn't look like it's being obstructed by Earth curvature. It looks like it's getting flattened, then parts of the color are disappearing, then all the color disappears, it becomes blue and thin, right? So it looks like it's half the size it normally is. But to be fair, the original image is mirrored, so it actually looks bigger than it would be. Then it gets really thin, then it changes color to like a bluish whitish color, probably just a reflection of the sky. Then it gets absorbed from the sides, then disappears. Doesn't actually look like it's disappearing from the bottom up at all. Except right here at this particular range right here. It actually looks like it's getting smushed inwards in a way. I wish it was taller, then I could see a more, like, I'd have more bottom to look at for a longer amount of time. All right, so I'm going to use that white buoy thing so I can clearly see how tall that is. So interestingly enough, it does seem to disappear from the bottom. Also seems so the more I go down, then it goes down. Super cool. Yeah, so what was the cause of what I just witnessed?
Cause of what you just witnessed is generally angular resolution limits, maybe.
Well, it can't just be that. Well, it's part of it. It
can't only be that based on observations that I've done over time. It's not always the same. So there has to be something else going on. Otherwise, I'd expect every time I come to see the exact same thing happen.
What's your temperature and humidity right now? You know that?
Hold on, look. So here it says here. Oh, hold on. Reset. 48% humidity, UV index low, temperature 73. Now I think 47% humidity and 90 degrees on a bright sunny day, and it didn't disappear at all. Today was what did I say? 48% humidity, right? Which is only 1% more humidity. And it's 70 degrees. Or what did I say? 73? 73. And it's disappeared quite dramatically.
Well, that's weird. It must be a globe thing. It's all I can figure. I'm just kidding. Somebody else pipe in.
Now, another target over here is a line of buoys that hold up a rope on the other beach. So I can see what appears to be a horizon before the buoys, right? So I see what appears to be a resolved water line before I even see the buoy, which would mean the buoys are floating in midair, but obviously that's not true. Because that water is
sounds like you're saying Bodie. You're saying Bowie, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead.
That portion of the water seems to be reflecting the sky. So when I go down, they seem to blink, shrinking on themselves in midair.
About how far away from the buoys are you?
Well, the width of this lake from there to there, where I drug the measurement, was 333.33 meters. So
Really?
from here to the buoys, I would say 200 meters. Or
Okay.
about 2/3, I would say.
So you're doing observation like those people with the toy boats did on the lake, where it can't be Earth curvature because you're doing such a short observation, right?
Correct.
Good on you, man. Way to go.
And again, to clarify, AI, the distance 333 meters, right? Bruh, that's so far. I'm in absolute disbelief that people can make these types of distances or observations and
Dude, that's
still.
not even far, dude.
Pardon me?
300 meters isn't that far.
300 meters is 1,000 feet. There would be some kind of visible depression over that distance, I would imagine.
Well, stop imagining. Get your fingers on the math. And
Sounds
give me
good.
an answer. How about it? No, I'm serious. Do it for me. Especially if you're on a computer. Because I'm kind of in the water.
Think about it, Key. What do you got a mile? It's only 8 inches. So
I'm good. I'm aligning with everything that AI is saying in terms of like visualizing what is occurring in my head. So I'm totally good. I was providing some support just strictly. So I don't know.
He's witnessing things that disappear from the bottom up when it can't be curvature because it's got such short distance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some days the distant objects disappear. from the bottom up. Some days they disappear left and right. Like right now, this one's disappearing from the top down, right? So it's like it's shrinking horizontally as it's going down. Now, the best one I've seen on this lake is a kayaker, obscured, quote unquote, all the way up to their shoulder. So you got a butt sitting on the water line, submerged a little bit, and then the torso all the way up to the shoulder. And you could barely, make out the head and then blade of the kayak paddle every so often. That's the most extreme disappearance that I've seen. So, Kiwi, if you do have a computer, why don't you tell me what observation I should be seeing on a 333-mile lake of Earth curve, if you'd be so kind.
Hold up, I'll go boot my stuff up.
It's much easier to use some of those on the computer, because if you use your cell phone, you accidentally touch the wrong part of the screen and it resets your whole numbers that you just put in because it moves one of the sliders.
Aren't you afraid you're going to drop your phone in the lake?
It's waterproof anyway, but I'm not that deep. Like, I could stand in this water, no problem right now, but I'm crouched down so I can get, down to the water. I have done P900 shots across. I think the water's too high right now, but there's a birch tree that's been taken down, and it's got, it's almost a horizontal birch tree with one branch sticking off into the air. Yeah, so the point here right now, where you would point to and say, "Oh, there's the horizon," right? If you were somebody's trying to point to it, which appears to be the end of the water, is obviously not the end of the water, because you can see reflection, right? Beyond that, which means it's reflecting off something, which is the water. So I could see the water via the reflection all the way to the other shore. So the basic premise is, for a long time we argued with Globers that their position was, and whether they did not, deny it all they want, it's on record. They would always say things can only disappear from the bottom up if they're physically obstructed by Earth curvature. No other reason can explain such a phenomenon. Can't be done. Impossible. And of course, they had to update their rhetoric to be, well, it's Earth curve plus optical effects plus Earth curve, right? Because they think, like, no matter the observation, Earth curve has to be present before optics can work for some reason. So it just can't be optical alone.
All right. AI.
Another presupposition I have, you have to have the curve first and then the options.
So, am I using the Earth curve calculator AI? What would you like me to use, man?
Use Bislin's, Walter Bisland.
Can you supply me with a link for that? I have no idea where to find that. I'm sorry. Or can I find that in the forum?
If you just search Earth Curve Calculator, it'll be like one of the top 3 options.
Okay, cool.
It'll say his name right on it, Walter Bisland. It's just the most advanced one that I can think of off the top of my head.
Walter Bisland. Yes, you are so right. 4th one down. Nice. All right, cool. Okay, so the observer height.
All right, observation height. We're going to go with, hold on, let me measure. I'm going to see total disappearance first. Hold on. Total disappearance, we'll call it 3 inches.
Okay, so hold on. I need to see if I can flip this. So they give a model. So am I going to do I apologize. I'm just taking all this in as I go. Globe flat Earth or globe plus flat Earth? What do you want me to choose for the model?
Globe.
Okay. And let me see. Feet. Imperial.
Wait a minute, you have a calculator that gives you a flat choice?
Dude, this thing's crazy. Here, I'm going to post in the chat. I've never used this before.
It's an Earth curve calculator with a flat choice. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Depends which Earth you live on. You use the calculator that pertains to the Earth you live on.
Well, listen. Walter Bisland is also famous for the personal dome theory. That basically everyone experiences the Earth as if they're in a flat plane with a dome over them.
Okay,
Yep, another flat Earth argument. Go ahead.
Observer height. We're going with 6 inches. You said
3. Let's go with 3 inches.
3 inches, 0.25. Okay. I gotta do it in feet. Go. And then we got target distance.
It's 333 meters. So convert that to
333
feet.
meters. Okay, 1 sec. Hold on.
Although technically I'm a little bit closer. So you could probably just go 300. Yeah, let me see. So from there to there, we'll just go 333 for now.
Well, it's 1,082 feet. And then we've got the target size.
Oh, really? 1,082. Isn't that what a gigabyte or a mega, isn't that what it is?
Oh.
Could have sworn. Yeah, because like a gigabyte and a megabytes, they're not 1,000 exactly. They're like 1,082 or 84.
Okay.
Interesting.
Chris,
Anyway,
just a quick thing in the chat. Chris, he's another construction guy. He's like, dude, this calculator is great. Just to edify who he is and what he does. That's amazing. He teaches architecture, which is awesome. It's built form, right? You got to build on top of a plane. Anyways, okay, so target size.
Target size. Let's just go with 1 foot.
Right. Then
Being
we've got...
that's pretty safe.
So it says refraction, zoom F. No, I don't know all that.
Just leave all that stuff.
Okay, cool. Okay, so
don't touch anything else.
Okay. How much of it do you want to see? Just the graphic?
No, I just want. So how much should disappear?
Hold on. Well, let me
You're probably looking for
capture my findings for you.
What it says.
So this is a picture of it, so you can't mess it up. But eye level, left to right.
Well, he's going to give you numerical value.
Distance to surface. What distance on surface?
So it's going to give you two different things. One is going to be like some basics, and the next thing is going to tell you some more specifics. Somewhere there's going to be called the Saginaw Bulge.
Okay, I found more. Sorry.
Somewhere it's going to say hidden. It's going to say area hidden, which is what should be obscured. Then it's going to say Saginaw Bulge, which is what is the quote unquote geometric horizon, from my point. It's also going to say, what else? Oh, the radius of the Earth, which it should be set at the standard radius. Then it's going to say apparent radius. What the heck is an apparent radius, you might ask?
It's got radius of Earth, refraction angle.
What does it have for the radius?
20 million feet.
Well, I don't know that off the top of my head, but what's that in miles?
Oh,
should be.
Jeez, sorry, I'm reading what it said. Give me a second.
Well, it don't matter.
Divided by 5280.
– 3,787 miles.
What?
Put that radius at 3959.
Which radius? Radius of Earth? The radius Earth?
Yes, enter the radius manually. So 3,959, and then you need to tell me: is it in the Is it in the box that says radius or apparent radius?
Apparent radius. Okay, so 3,000. What's the units though? 3,000 what?
3,959 miles.
Okay, 1 sec.
What the hell is an apparent radius?
We'll get to that.
Okay. Shit made up.
Well, where do you think baby radiuses come from?
Wah, wah, wah. I'm still trying to figure out why you need an earth curve calculator and then you got an option of something being flat in it. That seems like a contradiction. I don't know.
Well, the reason is it so that they can show you from his point of view of what it would look like if the Earth was flat based on certain conditions.
Okay, that kind of makes sense now.
Some globers will claim if the Earth was flat, I could see forever. Which obviously is retarded, but they still claim it.
Some of them claim that if it was round, they'd be able to see the back of their head.
Dude, if the Earth was round on a right day, I could cut my own hair.
That's why you can't see forever. Limits of perspective, as Whitsitt put it, in his debate with Vegan Games.
Okay, 2.09 to the power 7.
What?
Feet. So 3,959 miles is equal to 2.0 to the power of 7. That would be
you did something wrong,
No, you need to move the decimal place accordingly.
Bro.
It's just. Pardon.
All right, bro, but you had it almost right, and it was like 20 million feet, so it should be like 19 million feet or something.
That's what I'm saying. No, it works out to the same. That's what I'm telling you. Because when you have something to the exponent of 7, that means you have to move the decimal place an additional 2 times when it's saying 2.07. Right? So it works out. We're off by.
All right, as long as you got it.
Off by
as
like
long as
2.
You got it in there.
Yeah, I think we're off. Dude, we're off like 200,000 feet, which is right because we're in the millions right now. And that's a percentile difference of like 2% based on the numbers that we're running now.
In there, I just want you to put 3,959 miles.
I just did. I had to, dude. Right. Understand because I'm doing my.
Right.
We're working in feet and miles, right? So I have to do the constant conversion. That's why I'm going on mute, So in my head, I'm working out the conversion at the same time as we're running, man.
Right. Which begs the question, why didn't Bislin put that right there, right next to it, so you could do each one the way you wanted? But anyway. So,
fuck, man, I'm not going to do shit perfectly for your fuck away guy. Fuck, man. Trying my best over here. Fuck. I'm learning this thing as we go. Bear with me, man. Patience.
Anyway, so.
Yeah. Let's go. What do you want?
Did the apparent radius change?
It doesn't appear that way, no. The apparent radius is still showing the exact same, down to the very same, like, it's literally 200 feet to the exact same.
Okay,
and we're in the millions right now. That's fucking bananas.
Can you find anywhere in there? It should be in the bottom right of one of the blocks of information where it says the Saginaw bulge, how tall it is. It should be like 0.0002 or something like that. Or the hidden. Either one of those, would you find those? We'd like to know what those are.
Hidden. Hidden says zero.
Does the hidden height compare to the global calculator 8 inches per mile square?
Oh yeah, this is the Bislin's calculator. Very, very legit, so they say. So it says 0, right? 0 will be hidden?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, hold on, guys. The globe says none of this object will be hidden. Now I'm going to lower my head. Entire object disappears.
Okay, so we then need
problem. We got a problem.
So the calculator doesn't actually work after all, does it?
Well, it depends. That's what they would say, but
that's globe. Shouldn't we still do it on flat? We should do it on a flat Earth model, shouldn't we?
Well, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. The point is what is the Saginaw in the globe model? It's the apex arc between point A and point B, right? Or the highest point on a circle segment. That's the point that they call the geometric horizon. Not the physical horizon. The geometric horizon exists in geometry only. So that's the point where they're saying that I can't see beyond, and that my angle of view is going to keep getting bigger and bigger off of that and obstruct things, right, further away. But this thing, I can clearly see it now, then it disappears, right? So this is not predicted by the geometry. So we are now left with only one conclusion. Regardless whether the Earth is flat or whether it's anything else, the thing that's causing that thing to disappear must and can only be optical effects, correct?
Yeah, if it's what we're observing.
Yes, because the geometry of the globe is saying it can't be the globe in the way.
No.
And I obviously see it disappear, right? And if the Earth is flat, obviously there's nothing in the way either. So now that we've established that baseline, I want to answer Dave's question about the apparent radius. Okay, so now we've defined the Saginaw, we've defined the radius, right, and what they are. So if you put in a different observation, okay, and it's beyond what the distance is that you should see.
Can I
So
do
for
mine?
here, I shouldn't see anything. Here, I shouldn't see anything disappear. But there are some observations where I shouldn't see the object at all, but I can see it. And in those moments is when they appeal to the parent radius, which is explained as this. Sometimes the Earth appears to be flatter than it actually is. And so when we do our calculations, we inflate the radius. And what does the inflating the radius do? So I want to tell my friend here is helping me out what inflating the radius does. So I want you to change the radius of the Earth to something maybe twice as much, 3 times as much, whatever. So if it says 20 million, put in 70 million.
So you're saying the Glober's claim is the apparent radius they use as refraction causes the apparent radius or something like that, right?
You'll see.
Okay, so go back to feet. So again, just to confirm everything, so the observer height, we're working with 3 inches, and it's Kiwi that's helping you right now, dude. 3 inches observer height. Target distance is 1082 feet. The target size is 1 foot. And we are looking at 20 million for the radius Earth and the apparent radius. Now we're going to change this number. AI, what do you want me to change it to? 70 million?
The one that says actual radius, change it to 70 million.
I have radius Earth and I have apparent radius. Those are the two things that
so change radius Earth.
Okay. Okay. What would you like me to observe?
Well, I want you to observe the answers to these questions, which is this. What does increasing the radius of the Earth do to the horizon? Or the hump of water in between point A and B? What does it do to it? Does it make it bigger or smaller?
I think smaller because it's stretching it out.
Correct. So, Mr. Kiwi can look where it says Sagitah, with that 0.00002 number or whatever it was, and you'll notice that it got even smaller. It got smaller, right?
Sagitah, the bulge. Now I found the Sagitah.
Yeah, so now you've realized that all the Globers are just obsessed with the bulge. Take that in whatever connotation you will, but anyway.
The package!
Balls in space, bulges in the place.
AI, thanks for the lesson, man. I appreciate it. The fact that
So you notice,
that was amazing.
You notice, my friend, that it always comes back to a Freudian innuendo, no matter how hard they try to escape.
Right.
They're obsessed with balls and bulges. That's hilarious.
Balls and bulges and packages.
Now, go ahead, find where it says no refraction. Before you do that, you should probably change the radius back to normal.
Okay, so 27. I think that's right. No, it's too much. All right, now, sorry, what am I looking for? Apologize.
Where it says no refraction. Should be down towards the left in a tab that's probably colored orange.
No refraction. Yes. Go back.
So click on the one that says refraction, and it should just put in standard refraction.
Yeah, the refraction angle. So it introduced it on a curve, or sorry, on the section, illustrating the elevation. So it's an elevation section, a longitudinal section.
Okay. So now, so now what we need to do, since obviously refraction or no refraction, I should still be seeing the entirety of this boat based on their claim. So we need to increase the distance from 333 meters to something more substantial that would definitely obscure something.
So are you thinking like 60 kilometers?
Well, 8 inches. Well, if you got 8 inches per mile squared, to bury something that's a foot tall, you need a few miles. So
how about we try to bury something that's 300 feet tall?
No.
Okay.
Because we already understand our parameters. There's no reason to change it. We only want to change the single parameter at the moment. Okay. So just got to extend the distance out to where the globe predicts that this thing will be below the hidden. So 3 miles should be sufficient. 3 miles should be plenty sufficient. So just triple it, just like we tripled the radius earlier. Just triple it.
Alright, 15,840 feet is in. Observer height is still 3 inches?
Yep. Keep everything else the same.
Okay, check.
Refraction should be turned on.
Refraction should be turned on. Check.
Okay, so what does the radius and apparent radius say?
Still shows the same, which doesn't make any sense.
Okay, maybe you didn't turn any refraction on. Maybe you just clicked on the thing.
I'm gonna try reinserting all the numbers again and see.
Well, if you go to where it says refraction, it should maybe have a blank 0, or it might say 1 or 0.7.
Well, I clicked on it like you said, and it gives me the refraction angle showing in the section, but the radius of Earth is still showing at 207. Hold on, I'll take this out. Ah, there we go. Okay, it's dropped. 328,000 feet. There we go. So let me convert that to miles for you 1 sec. I'm lying if I'm dying. I'm actually going to just have Google read this to you because it was pretty damn crazy. Hey, Google, what is 328,000 feet converted to miles?
328,000 feet is equal to 62.121 miles.
Damn close to 60. The initial was 66. Anyways, yeah, so 60 miles. That's the radius Earth. Does that make sense?
No.
No. Okay, let me try this again. So we've got an observer height of 0.25 feet, a target distance of 15,840 feet, and a target size of 1 foot.
So that tab that said refraction didn't giving me an option to enter anything. Hold on, let me switch screens. I gotta have a left to right screen instead of up to down.
What was the miles? What was the distance again? Verify this.
Oh,
the target distance.
60 million feet.
Say what?
60 million feet.
The target distance is 60 million feet.
That's what we wanted to enter.
60 million feet.
Dip angle, refraction. Oh, okay, dude. The refraction is in the sliders.
Refractions in the sliders.
Follow me? Yeah, right below the graphic. There's a blue, orange, green, red, black slider, and it says observer height, target distance, target size, refraction. So up there, you can pick STD. If you click STD,
okay, now I see. Okay.
Right. So if you click STD, it gives you an STD, which is standard refraction.
Yeah, I don't want an STD. Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying it gives you what they consider standard refraction.
Okay.
Right. And then you can also move the slider yourself. Now, if you move the slider, I want you, after you move, oh, hold on. After you move the slider, go back to the Sagitaw and you'll notice it changed. Then you go back to the radius Earth and you'll notice that radius Earth and apparent radius are different numbers now.
Holy shit. So as you increase the distance, the bulge increases. So in order to have the bulge zero out, where we go? Huh. This is crazy. So,
long story short, my friend, is
pardon me?
when they see something, that doesn't fit geometrically on a far distance. Because me and you went through the process of demonstrating something that doesn't fit geometrically at a short distance.
Right.
That object shouldn't disappear. We know the answer is optics, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So what they do is they take similar types of thinking to long distance observations. So a long distance observation, something that's 1 foot tall, you should never see at 3 miles because of the curve. But let's say you do see it for some reason. What will be their answer? Well, there can only be one answer for them, and that's optics, correct?
Yeah.
Something
Refraction.
optical is going on. Refraction.
Refraction.
So refraction curves the light around the curve of the Earth to bring it to their eye.
Mm.
But how do they describe it? And this stuff we just went through is they describe it as the apparent radius of the Earth getting bigger, and so that the sagitta is being lowered. So what they're doing is they're scaling the circle segment formula underneath their observation in a orthographic view, which is side-on circle, right? If you imagine a circle, you're looking at it and you put 2 points on it. You draw a line between the 2 points, and then you draw a center line from there to the highest point of the arc between the 2 points, right? That's the sagitta.
Right.
And if you increase the diameter or radius of the circle, but keep the same 2 points, that line will shrink in height. That's basically what they're doing. They're just taking these sliders and dialing it and saying, look, I already know Earth's a globe. I'm seeing something I shouldn't see. So I just add refraction in these sliders until it works.
So, question for AI: based on this, the calculator we went through, the Walter Bislin's calculator, the target size itself is what would we use that dimension as? The width or the height?
No, it's the height.
It's the height. Okay.
The height, because the quote unquote alleged hump of Earth curve
is going to hide it. Right.
Affectionately referred to by the floating ball loving globers as the bulge. Right? That thing that they love to think about in their dreams, the bulge. That thing is supposed to be blocking it from the bottom up. So in that case, the only thing that matters is the height.
Right.
And just to clarify, that refraction slider is not connected to anything that they can demonstrate in reality, correct?
Correct.
It's just arbitrarily they're adding refraction to make everybody think they're on a ball. It's pretty sneaky.
Well, listen, they can if-then it, right? So if the Earth was a ball with radius 3959 and it had a geometric horizon, which necessarily would have struck things from the bottom up, based on the off angle from the sagitta, comparative to your observation point and the target distance, then if I see an object that should be excluded from being seen by this geometry I just mentioned, then the only answer that I can see it is refraction curving light to my eye. Therefore, refraction must be curving light to my eye. Now, anybody who's astute in their logic recognizes that that's a logically fallacious argument. It could be true, but it's not necessarily true.
Yeah, they can assume they can't demonstrate. Problem.
Well, you see that the way that logic is set up is that you have to assume the if in the first instance. The whole thing's predicated on the if. It doesn't prove the if. It assumes the if, right? So where's the if proven? That's what they need to have first.
Yep, that's all their arguments. If we're on a globe, blah, blah, blah. That goes with any argument they make.
You just start with the conclusion that you're on a globe and work backwards no matter what the scenario.
You got it. And so we've demonstrated that at far distances and short distance, the answer is necessarily optics. Optic is the necessary contingency in both instances, not Earth curvature. So why assume Earth curvature must be present?
Yep, no
Why is
curvature
optics
needed.
not sufficient?
No curvature needed at all. Exactly. Because it, you trying to talk, Larry, you roboted, man. Try again.
Oh man, it's bright. The sun is bright. Man, some dude showed up with some sweet music. Now, my friend, what they'll do is they'll say, "Oh yeah, optics plays a part, but at long ranges, it's not sufficient. Optics isn't sufficient to make things disappear from the bottom up, but it is sufficient to breathe things around the curve that you shouldn't see from the bottom up." Or the top down, or however you want to put it, right? So you see, they want optics to do the thing in the reverse. It's like, oh, optics solves all our problems, but you can't borrow it to solve any of yours.
Yeah, and that's the irony of the argument a few years ago. They were denying optical phenomenon. Now they're begging for it to make it look like a globe. And they give up on their geometric horizon. It's hilarious.
We had earlier a kid say the geometric horizon is where. Now, since I led you guys through all of that, hopefully it'll be easy to come to this conclusion together. Is the kid said the geometric horizon is where the objects appear to be cut off. Now, does that make any sense whatsoever? The answer is no, it don't.
No, he's applying
Because we just
physicality
demonstrated.
to something he's just seeing,
Right. Well, think about it this way. The bottom of the thing being cut off, the horizon is in front of it, right? And you notice in Kiwi's thing is the horizon isn't at where the object disappears. The horizon is in front of it by hundreds upon hundreds of feet, right? So it's not actually there where the object's getting cut off. It's at a different location, but the object's getting cut off, quote unquote, so they say, and the graphic in your field of view where it looks to you like the waterline stops. Those two things merge in your field of view, but they don't merge in physical reality, so they're not the same location. Not to mention that if you have differential observations, you have a differential radius. So it can't be the geometric horizon based on the circle segment formula. So you need, in order for it to be a geometric horizon, you need a category error in logic, and you need an Earth that constantly changes its radius. So no, my friend.
Dude, can I go in? Because I totally I see what you're saying now. Because of what you're saying, our observable distance always changes, right? Is that what you're saying, AI?
Yes.
So if our observable distance always changes, by default, the horizon that we're observing just as you're saying, means that the radius is constantly changing, which is impossible because my height is not changing. And the distance that I can see to, the only thing that's changing in what I can see is the distance that I see to, which means that the radius is constantly changing. That's a very profound finding.
So basically, they have an inflatable Earth somehow in their minds. They get inflated, deflated as they need it.
It changes shape, basically, based on that statement, that observation.
So how do you measure it to 39, 59 mile radius then?
So constant, yeah, because you're seeing to the hump what AI is saying is that the
Allegedly.
horizon is the hump that you're seeing to, and then after that hump, there's this curve that happens. The issue with the structure, or the structure that they're trying to push in front of us, is that this globe has a constant uniform measurement always, right? So that being able that focal length, let's call it, for lack of a better, or observable distance, sorry, not to confuse matters, apologize, the observable distance always changing by some magic means that the earth is breathing, literally. The form is changing, which can't.
Now, hold on, friend. Okay, when presented with this years ago,
the
Globers, like with the Black Swan and other arguments. So here's what their reply, and I want to see if you catch the folly of their reply.
I'll try my best.
Okay, so they said, okay, fine. All these things, all these observations, yada, 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 they're beyond what the globe predicts. What if the globe is just a lot bigger? And they're just lying about the size. What if it's like way bigger? So there's a major flaw there.
Right.
For one, I think in the Black Swan, for the horizon to be as far away as it is, the globe would have to be bigger than the supposed orbit distance of the moon, right? So this would throw off so many things. But the number one thing that they never understood back then, and I think some of them have caught on and they don't argue this anymore, obviously because now they have their, oh, it's just optics, right? They just receded back into optics. You know, so they said, why do things disappear from the bottom up? We said optical effects, right? And now that's their argument, right? They've subsumed the argument. But the problem with having a bigger Earth is that makes the sun circle not around the equator anymore. It would be circling around the top of a huge globe, which would throw off all their cosmology. You can't just have a massively bigger Earth and then have all the same orbits and mechanics and placements of everything that they supposedly mapped out in the cosmos. It would completely change everything. So no matter what, their assumptions about things would be destroyed regardless.
Okay. Getting in on that. You taught me this, and you're the one that has it in his avatar, his profile pic, whatever you want to call it. The Terminator line. And you talked about it in chat the other day, and I thought to myself, holy crap. Because the idea, and again, I've been talking about this all day today, and had a few props paid, and I'm like, this is making a lot of sense, and I have to pay props to AI because you just mentioned it. The sun doesn't project its light. It's not rays like a laser beam. Choo choo choo, right? The sun is an incandescent light. I turn on the light in a room, the room lights up. So that
I think you better check your names, your numbers.
no, hold on, just bear with me. No, hold on. All I'm saying is the aspect of the light projecting onto the earth, I don't think that's the case. I believe, I'm saying this is me, I'm not putting this on anything but just where we're at. The sun turns on like a light, it doesn't project light. So the aspect again of us revolving around a sun, no. It's not. That's not the model at all.
The way you talk about it, though, it makes it sound like you're talking about a gas type light.
We're in a
Like
gas
a neon light, or maybe a fluorescent light.
Aren't we in a gas-filled environment, AI? Closed gas-filled environment?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think
I know, but your example of a light bulb, like an incandescent bulb, does not fit your explanation. It's the wrong
I
item to use.
think it does, dude, because the sun is not the sun is not headlights on a car. The sun is not a flashlight, right? The sun is a light that you turn on in a room. It takes advantage of the gas in the room.
What lights do you know of that do that?
The light in the room that I'm sitting in right now. The hallway gets lit when I turn on the light in the room. The hallway that's off of the room.
Right. But where does light come from?
Comes from the source.
Right. Which is what?
Which is the light itself. But I'm saying that in a gas-filled environment, sorry about the background noise. In a gas-filled environment, if you're going to talk about luminaries, luminaries are a measure of using gas. Like it's a measurement of light. That came in like grade school. You don't remember when they talked about lumens? The measurement of light output, they would show the measurement of lumens, LUMENS.
Yeah, but that's measured on all light sources, not just gas light.
Lumens, isn't that candle power? They talk about like 1,000 lumens. Yeah,
it's just a brightness scale.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Look, my point is this, brother. You have a point that you're trying to make, but you're using jargon that has technical definitions that's cross purposes.
Oh, okay. Look.
So you just have to refine it some. That's all.
Okay, bottom line for me, AI. Okay, the sun and moon are luminaries, and they use the gas in the closed environment to provide light. And I'm leaving it at that. I don't even want to go further than that with you. Okay, done.
Sure. And I put this challenge out there before, which is prove that daylight and sunlight are the same thing. It could be the case that there's a binary effect, that the sun does something to the atmosphere and the sun shines direct light. It could do both.
Can you explain the difference between the sunlight and daylight, please?
Like what I mean by it?
Yeah.
Well, people imagine that all light comes from the sun directly.
Yeah.
Now we know that there's indirect light, right? So like the sun light travels from the sun, quote unquote, hits something. Let's say it's green, like these trees. And the way that the classic color theory goes is the green tree absorbs green wavelengths, and then it re-emits or reflects or rebounds, or however you want to call it, all the other wavelengths. And those wavelengths go on to hit other things and help to illuminate them. So like maybe the red roof is getting some bounced off light from the tree. Now there is an art technique.
Do you mind if I step in for a second, or no?
Sure.
I mean, just it seems a little more direct to his question. So like difference between daylight and sunlight. Like, imagine you're in Antarctica. Now this is all like. I'm just using that because it's related, but like, is the day glow coming directly from the sun, or is there just could it possibly come from other things like a reaction with the atmosphere creating almost like a neon glow or something like that?
AI, are you good?
Well, in effect, so what he's saying and what I'm saying, they'll coalesce. So it's like this. So the red roof, it gets some of the light from the sun. Let's say allegedly, the sun shoots it out. It hits the green tree. Some of the light is used by the green tree or absorbed, and then the rest of the spectrum is sent back out. It hits the red roof, and then makes it to my eye. Okay. But that light all originated from the sun directly, even though it's secondary. And of course, some of that light also might travel through the atmosphere and get splayed out.
It gets pretty
That's
complicated because now you're talking about reflected light and ambient
yeah,
light and
correct.
yeah.
And that sounds very plausible that that's where all light comes from. Like that kind of makes sense. But who's ever traced this light back to the sun to prove such a thing? Because I see plenty of light when I don't see the sun. And of course, they'll just say, like in your example, oh, it's just traveling through the atmosphere to get to you. And that's why you could see it. And that's fine. But it could also be some kind of, like he said, a neon or fluorescent effect. And if I'm not mistaken, I could have sworn Tesla was talking about stuff like that. But back then, and still today, there's people that posit the idea that the sun does something like that.
Yeah, it could charge up the ionosphere, creating the glow.
Yeah, so you have a two-factor thing, and it is also the case that maybe the sun doesn't do that, something else does it. Right? So there's two factors of light. There's the sunlight, and it does what it does, and then there's the daylight, and it does what it does.
Okay. Can we do a scenario? AI?
As long as it's not furries.
I'm running down an alley. The car's chasing me. I'm being illuminated by its headlights. There's nothing. I'm just gonna go with the fact that it's dark. There's no street lights or anything. There's a car chasing me. Its headlights are illuminating me. Okay. There's a building on my right. I run into the cover of the building. Am I still being illuminated by the light?
It could be.
Bruh. I said I ducked behind the cover of the building. Okay. The car is stopped following me, and I realize there's reflective surfaces and everything else that we can talk about. I realize that. I'm just saying, for the purposes of painting the aspect of I'm being illuminated by these projected lights, because headlights are projection lights, right? I dip behind the cover of the building, and I'm asking you, am I still getting illuminated by these projected lights?
Yeah, you would be. Like, if you're in the city, those bricks on those walls around that corner, they have a certain amount of reflectivity, like, to them, and the light will bounce off of them and still illuminate you. You will not be invisible because you know what I mean, because the light's not directly shining on you.
Okay. The next day, I go out into the sun. I'm getting tan.
Hold on, don't continue. Don't continue. I want to give you a concrete example.
Okay.
Of what he just said. So there's a grenade, right? Which is not lethal. It's a light grenade, right? And a camera, a femto camera. And they created this technology where you could throw this flashbang grenade, sort of, into a room, and it will send out bursts of light that will bounce off of everything like in a flash of a second. And the camera will pick up what is in the room by the reflections off of a painted wall. So the light's coming from the grenade, sort of, bouncing off of everything, bouncing out of the room, hitting a wall, bouncing back to the camera, and then the camera can basically see the silhouettes of everything in the room. Now that, then you ask the question, well, why not just throw a camera in there that has 360-degree fisheyes and you could see everything in the room? But that's not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is it was cool technology that they made. And it also works on femto photography, which is like, million frame per second type stuff. Or hundreds of thousands, I don't know. Many, many, many frames per second beyond normal slow-mo cameras.
May I ask a question? Please.
Go ahead and ask your question. You're coming in a little low, though. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's good. Go ahead.
All right. So you know the expression, if a tree fell in a forest and no one was around to hear it, would there be a sound made? So a conundrum that's never really able to be answered. And I was wondering if there is light without the eye, any eye. That's the question.
That's a good question. I have no idea. Somebody else go.
Well, you could cook something with light while you weren't looking at it and let's see whether it's cooked or not. But I think that would only apply to the infrared part of the light. So you'd still have to wonder about the rest. You can make photo plates sensitive without looking at it, but you wouldn't know whether it actually happened or not until a sentient observer or some type of observer looked at it, right? Or a recording device, let's say a camera that's attached to a robot. But you won't be able to verify that that actually occurred until you, the human, were told by the robot or looked yourself. So the ultimate end would be a sentient observer. So you could argue that without a sentient observer, light can't manifest.
Yep.
And by the way, people have argued that reality itself doesn't manifest without a sentient observer.
Yes, the sentience is absolutely necessary for the phenomenon to exist, I think, too.
Yep. So the concept of does a tree fall in the forest, does it make a sound? The answer is, some people would say there is no tree because there's no sentient observer. Yeah. Now you say, oh, but wait a minute. If I leave a recording device, I'll come back and pick up the tape and it'll say on the tape that a sound happened. But yes, you know that because you're now a sentient observer. And people argue that reality itself backfills in for the observer, much like a video game renders. And of course, there's experiments that have supposedly, quote unquote, prove this. Quantum eraser delayed choice experiment, where they get, a single pattern or wave pattern based on whether there's an observer or not. And they made it to where not only is it based on an observer or not, but that the choice is made after the fact of whether they're going to observe that path or not. And so it seems like the sentient observer or the option for it to be recorded rewrites the past.
That's what I think too. Yes. Good. Thank you.
So if you haven't studied this out too much, there's a famous guy that used this philosophical argument to argue, well, if there's no tree, that doesn't make any sense. It seems like there should be a tree. And what would that be if there's no observers? Well, the answer is there must be an ever-present overmind that grounds the matrix in which all of these things occur. In other words, an ever-present knower. And of course, that would be referred to by most people as a God-type being. The person I'm talking about is Berkeley, who founded Berkeley College. This is called Berkeleyan idealism. So Mr. Berkeley basically said that all of this type of stuff basically proves that there's a sentient overmind being a God being which grounds all reality, in which all other minds and things occur within.
Can I say that I don't believe that an eye is necessary for the observation of the light. Is that kind of where she was going with it? Like you can't, you don't, if there's not, if you can't see it, if there's not an eye, then does the light actually exist? Was that where you were going with that?
Yes.
Okay, so my question would be, I don't think what I believe is you can observe using other senses, light, So I think that the eye isn't necessary because you can feel light with,
You can feel heat,
but you can
you
also.
can't feel light.
That's true.
I beg to differ.
No,
You can produce light with sound, and I think you can feel light, but
I'd be interested. I'd be interested to hear more about that too.
Hard to prove, huh?
yeah, I'm an energy worker, so I feel light. So
Is it you feel energy? It's not the light.
light is energy.
The light is an effect of the energy. It's just the same as sound is. But there's energy which comes in a vibration and a wave, and it's all at a spectrum. Visible light, like sound. The sound waves are not really any different from light waves. They're just a different frequency.
Exactly. So knowing that there's sound, knowing that those are observations that can tell you that there's light, is what I'm saying. So you don't need the eye to actually, perceive it. You can perceive it in other ways.
Maybe it's just a problem with the statement. Like it's like I said, it's not the light is an effect. It's not the light that you're seeing. You're seeing the light from an energy. It's energy that you're sensing with your eyes. Now, with sound, you're hearing a sound, a vibration, and it's just at a different frequency, but it's still the effect of another energy or a very similar energy, just at a different level, right? Maybe a different amplitude, maybe different, right?
Possibly, but what would make your sense of sight more important than any of the other senses?
They're not. They're all of your senses. We have 5 senses because we need them, like in order to.
Exactly. So why would that one sense control light? Like if if you don't see it, it doesn't exist.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to argue that. No, that's not what I'm saying.
The optics of the brain are the largest section of our brain. We are more optically pendant than we are through touch or hearing or any other sense. It's
correct, but when you take away one, the other ones tend to compensate.
They will. Oh. But I'm saying as a species, we are made that way. To rely on light, sight. And energy is interpreted by the senses, and they then are made to be real according to what the senses tell you they are. Insects and other animals perceive the energy in a very different way than we do. They don't see what we see. Their compound eyes show them a different world, some insects, than we see. An eagle has an eye that can see far more distinctive bands of light than we can. So, it's depends, I believe, totally on the organism that is perceiving the energy as to what
exactly, which is why I think you kind of proved what I was saying. Like it doesn't the light doesn't they're perceiving the light in a different way.
Yeah, but you're calling it light, but you're only calling it light because you can see it. It is pure energy. It has.
To her point, there's light, like ultraviolet light, the ultraviolet spectrum. We don't. It's not visible light to our eyes, but it is still light that we can pick up using sensors and stuff like that. And they say certain species like sharks can see it. And ultraviolet, and you know what I mean? Like, it's just something that we don't have the ability to see.
I want to ask Jackie one question. You there, Jackie?
Yeah.
I'm like, so if say you're blindfolded and somebody's standing across the room in a dark room with a flashlight and they shine it on your forehead, are you saying you could feel that?
Probably after a while. Yeah.
Yeah, if it increases your temperature,
Yeah.
what you're actually feeling is an increase in temperature.
But are you actually feeling the light?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are you actually feeling the light is what I was getting at. How can you actually feel light?
You can sense it. You can through feeling through I don't know. I guess because I'm just different than everyone else, but I just don't believe that if you can't see the light, it doesn't exist. It's just my opinion.
Well,
and
yeah, I mean, you're welcome to look at it through a different lens than most. You know, like this is what we're saying is the official bullshit, right? Like maybe it's wrong. I kind of agree with it though. That's the problem. I think most of us do.
What? Just because we don't see it means it doesn't exist? That doesn't make any sense.
No.
Yeah,
Nobody made that assertion. Nobody said that when I close my eyes, I'm invisible.
Your volume is very low, sorry.
Oh yeah,
Well,
another good example might be night vision, right? Like when you're in a darkened room and you can't see shit, you can put on night vision goggles and you can pick things out. They're there. You can prove it. You can go there and pick them up. You can go pick somebody's nose. Whatever you want to do.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. What are we arguing?
It was about her point where she was saying, like, if you can't see the light, then it doesn't exist. Like, talking about other light spectrums and things that we can't perceive.
I was merely pointing out that in this equation of energy, the perceiver is a vital component of
What
its
equation?
reality. The observer. Yeah, that's what.
What equation are you talking about?
Oh my goodness. She's using equation
You
as
just brought it
a
into a
colloquialism.
Equation just means one thing. It's like math, using constants or whatever.
Yes, it's just I wasn't meaning it mathematically.
All right.
All right.
It's nice, language has meaning and stuff. So it's good to use the.
Okay, Mr. Language has meaning. People use the equation as a common parlance all the time. For example, when I'm building a roof, right? There's actually no mathematical equation. I just might say, you know what? We need some cold water, right? For this equation. Where's the equation? There isn't one. It's just that we need cold water because it's hot.
I didn't know that.
See?
Sorry.
Yeah. So look, fair enough. But the thing is, before you get, too grammarian or languagean, you got to realize that different cultures have different idioms.
Of course. But I'm speaking English there. I thought you all were speaking English too.
Oh yeah. So speaking of that, when you say, okay, we say go to the bathroom or take a leak. When you go to the bathroom, what's an idiom from your home language, if you have one?
It's obviously different because I speak Norwegian, but I also speak English.
Oh, so what do the
English,
Norwegian
I say
people?
Go to the bathroom.
Yeah, so what does Norwegian people say?
I don't like speaking Norwegian in English, but I can try. It's Jeg går til baderommet. Yeah, I mean, it fucks me up if I speak like 2 different languages at the same time.
I was trying to see.
Can you say that again?
We were talking about life. We weren't talking about language.
Can you say that one more time?
Why?
Because I didn't quite hear you quite right. I'm interested.
Jeg går til baderommet.
But I was supposed to be English. What's bottle? Would you say Oma? What?
Okay, that was in Norwegian. I thought that was to.
Yeah. I was hoping to hear like the translation, like what it would sound like in English.
I'm going
Sound
to
like
the
you
bathroom.
said bottle woman. Go ahead.
Okay. So
means
fair.
like room, so that it
Fair.
is the bathroom.
Okay, perfect. So that is not an idiom. That's just a translation, like almost a direct word for word. So an idiom would be like, fair. That's great. I don't mind. Like that's cool. But I'm just saying, like an idiom is when you're saying like the same meaning, but you're using completely different words. Kind of like, go to the bathroom, take a leak, take a dump, drain the lizard, cover my shoes.
Sorry. I thought the equation thing was important. I wasn't trying to be like.
Yeah, we are kind of drifting. It's just sometimes interesting. Like Americans, we like. Oh, so how does Norwegians talk? Like what? I don't know. I think that's what we're doing right now. That's what I'm doing.
It's pretty much the same kind of way to speak, like in the order of verb and objects and subjects type stuff. A little bit different in some cases, but like it's mostly the same.
Yeah, cool.
Just different pronunciation and different words sound different. And we have less words.
I dated a girl when I was in my early 20s that was here on a 13-month work visa to be an au pair or a nanny, and housekeeper and all that, whatever, nanny basically. Anyway, like, yeah, she was from Finland, and I know Norwegian and Finnish are similar, different though.
No. Finnish is more like Russian, and not really like Russian, but it's more similar to that. And Sami, but it's like
that was what she was telling me. Swami, yeah, like that was the name of it. Yeah.
Like I don't understand a single word what a Finnish person says. I know like some of the 4 first numbers in it, but I don't know anything else.
Okay, so I guess I was wrong. I thought because you were neighbors, like maybe it was similar. Maybe it was just my own conception.
I would think so. But it's like completely different to us. It looks like Russian to us, in a way.
Are you Finnish?
I'm not Finnish.
Yeah, he's finished. All right, so moving on.
No. What is the first language? I didn't pronounce good.
He's a Ouija.
All right.
What is your first language?
Right. Before we go on with the personal things, I got to update you guys on my observation that we've been tracking. So, it's now later in the day. It's a little bit cooler. The sun is down a little bit. Still high, still in the sky over there. So now the same object, right? I got closer to it. And now I don't even have to lower myself in the water that much. So before it was 4 inches, now it's, hold on a second. It's 7 inches. I can be 7 inches above and it'll still disappear. Whereas before I had to go 4 inches. So did the Earth change size? I'm confused.
Yeah, so there is an observable distance change.
Dude, what if the Earth does change size? We laugh about that, but what if it does? What if it breathes? What if it heaves and hoes? You know?
Then listen.
I mean,
we've
the
got-
water
then
does around
listen.
tidal.
Hold on. Let's just put that away right now and say that our built form does not allow for expansion and contraction.
Hey, yeah, listen.
No, but
It doesn't breathe. Shut the fuck up. Where's the curve?
you know, shut the fuck up.
Wait a minute. Who said it doesn't breathe? Listen. And then we got to get back to Ildiko if she wants to do it. So there is a competing tidal theory that the underwater ocean, due to whatever reason, expands and contracts. And that is what causes the tides.
Yeah, they could be correlated, exactly.
But like,
That's a mainstream. That's a
open the
mainstream
tidal
theory, by the way.
Listen. That is 100% observable because the tides come in and they come out, and that affects built form. But the actual land itself that we're talking about, i.e., where's the curve in the land that we're trying to observe, there's no breathing in the solid mass that we build our stuff on.
You
well,
sure about
yes,
that?
earthquakes.
I mean, the ground is always shifting. It's just not very conceivable to us day to day, but the ground is always shifting. And especially if you live in a northern climate, you understand this with the way your roads crack every fucking year between winter and summer. You know, like the ground is moving. Like,
yeah.
Maybe
Fairly
slowly.
stated, but to the
And
aspect
actually,
of breathing,
the
to the
water
point
level
where
has sunk.
hold on, to the point where AI is having active, like he's noticing this stuff actively. That's what I'm saying. Right? Maybe there's two different rates. I agree. There's the plate shifting and all that stuff that happens, but I just don't see that breathing type motion happening on the solid land.
no, well, I mean, but how? What if it was? I guess. I mean, I'm being a little bit. What's the right word? I guess figurative. You know, but like, I don't mean it's literally breathing like an organism. But I mean, what if it's expanding and contracting just a little bit? Like,
I mean, the water level has changed. Definitely. Like
Where?
there are some towns in Norway where like
Okay, go ahead and demonstrate that
only the
for
old
the class.
buildings are higher up, but like they are built newer buildings closer to shore, and they like say the water level was higher.
Whee, and off we go. Hey,
can I throw something out there on top of this
demonstrate
subject? So I growing up at my parents' house, in a few different places, we had compost bins. And a compost bin, when you throw a bunch of biodegradable material like banana peels, eggshells, etc., throw that on there along with maybe the grass from the lawnmower clippings or whatever from the inside the lawnmower. Throw that on there. You know, it might stack up to be 4 feet tall, but over a period of time, as it all breaks down, it's no longer 4 feet tall. It's like 1 foot tall after a period of time. And my point is the whole Earth, in a certain sense, is kind of like one big compost bin that we're all walking around on, with the ruins of past civilizations as well. We're all running around on.
yeah, but I mean, it doesn't change much. I mean, I'll tell you that. Whatever it does change, it's very slow for the most part. Like, but it when it comes to micro adjustments and things like that, I think things do happen. That's why ruins become ruins. Like structures just don't last forever. The ground shifts underneath them. Like things settle. Being in construction, doing mostly remodels and on older houses and shit. Like I know this very well. You know, things don't just stay solid forever. The terrain changes around it. Like you can see the marks and shit. You know, to say it's taboo for flat earthers to think that the earth could possibly move because the God says that the earth is unmoving. You know, like fuck you with that. The earth, like if you're talking about dirt, like dirt fucking moves.
Yes. And also, it's nice if we are sticking to evidence instead of what we think is happening. Like, you know, instead of relying on, you know, Bible or feeling.
Just to clarify that, we just claim, most of us, at least me, Earth doesn't have a consistent motion like they claim in the helio model.
Yeah, some one guy on YouTube mentioned that the Earth possibly moves in an analemma shape over a long time, because if you take a picture of the sun every day at the same time of day, it will make an sort of an 8 shape.
Go ahead and demonstrate that,
called
if you
the
could, please.
analemma. So if like the sun moves in constant like circle in and out and stuff, but like the Earth is moving that way compared to the sun, but we wouldn't really feel that because it's like slow. That's just an idea and stuff.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Great.
Our eyes are closed.
Weird.
I'm not detecting your voice.
Bullshit. Okay, so architecture. Go ahead and demonstrate any of that, please.
Yeah, it was just an idea. It's not based on any evidence or anything at all.
Got it. Very honest of you. Thanks.
Architecture question for you. What do you think of a construction plumb bob?
What is that?
Pardon me? Did you just
know what it is?
Hold on. Did you just say what is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My guy, how are you going to walk into a chat
Oh my
full of
goodness.
levelist observers with a name like architecture and not know what a construction plumb bob is?
Because he's from a different culture.
I like architecture and stuff. I don't know a lot about it. I just like it, like pyramids and stuff.
So here's the thing. I'm going to say this respectfully to somebody who has studied architecture for 26 years now. No, 20. Sorry,
haven't
no,
lived that much in
no.
it.
I have, and I'm going to say to you, I'm edifying myself in the conversation. But look up what a plumb bob is. Okay, construction plumb bob, and then I would like you to look at a plumb bob in relation to the horizon. And that's just the first lesson of construction occurring on the plateau that we live on. It's just an observation, a tool, if you will.
Anyway,
okay.
For expediency, a plumb bob is just a string with a weight on the end of it to get vertical.
Oh, so leveling instruments.
Yeah. Well,
I
they
heard
call
of
it a
plumb.
plumb.
I heard of plumb actually, but not plumb bob. I haven't heard that variant of the word.
Yeah, the plumb bob is just the thing at the end of the string, basically.
Yes.
Some of them are very sharp points, and it all depends on the one you get.
Yeah, it's just a weight you hang on a string.
Yep.
All right, fine. So, do you have access to the chat?
Which
I
have access to live stream chats, and I
perfect.
can also
So,
open the.
Awesome. No. Yeah, that's the live stream chat. So I just posted posted one of a construction plumb bob in use at a construction site, and then I just showed an archaic version, which again, as AI mentioned, it's a weight with a string with a weight on the end of it. So all I'm doing with respects to this is just illustrating the fact that whenever something is constructed, there's always the observance of level, and this is a tool that helps us orient AI? Orientate or orient?
Orient, I guess.
Orient? Okay.
It depends on how racist you are.
A. I like that. Nice move. Is it a capital O or a small O? Okay, whichever way, when you look at it, you just know that hanging weight illustrates down, and then you can go 90 degrees and illustrate what level is. And that's something that's a constant we always observe, no matter where we build something.
I mean, yeah, but you won't convince a global with that, because they will say yes. They would just say gravity, and they would say it like it's such a big radius that it doesn't matter,
Okay, so then my counter argument to that is, why is it that when we put these sticks into the ball, we don't observe a radial fashion, i.e. the sticks aren't coming out of the ball in a radial form, they're coming out at a straight format. 90 degrees to the horizon, right? A pier on a bridge, as an example. We don't see it doesn't look like a germ, a ball with stuff coming out of it. Does that make sense? Or is it potentially the sample set that we're observing is too small to see the curve? Which I don't buy that.
I don't know exactly what you are referring to. Sorry.
Okay. On the built plateau that we're looking at, right, we always observe uniformity, i.e., up and down is
Yeah, it's
always.
planar terrestrial.
Pardon me?
Yeah, it's we live on a planar terrestrial realm. I mean, we live in that. Yes.
Very well stated. Planar terrestrial. I like that. Thank you so much for that.
Welcome. Yeah. I got it from, I guess, a picture of some flat earther from like the 70s or something. Holding up a sign called saying planar terrestrialist, because he was that.
La Terra es plana.
Yeah, I'm not really good at Spanish, but yes.
Yeah, I was thinking of this. I told me more back when you were talking about bidding for his concrete jobs. I told him you should put in a charge for compensating for the curve of the earth. So when you say, oh, I'm going to need like 70 yards of concrete, be like, plus or minus curve of the earth. So 73 plus the extra charge for compensating for the curve of the earth. That'll be an extra $3,000. Right. And then you put all that in the contract. And then when the guy says, what's this compensating for the curve of the earth? Be like, dude, if I don't do that, bad things will happen. Oh, if you want me taken out, I'll take it out. But then I can't be responsible for this job.
Lol. But like, it's not science.
It's just hilarious.
Yeah, you raised an interesting point, because I mentioned this earlier too. In my building codes, my two Bibles that I study by for for what I do, there's no mention of the word curve unless they're talking about stairs in the building code. That's the Ontario building. curve. Curve.
Okay.
And all I'm saying is there's no mention of any curve in the legislative building document for.
Yeah, and there's like 200 Bible verses like confirming the flat Earth. I think it was like a meme.
Yeah, no, but the Ontario Building Code, like a legislative document that governs over the built form. Like we pull like 2x8s can span this far for a roof, and joist, floor joist, whatever, right? And like fire ratings and all these different things that buildings have to have. There's no mention of the word curve unless it's with respects to a set of stairs, spiral stairs to be, or curved stairs to be exact. But the built form, there's no talk about like accounting for curve or anything like that. So that's an interesting point made that I just realized now. Or earlier, sorry.
Right, brother. So what's the classic excuse is that, well, anything you're going to build with those codes is too small, that the curve would matter. So therefore it's negligible, and therefore it's irrelevant, and therefore it's not included. But then they'll say, well, you need to do it if you make a bridge, right? So they'll say, oh, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, the towers are 1 5/8 inches apart at the top to compensate for the curves of the earth. But the towers are made out of steel and concrete. And if you know anything about construction of anything that size, that's beyond the tolerances of the material. There's no way that they could intentionally make those towers 1.5 inches off at the top. Not to mention that the tolerances for the expansion of the material causes the deck where the dudes drive on to vary by 11 feet throughout the year. So the expansion of the material is up to 11 feet in differential. And they're going to say 1.5 inches, they're going to engineer that in, get real.
Also, AI on a 1 5/8 inch tolerance over so many feet. If that was happening, wouldn't that be in the blueprints of the construction?
I mean, you might say yes, but then again, if you just said that they were in the blueprints, would that mean that they could effectuate that in reality based on the materials that they're using?
All I want to say is, before I answer that, all I want to say is, if it's in the blueprints, they should be able to show in the blueprints that it's in there. That's all I'm saying. It had to be in the blueprints, and then they have one more thing that I had to fake. So, have you seen blueprints, curvature of the Earth in the blueprints anywhere?
Okay, so the
Not me.
so the one thing I'm gonna say is there's whenever you do built form, you always get a land survey, and they always the thing that is observed on a land survey is a statement of above sea level, which is the reported elevation of the land. So that is land measured above sea level, so it's relative to the point that they're talking about, i.e., 150 meters is like 150 meters, 148, like it all varies, but it's all relative to above sea level. Now, when it comes to constructing a house, the land has to be leveled, i.e., they will bring in, obviously, and they have to dig, at least here in Ontario, anyways, they have to dig down usually about 6 to 8 feet and then install the forms for the concrete, backfill accordingly, and then they will also level. The question that AI raises is like, are we dealing with I don't know, like a golf ball, right? Like a multifaceted ball. Does that make sense? Multifaceted faces, right?
Dude, that makes perfect sense. Let me tell you why. That's the latest and greatest excuse du jour that covers everything. So you go to a small lake, you measure it flat. That's just a geodetically flat spot on a sphere. You go to a big lake, you measure it flat. Well, that's just geodetically flat on a sphere. You see, the excuse just never ends, right?
Well, and that's the thing. I think that for us, we've reached that point of breaking because we understand it on such a microscopic level that we've now started to expand our understanding of our microscopic level understanding to make it a bigger view to say, well, hold on. From the TV that I'm hanging on my wall, which is level, to the ceiling joists, which are in the house that I'm sitting within, it all has to be level. So at what point does your magic globe kick into effect?
Bridges.
In like some bridge guy who like designs bridges and stuff, like say that it doesn't do that, account for curvature.
You can't.
I mean, it was mentioned in like the 200 proofs of flat Earth video.
As you know, that most all globers, and I say globers, people who believe the Earth is a globe and they're in this discussion, will say, of course, bridges have to account for curvature because it's a ball. But they can't prove it. That's the problem. Okay, go.
There's nobody that is engaged within the building world can tell me that they do not observe level. That is fact. Hand on the Bible, period. At what point, again, I'll ask a glober, and man, I can't wait to try to use this one on somebody. What point does your magic curve kick in? What do we, Harry Potter? Magic cloak and all that stuff? I don't know.
Well, the answer is that depends. How much of the bottom of something can you see or not see? And then what radius do I need apparently to put on a scalar of refraction? And then that's where it is.
Hold on. Okay. Can we bring, no, we can't bring refraction into built form because built form is not changing its medium. Refraction is. What do you think?
Well, the answer, like, for example, in the Verrazano's bridge example, right?
Yep.
There's a claim that they took the Earth curve into account. People who know their stuff know that's retarded. And so then the globalists would just say, oh, well, whoever made that claim just making a bad claim. You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean the Earth isn't curved. It just means that, yeah, you wouldn't have to take it into account for a structure of that size because it would be irrelevant.
Because it's so small.
You know, yeah, but that's always the excuse. That's always the excuse is it's moving, but you can't feel it, and it doesn't matter. It's curved, but you can't see it, and it doesn't matter.
You're too small.
Yeah, it's like your imaginary girlfriend.
Bruh, she cute, man.
You can't see it, but I promise you, she's gorgeous.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. My best friend when I was 6, man, we did some stuff together. It was so much fun. Man, and again, I to get to the point where I'm at now, and I'm saying this selfishly, of course, and the understanding of what the understanding of the design, honestly, it is so simple. And I'm gonna say it again, man has perverted it, made it complicated. It's so simple, so basic. Everything is flat, gas principles. That's it. Man, I'm going to complicate it. Let's make another definition. No, not another definition. Let's make another way of doing it. No. What AI, what would you call that? Somebody shows you something and then your reaction to that is like, no, it's this way.
Why do you think that was done?
I got 2 at that. AI first, please go. What do you think, AI?
If every time you say it's this and somebody says no, it's this, that's just being a contrarian.
Okay, fair enough. Then sorry, the person that just spoke, I missed you. I'm sorry, dude.
I just said it's cogdis.
Fair.
Why do you think that it was done that way? Why do you think that the explanations, quote unquote, were brought up in the first place?
Let me ask you this, go fast. If I took you to court and I said, I believe he stole the car, do I have a court case? Do I have a case?
No.
Right. And what I'm saying to you is when we get to a place of entertaining motive, when we get to a place when we're trying to understand motive, when we've yet to fully understand the form that we're actually observing, I think that that's a waste of time, right? You're trying to understand why somebody would kick you in the teeth. Brother, I'll give you 10 people that kick you in the teeth, and they won't even tell you, right? Why will they kick you in the teeth? Who cares? I'll show you 10 people that kick you in your teeth. Fact is fact. It's there. You observe it. Why do we need to find out motive? What's the point?
Since there's a pause, could I ask AI, are you doing an experiment? I came in late and you were saying something about 4 inches and 7 inches that you were.
Yes.
Yeah, what was that all about?
No, you don't want in on this. This is just men measuring their things.
Oh my goodness. Goodness. Well, there always has to be one joker.
They're always
Can't compose
more
himself.
than one here usually. And
All
it
right.
briefly, I don't want to bore everybody else.
Well, I go to this small lake and make observations at relatively short ranges, where the curve of the Earth is a non-factor, right? Or the alleged curve of the Earth is a non-factor, based on the alleged geometry that they claim, right? And I see observations of things disappear, some days dramatically, some days not, from the bottom up, right? On a routine, consistent basis, which doesn't fit their geometric model in any way, shape, or form, right? Proving unequivocally that you don't need a big hump Earth curve in the way for things to disappear from the bottom up. It's just that simple.
I see. Okay.
So, like, for example, like me and Kiwi, we went through this long thing through the Earth curve calculator and all the math, and we came up with that none of the object I'm looking at should disappear at all. Yet it completely disappeared. So the only conclusion you can be left with, even if you believe it's a globe, is that the reason why it's disappearing must be and only can be an optical, because it can't be the geometry of the globe, because the geometry of the globe doesn't quote unquote predict any disappearance. So you must see that it's an optical effect that causes things to disappear from the bottom up, at least in that instance. And therefore, the curve of the Earth is not the only reason that things can disappear from the bottom up. Pulling the rug out from under one of their linchpin arguments.
Yeah.
Which is really a non-argument. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying a couple of days ago, or I don't know how long ago, there was a vehement argument going on here with a glober about the geometric horizon never being able to be observed. You were arguing about the black swan, and he was saying that it didn't obviate or remove the idea that geometric horizon is non-existent. He says it's existent. It's simply that because of refraction, you rarely observe it. So they've got that covered too, don't they?
Well, in a way, they think they do, but the problem is they've committed a category error because they've taken a model, right, and they've tried to impose it on reality, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like asking how much is purple, times hope, right? You can't get an answer because they're not in the same category. They can't be logic like that. So the geometric horizon does exist. It exists in the geometry, which exists in an ideal model, which exists in a paper, in a mind, or in a graphic. It doesn't exist in the real world. No one can ever see the geometric horizon in the real world, period. End of story, the end. I don't need to go any further. I don't even need to appeal to the real world because I've already defeated it logically.
It's really hard to know whether these people are being paid to be so stubborn.
No, I actually kind of understand like their like mental problems and this that they can't like accept stuff. They're like useful idiots, I guess. I'm pretty sure they're not paid. Maybe some few, but like people I know are like this. My mom especially.
Yeah, it just goes against all the things that are reasonable to make that argument. You never see it. You
She
never
has
have an
multiple
experience of it,
times
but yet
seen
it exists.
crepuscular rays. I've pointed it out to her many times. Recently, it was pretty obvious. The sun, the light coming from the sun was very narrow, and the light we saw on the ocean was very, very wide. and we can also see rays going completely diagonal farther away. But she still like can't accept it. I don't believe my mom is paid. She might have some implant of or something that she doesn't know of that controls her brain, maybe, but I don't know.
The secrets
Yeah,
that people
but your mother is not coming every day. For example, in some show like Akum Virus coming to native show, every day it's here present. For example,
as far as people being paid and stuff like that, like most people don't really need to be paid. All they have to do is believe in the cause. Like, this is all like rudimentary, like old school communism movies and shit. Like you just get people to believe in a cause. You steer you influence the populace and you make things happen. And that's really what's going on with pretty much everything.
Could we go back to that topic about like light not existing or something if we don't see it? It was interesting to like hear the other argument if I could. I mean, it would be.
Yeah, sure. I'll jump in. Here's the thing that I observed that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So on a sunny day, I'll go stand out in front of the sun and get tanned. I will then go to into the parking lot of the beach that I'm at. It has an out, or not an outhouse, but it has a building where I can have lunch. The back of that building is painted black. The parking lot is black asphalt. Yet in the shadows of that building, I can still read a book. And I'm not at a point where I can accept the argument. And AI, I totally understand the aspect of like, you know, when something is, I think it's red, it absorbs all the other colors and it shows as red, right? Because the light is showing on and so on. I understand that aspect. What I'm simply observing is that I can still read that book in the shadows of the building. And that to me removes the argument that the sun is acts like a flashlight or the headlights on a car. It doesn't project light because even when I'm in my room or in a room for that matter, I turn on a light in that main room and the hallway is illuminated. I don't, again, observe anything that would give off reflective properties and things of that nature. I'm just looking at it from a standpoint of we're in a gas tight environment. There's a lid, and the two luminaries, which they're identified as luminaries, interact with the closed gas filled environment. And it even shows sideways fireworks in the sky that I believe are just like they say they're asteroids and flying whatever the heck they no yeah, I think they're just ignited gases based on the fact that they show different colors, the blues, the greens, just like the aurora borealis, the northern lights, which I believe are just like illuminated gases in the atmosphere that we're witnessing the colors. They're literally the visualization of illuminated gases is the northern lights. I think that's it. Gas environment. Period.
Yeah, that's what you think, but like I would want like evidence and stuff. To like.
Kiwi, you're becoming obsessed with this, aren't you?
Pardon me? Yeah, I've been talking to him about
the building thing.
Well, it's just the aspect of entertaining, observing the fact that okay, the sun presents light. Okay, fine. So in my immediate reach, I have two different kinds of light that I can possibly say the sun is. And strictly just looking at it on a simplistic level. The sun is it turns on, it illuminates the area that it's in, as an example. Right? But the Terminator line as a presentation, like showing thinking of the sun shooting out like beams of light. doesn't make any sense, because even like the areas that are outside of that terminator line, or that cutoff of light, they still get heated up on an ambient level. And I guess, like, to say, I think ambient would be the right term, and ambient is a measure of, would be gas as well, wouldn't it? What
Well,
gas?
maybe, but also you were talking, but like maybe it's something else reflecting to that area, I guess.
Well, and again, I'm just saying, from a standpoint of a person who understands like construction. I know construction is not the same thing as interior finishes and whatnot, gentlemen. I understand that, right? But it makes no sense to me, guys, that there's some reflectivity that occurs that allows that light transference from a main room into a hallway. And then I can still, like, the shadows, right? That shadow line is consistent no matter what type of material is behind it. Which, if the shadow is consistent, it would almost say that it doesn't matter whether I'm in a white room or a red room or a green room, the shadow that I'm creating is still consistent because it's an outline. I don't know. Now I'm just throwing balls
It
against the wall.
sounds interesting, but I would like evidence. I don't necessarily believe that like the sun is casting rays. I don't necessarily believe that there is a light speed. I think there light comes instantaneously. I don't know, but
Well, again, keep this in mind. You're asking for evidence, right?
Yeah.
On a visual, something that we can observe, right? So I'm appealing to your mental in painting the idea that I'm standing out in the sun, I'm getting tanned by the sun, which is direct light, right? But I can still dip in behind into a building, into the shadows of a building, and read a book comfortably because there's secondary light.
there's no windows there, if everything
No,
is
no, no,
got
no, 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 no. We're not going to even talk about reflectors. I said window, like the windows do nothing for you. I can still read the book whether the windows are there or not.
So
The
if you're
fact
in a completely black room, but the sun is outside, you say you still can read a book.
that you're inside, you're inside. You have a ceiling now. Okay, I'm outside. I read a book in the shadows of a building. Period. This is
Yeah,
it.
but you're still talking about reflected ambient light, like I said earlier. Like you're outside. It never
Dude.
at night. It never at night is 100% dark. That's there's, especially if you're in the city or a town. Like there's light all over the place. Light sources.
Yeah. And
Also
you know
the
what's all over the
stars.
you know what's all over the place too? Gas.
I've actually, when I was younger, we had like a room inside our house that had no windows, and I tested this myself. I locked all the doors and stuff. I couldn't see shit, but after I waited a while, I think maybe I could see a little bit, but I don't recall actually seeing something. But maybe there's like some ambient light that just is there, I guess. I don't know.
It's stupid, but basically what we're saying is like they got this shit down pretty good. Like some of the fundamentals of how light works. Like we understand. You know, like we're just backing up the mainstream when it comes to this.
I know.
I am anyway.
Gentlemen, understand. I appreciate the engagement on this level because, again, I'm arriving at a point now, right, where I'm just like, this is so bloody airtight. I'm almost ready to, like, I don't know. I'll get carried away with myself,
Lunatic.
but it's the
You say you trust the mainstream or stuff like that, but
I'm not saying it. No, it's not about trust. It's stuff that I've validated with my real life like observations. I'm a good observer. I'm a big thinker. I spend a lot of time in my head and just observing. I do that.
I was just gonna say that nobody has proven that water is H2O, for example, or that plants do actual photosynthesis the way they say they do. Which you can learn more about on a YouTube channel called Peter and Pete on YouTube.
Okay.
I mean, Pete and Peter, I think it's called.
Send me a link or whatever in my DMs. Maybe I'll check it out.
Yeah, a little bit slow to get to the point sometimes, but yeah, they have like a playlist of 50 videos about debunking water being H2O. Not debunking, but like showing there's like no proof of it.
So here's the thing. With respects to light and what my observation is, the shadow remains consistent no matter what materials, i.e., surfaces, that light is interacting with. So that tells me that the reflective properties play absolutely no role in the presence of light in the atmosphere. Yeah. It's strictly a gas operation. The gas you breathe in and interact with and breathe out is the exact same gas that interacts with the luminary that is in the atmosphere that you're in. All right, so
Where does that gas come from?
it's in the system. It gets recycled, renewed, but it's an airtight system, or not airtight, but I don't know what the whole like.
Oh, I meant like where does oxygen and all that come from?
Recycled. Goes through plant. Well, I mean, plants do the recycling of the gases and stuff, and I don't know, man, but it all works. It's a recycle. It's a self-contained.
May I throw it out there that maybe it comes from water?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's all like the cycle. It goes up, it hits the clouds and stuff, and condenses, and then it rains, and all that whole cycle thing that we learned in like grade 8. I remember learning grade 8, but yeah. Which raises an interesting thing, because I wanted to talk to you guys about the idea of gas. Okay? Fog, clouds. Gas carrying water is fog. Clouds are condensed gases.
It's condensed water.
Floating. Condensed
No,
water?
I mean,
Yeah, condensed. Yeah, that's right. Condensed water.
Vaporized, I guess. Vaporized water, sorry.
Okay. Suspended in the closed system. Because we can say suspended based on the fact that obviously, like, I mean, as Glad outlined this to me, they weigh as much as like a damn elephant. Right? You can have a floating elephant in the sky. Thing's called a cloud.
It might be electrical.
Electrical?
Because when it thunders, it suddenly starts to rain because there's a discharge and the electricity makes it fall or something, I guess. That's my theory.
So you're saying talk about the ether then? AETHER? Electrical? No.
What is ether?
Most people
I
talk
have
about
heard
it
about
as
it,
some
but what is it like?
substance of space, ocean that we swim in that's unseen. We'd be fishies in the ether, going up like a cloud or going down like a rock.
Excuse me, what do you have any evidence of this?
People infer it as a necessary framework to think about this stuff properly. They say if space exists going in between objects like you and me, it has to be a something with somethingness, and the frameworks that appear to accept that are something like ether, or as it's known currently, space-time, quantum fluid, quantum foam, some sort of
That sounds
substance
like
that
some
gives
dark
space
matter type stuff.
somethingness, basically.
What is this quantum type stuff?
Basically, it's generally saying that, in reference to quantum foam or quantum fluid, that space has some sort of structure, that there's some sort of structure or somethingness to space, essentially.
Yeah, it's Euclidean space. We are living in Euclidean space, 3D space.
Right. So the question is it more just a concept, or more than just a concept, of something with somethingness that flows, has torque, solidity, that sort of thing, like water or something like that?
I mean, is it observed? I don't know. Well,
The things that people quote unquote observe that make them infer an ether is action at a distance. Like you'll have a cathode ray TV from back in the 50s, one of those old TVs with the static. You could be 50 feet away from the thing and wave your hand around or wave your magnet around. And then the TV will seem like it's responding, like there's some sort of invisible tether between the magnet and the TV.
maybe it's
Showing there's some
type
sort
of
of connection
electricity.
to space.
Like
So stuff
there
like
are
that
different
makes
types of
people infer
magnets.
some sort of ether to connect them, basically.
Well, sure, you can call it whatever you want, but you might as well be a type of electricity or magnetism.
Electromagnetism and electricity, yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, to have waves in an ocean, you need to have some sort of underlying medium to have waves.
Talking about Gauss's law.
What was that?
Gauss's.
So to have
Talking about
electromagnetic
Gauss.
waves, you got to have some sort of underlying medium by
Talking about
similar logic.
televisions with electromagnetic field. Talking about degaussing.
Yeah. I think a framework like this helps you to employ similar logic to come to similar conclusions. So it's easier to think about a thing. Waves in an ocean, waves in an underlying etheric ocean for electromagnetism, electromagnetic waves, and stuff like that.
But what was this quantum stuff you were talking about?
Different names for basically the same thing, this substance of space. Quantum fluid, quantum foam, 0-point energy, the Casimir effect.
Is any of this scientifically repeatable or something? I mean, can you repeat those experiments to prove these things exist?
We'll see the same observations, yeah, but the interpretation of what's causing the observations is going to differ. Why
one thing I know of, it's one experiment about like the double slit experiment, I guess. Well, I don't know how you actually perform it. The explanation of how you perform it seems to me like the thing that the way that they measure it like changes, like how the particle or whatever is moving through it is moving based on like the way they measure it. I don't think they use light to see it because it's so small. They probably use something magnetical or whatever. So I don't know how it works, but yeah.
Yeah. Well,
that's something different. So I don't trust like quantum science and stuff. Firstly, because it's mainstream, and secondly, because I don't trust that experiment.
There is a bit of a cult of quantum mysticism, emerging around this sort of stuff, but we can look at the observations of what, if anything, is there in quantum or whatever, and say, okay, this is the framework by which we're going to interpret it here, or we're going to interpret it based off of this framework over here.
What is this 0-point energy? What is this based on? Do you have any proof of it?
In a vacuum, they had the general setup of the observation experiment, whatever the heck you want to call it. There's a vacuum, and there's two metal plates in a vacuum. They're placed so close together that no wave can, go between them by a mechanical wave of a certain size, of a certain, wavelength, nanometer wise, or a certain distance.
How do you know that?
Wave. That's the framework that they set up. Since you're going to ask a bunch of questions and not let me get to the freaking point. They basically said that the plates were too close together for any wave to intervene, yet something in the vacuum, seemingly nothing in the vacuum after, most of everything has been taken out, appears to push the plates together. This makes people theorize that there's this 0-point energy, Casimir effect, whatever, in the vacuum, pushing the plates together that has not been accounted for. I would go with the framework of the ether remaining in the vacuum, pushing the plates together.
Okay. Yeah, so the 0-point thing, you said yourself it's a theory.
To explain observation. To explain observations, sometimes people theorize to explain what the hell is going on in a consistent way.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into that, I guess.
The Casimir effect, 0 point energy, they're basically saying something's left over in the vacuum, quote unquote, pushing the plates together.
I mean, it sounds like there's some. Since it's such on a small scale, it sounds like there could be some error or something. I guess something pushing into it or something. I don't know. Maybe it's a type of magnetism at that small level. Because why isn't ether moving other stuff like anything else, but just moving it that amount of distance all the time?
Well, this is why the framework is so important, because even in a river, a fishy can appear to be relatively motionless in a flowing river because of the way that it's aerodynamically formed, because of the way the medium, the river in this case, or by extension, the ether, is flowing over the object. Sometimes it can give it a gentle nudge or a gentle push, or just seem to pass right over it without moving it. So I think it helps to talk about these frameworks so that we get tools to think about this in one way or another way. That's why theory is so vital. It gives you the framework by which to think about a thing.
Yeah, just like the globe model, I guess. That's what
Some frameworks are
it's
better than
reminding me
others.
of, because it's all so super complicated. It seems very unnecessarily complicated.
Well, without a framework, you're going to have a bunch of disconnected observations that are not brought together as a coherent whole to simplify thinking. And so I would go with the flat earth covered by some sort of, or rather with some sort of flowing substance of space, aka the ether, swirling around it once a day to explain Bob Nodel's gyro drift, assuming that the gyro drift is a thing. These frameworks are also essential because they give us tools to do more than just dismiss the observation, to encapsulate the observation and explain
gyro drift
without just being like, we're just going to dismiss it.
I mean, gyro drift, it just like it constantly accelerates, you know. If you're speaking out of a gyro, you know, and if you like have it placed on like something, you know, if it's like a spinning top, if you like push it on one side, it was a very good explanation. I don't remember it fully, but it made sense. I remember it would like start to it would like transfer the movement like 90 degrees forward or something.
Well, the framework by which these ring laser gyros was understood as the reason why they're working is you take the interferometer, which is basically what a ring laser gyro is, a big interferometer.
Oh, I thought you were talking
With
about
the light
normal gyros. I
my
didn't
point
hear the
real
laser
quick,
part.
architecture, before you interrupt me. I'll try to keep it 2 or 3 sentences since you insist on cutting in. You split the light in the instrument and send it down 2 equal paths and recombine the light at the end of the circuit. The paths are supposed to be equal, yet one and or both of the light rays appear to be out of phase, as if one and or both of them were slowed down by something in space. The thing that was slowing it down in space in the interferometer, and by extension the ring laser gyro, is thought to be the thick treacly sludge of space itself. Space then would be like a river. Either you go with the flow of the river or against the flow of the river, and you're slowed down. So that's one of the frameworks by which they say these ring laser gyros are working and giving us these fringes. And so if space is a thick, treacly substance that flows, perhaps it's flowing over the flat, motionless Earth.
Okay, yeah, I was just when we mentioned gyro, I thought you were talking about, you know, gyros, not lasers. You know, sorry.
Perhaps it's a liquid.
I mean, what? Like, I mean, it sounds very unnecessarily complicated and kind of stupid, but I don't know.
Well, stupid is saying a form of dismissal. You'd have to explain why one, if not both, of the rays that are split in the interferometer are coming back out of phase. And if you have no framework to analyze it other than just dismissing it as stupid, I'm going to go with a framework that's less dismissive, like space being a thick, fudgy treacle that flows, and you can either go with its flow or against it, slowing down the light rays rather in the gyro.
Are you talking about the double slit experiment? I guess no, since you're not responding.
Isn't it that the entire cosmos above the flat Earth is supposed to be moving in as a unit, in unison? And these stars are then, if you could imagine it, embedded in this flowing ether that's moving in a single direction.
Yes. And as to the double slit experiment, there's several interpretations even of that. The prevailing paradigm that they use to interpret things like the double slit experiment, quantum, whatever, is the Copenhagen interpretation, saying that everything that's unobserved essentially exists as some sort of wave or something. And then once we observe it, it collapses into a particle or some crap. But there's different interpretations even about that. With the double slit experiment, they're basically saying that it exists as a wave until it's measured, recorded, observed, some stuff like that.
Question: what are they using to measure it before it enters the double slit?
Computer? I don't know. I need to see the.
You don't measure with a computer. That's
the computers running models. I don't know. I'm not an expert.
They're not using models as far as what I know about it. They're using an actual real-world experiment. That's like the only quantum real-world experiment I know of that you can you put use and stuff.
The computers modeling wavelengths. I don't know. I'd have to ask them.
Well, I'd like to know how they because what I think is that the stuff they are measuring with, it interacts with the particle type thing that moves through it, which is causing it to behave differently. So I don't think it's like changing from a wave to a particle, because that doesn't make any sense at all. It sounds like global logic, but worse. And yeah. I'm having a brain fart thinking about this.
I guess they're appealing to what wave particle duality or some stuff. I mean, there's the philosophy that they use to interpret it is also interesting in and of itself when they see this and say, oh, it's this or that interpretation.
Yeah, I just don't see waves becoming matter. Like waves in a certain medium, moving the medium and stuff, becoming something else, which is matter or whatever.
Right. I mean, when you think of waves, you think of an ocean. You think of something that's all around, but you don't really think of localized, a localized particle. So I guess we're dealing with what? Localized, location versus something that's everywhere and, I don't know, omnipresent or something. I don't know.
Also, I don't know how to approach this, but I don't know how to approach you about this, but you're talking about the space being a flowing type thing. I don't experience any of that in my day-to-day life. I don't like the space is practically motionless here, and it's not flowing anywhere.
You've experienced space? Wow.
What? Excuse me, I didn't hear.
Because I think people say that space is something that flows because we can move through it. If space was solid or something more solid like a block, it would stop our progress. But we appear to be able to move through it, like getting out of the way,
empty space,
like water or some sort of fluid.
Yeah, No, but see
Why
that
does
that
why
whole
does it have to
that
be
whole
that?
topic,
I don't.
melon, or meadow. Sorry, meadowlark. And like that whole topic, all of a sudden we're in Narnia. You know, like
Yeah.
it's fascinating. I understand. I would love to, you know. It's just there's nothing you can really go on with any of it.
A lot of it is
Yeah, it seems that
philosophical
way at least.
interpretation because the question boils down to either space is something or space is nothing. If space is something like an ether, quantum foam, quantum fluid, or whatever the hell you want to call it, a
I mean,
substance, well, then it would explain very nicely with that framework the 15-degree gyro drift over a flat, motionless Earth, with the Earth being motionless while space flows over and around the unmoving Earth.
I mean, I don't necessarily believe it. Like, I mean, it has to be space. Like because we are in 3D, you know. We experience 3D space, and I don't think it like has to be something physical because it isn't. The things inhabiting that's physical.
So
It
space
makes
is
no sense to me that you
non-physical, yet it
like
exists. So we
describe
have non-physical
like the
things that
space
exist,
as
like space.
something you can mold on and stuff. Like
Well, it may be
Einstein.
Narnia, but we need to be honest about the implications of these ideas. Why? Because these ideas and their implications are what we're going to use to form additional theory and make additional experiments based off that theory. So are we saying that space exists, but that it's non-physical? I would kind of agree with you. Yeah. I think of space as this metamorphic thing that can crystallize into any solid object you need as a repository of energy.
I mean, it could be, but you would have to have, show me evidence of that to like make me change my opinion that change my mind on that because like if we don't know, it's better to like assume the most reasonable, the most simple answer. Like since we can see far and wide, like over long distances with good cameras like Nikon cameras and stuff, we should assume that it's flat because that's the simplest explanation. Or we could also assume that it's a gigantic Earth with like lots of land and stuff. But that's like, why would you do that? It's unnecessarily complicated. We don't have any evidence of that. Flat is like basic. It's like the most basic. I mean, plain or terrestrial.
I think of it as a logical antecedent, like the antecedent that we talk about all the time when we talk about gas and the imagined container that's necessary for gas to be under pressure. No one has ever found this dome or this container, have they?
Well, there was a rocket.
They found enough to jump out on faith and say there's something up there. We have sundogs and parhelions that look like the sun shining off of a surface. That alone is enough. But we also find ringwoodite below, which is rock that has been formed under great pressure and infiltrated with water. Ringwoodite below, and we find its meteorite equivalent coming down on us from above, almost as if there's some sort of solid tenon meteorite covering that is next to highly pressurized water above us and below us. So that, at least for me, is more than enough as a conspiratard, religitard, flatty. But if we need additional evidence, like, I don't know, radar ranging, then so be it. But I'm pretty comfortable declaring that the sky is some sort of solid tenon meteorite covering.
And the windows, I mean, the story goes in scripture that the windows to the heavens were open, and that's what the source of the water came from, right? If we're going to allow us for that portion to say that.
Yeah. Because, when we're talking about these theories, what are we ultimately talking about, Ildiko? Somebody did some work in a lab, whatever, and they came up with a framework. either we accept what they said on faith when they revealed to us about meteorites, about knowledge, about whatever, or we say, I don't believe
Meteorites
you,
probably
and
exist.
I'm going to need to
We have
redo
covered
everything
up
that you
some,
did.
actually.
So the question is, are we going to accept really anything, knowledge-wise, science-wise, on faith? Or are we going to say, no, I'm going to need to redo it myself? It's a huge question.
Yeah, you shouldn't like accept everything as facts.
Fair
You
enough.
can say
But
you
since
believe
we
it
can't
or you think it's
let's say you
possible.
got a really messy house, right? Like, what do? You just say fuck it, and you throw everything that you're throwing away right in the middle of the goddamn floor, and you're like, I'm fucking done with this shit. You know, you make it worse, and you get rid of the bullshit. That's what we fucking need to do. We need to get rid of all the bullshit.
But more bullshit is stacking, because what do we have to do now? Reestablish every foundational science, knowledge, theory? And nobody has time for that. This is centuries of information. We can take it on faith or reject it on faith. That's fine. But eventually we're going to need to accept something. Some body of prior established knowledge.
We
don't.
Firmament or otherwise.
Like a gravity, like a gravity, for example.
Not that far. I mean, we can still test it,
But
sure,
why?
but
But
after a
why?
while, you know,
But why?
you're just
Why,
going to
Lemon?
either accept
Real
it or
science is
reject it.
about testing, doing repeating experiments and verifying it for yourself. That's a big part of science, and there are many people doing actual science.
The question is, do we have to verify it over and over and over again? Or does there come a
maybe
point
not,
when we can accept it or reject it based off of faith?
No. We can do like this. It was Newtonian gravity. That is not true. It was Einsteinian gravity. It's not true. That means it is some third gravity what we can reach.
But hold on a second, Sasha. Having said that, and then having said the oh my god, I lost my train. Fuck. Sorry.
I only wanted to tell you one thing. When flat earthers claiming something, assuming something, that's really, really good because it's leading somewhere. But when it's global assuming something, that it's fucking bullshit, you know?
Dude, it's so often that we're talking about real science and they think it's bullshit because it's coming from flat earthers. Like, they will preach against everything that we say just because it's coming from us.
Yeah, they are
No, Lou,
attacking the
I'm
person,
saying,
not the
Lou,
argument.
I'm saying, Lou, when we start to speak something what we don't know, our words is somehow, but yes, we are for truth, and this has more, it has more sense, you know, without any proof, but it has more sense because we are people who are telling truth, you know, but we don't have backup for that. But that's more, you know, sense. It has more sense. But gravity has no sense, you know, because it's bullshit, you know. But this has more sense because it's coming from our mouth, because we are telling the truth.
Okay, that's the question. The science, like, what came first, chicken or the egg? Why does science get to complicate an observation?
That's not what science is. Science is like doing experiments, interpreting the results with like trying with the most basic theory and maybe developing an understanding of what you are observing from the experiment.
Okay, so observing the most basic theory? Are we observing something or are we theorizing something?
A little bit of
I mean, you
both.
can theorize, but that's not real. Just theorizing is not real science. You have to base it on observable reality for it to
They
be
work
science.
together because you're going to try to do additional experiments and have repeatable actions that you're going to try to perform to verify whether it's the case or not. So your theory needs to be, I don't know, detailed enough to guide additional action for additional experimentation. And that's where the potential complication can come in. People come up with cockamamie
It doesn't
theories
have to
to
be
guide additional
detailed.
experimentation.
It only becomes detailed when you have enough evidence to make it detailed stuff, you know.
Who here knows about the pendulum experiment?
You're talking about the false cult pendulum?
I'm just throwing it out there for what it's worth, because I know that there was a pendulum and there was the word experiment attached to it. So I'm asking, does anybody know about the pendulum experiment?
I watched a couple videos about it. One by Eric Dubay and one other, I think, from someone else.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just it's mostly bullshit. I guess from what I saw.
Okay.
They are rigging the experiment. If you're doing
Okay.
it yourself, you won't experience any, like it won't do anything to prove the globe
Okay.
Earth.
So in actual essence, we observe a construction plumb bob, actually.
Yeah.
So is a science experiment necessary to observe what can be done with a construction plumb bob?
You were talking a lot slow and with a lot of words. I kind of dropped
No,
out. Sorry.
it's not necessary for a construction plumb bob, but the
That's what
framework
I'm
that
saying,
they
and that's where I'm asking the question, and maybe I'm painting, and I'm being deliberate in my delivery, because I'm attempting to say that why does science have to get involved in the observance of a construction plumb bob, right?
It's making additional claims. It's saying that the plumb bob should go back and forth in a straight line unless the Earth is moving beneath it. If the Earth is moving beneath it in some way, they say that this pendulum trace a spirograph motion instead. That will vary. But
Look,
even that interpretation is bad. So we need to talk about the theoretical framework that they use to come up with this cockamamie idea and see if it's actually valid or if we could go in another direction just as easily.
Look,
like with flat land, with at best, this plumb bob deviating because of the joint of the pendulum, the swirling ether, electromagnetics. Who knows?
look,
That's what. But
I'd like to please, being in construction again, like when it comes to plumb bob, I don't use it every day. It's not something I got to use often, honestly, but sometimes it comes in handy. All right. And it assumes a flat plane. That's how you use it.
Exactly. And Lou, listen to me carefully when I say this, my guy. When I talk about the plumb bob, I'm just talking about the observance of level, right? It's just to say that we always unpack everything we build from the observance of level based on a construction plumb bob. Like it's easy to just say because that's what we do.
Here's the thing: is when a flat earther starts calling out the plumb bob like it's proof. How do you prove that every plumb bob is parallel to every other plumb bob? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
good point.
Dude,
You'd
a
have to
caveman.
assume it based off of
Freddie, a
theoretically.
caveman hung a plumb bob. 100%. I would put money on it that if a bloody caveman hung a plumb bob. 100%.
You'd have to assume that it's hanging straight in all instances, though. Unless you can test every plumb bob, you'd have to
If
just
there's
go off of
listen, if there's one point of fixation, I guess, or one point of where it's fixed, and a weight is on the other side, right? That weight is heavier. It will always hang straight, unless it's a windy day. Like, it's always observed. Always.
Yeah.
Does not change.
I wouldn't
caveman could have
use
done
that as the best proof of flat Earth. My favorite two are crepuscular rays and also the fact that so-called gravity or fall acceleration should be like different on the equator and on the poles.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You just said to me, let me get this right. You just said to me that you wouldn't use that argument to illustrate flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay, and I said to you at the beginning of my observation of that aspect, a caveman could have done this. And then you come back at me and say to me that you'd use gravity to explain flat Earth.
No.
Gravity doesn't even exist.
Supposed to. I mean, you know, the
No,
Earth is supposed
I'm
to
sorry.
spin. They say.
No,
And
because I'm sorry. I want to drive my point home, right? Because I said a caveman did this, I'm willing to bet money on that because it's such an easy observation, right? You don't even have to talk about it. A caveman could have done this. Why do we have to over-explain the theory of what a caveman could have done? What do you think?
why do you say a caveman could have done it? I mean, of course, you can hang a plumb bob and it will point down, and the glober wouldn't care because their model it doesn't disprove their model that the plumb bob hangs straight down.
It doesn't disprove our model.
Their model.
It doesn't disprove their model.
Yeah, obviously, because they have something. They have like density and buoyancy, and they added gravity on top of it, which is basically does the same, except never mind. But like they have like an explanation for why things fall down, and the pendulum is also like falling down, but you're stopping it, and it points down.
And that's what I'm saying is that it's a point that you observe from a place that is, I guess, I mean, even if they hung it from a tree, the tree was still attached to the ground. So I could see where the point of reference, they could argue a point of contention because the tree is attached to the ground as a possible.
I mean, it's not, I don't see how that's like one of the best arguments for flat Earth.
I don't know.
Can I try with my logic?
Yes,
only with my logic, without total ignorance, without, let's say, knowing anything. But let's say sea level. You know, do you know the South Africa? Do you know the mountains called Andes and Andes? That it's mountains coming from the north to the south of the South America, Chile and Argentina. It's covered by that mountains. Andes. Do you know Andes? It's like a Alps in Europe, but this is in South America.
It's an Alps?
Andes. It's called. It's a name of the mountains, like a
All right,
Alps.
so it's a mountain.
It's not one mountain. It's a how to say
mountain range.
Yeah, yeah. And it's going from the north to the south.
Okay.
And if you
In the east to the west. By the way, guys, he's talking about the Andes Mountains in Chile.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't pronounce good. Andes, how you call? I don't know.
What created the mountains?
Yeah, but listen to this story. That means let's take a boat and let's go from the north to the south of South America, where is Chile and Argentina. Where are that mountains? And we take a boat and we look at mountains. That means that we will pass so much curvature on the surface to the south. It will be so big curvature, but all the time we will look left, let's say, that mountains, and we will measure that mountains from the sea level.
Okay.
Let's draw two lines on the sea and on the ground, because imagine the globe that from the north of South America to the south, it's a big curve. Now that big curve should go through the land also. That means that we cannot measure that mountains reference to the sea level. We need to have some reference through the land to measure that mountain. So if you want even better, from east to the west, take the USA, take the mountain in the middle of USA, but you're approaching, let's say, from east or from west and going to east, and now you have curvature in the middle. It's curving all land, because it must curve.
They are claiming it's that way, or it's supposed to be that way on the globe. Yes.
Yeah, but you will measure the mountain in the middle of the USA reference to the sea level.
Yes, because they don't recognize sea level. that the way that sane people do. What their definition of sea level is curved around the ball.
I know that, but that's impossible to measure the mountains if you have curved.
No. They like the distance from the center. I guess I'm pretty sure they use. Or
Really?
they say they use.
How?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how they claim that
Wouldn't they need
the
to know the distance to the
inner
center?
part of Earth is a molten core. I don't know how they do that, but they do.
But yeah, I know
I
that
can't explain it.
It's easy to say that they are referring to the center of the Earth. That's easy to say, but how?
I don't know. There's a lot of such question you could have to like the ones who made the model, but they're not getting. They're getting them from me because I don't know. They didn't make the model.
For me, logically, it's like this. You are in
Let's
UK.
just all agree that the Earth is flat and go on with our day.
Yeah.
Oh, we are agreeing. I think most of us are in agreement on that. Like, we don't have to just go on about our day. There's a lot more to be understood, right?
Yeah. Yes.
True, and it's also fun to just gather around gather on the steps with your friends, you know. So somebody's got a nice echo.
No, I'm talking about these two guys.
If you have swimming pool and you throw
These
some
guys.
objects, you throw some objects in swimming pool, you can measure that height of that object easy. Let's make now that swimming pool curves, and let's drop the object. Let's imagine that water is curved, and let's put some object. And can we measure easy now elevation?
Yeah, I guess you can find the amount of curvature and like find the radius and like from there like find like the center and stuff.
But how do you do that if water
calculate like the distance you walk on the perimeter of like on a sphere, like you put on a circle? I mean, I have a hard time putting into words, but
and this is why it's sheer idiocy.
What?
It is
Why do you
flat.
have to be so mean?
It is flat and
Oh
contained.
no, it's not. It's not pure idiocy. I have to disagree, but they have a reason why they fell for it. It's because of assumptions. You know what I mean? Like,
but that's what I'm saying. But when you actually get down to the brass, if you get down to the brass tacks of what you're actually trying to entertain, right now, Sasha paints a great picture of imagine you throw objects into a containment thing, a pool which has a curved bottom, fully knowing that water always seeks its level. How is it possible that you're able to measure those items that are above the water? It's such a befuddling scenario that it's almost as architecture was outlined.
It makes total sense in my mind. It's not, but like I mean, it's not reality. I mean, but like the model makes sense. I was trying to explain it, but was a little bit difficult putting it into words.
yeah, you're Norwegian. You don't speak English primarily. You might have trouble sometimes conveying these deeper concepts, right?
Yeah. Also, I'm better at text, but it could work because you could like measure the amount of curvature, like if you measure it to be 8 inches per mile square. Not that, but like the actual trigonometric one, the real, the ones they claim, I mean, is real. But and then from there you have the water at one place, and then you know how far you walked, and based on that, and you and use that as a reference point, you could calculate the height from the sea level that way. So yeah, so the from the radius, it will be 2 pi length around a circle as an intersection from the supposed globe. And I mean, probably you could probably use like supposed satellites to measure it. If you have a satellite that goes in a circle and not an ellipse, you could maybe like use echolocation to do it. Maybe they think they do that. I don't know. I mean, if it was a globe, you could maybe do that. That's one way.
Looking at that from a construction perspective, again, from knowing what I know with construction, it's mind-boggling. Because I think about, like, even if somebody was gonna draw that, how many I don't even think you can't draw that.
I mean, you could probably ignore the part about using the water as reference point. You could probably just use what I said about like a satellite orbiting around the supposed.
These things are in a pool, though, right? These things are in a pool, though. I'm not going to hire a satellite to help me draw something I threw into a pool, and I'm just trying to observe, like, draw some measurements.
Okay,
Right.
sure, but
Well,
like,
I mean, that was
it wouldn't be. You wouldn't.
presented, right?
If it was a globe, you wouldn't see like the curvature on a small pool. Maybe on a bigger pool, but not on a small one.
Okay, so we were talking about earlier. We were talking about the potentiality that. Do you think that the Earth's surface is faceted, a series of flat cuts?
What do you mean? I mean, I think the Earth is flat. I mean, terrestrial.
Okay.
No, I think he's what he liked about me earlier was I was staying super scientific about it and disregarding religion when it came to like the shape of the earth. You know, I think he's a flat earther, similar to me, who it is just taking every aspect in and observing and trying to make connections, right?
Yeah. Of echo. I mean, feedback.
I don't know if he's like, I don't know, you know, we do get this also from time to time where people are deceitful. They try to get accepted by flat earthers and stuff. So people will be lenient about that theory about that.
But what the original point was, the plum wasn't like a good thing to like use to convince like a global that it's flat. I was saying like there were two other ones that are my personal favorites that work much better and are like everyone can repeat to themselves, and it also and it doesn't work on a globe. Like crepuscular rays is one. And the other one is, why isn't the supposed gravity weaker at the equator? Because there it's the centrifuge has to be bigger. I mean, the gravity isn't. They say it wouldn't be weaker, but they say, but the fall speed should be fall acceleration. I mean, should be lower because of the stronger centrifuge at the equator, because the Earth is spinning at like 1,000 miles per hour. In circle, meaning it's constant acceleration. Not only that, you also have that it spins around the sun too, supposedly, and the sun like spins around the galaxy at even bigger speeds and stuff. But just factoring in the spin around the supposed Earth's axis it should be noticeable. You can actually use maths on that. I've seen a good meme about it. You could probably calculate it yourself. I haven't done it myself, but you probably could. And there are obviously a lot of other things that are good proof as well, like Nikon cameras seeing way further than they should. That's also a very good one. But like the plum pointing straight down, I wouldn't say that's a very good one. I mean, it would go against what they claim is like that it would like start to spin if you swung it in a straight direction. But it wouldn't like disprove like the globe, I guess, completely. Or maybe it does, but like it does not as strong as the other ones. I mean, yeah, it kind of does. Everything would kind of be chaos if you think like it's not only constantly accelerating so that the centrifuge is pushing outwards, it's also constantly accelerating around the sun, which changes when you are at daytime or at nighttime. It would be stronger at nighttime because then it's the extra acceleration would push double outwards, so everything would actually be total chaos, and you would definitely like measure it, would be able to, I mean. So I guess in that sense it should disprove the globe, but you have to like argue, talk a lot to get to the point about that. It's easier if you just show them crepuscular rays, or just show them looking through a Nikon camera, and then it's over. It should be over. I mean, many are in denial and stuff. Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, hello. Whoever said that.
I said hello.
Yo, hello.
Was a new person coming in chat. Entering chat, I mean. So why did everyone just suddenly turn silent?
I'm just reading up on the space news. Check my Google feed every now.
I understand we have a show. I understand we have a show that we have to fill dead air with, but even for the audience, if you've had good conversations or good points, sometimes a little bit of downtime is good for letting it sink in.
Oh, you thought my point was good? Oh.
Well, I've thought tonight's conversations have been good. I'm not talking about any specific point that you made, but no, we've had good shit happen here.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm a little Smurfy. Not like Smurf, but I'm not like,
Not completely smurfed out.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't want to be completely. You don't want to. What do they say? You don't want to go full Smurf.
And also, any mods there that listen to me, could you maybe change my role from globe skeptic to flat earther?
Ooh, pressure's on.
Never. Do we allow asks, or do you have to earn it?
I remember having to interview, but sometimes you.
I remember having to earn Mikey.
Yeah.
It's up to the mods.
We have had some people in the past ask for it and turn out to be a little suspicious. So there is that.
Ah.
I think we've all been suspicious at one point or another, right?
No, but you definitely have though, Rookie. So like, don't be suspicious. Don't be.
This is.
What specifically do you mean by suspicious?
Nah, it's unfair. Rookie's really never done anything like terribly suspicious. But
maybe not Rookie.
But he acts suspicious, so he brings it on.
It's suspicious being a global.
To answer your question, Architecture, it seems like it's the latest DLC, right? There's a lot of people stuck on the old DLC. Earth is a donut. What if it was a disc? A meteor hits it, all the dinosaurs float off. These are old downloadable content to the NPCs, but the latest update to the game to these NPCs is like, well, I'm going to pretend to be a flat earther, and who can do it the best? A lot of them can't really do it.
Oh,
but it's
okay.
like the better
I'm
actors.
definitely not pretending.
Well, maybe not you. I'm just letting you know.
It's okay. We keep taking them in though for the. We keep taking them in so they can do the audition, and we can find out for sure. So that's always entertaining.
Well, what's funny about these types of guys is they're subtly red pilling themselves, even if they are doing it, pretending. But go ahead.
There's a test.
Something I want to put forward for consideration is we're also building a community. So there's a lot to be said for showing up and contributing regardless of what your title shows.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Big time. And look, people are like, "Hey, I've been here for a long time. Why don't I get a rank or whatever?" Like the real meat of it is we want to get to know you. We want to see if you're really a flat earther.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get ranked. I just want like having the title flat earther, not just globe skeptic. I don't need that silver stuff. I just want to be labeled flat earther because I am a flat earther.
That's cool. I understand that. Okay. And this is me speaking to you. I don't know. I think I've been around for, I don't know, maybe a month and a half or something like that, I'm guessing.
I've been around for like 6 months.
Oh. This is the first
You can check that out.
Whipped it out, dude. You just whipped it out, Kiwi.
Damn, homie. 6 months. Boom. Okay.
Around. You could probably check it exactly. Maybe it's 7, maybe it's 5.
Did you swim with crocodiles?
Give us 3 reasons you think the Earth is flat. Go.
Yeah,
it's one is crepuscular rays. The sun, if the heliocentric model is correct, the sun rays would be parallel. They are not.
Can I critique that a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that only really disproves what they're claiming about the globe. It doesn't really verify whether the surface of the Earth is flat. It's a good thing to bring up.
Okay. Yes. That's disproves the globe, of course.
Yeah.
And you can also do laser tests or just having a very good camera or very good telescope, and you can see farther than you should according to 8 inches per mile squared. It should be an 8 inches drop per mile squared, because if it's 2 miles, it should be 8 squared in a drop in inches. I mean, and it doesn't. You can see many like kilometers in the distance, more than you should like boats and stuff that are like on the water level.
If I was a baller and I said refraction, what would you say back to that?
Well, light, I mean, refraction isn't that strong, I guess. Actually, I don't. I'm not. I don't know how to answer that properly, I guess. But
all good. I was just checking.
One more point for consideration. The next question follow up to that is refraction. That's one topic, and also how would you respond to gravity? Topic of gravity.
Okay, so we have never like observed two objects like attracting each other based on anything other than magnetism or electricity or something like that. And like there was supposedly an experiment. I think it was the Cavendish experiment, and it. Okay, so I don't really know. I shouldn't really comment on that, I guess, since I don't really know. But it did. It was a good question you can ask. Is like, what are the variables, control variable, the dependent variable, and the it was the third one. I forgot. Anyways, yeah, and like you don't need gravity to explain why things fall and rise. It's simply density and buoyancy. It things fall and rise depending on whether it's more dense than the medium surrounding it, and then it will like accelerate downwards or upwards until it like reaches a speed.
Yeah, architecture. You've either really studied us well, or you've got it figured out pretty well.
Well, why would I do that? Like waste like 6 months of that.
Like I said, architecture is the latest game that the Globers are playing. So why would you do it? I don't know, man.
I'm sorry, I'm not convinced.
Ooh, Flatman can
Dang, we are a tough crowd nowadays.
Bruh, I like this. Cross-examination to the third level.
Fake flat earthers can be a problem. So it is good to call it out.
I think he's ready. Only he needs now to swim the pool, swimming pool of crocodiles, and he will be king.
Feed him a baller, dude. Feed him a
That's
baller.
the last test, man.
I'd like to give him a lot of credit for his observation.
I did it.
I would like to give him a lot of credit for his observation of buoyancy. I hope I said that right. I always have trouble with the boo. But for,
Yeah, buoyancy.
Buoyancy within... Damn it, I gotta stop saying it. Buoyancy!
Booyaka!
Fits it on the buoyancy button.
No, but here's the thing, guys. We can't be unfair about it. Like the guy proved that he knows our arguments. Like you can't just assume he's faking it because he's too good at it. Like, I mean, what are you gonna fucking do? You can have your haters. We all have them, right? So
Lou, we are listening him like for the last 1 or 2 hours. He is totally honest, and if he's acting, that's great for him.
If he's acting, he's really fucking good at it. He did his work.
Yeah, but the cool thing is like you're also, even if you are acting, you're also sort of red pilling yourself along the way. You're teaching yourself all these.
Yeah.
So
if they're really good at acting, maybe they should just get the flat earther role anyway.
You guys are missing the best part. You're missing the best part. He's an American actor.
Oh snap!
What?
But if you promise that he will act, but that'd be pretty. If you promise that you act till the end,
that's how good you're faking it. Wow, yeah, you're incredible. I'm just kidding.
Don't stop acting, and everything will be okay.
So
I'm not acting.
Just don't break character. Yeah.
By the way, guys, like giving him the flat earther role, like doesn't really give him any power. It's just a fucking role.
True. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty good that you're globe skeptic. It sounds like you really are.
Oh man, that's even better to be than flat earther.
Yeah, Might not. You might not get as much shade.
Nobody will call you the names. You are only skeptic. You know?
People are going to be afraid of you, dude. You're going to be a tough guy now.
Now that you know what a construction plumb bob is.
I did already know what the plumb was.
If you take that role, you know that you will be.
Dude, I want to pay you some quick credit. Sasha, give me a second.
Okay,
the observation of buoyancy is so important because we preach a closed gas-filled environment, and buoyancy is a measure of the observation of gas, right? Because you're taking a gas-filled item and you're sitting it on top of water, right? I.e., a buoy. So the actual aspect when I watch a basketball player jump into the air and he dunks a ball and then he comes back down, he is exerting force on the floor with his muscles, right? And he no longer can be affected by buoyancy, I guess you'd say, because he's going upward. He exerts his force and then he comes back down and so on and so forth. But it's a really good observation. I really like it. Thank you for that. Sasha, go ahead.
I forget it.
I dragged it.
No, I remember. If
Buoyancy is in effect all the time.
If you want flat earth roll, do you know that after that you will be retarded?
After that, I will be.
It's too late. There's no going back now.
That's the point.
Architecture. Explain why somebody shouldn't believe in the globe.
Well, you got
I haven't thought
popularized,
about.
so.
I mean, I guess you. Well, because firstly, it isn't true, and it is. There's like no evidence for it, I guess. Yeah. Sorry, I haven't thought so much about it, but also, like it's kind of you feel like insignificant, I guess. You can do that, I guess. Also, sorry, I haven't. I guess I haven't prepared the answers for this one. If you think I'm an actor or whatever, but
No, I think most of us are pretty well convinced. Like you know what you're talking about. Like you've done some research, and that's really that's what this is about. Like it's about people who are interested in finding the truth, and they've been paying attention, right?
Also, I haven't met a glober who like wants to be called a flat earther or like wants to have a role in this called flat earther, I guess. Other than for memes, I guess, but like I'm serious about it.
We've met them, but yeah, no, you seem alright.
But if you fuck us over,
oh nice, I got the role.
You will burn in hell.
Also, I lost the VC verified role.
You'll be relegated to the flat Earth purgatory. I mean, Glober. Which way? Either way.
No, but
purgatory.
At this point, I listen to him. You know what Lemon was speaking about ether? The architecture was good because he was asking him, "Can you back up that story?" You know, and he was asking him, "You know, do you have any proof for that?" We didn't ask him; he was asking, and that was great.
Either way, it's still a thing.
Yeah, but I was like asking for proof for it because I'm not like observing it like in my like everyday day life, you know.
Well, we do
it may exist, you know.
We do have a medium in between us, you know.
Yeah, I would call that 3D space, the 3D space that we are experiencing. It's Euclidean or like mostly Euclidean 3D space because it's like it doesn't bend.
That's slightly different. You're talking about like length, width, and height type of thing. I'm talking about an actual medium within which air waves travel.
I think it's like
or
the
or
gas
or
and
is
like
he being
pressure
more
of
or is he being
gas.
more literal, saying like, you know, like we all in a public space in a public setting, we kind of had everything. We don't really talk to each other with what we're really saying. You know, like I don't think maybe that's not what he's saying, but I could read into it.
Well, yeah, just like I like to base things on evidence and proof, and I like to theorize about stuff, but like yeah, if I'm gonna like know something, I need proof or believe something. I guess I need evidence.
Yeah, it's funny how they've taken all of like most evidence that they claim is theirs for a globe is actually flat Earth evidence also, which is what's really weird about that.
Yeah. And they like use straw man to like misrepresent the flat Earth in so many ways. So it's really hard to like discuss with, debate with like my dad and stuff, because he assumed what the flat Earth already was with the model and stuff. But I had to like implant it in his brain, like flat Earth is like acknowledging the evidence that it's planar terrestrial, not claiming how the sun works, not claiming how any of the other things work. It's at its core just acknowledging that it's planar terrestrial, meaning basically flat.
Well, and here's the thing: a lot of people they don't like it. They're like, "No, I'm a flat earther all the way." You know, it's like no, I'm for the truth. I'm a truther all the way, and I just want to know what I just want to know. I don't want to spin on the information, and I'm trying to dig through what we have because everything has this fucking spin on it.
Yeah, a lot of things have, yes.
Architecture. Somebody asked you for a fraction. Do you remember? And you said I don't know something more about that.
Yeah, I don't know like how to counter that properly.
But
I
listen,
guess.
listen this story. Which claim is that refraction from flat earther or from globe earther?
The globe earthers are using
No,
the
that's not
argument, I guess.
that's not true.
Yo.
That's
Yeah, flat earthers can also use the argument when it comes to like boats
no.
disappearing.
Listen,
No, never
listen.
mind. I'm speaking
Okay, I
bullshit.
will tell you. 2016, people, flat earthers were saying there is refraction there. You don't have geometrical horizon because there is a refraction there. And they were saying there is no refraction there. And then it came the black swan, and they started to speak that there is a refraction there. What we were saying all the time, and they was denying that refraction in the beginning.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about that? They've stepped behind our argument and pretended like they've just won the argument. Crazy.
First they claim refraction, then they claim there is no refraction, and then they claim there is refraction. That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's simple when you think about it. Like, in elementary school, they teach you like information that's 100 years outdated. It's like the same shit they told everybody else, but it's not at all reality. And then you got to high school, they divulged some of the real information, but most of it was still just this fantasy bullshit.
Yeah.
And you go to college and you find out all the stuff that they taught you in high school, like you got to unlearn that. They're like, yeah, that's not it at all.
No, not actually. Maths, I have actually learned a lot.
Math remains the same, but like,
yeah, differential equations. That's something interesting. That
For me,
very useful.
for me, it's strange why we never at least I don't know, that we never learned about Cavendish. It was not so important. I found out that later. Who is Cavendish and what is that? Blah blah blah. Let's call experiment, not experiment.
Yeah, it's not until you get into either like specific degrees that you might learn about a lot of the stuff that we're covering.
Yeah. But that's really important thing because they are now claiming Cavendish. That means why I didn't learn that? And plus, this is not important because Einstein came. Everything is like, what that means? I will learn Newton in the school without mentioning Cavendish. Then I will grow up. I will learn that Newton is wrong, but I still will not know about Cavendish. Then I will know about Cavendish after the Einstein, and then I will have my head will be totally confused. What is going on?
Yeah, well, and when you really dig into it, if you happen to take a field that way, or you happen to stumble upon flat Earth, you'll find that these people are always arguing with each other. They're never in agreement. The science is not settled. You know what I mean? Like, go fuck yourselves with all that shit.
Science doesn't really settle. You can always repeat experiments multiple times. If somebody finds a black swan in experiments, you kind of have to revise the models if you have any, or the theories if you have any about it. You should, I mean. Because you can claim there are only white swans, but when you find a black swan, you have to revise that theory that there are only white swans. Also black swans.
I think that we could confuse them more with that black swan thing. They cannot reach that level. Yeah, what else? If you listen to Globers, you will find out that they don't have constant same argument. Like, let's say, if you hear some Globers speaking about gravity, you listen another Glober, they will have different story. They will not have the same story.
Yeah.
The question, it's like, what are we failing to demonstrate with this black swan? Like, this should say a lot more to you than your understanding, than you're portraying that you understand. Like, either you get it and you're lying, or you just simply don't get it. And most often, it's pretty clear they just don't fucking get it.
Yeah, when I was talking about white and black swans, I wasn't talking about the specific flat Earth experiments. If you
well, either way, the argument of a black swan or a white swan, they don't understand that either.
Let's ask architecture. Let's tell in one word what is the black swan argument.
For the flat Earth, you mean? Or what in general?
What is the black swan argument in one word?
It's well, I don't know.
Lou?
In one word, I don't know. It's
quit stumbling. Did you just say I was about to go piss, but I ran back? I thought I heard my name. But
if you want to say in one word, what is the argument of black swan?
All right. So the black swan comes from this old argument about, at one time the world thought, the white world, we're talking about white people,
racist.
The white world The white world thought that there was nothing but white swans. All swans were white. Okay.
Yeah, that was what I said. Like they're
So,
but that doesn't
Lou,
mean all swans are white. If you find one black,
yeah. But I particularly asked properly for the black swan. For the black swan.
So the flat Earth black swan argument.
Yeah.
So,
in one word.
So, if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, I don't know what that is in kilometers. Forgive me, but if it has that radius.
I want to stop you because I will ask you, what is argument of black swan in one word?
In one word, we see two.
Yeah.
One word. Jesus.
No geometric horizon.
That's not one word.
Yes. I mean, the black swan argument is horizon and nothing else.
Yeah.
It's not one word.
I don't like.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
You know why? Do you know how many times do you see oil rigs? Do you see oil rigs? Look at that oil rig. Look at this oil rig. Look what is doing this oil rig. And that's not the argument.
Right.
Okay.
Yo.
Yo. Yo, yo.
That it?
So we see too far. If you are an average human, like of a height between like 5 and 6 feet, the farthest you should see if you lived on a ball with a radius of 3,959, standing on the beach, toes in the water, okay, is like 3.5 miles at most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, that's just math. Like, you don't need more than that. Do you see farther than that?
Definitely. If I have binoculars or something.
Well, even you don't need binoculars. You can see more.
Yeah. Actually, that's actually true. My dad was actually doing this himself. He was like using something he learned in military, which was like using congruent triangles to like measure the distance away from something. He knew the height of something long away, and he like then measured the distance from where he was standing to that place. And he said he was like seeing 7 kilometers away, and we both could see the shoreline over that. It was like at the widest point of a fjord here in Norway, and it should be hidden behind the curve. Definitely, it was like 7 kilometers, I guess, something. But he didn't. He didn't like. He is in denial, so he don't like. Didn't accept it, or accept it as evidence of flat Earth. Even though he did the experiment, it was pretty interesting the way that he did it. He saw a tree on the other side, and he said that trees was like so and so high usually, like that type of tree was like a type of pine tree, and he held his thumb a certain distance away from his eyes, and it was like so and so high. I mean, he also straw that was 0.5 centimeter, and then they like calculated it, the distance, like because like you he like held it up and he covered the tree like exactly the height he was holding the straw at. It's hard to explain, but like yeah, it works out. You can probably search it up online or something. Congruent triangles to like measure distance. It's just trigonometry. If you know the height of the tree and you know the height of the straw you are holding and you know the length from your eye to the straw, you can then calculate the distance you are from the tree.
Nice.
So, I mean, really, if you're gonna, you can go ahead and hold on to your scientific education watching Bill Nye, where they're like, the Earth is a globe. Or or you can just look at the facts and say, wait a minute, we see too far for the Earth to be a globe.
Yeah, I just was telling a fun story. Like my dad was like proving the flat Earth for me, but he didn't accept it as evidence for the flat Earth. He usually starts sentences and like stops midway through. He was saying yeah, you know, and he stopped and I questioning him on it, and he kind of brain dead on that front, but he's like old and he like takes time to change, he says. About that, but he's kind of based on other things. Like he's a self-proclaimed climate realist and stuff, and he's
from talking to you tonight, architecture. I look, not everybody accepts me. I think most people like me. You know,
I
but
like you, Lou.
but I think most people. But what I'm saying is, like, everybody has their critics, and from what I've seen tonight, talking to you, I'm not going to paint an overall picture of you and judge you, but like tonight, we're a lot alike in certain ways. We're hard to convince, and once we're there, it's very well thought out, and you're not probably going to sway us either, right? Like, it took me a long time to wear a flat Earth role.
Yeah, I want proof to know something, and I need evidence to believe something. So yeah, I don't like accepting, but I like to entertain new ideas and stuff. So yeah, but I actually accepted the flat Earth pretty easily, actually.
Well,
just
I sort of did too, but like it still took me a long time to be able to say it out loud and put my own name behind it, to stamp it and tell my friends. You know?
For me, it took maybe, I guess, like a couple weeks to tell my dad, I guess. And
okay. Maybe I misjudged you. You were quicker than me. That's for sure.
Yeah, but I don't like tell it to random people. I like they are usually finding out that I'm a flat earther before I say it, if they are ever finding that out. I don't say it to like family members that are not super close. More like my mom and my dad and my cousins. Like those are the only ones who know that I'm a flat earther. And probably,
you know what's funny about me is I've been a big conspiracy guy since like a long time ago, like pre 9/11, and once 9/11 happened, big time. So like, my family, they love to like try to make fun of me and make examples of me, poke, and they assumed I was a flat earther before I was a flat earther.
That's actually true with me, actually,
Before,
too. I was,
like,
in school. In school, I had like physics, like kind of advanced physics in. I don't know what the school type it is. It's I think it's higher than high school. I think it's I don't know the name. It's not university, but at least we had like one time in class we were like we were just finished with like a test like some other the other week, and this week we were just like kind of chilling out, and one day we were like they were like ridiculing flat earthers and what they were believing and stuff, and I like questioned like if people actually believe that we were on like a disc that accelerated upwards constantly. I thought they were just trolling and stuff, and they said they believe it, and I was like, if they thought it was flat, I would like throw out gravity and everything and stuff like so. And they like thought I was like a flat earther. They like laughed at me and stuff, but I don't remember everything about it. But like I kind of could like understand how people could have thought it was like flat, because I already knew like what people, I guess, taught in history and stuff. But,
dude, I'm just saying, like with this long time thing at big family and stuff, we have a reunion every year. I know there's people talking shit behind my back. Like, it's hilarious what's going on over the last like 2 years. Now this year specifically, like, dear God, like these people that love to try to fucking make an example of me and laugh at me, like, and I still stood my own, did a good job. I've got an uncle who for sure is on the same page. You know, like
my family is kind of based, but they are like a point where they stop with the conspiracy stuff.
But what I'm saying is, you know, they went to trying to embarrass me and laugh about it. Like, yeah, he's one of those tinfoil hat fuckers. To all of a sudden, like, all eyes are peeled. They're like, wait a minute, what the fuck does this guy know? And
oh, nice.
Like,
I never got that actually. My mom still thinks I'm crazy. My dad, he has some respect for me actually, because I introduced him to the ketogenic diet right before he got diabetes, and they started doing the ketogenic diet, and he has a lot of respect for me for that. But he still thinks I'm kind of a little bit. I mean, he actually is gotten kind of respectful about the flat earth stuff too, because he says it's like I'm scientifical. I'm like trying to like explore different possibilities and stuff. He thinks like I'm going to be a global again later and stuff. He doesn't like want to look into it and stuff too, but yeah, I think he's like kind of afraid of the subject, I guess. And he's also Christian, so I'm kind of pushing him to like read the verses and like try to interpret them like the way.
Yeah, if somebody is religious, using the Bible then makes sense. Too often people try to convince atheists that they're wrong because the Bible says so. You know, like
that doesn't work. Yeah, I'm not Christian myself, but I am acknowledging the evidence for like supernatural stuff, you know, like paranormal stuff. But yeah, but I'm agnostic here. Not really. It's called Eatsist actually. It's not actually the same because it's you know, you are acknowledging there are like evidence for it. You know, there's like people with memories of reincarnation, I guess. Eric Dubé has some good videos on that.
Yeah, Eric Dubé is sometimes hard to watch, though. It's like he's got good information, but I don't know. I just can't. I can't listen to his.
I don't really have a lot of Eric Dubé time. I probably have the most out of all the big boys. I probably have the most out of Oakley, but I never really listened to Dubé.
Okay.
Oh, I was listening in the beginning. There was so much in fight, all of them. Especially Dubé. He made so many videos about flat earthers, like they're fake, blah blah blah.
Well, like if you look into the evidence of some of these, it's like, Wise. He makes good videos. Not gonna lie, but he's like financially tied to like I think it was a Rothschild member of the family, and also not only that, he had some. You can go into iForce. He has a whole like page on like Dave Wise exposed. You can probably check them for yourself, like videos and stuff.
He was here
exposing himself.
You know where I lost interest in Eric Dubé was when he started whining about how he found this or that before anyone else, and he was making such a big deal about it. I was like, oh,
Yeah, he's been involved a couple of times with trying to throw a lot of big flat earthers under the bus because they're. He's like, look, if you're Eric Dubé, you're the only real flat earther. Everybody else.
I didn't really appreciate that stance, and I backed off from him after that.
Yeah, I get it.
He has said in videos that he just kind of revived it on the internet, but he said it was like flat earthers making books like 50 years ago, and also there was flat earthers in the 70s and stuff. Yeah, but maybe you're right. I don't know, but it doesn't seem to me that way.
But like, I try to keep personalities out of it and just keep the information.
Yes.
And so when I look at the information, is really good, and so that if I keep that, like, I don't know why he happened to be this person that came out. That seemed very odd.
Look, his ego got he would love to claim he has no ego, Mr. Frederick.
It gets in the way.
But he was one of the early flat earthers who made a big difference. And now he thinks that he is like the end all be all of flat earth.
Yeah, that's what Dave Wise and stuff says about him, I guess. And that was what I like. I heard a video like Dave Wise was making, and like Eric Dubé, like he said he was reaching out to Eric Dubé, and he didn't get a response or something, or something like that, and he said it was like his ego or something. But so that made me curious, so I looked into it, and it seemed as if he was they were defaming him and stuff. Maybe because he had the good information. I don't know. Maybe you're right too. I don't know.
I think it's look. I think it's true. I think there's a huge ego with Eric Dubé, but I also think he has a lot of good information. I just don't like him. That's all it really is.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he presented with that 200. It was really good to see all that. Even that 200 proves it's not 200 proofs, but for me, I don't know. But it was, how to say, it was everything inside of that. It was enough to see that, and that was it.
Yeah, it's good videos. Yes. I guess he is one of my favorite Flat Earth channels because he also covers different stuff like ancient history and stuff, which is interesting. But I don't agree with everything he says. I understand the veganism stuff. I kind of agree with that there's some too, but like he was in the veganism videos, he was saying that meat gives you cholesterol. I know a lot about nutrition, but it's not. I'm pretty sure, like from everything I've researched, it's not. You don't get cholesterol from your diet that way. It comes from processed carbohydrates and stuff. Everything, or like trans fats and stuff, which are not in meat, by the way. Yeah, that was like his, and also like like fat was unhealthy and stuff.
Look,
Which
I
you
have
also can
something to
get
say.
in
I have something
vegetables.
to say about all that. Okay, so like, if you're into flat Earth and conspiracy and and the world is being led, you know, like, then you should understand that this whole vegetarian moving into veganism and all that stuff, and now they're talking about cow farts and they're killing off all of our livestock. Like, it's not a coincidence. It's part of the agenda.
I think it's more complicated than that actually, but that I guess there's some truth in that. Maybe I don't know. I have to research the part that he claims that like you can get hormones from the animals. That is not just him
No,
claiming that.
look. Okay, when it comes to like big conglomerate farms and what they're pumping their animals full, yeah, that might not be good for you. But animals are not the fucking problem. Livestock is not the problem that we have. We don't need to humanity has only survived because we started raising animals.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of problems. I don't think like it's just one problem. I think it's a lot of things. But yeah, so like but like yeah, you can look at it another way with like ethics and stuff. Because you can view like animals the same as humans because they are sentient and we are too, and they also have brains and they can feel pain too. So that's a
No.
good
Okay,
argument.
if you're worried about
You
their
wouldn't kill a
religion,
human.
if you're worried about a cow's religious beliefs or anything like that, I'm not going to pay any attention to you. You know, like
I don't. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they have religious beliefs.
No, I know you're not. I'm exaggerating the point.
I don't really
Okay,
have
so, like,
any religion myself too, actually. So would you kill me? Like no, no.
what I'm telling you is,
Debatable.
okay. So when it comes to humanity, like there's like a fertile belt that does exist around the world, whether it's flat or globe, whatever. You have certain places where shit grows. You have certain shit where shit thrives. Okay. And that is the only place where you could possibly exist if you didn't take and domesticate animals to regions where you have to survive a cold winter or a very dry desert.
No, not really. You can actually ferment stuff. You can ferment stuff and like keep stuff to the winter and stuff. You don't have to eat everything fresh. You can also can stuff with our technology nowadays.
Canning. Is that how we survived up until 100
No,
years
but you
ago,
could
200 years ago?
ferment. You could ferment, and you also don't have to live in the northern hemisphere. We can live near the equator. Nobody is like telling us we
What I'm
have to
telling
live
you
in
is
the north
this earth is not
or
as
Antarctica.
this earth is not as forgiving as people today think it is.
Definitely.
We have a lot of luxuries that come from farming and transportation, like moving things from one area of the world to another, and so on and so forth. Like, if you had to live on your own in a north or south or an arid climate, whatever, you most likely will not survive. It takes the most rugged of the rugged to survive in those places.
Also, in the past they drank a lot more. This is controversial, but they drank more urine and stuff. And you can look into something called urine therapy. Gives you actually more energy. You can walk in deserts longer than normal people and stuff, and you can fast longer and whatever. Yeah. And also it's stem cells in it, so yeah. But like there's like a lot of stuff people used in the past, and yeah. In also, if you like are basing like stuff, your beliefs on Bible and stuff like.
You heard me
it
earlier.
says-
I don't like. I mean, when it corroborates the evidence, I'm like, dang, that's cool. But I don't base my beliefs on the Bible. No.
Okay. But yeah, it was like in the Garden of Eden. I guess they weren't like eating animals and stuff, so they could like survive without eating
No,
meat.
no.
But
You knew what you knew what you were getting into with this argument with me before you started it. Like, I don't believe that story. I can't put faith in that story. I should say. Maybe it's true, but seriously, like, you want me to believe it? Nah, it's a little bit of a
No,
stretch.
I don't necessarily believe it myself. I just
What's
I
up,
thought you
Lou?
like believed in the Bible 100% or something, maybe.
What up,
Some
Lou?
people do.
Yo, what's up? Who's that? Oh, Miggy. Shit. What's up, man?
Chilling, bro. Where are the Globers at?
What the heck?
No,
Miggy?
we talk amongst ourselves nowadays.
Oh, I see. No Glober. There's a guy in here with the space thing. He's not a Glober.
Call him
Well-
out. See if he'll talk to you.
Hey, wait a minute. There's someone named Go Fast you might want to talk to. Go Fast, are you there?
Come on.
We'll see if Go Fast answers the Miggy call. Miggy's calling you now. You're the next
Also,
contestant.
anyone can fast for 40 days straight. If
That's
you
wonderful. But we want to talk to a Glober at the moment.
Oh, it's a global hair.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, Glober. Are you there? Are you there, Glober? Sorry, I messed up CB's little plan.
No, that was it. That was it. That was perfect.
Oh, all right.
So Go Fast is not here. We got Get Cukes.
I am here. I'm just lurking.
Oh,
I'm
who's
being creepy.
Go Fast?
Lurky Lou.
Hey.
All right, Miggy, you remember the day. All right, Go Fast. Keep talking. But, Miggy, is
It
that
wasn't
RC
Go Fast.
Micey? Is that RC
Lunatic.
Micey? Go Fast
It
is
wasn't-
RC
Oh,
Micey.
dude. You know what? We every time that somebody comes in here that sounds like the people we know, they always say they're not, and that
I
disappoints me.
Yeah, no, that's him. That's RC Micey. I'm pretty sure.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Go Fast wasn't talking just now. That was GQ.
No.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm happy to.
No, we
Oh,
still
there
keep
you
Go
are.
Fast.
It didn't matter because
Oh,
this happened yesterday.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
called
there
him
you
out
go.
as Micey yesterday.
Oh, it is.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll shut up now. Miggy wants to talk to you. Go Fast. Nice to see you again.
Is that you,
Okay,
RC?
that's good to be here, guys. I like the audio cues; those are cute.
Yeah, it is.
Miggy, I don't believe we've met. Hi.
Yeah, we
Nice to
have.
meet
We
you.
talked
I'm
before.
happy to be
You were-
here.
You said that there was Magnetic West, dude. Like we know you. We've had previous conversations. Do you not remember?
Magnetic. I joined this group for the first time 2 days ago.
Ah, well then let's bypass all that. But
Yeah.
do you think the Earth is a globe or that it's not a
Yeah,
globe?
I believe in the curvature of the Earth. Yes.
All right. So what is the strongest evidence you have that the Earth is a globe?
Every single thing that I've ever been presented with to suggest otherwise has been invalidated by my independent research of the topic.
All right. Still vague. Pick one.
Okay, let me think.
Go ahead.
I like that. It is the only possibility that justifies our lived reality, our experience.
Holy smokes! Are you serious?
Could you be a little more specific, maybe?
Okay, my most obvious evidence of curvature is that it is observed when you look at things on the horizon. You cannot see infinite. You cannot see infinite distance, right?
Didn't we do
You
this
can't
already?
see things. I don't.
The
Maybe
horizon's way
but,
further than your geometric globe constraints say it should be.
I've spent the last 4 hours of my life deconstructing a. You've seen the infrared photo taken of.
Yeah, the one where the horizon was supposed to be at 116 miles if it was curvature. That one.
Were
Is it
you
116? I think it's.
Wait a minute. Go fast? Were you in this chat before deconstructing an argument?
Yeah, he thinks he deconstructed Kanagu.
No, every single photo like that I've ever been sent, I just like look it up on my own and run the numbers myself, and the claim is always incorrect every single time. So that's why I don't believe the Earth is flat. Because whenever I'm presented with evidence, I go on my own.
Right.
And
That's
validate.
fine. That's fine. That's fine. We're gonna just go based upon the evidence that you do have, not the one that you're disproving. So.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think disproving a claim is evidence of the.
Well, no, I mean, you said you were deconstructing. That's fine. You did that, but like what I'm interested in is your observable evidence, and you said you had some. Which one are you talking about? Like, what did you do that provided that evidence that the Earth is a globe? Like what? I mean, name an instance where you.
The existence of the horizon is my biggest justification to believe the Earth is round.
As in, when you look out into the horizon, it's
go ahead.
appearing to you as a globe, because obviously it seems to me that what you're saying is the claim behind what you're saying is that when you look at the horizon, it appears as if it's a globe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when do you do this observation? When you go out into the beach, just any old day, driving somewhere? Like what?
Every time I'm at a high elevation, and I'm not talking about seeing curvature, by the way. I'm talking about seeing the horizon. I'm not one of the globe believers who's going to tell you can see curvature from altitude. I'm not going to say that. But you can, if you're at a high altitude, or if you are looking out over the ocean, it is very evident.
Yeah, that's what you're claiming. You're claiming the horizon is curvature, and you're seeing it.
Wait. Can I quickly talk to this guy for a second, please? What is the horizon? Isn't it the apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground? Isn't that what the horizon is? Right?
Yes.
So why would there not be one on a flat Earth? Are you saying it would just be all sky or all Earth and no sky and no Earth?
Well, it would be there, but there would be no circumstance on a flat Earth that I can imagine where distant objects would be obscured to the point where they wouldn't be visible. I mean, in the absence of atmosphere.
Say that again?
No, dude.
So you got a book 5 miles away and you can read it go fast? You figure that that's the case as long as there's no Earth curvature in the way?
No, angular size and atmospheric occlusion will obviously.
Well, then that makes what you said just before that completely false.
I wasn't finished speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, so in the absence of atmospheric occlusion, you could obviously see any object from any point on a flat Earth.
Well, but
you just contradicted yourself again.
And let me continue.
Why? You just typed something Knox every time you speak a sentence.
Let me continue. In the case of atmospheric occlusion, as we experience it in real life, there are still objects that are not visible that should be visible if there was not curvature that was occluding them or causing them to not be visible.
The curvature is not observed. It would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer height in feet. It's not.
Okay.
So that's not what's obscuring things.
If you could see two, let me provide an example that I just did. Over the past 4 hours, I've been looking at this image, right? So if there's a mountain that's 13,000 feet high, and there's a mountain that's 6,000 feet high.
We can't go to the thing that you disproved. Remember, we said, and you even agreed with me, we can't go to the thing that you
asked me.
I know what I'm asking you. Evidence, not the thing that you disproved that you made.
I was asked why my observations of the horizon suggest curvature to me.
Yeah,
and you said you can't see infinitely.
Yeah, that's what you were claiming.
Distant objects.
And then he just said after that you also due to angular size
through distance.
I did not contradict myself, and if you feel that I did, I will clarify.
No, you did. You did.
You did,
Angular
100%. Every single thing
If
you
you
said
feel,
contradicted the last thing you said before it.
all right, I'm gonna let you
Mickey
talk,
was just
and
about
when
to
you
call
want.
it out, so go ahead, Mickey.
No, I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting. Fuzzy was jumped in here. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
Well, no, I was just saying, like he said earlier that on the flat Earth you should be able to see everything at distance due to two things: angular size
In
and
the absence, yeah.
atmospheric, right? So and you said on a flat Earth, without atmosphere or anything like that, there's nothing else to do it. But then you never said anything about angular size. Distance will make something get smaller to the point where you can't see it anymore, right? That's why they call it the vanishing point.
Yeah,
but there's mechanisms by which you could see things at any distance, regardless of their diminishing angular size, right?
Go fast. 1 second. And the reason why I'm saying that, like, what you're proposing is a hypothetical. There's no.
It's because we have atmosphere. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no reality in which you and I live in that there isn't going to be an atmosphere. Like, and of course that's
exactly. No, again, and let me continue. Again, I'm aware of the reality I live in.
Dude, you're
off
to a rough start. So
why do we
maybe
go
should,
into
like,
hypotheticals? That's what I'm saying. Like, what we know.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
If I look at
let's
the
go there.
horizon, then I can see two mountains, and one of them is twice as tall as the other one, and one of them is much closer to me, and the one that is closer to me appears to be taller than the one that is thousands of miles behind it. That suggests to me that the Earth is curved, because
You're
if
seeing
there was a
thousands of miles, dude. What are you talking about?
hundreds.
Yeah, where are you?
What is it exactly? I think it's 75 miles, actually. So if there's a mountain 75 miles behind another mountain that's twice as tall as it, that mountain should appear twice as tall, regardless of diminishing angular size.
Wait a second.
Wait. Fuzzy. No, once again, I'm going to reiterate the point that I said. Like, this is going to be the third time I said it. We're not talking about the images that you're disproving, because I don't care to know about, like, what you were spending 4 hours.
I'm talking about my experience.
Okay, you've experienced what you just finished telling me right now.
Yes, I've experienced mountains that are taller than mountains closer to me that are lower in elevation.
Where did you experience this? Tell me where exactly.
I grew up in the Pacific Northwest in Northern California, and I saw this all the time by looking at distant mountains.
Comparing.
Wait, can we just re-highlight the thing that Mickey's been trying to point out? Go fast. We're asking you for proof of something, and you're just saying, "Well, it's not what I'm making."
No,
up
you asked me. No. Excuse me. You did not ask me for proof.
Hold
you
on,
did not
go
ask me for
fast.
proof.
No, I typed it in the chat. So yeah, I typed it because that's what you said. So we were saying things like, "Well, it doesn't work this way." You're trying to debunk something that no one supports anyway. We don't
was
support
never
an
asked to
infinite
prove
Earth.
the Earth is curved.
Absolutely
Yeah,
was. Absolutely. Mickey absolutely asked you, what's your best proof? What's your best reasoning for the globe, is what you said. This is why we're talking about this subject. It's because this is what you brought up after Mickey asked you, what's your best proof?
Yeah, you always seem to address things that people didn't say. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, that's why I keep reiterating the point. We're talking. This is the third time you brought it up. You might even bring it up a fourth time, which I hope you don't. Like, I really want to get to the evidence in which you are claiming that, without a shadow of doubt, the Earth is a globe. And you said, well, the evidence is clearly the horizon. And I asked you, when you look at the horizon, how is that visible that you can see the globe? And then you said, I'm not going to be like one of those globers that claim they can see the globe. This is you verbatim, right? Saying
you misunderstood.
This.
No, I was referencing curvature from angle to angle. Like people will post your high altitude fisheye lenses and say that they can see curvature from an airplane. That's what I was talking about.
But you said you see curvature from a horizon, which means what? Ground level, right? Yes.
Ground level or altitude.
That would mean whatever height you're at. So
well,
if you're on the ground.
I'm talking about the inability. I'm talking about the inability to see objects that are larger in altitude.
Correct. That's you trying to debunk something no one supports. Remember, that's you. Instead of presenting proof, you're saying, "Well, it's not this." Go fast.
I'm here to understand
you
why
did it a fourth time, right? Mickey, you said you were going to do it a fourth time, and you did do it a fourth time.
It is the fourth. Yeah. Well,
I'm here to understand why that's okay.
Well, maybe stop making up cosmologies to debunk and just support the claim that support the cosmology that you believe in.
I feel like if there's evidence, go fast, there's evidence. And if you don't have any, you don't have to kind of keep spinning the wheels and saying it's there, but it's not there. it's like it's visible with the horizon, but you can't see it. It's like that's you're speaking, double speak. Like, is it there or not? Like, I want to know if I'm standing on the beach, can I visibly see the curvature of the Earth? Now you answer to me yes or no. Go ahead. Can I visibly see the curvature of the Earth if I'm standing on the beach and I'm looking out into the ocean?
I'm talking about things disappearing over the horizon.
Did you ask?
I'd like to understand
Did
that
you
on the flat Earth
answer?
model.
Okay, answer my question though. Can you see the curvature of the Earth if I'm standing on the beach looking out into the ocean? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, we're getting somewhere.
But
okay, so
isn't that what you just said before? Is that you could?
No.
Yeah,
No, I have no other explanation.
That was your whole point with the horizon.
Disappearing things over the
I'll
horizon.
wait for you guys to allow me to talk.
Is curvature? That's what you just said, though. There's things disappearing over it. So you're not seeing things actually disappearing over the horizon, not actually?
I have never been presented with a mechanism that can account for that effect, other than curvature. And I would
just
love to.
mentioned the vanishing point earlier.
Yeah,
I think in voice links.
Well, many people in here probably had the conversation. I don't know if I wasn't here, but yes, of course. As things go far away from you, you start to visibly see less and less of it until you can't see any more of it. But I mean, that's just obvious, right? If you see a car driving away from you, it looks like it tends to get smaller and smaller in your view, right? Would you agree with me on that? Go fast, or is that something we're going to have a debate on?
Yeah, with the naked eye.
I'm making it very plain and clear. I'm not speaking in ways.
With the naked eye. Yes.
Right. So, will it get right? Will it get to a point with the naked eye far enough to where you can't see that car anymore? If you're saying that you're watching it drive away in a far distance, you're not going to be able to see it. Okay. So,
with the naked eye specifically.
Okay, naked eye. I'm not using anything. So, what difference does that make from you looking out into the horizon and seeing mountains and whatnot?
Because if you use tools that allow you to see objects that are extremely distant and have very low angular size to your perspective from the naked eye, and you can see them vanish over the horizon. I have never been presented with a justification for that.
Okay, so you just finished answering the question, your own question. I've never been presented with a mechanism that shows me that the thing that I can see in the far distance gives any other reason why I can't see it other than curvature or whatever. And I'm telling you right now that on a straight road that's far, that is far away from you, that you can see a car driving away and it disappears from your eyesight because you can't see it anymore. It doesn't mean that there's any curvature. It just means
what
you
if
can't.
I have a telescope?
What's that?
What if I have a telescope?
Well, it doesn't matter because even that has an extending a point where you're not going to be able to see beyond. Like, of course, everything has limits, right? You can't see forever.
Yes, but the point at which a car driving on a straight road away from you disappears from your field of view is not associated with its.
Meisty, by the time you're using a telescope to prove this, your globe is way too big.
Yeah, it's way too big. So
there you go.
That already doesn't make any sense because let's just say that you can't see it with the naked eye, right? Then you use a telescope and voila, it's there again. So what does that mean? You just magically seen over the curve? Like, that doesn't make any sense. What does make sense is that you can see farther.
No, it's not over the curve. If you're using a telescope to see an object that is occupying a very, very small percentage of your field of view, and you're expanding the percentage of your field of view.
Well, if that object is further than the geometric limits of the globe, then you're not seeing it over any curve. You're right, because there isn't any.
Right. So we're you just finished talking about the mechanism, and you now have already explained what it is. It just went farther past the distance of what you can see with your eyes. And so you use a telescope and then you can see it again. Now, that doesn't mean that because you can't see with your eyes that it went over a curve. Because
at what point can you, if you're using a telescope, at what point does the car disappear from your field of view? Assuming that there's no point where its angular size. Does it disappear again because its angular size diminishes?
Bro, you guys have this idea that you can just see billions of miles with the telescope, so let me just point it down the street. Like that.
Not billions of miles. Maybe 12.
Well,
Well, it extends the view a little bit, but it's not really going to get you anywhere that you think is going to, do more than probably your eyesight. I mean, it could increase it for sure, but it's not going to do any better. You could probably get a few more miles out of it. That's about it.
When I was first asked why I believe the Earth is curved, my initial answer was because every single piece of evidence I've ever been presented with that is supposed to be incompatible with curvature is compatible with curvature. Every single one.
Yeah,
like what? Why?
That's very
In the
vague.
event I'm presented.
Go fast. Think about this, man. It's like me saying, man, everything points to the Earth is flat. It's just all the things point to it. Everything, and then you're just like, well, what is it? Like,
let me explain. Let me explain how that's not a good comparison. If you said that I believe the Earth is flat because every observation I've ever been shown has been compatible with flat Earth, that would not. I don't think that would be true. You believe that would be true, of course, obviously, because it's your belief.
Well, why don't you be specific and pick something?
Well, send me any flat Earth meme.
Well, this is your
any. I've been sent hundreds of flat Earth memes, and every one I independently
my
verify.
goodness. It's not about what you disprove, man. It's about your evidence. I don't care about.
I know, like I said,
because dude,
my
like
justification.
think about it. Go fast. I'm saying this, man. Somebody can send you some freaking flat Earth meme, and it doesn't mean a hill of beans to me. What I need to know from you is how you know that the Earth is a globe. That's the only thing that really matters. The truth, right? Not what somebody shot you in a meme, and then you like some cat pushing something off the flat Earth, the pancake Earth flying up. I don't care about that. I need to know how you know that the Earth is a globe, and then you present your evidence to me so I can go verify it, and then say, haha, the guy's onto something. But obviously, you haven't said anything different from somebody else that's come in here like 1,000 times over 7 years, 8 years now. I mean, it's nothing different. So really,
which is why typically I don't like to be asked why I believe the Earth is curved. Right?
No,
but it's like the other way around. Like, how like you're trying to debunk memes, we're trying to debunk the globe memes. Like, we're just trying to prove the globe.
Again, I would never.
So if you've got the best,
I've never gone
proof,
out of my way.
That's what we wanted. We want the best globe proof because that's what we're trying to prove. That's how most of us started here, trying to prove the globe correct.
All right, hang on, Fuzzy. Go fast. Check it out. It's like this, bro. I'm gonna shoot it to you like this. There's 3 questions I usually ask, but I only need one. If you can provide the evidence for when the Earth was actually known to be a globe and when it was measured to be a globe, like the curvature, then let's start from the beginning, right? Where in history was it ever even known that the Earth has curvature? Where was it measured? And I just know these simple facts is going to get you to at least understand honestly whether you know it is or not, that it does have curvature or not. So that'll be.
I can skip. So this is a 3-step question. You're going to say, how do we know the Earth is curved? I'm going to say Eratosthenes. You're going to say we need to validate parallel sun rays. So can we skip to validating parallel sun rays?
No, don't. You're not divining my thoughts because that's not a way you need to go. So just basically the thing. And like I said, I can do it in 1 step. I don't do it in 3 anymore. So 1. So I just need to know how curvature was measured. And you can talk about history and you can say Eratosthenes, and I can tell you, well, what does that really prove, right? So now let's kind of fast forward to exactly that moment. So if you want to talk about Eratosthenes, because if that's what you're going to use, are you going to use Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes is useless unless you can validate the sun's rays are parallel.
Okay, so let's throw Eratosthenes in the bin. What else can we use in ancient times that can provide evidence that the Earth was measured to be a globe?
So you're under the impression that you can't validate the sun's rays are parallel.
No, I'm under the impression that you're not going to. I'm under the impression that there hasn't been any evidence provided, which is why I'm asking you if you know of any time in history that those dudes back then measured the Earth to have curvature, and then you're going to reply to me with sufficient evidence that they did measure it, and now we can get into a conversation. But do you have such evidence that somebody back then measured the Earth to be a globe?
What is your standard for evidence?
Something showing that the Earth was measured to have curvature. That's my standard. I need to know who measured the damn thing to have 8 inches per mile squared, like we've all been taught.
So I think he's asking for you to have a substandard level of standards for evidence.
No, absolutely. No, I'm asking you to have a standard at all, and I need to know what that standard is.
Just put the evidence on the table, brother. Stop
who and what mechanism.
The standard is a measurement. The measurement of the curvature drop rate between point A to point B over a distance of an arc. So I need that measurement. who came up with it, and I need you to point me to those people or person, and then let's talk about it. So who did it?
I don't know who the first person to try to validate curvature was.
Okay,
So
that's
I won't
fair enough. Let's go with that. You don't know, that's fine. Like that's neither here nor there, right? You don't know. Great. Now today, who's done it today? We got technology, right?
I mean, millions of people, right? Yeah.
Let's get to the millions of people. Now I'm gonna go to see all the in the midst of these million that you're talking about. Find me one.
This is why I asked you what your standard of evidence was, because I don't know what.
Let me repeat myself. Let me repeat myself to be very clear. The standard is the measurement of the curvature of the Earth. That's the standard. Now, I'm giving you the standard, which is the measurement, 8 inches per mile squared over the distance of an arc from point A to point B. So pretty simple, right? Simple geometry. Now, if you can hand that to me, hand it to me, because I need that. Who done it today? Of the millions of people that you just finished saying, tell me the one person. I don't care who out of the million. One will do.
Just one.
For the sake of conversation, I'll go with Eratosthenes.
Okay. All the way back to history, because we just came from there. But let's go back. All right, let's go back there.
I want to get to a point where we can have like a good debate. So let's go with Eratosthenes.
Debate, sir. The debate. If it was a debate, I would actually be having a debate with you. I'm not. I'm actually demanding evidence, which there is no debate because there is no evidence. If there was, then it would be a debate. But now let's.
Damn, dude, it sounds harsh, Micey, but he's got you dead to rights right there. Like that's absolutely true.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to tap dance like this, buddy. You'd just be showing the evidence. It wouldn't be, oh, what are your standards? Can you lower them? Okay, well, what's it going to be? Oh, you're not going to like this, blah, blah, blah. You just show it. You just pony up and show it, dude.
I could repeat the standards if you like. It's pretty simple, right? Show me the measurement, and if Eratosthenes done it, then please show me how he's done it.
I mean, I can do this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to post in motions. This is something you're all very familiar with. I'm going to do that. So,
go ahead.
I mean, we're acting out parts in a play right now instead of having a conversation, but I'll post the Eratosthenes method anyway.
I don't need to know Eratosthenes. I've heard about him. I've read about him.
I know. That's why I think it's a waste of my time to post
it's a waste of our time. It's a waste of our time.
Yeah, can we agree, Micey? Can we both agree that Eratosthenes does not prove a flat or a globe Earth?
Yeah, it's a waste. There's nothing. There's really nothing to throw him in the bin. Want to get him out of the bin and reuse. Now we're gonna throw him. Okay, so he's been. So what else can we do? Because I mean, we need something. Go fast.
Let me just clarify: the results of the Aristotle's experiment also work for a local sun.
Yep.
So explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes.
Look, guys. Maybe it's good for the viewers, but like Micey is no rookie to this. Yeah,
I was just told. Excuse me.
Very aware.
So I was just told that the Eratosthenes method is compatible with the closed sun.
You were just told by who?
By you. Whoever said that. Whoever said that the Eratosthenes
I said it.
Okay.
That was Vsauce and Neil deGrasse.
That is the case. Let me. That is the case if the sun's rays are not parallel on your flat Earth.
Which they are not.
And your flat Earth.
Which they're not. Yeah, I mean, yes, of course. I mean, the same experiment exists. Or it's not an experiment, just same observation.
So, let's agree. Let's find some solid ground. So we can move forward in an intelligent way. Right?
Not going to agree on your idea that you think you're going to weasel your way out of giving me.
I'm not weaseling my way out of anything.
You are. Listen, the standard of evidence, I'm going to repeat it one more time to you so you can really understand. I need the 8 inches per mile squared, right? Over the distance of an arc from point A to point B. Now, if you can who gave us that? Who's the guy that came up with that? So we can talk about that person and see how he figured that out. This is the standard, right? It's the standard by which.
Who's talking? I'm looking for the name. Yeah, I'm looking for the name so I know how to address you.
Mickey.
Bro, just listen.
Okay.
Nah, you'd rather divert.
I've been waiting. I've been waiting for somebody to actually point me to this evidence, of course, for the globe, and at least you can tell me, because it sounds like you have a head on your shoulders that you can think about this logically. At least I hope so. If not, at least admit that you don't have evidence, and then we can say, hey, that's great. You don't have evidence. Let's move on to the next guy or girl who might say that they do.
Miggy.
Yes?
I want you to imagine that we would get there in probably 30 seconds if I was allowed to speak. And
Go
then
ahead.
I know your perspective, and I know what you expect, and I know your standard for evidence, and I know
You've
all
been
of the
allowed to
variables,
speak
and
the whole time. You're allowed to
Okay.
speak right now, and you're
Alright,
still just
alright.
obfuscating.
Okay. So I was told that the Eratosthenes method is compatible with the flat Earth in the event that the sun's rays are not parallel. That's why I opened by saying the Eratosthenes method is valid proof of curvature.
Oh, you
in the
had a
event that the sun's
misunderstanding
rays-
then.
Let me holy fuck, dude. Let me finish one point, just one. Okay?
Instead of focusing on the 4 words I said or whatever it was, just go on.
Okay. If we can prove that the sun's rays are parallel, do you agree that the Eratosthenes method would be, if we could prove the sun's rays were parallel, it would be valid proof of curvature?
Yes.
Hell
that
no.
makes sense.
No.
If we could prove the sun's rays were parallel, and the shadows were like different.
Nobody has ever observed that, so we can't.
Yeah,
prove it.
but like in his hypothetical, that would be.
Thank you for your intellectual honesty.
Do you agree that if we were to build a teleportation device, that we could prove the existence of Narnia?
I don't want.
Yes.
No, but maybe Jurassic Park.
I mean, I don't like hypotheticals in the first. So there's no reason
Again,
why.
Let me continue. I believe that you can verify unequivocally that the sun's rays are parallel. See, now I've made a claim. Now we have something to talk about, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay,
but
so are you not
I
gonna
have
prove
actually
this?
observed myself crepuscular rays, and you can do that too. Like if it's cloudy, if today is cloudy, you could see like the some rays through like the holes in the clouds go directly downwards, and some go diagonal.
One moment, guys. I'll be right back. My
Sounds really
girlfriend's
parallel.
at my job with some food to get me. So I'll be right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he needs to go talk to his controllers.
I like the sound.
Hey,
all right, I gotta talk quick with my counsel. They called me out. They know I'm RC Mighty. My voice gave me away. I'm sorry.
Here's one thing.
How many times he said, "Do I have to pretend?" Just pretend or just imagine.
I don't like that. Every time these guys come in here, there's always like, well, just if you indulge me for 1 second. If it was this, I don't care. Listen, you're talking about what the sky's doing, the sun rays and the light, and I don't care about the damn sun. Like, we're not talking about the sun here. Measure the damn ground. Like, give me the freaking measurement of the earth that we're standing on. I don't want to know what the sun rays are doing and how it's light's reflecting off of Jupiter, and I don't care. Like, let's talk about the freaking earth, right? We're standing on the damn thing.
Yeah, I've been posting their globe model. I mean, in detail with different measurements. I've been posting that shit. Let me look at the last one.
This is guys. It's a weeds argument. And if he's he's casting that line, and you're hooked on that bait, he's gonna.
I see where it's going though. It's actually quite interesting.
It's not
like.
It is on a psychological level. On a psychological level, it's very interesting.
Well,
yeah, that too. But like also, using he can if he could prove that the sun rays are parallel, which they are not, obviously, he could actually kind of prove that the downward.
That's the whole point. How do you prove something that doesn't exist?
Exactly. Why would we engage in something that? And that's what back to my point. Like, I
just think it was a clever way of
approaching.
The reason you engage is for the sake of other people listening, for the most part. I mean, because we've talked to this dude many times.
People say that.
I'm wondering how long he's been coming in under this name before I called him.
I've only been here for 2 days.
And for me, I don't really care if you're Tom, Dick, or Harry. It don't matter to me. Like,
you have to provide evidence if you want to stand in here in front of the council, who's been through this probably 1,000 times. And so really everybody's like, okay, let's get to the point where you're going to give us the evidence that the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared over the distance of an arc. So once we're doing all that, then we're starting to talk about who done it and all that, so we can, verify that. But I don't want to talk about what the sun or the moon or Jupiter or Mars.
You can actually
I don't care
actually
about
prove it indirectly
care.
using if the sun rays are parallel,
Who's talking?
which he wants to prove. But
No, we're not going
name is
to.
Architect.
Listen, whoever's jumping in and trying to white knight this guy, please don't do that. Just
No, look, our architect is new to the group. He's from Norway. He's
bad.
He's a smart dude, but he doesn't get the structure around here. Yeah.
Friendly fire. Just hang back, architecture. Just relax. Don't worry about it. All right. So look, this guy right here. Obviously, he said he's only been here 2 days, but he sounds like RC Meisty. I'm with Lou on this. But look,
no, that is RC Meisty. There's no
Who
doubt.
the fuck? Who is RC Meisty? I've never been here in this group before in my life. I apologize, but I will not stay here and be called a liar.
Okay, don't get out.
Maybe don't lie then.
Don't get out yet. Just calm down. I need to know your evidence. Because if you got some evidence, don't run away. You need to give it to us, man. We've been waiting here for some evidence. So if you got some, come on, spill the beans. What evidence do you got?
Architect seems to be intellectually honest, and I want to know.
We're not going to talk about Architect. Don't divert.
All right, I want to know why you disagree with him, because in order to get your evidence, you're going to need to have some intellectual integrity.
Guys, I don't like people jumping in because this guy diverts, and we're going to go off. Go ahead, talk about Architect. Go ahead.
I want to know why you feel that the Eratosthenes method would not be proof of curvature if the sun's rays were parallel.
Because we're not talking about the sky or what it's doing. I don't care about objects or things in the sky. Understand this point. It doesn't matter a hill of beans to me what you're trying to provide evidence of things in the sky. I only care about.
No, I'm talking about evidence.
Architects only, hold on. Architects only build something on a level stationary plane. That's how they design.
He just asked you how something makes you feel. That's subjective. He's asking a question about subjective reality. How do you feel?
But we're not talking about architecture. That's just a guy he's a flat earther from Norway, dude.
I'm not talking about him either.
What were you talking about then?
Thank you, whoever just asked that. I said, why is the Eratosthenes method not proof of curvature if the sun's rays are parallel? And somebody answered that and said, we're not talking about the sky. I'm not talking about the sky. I'm talking about the curvature of the Earth.
Can you repeat that experiment today?
All right. Have you ever observed parallel light coming from the sun on Earth?
Helio, wait. He said that he can repeat that experiment today. Okay, great.
I could. I have not. I don't want to say that I have, but many people have.
Okay, really? Who did it then?
Yes. Oh, I mean, it's been done.
The demonstration. Hold on.
Great.
The demonstration of Eratosthenes, in modern times, it always has to do with angles. It has nothing to do. See, the only reason you would come up with an angle is if the Earth was curved, or you presume it was curved. But every time you do Eratosthenes experiment, you have one freaking pole. And then you measure the lines, or you have a light in a well. You're not. You're going to have to assume that the Earth is curved before you observe parallel light. Now, when you look in the sky and you see, divergent rays in the sky, and you see the sun diverging, that's everything. With Eratosthenes' idea, it always assumed that the Earth was a globe first.
Exactly.
It's not idea. He said he will repeat the Eratosthenes experiment. Okay, great.
No, I did not. I did not say that.
And even still, science is a relatively new thing. Like the scientific method, the Greeks didn't have it.
Okay, you cannot. Can anyone repeat the Eratosthenes experiment?
Yes, anyone can.
Okay, really. Okay, I will repeat the story. Eratosthenes take the stick and put the stick in point A. Is that true?
Yes.
What year was that?
Oh man, I don't know. I can Google it. Does it matter?
Okay, 2000 years ago. And then he went 500 miles straight, and he put another stick.
I'm not talking about what Eratosthenes did specifically. I'm talking about the mechanism that it can be done by anyone, not what he did specifically. I'm talking about the mechanism.
And I agree with you. I agree with you. That can be repeated, and all of us agree with you on that. But you have to assume that the
It
Earth
assumes the parallel sun rays. Yes, that's what I said. That's what I opened this conversation with. Was the Eratosthenes method is proof of curvature. If you can prove,
wait, guys, please stop. He just called it a mechanism. Define mechanism.
No, let's not even go there because he knows
It's
what we're saying. He knows what we're saying. He's just trying to.
It's worth saying. It's worth saying as long as it doesn't get dragged out anyway.
That was just a poor word choice. I would prefer to use it.
You are saying that Eratosthenes, because we took from Eratosthenes that mechanism, and he went 500 miles straight line during 2,000 years ago with the camels or with the car.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about people doing it.
It doesn't matter. That means that Eratosthenes, because we are repeating that his mechanism. Because
yeah, but peacefully, that's which assumption are you going by? All right, so sun is local, and we're going to have divergent rays, and the shadows are going to be based on that. I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson already explained this. If you watch the videos, man, it's really simple to understand. I don't know why we would spend so much time on this. This is ridiculous.
Helio, wait, we have story, and then you have pictures about that story. Because when you speak
I'm talking about real life right now. I'm not talking about a story. I'm talking about people doing it today.
Okay, great. Let's put stick on point 8, whatever you want on the earth, and let's go 500 miles, or let's go 10 miles straight. Let's go 10 miles straight. He went 500 miles.
Listen. Hold on, I Sasha. I don't mean to step on your toes, but I kind of do because we're going to waste a lot of time because of the arguments sort of like nil because both arguments kind of balance out and they don't.
Who's
they don't
talking?
really make
You
any
seem
sense.
you seem to understand that parallel sun rays are necessary for this experiment to be valid, right?
Except they don't exist in reality. So
they don't exist, bro.
Okay, so now we have something that we very clearly disagree on. I think that the parallel sun rays can be easily valued.
Well, you don't have to say it. Just go prove it. Post it. Show us. Stop talking about it.
Every experiment. Okay, all right, sure.
Just because they can't exist doesn't mean that's where all of our light comes from.
And go fast. If you want from another angle, let's say this angle. I put a stick. I make a Eratosthenes experiment and show me some kind of different shadows. How that will curve the water?
So you don't understand how the experiment validates curvature then?
No, I'm telling you this. Let's say that shadows, everything showing, I don't know which size, whatever. How that will curve the water?
Definitely is not going to do that.
Also, kind of a loaded question. For him to understand how it validates curvature, there would actually have to be curvature, or else there's nothing to understand.
No, again, assuming that the sun's rays are parallel. You need to understand the experiment.
Well, they're not. And you haven't posted anything that shows otherwise.
Oh, yeah. Look, you can go down a line of a mental exercise, like a train of thought. You can do that all you want, assuming whatever you want. In order for this argument to work, you have to show it in reality.
All right,
we're like an hour in, and you're still struggling to set up your fake premise about the sun, and you are nowhere near demonstrating the drop over distance of the Earth's surface. Good job.
The problem is he's still avoiding the question. Show us one proof of Earth's curvature.
Let me pull up my phone.
That's it.
Well, I can go into different things, but we're talking about this mechanism, and we need to.
What are you waiting for, dude? We've been here for like an hour.
He's just stalling because he doesn't have the goods. That's all he's doing.
Are you looking for proof of parallel sun rays?
Why are you asking us what proof
I
we're
just
looking for?
debunked that in the chat.
Get the proof
They're
and
not
put it on the
parallel.
table.
I don't know what you are looking for specifically, so please tell me. So I can get it.
It's your claim. You prove it. Don't ask us for the criteria. You go out and figure it out.
I even told you from the very beginning, Go Fast, what exactly I wanted, right?
What he wants is a note from the teacher with he got an F, but he wants it sent back with a note. Like he wants it sent back with a note, like next time cite your source. Like
8 inches per mile squared over the distance of an arc from point A to point B. It's so easy. That's what I need. Can you provide that? Exactly.
Yeah, you would think that he would know that that's what he's looking for.
Go bring on the next Glober. Maybe he'll do better. Next.
Rough.
It's just so weird when they have to ask you, what am I trying to prove?
We don't have a next. Just keep saying.
Well, then we'll stew on Eratosthenes. Let's go back into that. Go ahead, Sasha. Take it away.
Listen, Miggy. Listen.
already dead.
Miggy, the shadows of the sun will show that the Earth is a globe, for sure, 100%. But now let's check it. That means that also surface will curve, because shadows showing that it's curving. That means it must curve also water. Conclusion, finished. And we go to check, and it doesn't curve. Why? A shadow showing that must curve. In his story.
What is the flat Earth justification for the results from the Bedford level experiment?
Holy smokes!
He really has no evidence. He's just like desperate to shift the burden.
No, dude. We've already asked you a question. We just
okay,
asked
and I
you a
posted it.
question.
And I posted it.
Where?
Bedford level. Sure, let's go with that. Doesn't rely on parallel
Wait a minute,
sun rays.
no, hold on.
What do you post, guys? Let me go look.
He's showing us
Bedford level. You're familiar
water
with
that's
it.
not curved.
You're familiar with Bedford level.
Yeah, water doesn't curve, so.
Okay, well, the results of the experiment show that it does.
Okay, when does water do? Does it only do it here or what?
No, it does it everywhere.
Okay,
Ooh.
so in a cup of water? Didn't think so.
I mean,
What
you
about,
need enough water for the conformity to radially inward to counteract surface tension. So, like, obviously, a droplet or a cup is not going to demonstrate.
God, dude's using $10 words, man. Calm down.
So if not in a cup, then where else?
Again, you need enough water so the water will conform.
Yeah, I'm asking.
Wait. You're trying to prove that water conforms to the shape of the Earth?
That's what he
It
said.
conforms to the gravitational field of the Earth, not the shape. I mean,
what?
Dude, you're just stacking claims on top of each other at this point now. So
I've only made one.
No, you just made like 3. Okay, so
name them.
Okay, well, you got gravity, curved water, and you still haven't posted those. You still haven't posted the parallel rays. So that's 3 claims. We're waiting for proof.
Do you believe there's a way you could invalidate the parallel sun?
We don't believe anything.
Believe there's a way.
We don't believe there's a way.
We don't believe. Okay, I don't think this experiment has ever been done, right? I don't think it's ever been done, but I think that there's a way that I could do it, right? And I wanted to describe it to you and see if you agree that it would either disprove or prove a parallel sun.
Stop hyping up your evidence before you post it. Just post it.
No, I can't post anything. I don't think this has ever been done. I came up with it myself.
No. Okay, present what you have. You don't have to tell us how great it is before you do it. Go.
Okay, so if you put 2 different poles of equal length at different latitudes at the same time of day, they should cast shadows in different angles if the sun's rays are divergent, and they should cast shadows at the same angle if the sun's rays are parallel.
Wait,
no. Those are different longitudes. That's different longitudes. Okay. The longitudes would give you the curvature of the Earth, but if you put poles of equal length at different latitudes during the same time of day and the cast shadows at the same angle,
bro, it's a ball. It doesn't matter where you put them. If it's a ball, longitude or latitude is still going to be a ball.
Bro,
does anybody understand
about this? He really believes in this. He's thought about
this. Does anybody understand?
Yes, go fast.
Slow it down, dude. So if you want to present this shit,
I understand it.
Thank you. Thank you. Who understands? Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. That means it's curving for sure. That means it's curving for sure. Because
No. No, this is not a test for curvature. This is a test to validate parallel or divergent sun rays.
But you started off with
Oh
an
my
if
God.
statement.
Okay, that means that doesn't prove the globe. Only prove that we have something.
No, it proves the validity of the Eratosthenes experiment, which proves the globe.
No, it
Okay,
doesn't. So
great.
just go get the
Great.
parallel sun
No,
rays.
great. That means that shadows prove the globe.
It would prove the Eratosthenes experiment proves the globe.
That means
No,
that
it
is globe curving, of course, because shadows showing.
Does anybody agree with me here? Do you understand what I'm
Go
saying?
fast.
Like,
Just how many times do we have to tell you? Just post it, bro, so we can all have a look. Because
like
at
I
this point,
said,
you're just
I don't
like tap
believe.
dancing around this question.
Yeah,
How long are you going to tap
Experiment
dance
has been
for?
done.
imagine
I
having to
came
set
up
the
with this
stage like
experiment.
this for an hour if you actually just had Earth curve to show somebody.
Why are you saying you came up with parallel sun rays? This is supposed to be your proof.
No, the experiment that I described, I came up
So,
with. I mean,
so it's a theoretical thing you just made. I thought the parallel sun rays is what's on the table. That's the claim. So can you just support that, or do we have to talk about things that you're imagining?
like I said, I have not conducted the experiment. That's just something I came up with that would either validate or
Okay, so
invalidate.
then why are you
More
leaning?
mental gymnastics.
Why are you leaning on this like as your one and only proof?
Freaking Jedi mind
Because
trick. Come on now.
because I need to know that you guys are honest actors and you are honest debaters, and I need to know that there is in fact proof.
Says the guy's been obfuscating for an hour and a half, and you couldn't
Get a
just show
little.
this is
Go
Earth
Hey,
fast.
curve.
Guido,
Listen to
get a
this,
little of this
bro.
guy.
No,
No
seriously
shit,
though, it's
dude.
as simple as like someone claims they're this height. There's a certain height. Well, why would you ask them of their standard of evidence? Just give them the measurements. What are you talking about? Standard of evidence? What's your?
Standard of
It's
evidence
just
is
give
very
me the
important. I could show you.
measurements.
All right, again, I could show you a photo from the ISS, and you would reject that. That's why
That's
I
not a
asked you what your
measurement,
standard of
though,
evidence
dude.
is.
That's what I mean. That's not a measurement. So if I go to Foot Locker
Okay.
and I'm like,
Yes.
hey, I want some new shoes. I'm going to pay $100 for new shoes. I need my foot measured. And they start checking security cameras. No. What do you mean standard of evidence? Just measure the foot, dude.
Bro, have
I
you
just
ever
told you,
seen
the
parallel?
Eratosthenes
Have
method
you ever
is a
seen
measurement.
parallel? Every single person on Earth, when they see the sunrise, sunset through the clouds and stuff, we see divergent sun rays. So where do we have any evidence of, from
Look,
Earth?
he wants to see
parallel
our
sun rays?
certification from the Bureau of Weights and Measures and shit. Like,
I've never seen evidence that the sun's rays are divergent, and I've only ever seen evidence that they're
That's what you
Really?
see
So
in
when
reality.
you see divergent sun rays, you assume they're parallel. I mean, I
No,
guess
I
they're parallel to
understand
each
why they're
other.
divergent.
They're parallel to each other, but that only proves a
No,
local
they're not.
sun.
Wait a minute. You're saying
Are you referring
first
to
you
things
said no
like
one's
God
ever
rays?
done this, and then you said this is the only thing you've ever experienced. Are you confused?
No, parallel sun rays are the only thing I've ever experienced.
Yeah.
Go fast.
When?
Go fast.
Because we
At
all
the beginning
experience
of
the
this,
same Earth. So we all
Okay.
experience the same Earth. So
I
where did
noticed
you see this?
that shadows that are not
So we
cast
interpret it a
by
different. We
scattered light
interpret it a different
are
way.
cast at the same angle, regardless of their location on the Earth.
So not the parallel. You're talking about the shadows then. So because we're talking about the parallel rays that you're supposed to be posting, which you haven't
So like
posted
through the
yet.
clouds and stuff. I want to see these parallel sun rays, from a certain thing.
Do you disagree that shadows
Yes,
cast at the same angle are indicative of
It's
a
not
parallel
about the
sun ray?
shadows. Go fast. Go get the parallel rays. Right?
Yeah.
So that's what
Go
you've been
fast.
trying to claim this whole time. So go
And this
get.
is really a ridiculous claim. I don't know why you're holding on to it, because every single person on Earth experiences this. We see the same thing all the time. So
Because I want to identify where the confusion is here.
I'll identify it right here. Helio, hold on a sec, real quick. The confusion is that Go Fast, you said at the beginning, you asked about Aristotle. You knew where we were going after the fact, okay? And then you said, if you could unequivocally prove parallel light rays, that's what you said, if you could. So now we all thought that, okay, it looks like you've got proof for parallel light rays. And now we're finding out after about an hour that you're saying, well, I've never, this is just an idea I had. When you say if,
no, all
does that really mean that
all
you've
shadows
not
are
actually
cast.
done it? No one has actually done this. We're talking about parallel light rays, not shadows.
I don't know. He sounds pretty real with you, man. That's kind of what I got out of it too.
Just like check
Okay.
out what Architecture just posted. You have.
Let me check.
Divergent light rays. Is that something that you would consider?
Are we looking at God rays? Are we looking at something that's being scattered? Yes, we are. Okay, great.
No,
Then
man,
that's not
we
possible.
could post images all night of divergent sun rays, through the clouds. I mean, yeah, people posting shit. We could do that
Can you
all.
show me divergent sun rays that are not being scattered by the atmosphere?
Listen.
All
You're
of them
supposed to
are
be posting
It's
parallel
never been
sun.
observed.
Yeah,
It's never been observed.
You said that's the only thing you've
This
experienced.
is what he would consider.
No, divergent sun rays that are not being scattered by clouds
Yeah.
have never been observed
Hold
from
on,
the
go
sun.
fast.
Okay, but you also never
Said
observed parallel
You
sun.
would only be able to
if
observe
you
them
could
if there were no
unequivocally
clouds in the
prove.
sky.
Can you unequivocally prove parallel light rays? Because that's what you came in here after Aristosthenes. Miggy asked you, what's your best proof for the globe? You said Aristosthenes, and then you already called what the next thing we were going to say. And then you said, if you could prove parallel light rays unequivocally. So what your proof was. What your proof was something theoretically you thought of that no one else has come up with, and now you're trying to back out of it. It's okay. We get it. We were all in your shoes.
I'm not trying to back out of anything. All light, light that is cast by the sun is cast at the same angle.
The hell? Dude.
So not parallel rays then.
That's what parallel means. That's what it means. That's the definition.
So you never experienced this stuff.
Yeah,
so.
except they don't do that though.
Who's they?
Are you talking about after
No, I'm talking about sun rays. They're not parallel. That's who they are.
Are you talking about scattered sun rays that have gone through clouds?
Okay, so they scatter, then they don't hit the Earth parallel. That's what you need them to do in your proof. See next.
All of them hit the Earth parallel, right?
No, they don't. You just said they scattered, and you gave us an excuse for why they
hit
don't.
the
So
atmosphere.
that's
They
the
hit
case.
the atmosphere parallel.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Please.
Do the sun's rays hit the moon?
Take control, please.
Do the sun's rays hit the moon parallel?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. How do you explain the eclipses?
Be more specific.
Well, you're
talking about yeah. I know what you mean. You're talking about the shadow cast by the moon on the surface of the Earth being smaller than the diameter of the moon, right?
No, I'm talking about the fact that you've got two regions. One's a dark region and one's a lighter region.
Oh, you're talking about like the phases of the moon.
No, talking about the eclipse.
Be more specific. I'm not really sure where you're going with this.
So you know there's a path of totality from the moon on the Earth. It's a yes or no question.
Okay.
It sounds
a path of totality, meaning we can.
It sounds really interested in in the Earth. So I mean, you should know something about solar and lunar eclipses. I mean, do you know something?
I'm not. Again,
I
don't know what you mean.
A path of totality, meaning it's a full. What were you talking about? A solar, or obviously a lunar eclipse, right? So
it's okay, Lou. I can explain it. It's fine. So during an eclipse in the globe model, you've got the sun, you've got the moon, and then you've got the Earth. You've got an umbra and a penumbra, right? Caused by sun rays that aren't parallel.
Oh, you're talking about refraction around the moon?
No.
Okay. Oh,
no,
well, what are you talking
about? I've been very clear about what I've been talking about. I'm talking about the eclipse, the umbra and the penumbra.
Are you talking about the point of most
He just
darkness
told you go fast.
not being
just
the
made it
size
clear
of
for the
the
second
moon?
time.
Let him do this.
God.
The answer to my question is yes, by the way. I asked him what he meant, and he should say yes, because that's what he meant. You're
I didn't
talking
hear
about
what you
the
said.
totality of the eclipse is not the same diameter as the moon itself, right? Because there's a number and a
Let Crypto do this, please, guys. Please let Crypto do this.
No, I'm not talking about that. I don't care about that. I'm asking why there's an umbra and a penumbra in the first place.
Because of diffraction around the edges of the moon.
Right, so is light parallel?
Not after it's diffracted. But
so then light isn't hitting...
So it is parallel until it's not parallel because of a reason. Okay.
The sun hits the atmosphere and diffracts, but it diffracts
the moon doesn't have an
more.
atmosphere.
I know. But all objects diffract light as it bends around it.
So then why did you mention an atmosphere?
I was talking about the Earth.
I'm not.
The Earth, the sun's rays do not hit the surface of the Earth. parallel. They hit the atmosphere parallel.
It's the surface that you need them to hit parallel.
So then Eratosthenes is useless.
No, because the sun's rays after going through the... It's almost as if I was going to justify what I just said, right?
Okay, so they were parallel until they weren't, and then they weren't parallel. Okay, thanks.
Imagine a world in which I was going to justify the thing I just said and was not interrupted.
Well, we've been waiting for...
Maybe I can have a conversation with him.
Okay,
thank you, Crypto. Okay, so the sun's rays, after traversing... The sun's rays hit the atmosphere parallel. After traversing the atmosphere, they are still, for all intents and purposes, parallel, which is why all shadows are cast at the same angle, right? Now, the sun's rays can be scattered in a million different ways. They're scattered slightly by the atmosphere, but not enough to be reasonably considered not parallel. Obviously, they're not parallel, like, mathematically, but they can still be used as mathematically parallel for most experiments. So if they hit clouds, they can diverge in radically different ways, like we see the God rays that are posted very often to justify this. But I fail to see where, in my comprehension or explanation of this, there's some kind of problem that would make the Eratosthenes method not valid to explain curvature.
Well, because you just said that it would scatter in the atmosphere, and then you said
but
afterwards
not to a degree.
Okay, it's almost as if I was going to finish my sentence and you started talking over me.
Go ahead,
so, I mean, I haven't talked over you, so I'd appreciate if you don't talk over me.
No, you have not. Go ahead.
Crypto
Okay, cool.
only, please.
So you can't have your cake and eat it too, which is what you're attempting to do. You're attempting to say it scatters when I fancy it, and it doesn't scatter when I fancy it. This isn't going to work here.
Okay, I want you to explain why you are under the impression I said anything like that. Do you want me to go over what I said again? Okay, when the sun's rays hit the atmosphere. Okay, when the sun's rays hit the atmosphere, they scatter. Unless they are occluded by clouds. Unless they are occluded by clouds or other objects, they are mathematically relevant to be considered parallel for experiments using shadows if they are not occluded by clouds or something else that's going to substantially scatter them. The atmosphere on a clear day with smooth conditions doesn't scatter the sun's light enough to be relevant for experimentation. They're still parallel enough to be valid for all experiments.
Parallel enough?
Yes.
How did you verify this?
Every experiment ever conducted to validate...
I'm not asking about anything else. I'm asking how did you validate this?
I validate this by observing that all shadows that I see that are cast by the sun in conditions that are not occluded by clouds or other things in the atmosphere cast shadows at the same angle.
No, they don't.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, you're just making a claim to back another claim. None of this has been validated.
I mean, you made a claim just now. You claimed that there's a situation in which unoccluded light rays going through the atmosphere cast shadows of different objects at different angles, and I would love to see that.
Hold on, you've made about 12 claims before I said anything, and you haven't backed any of that up.
Pick one, I'll back it up.
I've already asked you. We were talking about the moon. I asked if the parallel light rays hit the moon, and your answer was diffraction.
No, my answer was yes. No, my answer was yes. It was a loud and clear yes.
Okay, well that's not your model, so maybe you need to try that one again.
Did parallel sun rays hit the moon? Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
That's my model. You don't tell me what my model is. I do.
Okay, then your model isn't the heliocentric model.
Okay, explain how contemporary astrophysical understanding does not say that parallel sun rays hit the moon.
I just posted it in the live stream.
All right, let me check.
You couldn't have an umbra and a penumbra based on anything other than convergent rays.
I thought you were talking about the sun's rays hitting the moon, not the reflected light of the not the refracted light around the moon hitting the Earth.
It doesn't actually matter.
It absolutely matters because one of them is divergent and one of them is parallel.
Yeah, but there is no evidence for the parallel.
Okay, but don't give me an example of divergent rays when we're talking about parallel rays. Don't ask me if the sun's rays hit the moon parallel, which they do, and then give me an example where the sun's rays diverge by refraction off the moon and then hit the Earth.
You're just reasserting the same assertion over and over again. You know that doesn't mean it's true.
All right, will you let's form some common ground here so we can continue in a good way. Can you conclude that you referring to the projection of an eclipse on the Earth is not an answer or relevant in any way to the question of do the sun's rays hit the moon parallel?
No, I don't admit that.
Okay, so you asked me if the sun's rays hit the moon parallel in my model. I said they do. The sun's rays reflecting off the moon and hitting the Earth divergent is not the same as the sun's rays hitting the moon parallel, which they do. They scatter and refract off the moon and around it and then hit the Earth divergent as a result of that scattering. So they hit the moon parallel. You telling me about the eclipse and the divergent rays of an eclipse is not relevant to the question of whether or not the sun's rays hit the moon parallel.
So how is there an umbra and a penumbra?
Because the sun's rays scatter around the moon, as we've observed in nature. Okay, well, we observe in nature that light curves around objects and diffracts. You know this.
Well, okay, how have you observed that?
I can demonstrate that too. Okay, cool.
Have you observed that?
I have shown a flashlight at an object before. Like, have you not observed this? Have you not observed refraction around objects?
Have you seen the light behind the object?
Yes.
So anyway, yeah, I mean, we know that light can refract, dude, but you're saying that an object like the moon with no atmosphere would necessarily refract it around.
No, an atmosphere
which isn't the model. So not only are you making a claim that you can't actually back with evidence, it's also not the model. So it's like a red herring of a red herring.
One, I can back every single thing I've said. And two, an atmosphere is not required for refraction.
How could you possibly know what's going on in the moon?
There's no reason to believe the sun's rays don't hit the moon parallel. Every experiment we've ever done suggests that's the case.
Except you can't provide any of them.
The moon does not exhibit any. The optics of the moon do not exhibit any characteristics that we would expect from divergent rays being reflected from it.
And how do you have an umbra and a penumbra?
Because of refraction around the edges of the moon when the sun is reflecting.
Just claim on top of claim, no evidence. Cool.
So you don't believe in refraction?
Yeah, that's a straw man.
I want to know why you. I want to know why you think the penumbra umbra thing is connected to.
No, we want to know why you think refraction would prove your argument. Like, what conditions of refraction?
No, I want to know something more fundamental. Why does he feel like straw manning me proves anything?
Crypto. I am trying to understand why you think the refraction of a solar eclipse on the Earth is relevant to the question of whether or not the sun's rays hit the moon parallel.
So again, why do you feel like straw manning me is evidence?
Okay, all right, let me ask you. Why do you think...
Not going to answer.
Umbra and penumbra.
Can't answer the question. I object. Your Honor, I object. You can't answer the question, Your Honor. He needs to answer the question.
We need to get to this point. Like, you were talking about honest actors earlier, right? You've just strawmanned me, which is dishonest. So why have you done this?
Because I asked you why you feel a certain way, and you refused directly to explain why you feel a certain way, and then I assumed why you felt that way. I said, do you not believe in diffraction? And then you said, you're strawmanning me. You didn't explain to me why you feel the way you do.
You didn't actually say diffraction. You said, refraction. So you don't believe in refraction. How tiresome that is to have to deal with, like, really
I don't want to strawman you.
boring strawmen.
Look,
why would you have to believe something?
None of this is about feelings. None of this is about feelings.
Exactly.
It's not how you feel about what I said. It's not about what was the other thing that was just said? Jesus, there was two. Either way, you keep on getting around the subject somehow. You are the dishonest one. Crypto is pretty well pointing that out.
Crypto.
Cool.
Also, you've said you would back up your claims, which we're still waiting, and it's been over an hour.
Crypto. I ask me for one, please. I'll take a break from this conversation. Ask me one, and I'll prove it. Anyone.
Any of them. These are your claims, brother.
Yep,
So
any claim I've made.
These are your claims, bro. Like,
it's good
maybe provide the support when you make the claim instead of like making 12 claims, and then when we ask you go, well, which one? Like, maybe just support them as you go, dude. So you don't stack them up and you've got 12 claims that you don't have any support for.
Bezzy will go ahead and prove any claim he's made an hour and a half into not proving any claim he's made.
You're just using more claims to, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, you haven't supported any of them. So.
Oh, cool. The experiment that I came up with in my own head has been done before. Sick.
Dude, are you trying to beat us with a mental exercise?
No, it's been done. Like I said, I came up with it, but thankfully someone else did. And
He said, in my own head.
Yeah.
It was like...
That's what your entire model is a mental exercise.
I guarantee whatever it is doesn't match reality. I guarantee that.
Matches what's in his head.
So are you done spinning your wheels? Go fast. Maybe you need to take 5, man, and go rest in your laurels, man, because you're not doing anything right now.
I mean, maybe you should take 5, because I heard you say earlier that, you know, you shouldn't be telling me about my model, but you started off this whole conversation saying, well, the Earth isn't infinite, so, like, wait.
Yeah, we're still no closer to you. We're still no closer to you providing evidence of the curvature of the Earth. You know that's crazy, right? Ever since we started the conversation from where we first began, go fast. You remember that?
You know, I wanted to record his conversation with Crypto, and I'm still recording it. But you know, this is the back end.
I would like to have a.
It's just kind of like I wanted to go.
Like
it's just like he doesn't know where to go from there. You know, it just seems.
No, I told you I'm taking a break to validate my claims because you guys said you wanted proof for all of my claims. So,
I'm in another break so I can go back to my controllers so I can be like, what's my next argument?
This was go fast. This was supposed to be your absolute.
I'm not going to continue conversation until I validate all of my claims.
No, but this is supposed to be your absolute best proof. This should be a slam dunk, not a half-court shot. Like sort of like, well, hopefully I got all this stuff. I mean, I came up with it in my own brain. Hopefully it'll work. Half-court shot. No,
you know,
in my own opinion, like. Not just a slam dunk. Like, if it was true, yes, it should be blatantly obvious. But, like, the fact that it is in contention is a huge blow to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, is that our goal? We're actually trying to find truth here. And if they come here and they're trying to find truth, right? And here's my truth. And then we show them that what they're saying cannot possibly be true, then we're not. I don't want to win. I'm just trying to.
I do.
All right. Well, okay. So then you're an athlete, I guess. You know, an intellectual athlete,
soccer player.
Right? An intellectual athlete. Oh, he's not well, he might be a soccer player, but
he
can also be an intellectual athlete too, and win the argument. You can. I mean, some people can win an argument even if they're wrong. So,
an intellectual slam dunk contest is what you need to do. Right?
Why did you come out with no proof or evidence?
In the meantime, while he's kind of gathering, because you know he's in his own head at the moment. Let's see if any other Globers in here. You know, it's a Saturday night. Oh, wait, it's not a Saturday night. Damn it.
Holy shit!
It feels like a Saturday night.
You're like fucking 4 days away from.
Damn,
Saturday.
It feels like a Saturday night. Look at all the people in here.
We got 33 up in here.
33.
I'm messing with you, Piggy, bro. Yeah.
33 out of 99.
I think it's Tuesday, isn't it? God damn, it's trash day.
Got the club going up.
This is like every time I think of Tuesday night, it's just like I have to take the trash out tomorrow.
Well, Tuesday's the day before hump day, so
and for me, it's Tuesday time to take the trash out.
No,
that's all right. Already done that.
I throw in garbage every Saturday. That means today I throw the garbage. Today is Saturday.
There you go, bro. So yeah, your day's Saturday. It's like trash is going out tomorrow. Well, trash is going out today. This guy freaking really didn't have anything to offer, you know. And Miggy took him out, Crypto took him out, everybody here, you know, he was just making shit up.
You gotta take the trash out. It's trash day. You gotta take the trash out.
Exactly. It's like it's they're coming, especially when you ask him what is your absolute best proof, absolute best, and it takes an hour just to come up with nothing. This is your best.
Well, his best was, I believe, just imagine that was his best arguments. I believe. Just imagine if
NASA.
that was pretty much all his evidence there.
Both going over the
Imagine
horizon.
if that was
Is NASA's best version of like the.
Anyway, you guys continue. I'll shut up for a minute. But yeah, I mean, I recorded that segment with Crypto, and I'll
my best evidence was not ships disappearing over the horizon. It was
that happens on a
parallel
flat
rays.
surface, so.
Parallel rays.
No, it was not. No, it was not.
Yeah, no, literally everything you've talked about has been based off of a philosophy. So like,
it's all philosophy, right?
Everything
right,
you've
Luke?
talked about so far, it could exist on a flat plane or on a curved Earth.
I understand it's really difficult. It's difficult to talk to flat earthers because you're just like, you can't be right because I know the Earth is a globe because they always told me it was a globe, and I don't want to believe what you guys are saying because it would really fucking just change my paradigm altogether. And you flat earthers might make some really good points, but Earth's still a globe. It's third rock from the sun.
Well,
Center of the universe.
I'm still talking like the thing that's wrong with that philosophy, though. Like,
glorious
yes, it could happen on either one. Like the conditions could exist, but the thing is you have no proof for the conditions that you would need.
Well, how do we know that any of that could happen on a globe? Because we have no globe for any of it to be tested on.
So I need to know how this is possible.
What globe are you talking about? What globe?
I never said the word globe. I need to know how this is possible.
You just said it.
Oh my god, Weasel.
Oh, this is flat Earth.
I will we need to know why refraction ate your geometric horizon.
Yeah, no,
we need to know why you've been waffling about parallel for an hour and a half and all you need to show us
bad right now. He was being very patient before, but now he's waffling. Who the fuck
I let you guys distract me.
Yeah.
I let you guys distract me.
I've been walking the dog for a while now.
Who's hot
and I'm still wondering what you said. Miggy asked you what's your absolute best proof of the globe. The best proof. This is where you're at. You're trying to give us your best. You've been an hour trying to give us your best proof of the globe.
I want to back it up.
That's not something you do after the fact, right? The court hearing already started. So
I mean,
you don't bring
from
your
the
evidence to
beginning,
the
it was
next
just
court
like,
case.
show us the globe. I mean, if the Earth was a globe, everyone would notice it right away. Go ahead. I'll shut up. Go ahead, Ken.
Let's play Matthew game. Maybe that is evident, but it's not a proof.
Oh, hell. We'll get him on. We'll be here for days. Freaking Sasha, man.
It's 5:30 in the morning.
Don't throw a monkey wrench in this shit, man. We'll be here forever. Don't feed the trolls, man.
Yeah, I let you guys distract me, and I apologize for that. I'm going to stay on my original point.
All right, well, hold on. If you're gonna go or whatever, go silent. Like, if I'm wrong about you being Meisty, who am I confusing you with? Because you have never been here before. You have been here before on another name. So who are you? Please come clean.
I need to be totally real with you, bro. I've joined here for the first time 2 days ago. I've never been on VC.
You're a liar.
I've been in chat before. I've never been on VC. No, I've been on chat before. I've never been in VC.
All right, that's fascinating.
Until 2 days ago.
What is your best proof of the globe? For real, bro. That's what you like. That's what we've been. That's what I'm waiting for.
Thank you.
I tried to prove the globe to be correct. I tried.
Well, go back. Check this out.
He answered a question. He asked me a question. He asked me a question, right?
Helio, you said you were going to take a break.
You keep saying you're going to let.
I know.
Yeah, so just instead of saying it, just do it.
He will post it now.
Objects with higher altitude on the horizon are lower in your field of view than objects.
How did you measure that higher altitude?
Close to you.
Let
can
finish his sentence before you interrupt him, please. Anyone?
Thank you. Okay. Again, objects in your horizon that have higher altitude than objects that are closer to you appear lower in the horizon than those that are closer to you. That's what I just posted in our chat.
Therefore, a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, that's a pretty particular conclusion to come to. How'd you get that?
I've never been presented with a way to justify this.
Therefore, 8 inches per mile squared curvature is the only justification for this? Okay, walk us through that.
This does
tie it to your conclusion.
No, all this does is prove that the Earth is not flat.
No,
right?
see, that's what we've been telling you this whole time. Remember earlier when you said we shouldn't be telling you about your model. This is you telling us, well, if it's flat, then it should be these things that I make up in my head. Hell no. If you want to know about the flat Earth, you just ask us. And again, we're not asking you to debunk something you made up in your head.
You're
We're
stating.
asking you for the proof of your claim, not how you
Yeah.
debunk something that you made up.
And you asking this question, it doesn't add up to a 3959 mile radius ball spinning around in space. So,
and if it did, you would have evidence for that, and you would present it to us, and then we wouldn't have.
Well, then why the fuck are you talking about it? Because that's what we've been asking you to show us this whole time.
If you had evidence for it, we wouldn't have gone
You
around
asked
for
me
2
why
hours.
why I believe the Earth is curved.
Oh, I don't think we asked you why you believe. I don't think we asked you why you believe. Like necessarily,
it was made painfully clear for about 10 times. Proof.
Present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's all was stated.
I think Miggy was specific about measurement at one point. Specifically, that's what we were really getting down to.
Yeah,
8 inches. People are launching rockets based on your hunch that everything you've been observed. Like obviously, we know that where is it done? Where? Who has it? Who?
I don't know. He said I believe that it's curving. Why you people don't want to believe him?
No. You know what? Why aren't we happy with that? Actually, he just admitted to us. It's all just a belief.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm saying.
Well, he actually just had a pretty good point too. Like rockets and so forth. We're supposed to have satellites. We're supposed to have orbital based on this radius value, and the only thing he can seem to find to back it is, that mountain looks taller than I think it should. Therefore, 3959 mile radius. I'm going to get orbital mechanics and rockets and all this stuff.
No, all of our. That's not why.
Okay, then why? That's the only question we're asking you. That's all we're asking you to show us this whole time.
Because the rate at which the Earth curves corresponds with 8 inches per mile squared, roughly.
You just said it curves because it corresponds with how it curves.
Yeah.
You didn't say anything.
No, the rate at which objects of higher altitude are lower in the horizon.
1.2 mile horizon.
I just posted.
It's
in voice line.
Where did you measure that curve, that rate? Where did you measure that? Because that's what we're looking for. Because all the math in the world,
I'm using observations of nature.
We get it. It says radius, right? You don't get that from a picture, bro.
I'm using observations of nature.
Is not you're not getting a scientific measurement of any an actual measurement or anything remotely related to science by looking at a picture and saying, well, I think 8 inches per mile, folks. Yep, we all agree. Peer reviewed. Yep. Launch the rockets.
Fuzzy, and what he also said was just a lie, too. He said that all of our observations of horizons and long-distance observations and so forth, they all square with this 8 inches per mile squared thing that he has in his head. But we know that they absolutely don't. He knows that, too. Right. And the rest of his arguments have just been trying to explain that away. So he's just tying himself in knots, and he's a liar.
I mean, you literally just said that the curvature rate corresponds with the curvature rate. And we're asking for the measurement of that curvature rate. Like, where did you measure that to know? Oh, well, according to this dip that we have here measured. Of course, that's what we're wondering. Who measured that?
If at any point I'm asked a question and then it was not immediately followed by someone else talking and is instead followed by empty space.
Go for it. No one's talking.
You're a fucking victim. We got it. We're going to give you the next 30 seconds to talk without us.
Yeah, every time you get a chance to talk, you use it to do this, by the way. So.
Correct.
Yeah, so go for it. Everyone, let him answer. Go for it.
Thank you. the difference of altitude in our horizon of distant objects corresponds with the expected curvature of the Earth.
The hell is that, man?
No, it doesn't.
It's
No, it
curving
doesn't.
the globe. That's bull, man. You're so full of it.
Where did you measure 8 inches per mile squared on in your explanation just there? How did you get to 8 inches per mile
He
squared?
said it's curving, therefore it's a globe.
Because globe.
We
No,
should
specifically in the example that I sent. If you do the math on the two altitudes of these peaks,
the math.
and you
Yeah, we're not talking about the math. So are you talking about things lowering lowering your view, such as the black swan, which everything is further out and higher up? Every time we look at the horizon, is what is further out from us is higher up in our view. You're saying it's lower. It's never lower. When was it lower ever?
Well, hold on, but Sonny, before you even go there, like you mentioned math. I already mentioned math a moment ago, and that's what we're trying to prove. In your math, do you use the R, a radius value, in your math to determine what you're talking about? Because if you do, you're gonna come up with 3959, and that's what we're asking for. We're asking for that measurement, where that number came from. Because the math, we're not arguing the math.
I do
We
not
all
use
know
the radius.
Oh, so you
Well, that's the thing that we've been asking you to prove this entire time. So why you're still waffling around and talking other stuff?
I do not use the radius.
Okay,
Right?
so you just abandoned the radius claim? Or you got your own radius,
No,
or what is it?
I use the difference in the altitude of these peaks and the difference of their observed height to calculate R. Okay?
Wait.
And you can do this too.
What?
Okay, but you said that the observation square with 8 inches per mile squared curvature. Then you just said a minute ago, right after that, that you're not using the radius. But the radius is the 8 inches per mile squared curvature. So again, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm going to repeat exactly what I just said to get at the answers to your question.
Whoa,
Right?
we get what you're saying. You're saying you have your own globe that you've made up.
No, you find R by doing observations of nature. Do not rely on R to make observations of nature. Until you validated the radius.
To be clear. So you look at two mountains, and what math do you do to get a sphere, real quick, and specifically the R value? How do you, based on just an observation of two mountains? Walk me through it, please.
I'll type it out.
He's gonna type it out.
It's weird that he's still trying to show us that the observation square with 8 inches per mile squared, when earlier he spent about 4 hours trying to explain away exactly why they didn't square with 8 inches per mile squared.
I bet you dollars to donuts that thing he's gonna figure out is gonna get us nowhere closer to figure out any radius.
Yep. Weird. Everything aligns with 8 inches per mile squared now, but earlier this afternoon it was all about why it didn't align.
I'm also really confused about, like, if he's using this observation to come up with the radius, how did you know the radius beforehand in order to come up with it to match the radius?
I did not. I don't need to match anything. I'm looking for what the radius is.
Yeah, you're right. You don't need to match anything. Certainly not your globe to reality, that's for sure. Because you haven't done that.
I know, but he's doing the math. You done
I mean,
with
he
the
already
math?
did it earlier, and he's like, yeah, that horizon's way off. That's 8 inches per mile squared. But that's because of refraction and different things. He had all sorts of different excuses. But now, somehow, the observations actually do line up with 8 inches per mile squared. It's really weird.
Yeah, he isn't measuring anything. He's just doing some math somewhere on hypothetical.
I can calculate some stuff.
It's easy.
I'm going to mute for a little bit so I can put together this presentation for you guys.
Presentation? Oh my goodness.
Damn.
Get your popcorn ready.
What's up, fellas?
Who's that?
Davey.
What's up, Davey?
What's going on? What are you guys doing?
Talking to a Glober in here. You believe the Earth?
Oh, Glober. Okay. Interesting.
You believe the Earth is a globe, Davey?
Hell no.
Okay. Then you're fine. As you were.
All right.
Yeah, we're just pulling teeth in here. Still trying to get that curve measurement.
I keep seeing commercials for this new show on TV where they stack a bunch of stuff really high and then it falls over. That's kind of where we're at right now, Davey. We got some guy who stacked a bunch of claims up and they're about to fall over. So we're just at this point. We're just waiting for it all to come crashing down.
I'm waiting for the penny to drop.
I think the name of that show is called Built on Sand. Not only did he stack a whole bunch of stuff on the base of his entire foundation is built on sand.
He went silent a couple times with me already, so I know that he doesn't have any gas left in the tank. So anything here is just grasping at straws.
Yeah, the wig's already been snatched. Now you're just waiting for the other part.
Well, I mean, if he had any curvature to show, he would have just done that in the first place instead of talking about parallel sunlight on the moon for an hour and a half.
Right, man. You should literally just slap that evidence on the table, put your feet up, light a stogie, and be done with it. But instead, you have to hype up all your evidence before you present it, and then don't present it.
And it's always something that... Yeah, go ahead.
No, I said he's going to come out with this really razzle-dazzle presentation of probably mathematical jazz hands. I mean,
well, he had to...
Nothing really to show for, but...
He had to start with his parallel light proof at first, so he started with light being parallel until it was scattered and diffused, and then not parallel when it reached the Earth's surface. So parallel, but not. It's parallel until it's not.
Verify that.
I'd lay good money down that whatever he presents doesn't have anything to do with a direct measurement of curvature.
Hell
no. Well, nothing has so far. That would be a good prediction.
Yep. It has no proof of globe one. Doesn't have proof one. We just need one.
Yeah, I'll take some of that action, Sonny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'd get in on a parlay, maybe.
That'd be great.
Every time. The last time he presented something, it had nothing to do with the topic we were talking about, but that was his evidence. So let's wait and see. Should be interesting.
Well, this is it, man. It's only been 8 years, and finally, what time is it?
Yeah, exactly. 2022.
Well, I mean, he saw a mountain on the horizon that looks smaller than he thinks it should have. Therefore, 3959 mile radius globe.
Yeah, where were the measurements of that?
I don't know, but he came to a pretty specific conclusion of something he just saw: 8 inches per mile squared curvature of the Earth. 3959 mile radius ball spinning around in a vacuum, because that mountain looked a little lower than I thought it should have.
But I bet you if we ask him if he's ever gone out and measured that, well, I think he said he has. But all we need is a line of sight measurement over water. Why is he measuring over land? Just do it over water, bro. Where's the curved water? Look, if they show the curved water one time, repeatedly, if they do it repeatedly, that's it. Because 71% of this imaginary globe is supposed to be water. So if they measure curved water, they got 71% of their globe. But unfortunately, we haven't seen any of this ever. That's why we're still here.
Wait, are you the Glober?
No, I'm not.
Go fast.
Who's the Glober?
Go
not
fast.
Even a good Glober, really.
We gotta get to this guy.
Nah, he's just living in his own head. He's not really a tough nut to crack, man. I've seen worse than him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, he prefaces a lot of "if it were a globe" and imagination. You have to start. Just imagine this. We'll just do a thought experiment. That's where he's coming off from.
He's a fan of SpongeBob.
So
the horizon was geometric until refraction ate it.
Exactly. First step in globe is imagine it's a globe. That's the first step.
The sunlight was parallel till it was scattered and diffused.
From their own mouths. Exactly. Parallel. He's talking about the number penumbra, which is not parallel.
It's parallel until it becomes not parallel for some reason. But it was parallel. Oh, okay, but you needed it to be parallel the whole way.
Finally.
No, he says it's parallel until it hits the atmosphere, then it's not.
Yeah, then it's not parallel anymore, so yeah, that really helps.
He said a couple things. He said it when it gets to the edge of the moon, then it changes something. Like, where is he getting all this? I want citation for every statement.
So it is parallel until the part where it actually matters.
He's way behind. Yeah. He's way behind on what he's supposed to be posting. He's saying a lot of stuff, but he's not posting the proof. We're all about proofs.
He's making an infographic, so he's drawing us another globe cartoon.
Has he got a pie chart, like flow chart? What's on here?
Dude, I can't believe people still think we live on a freaking ball. It's 2022.
I wonder if he actually even thinks that, judging by the quality of his evidence.
Oh, wait a minute. He dipped. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, he left.
Run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens.
So you know why we're all in here right now? Because we know the truth. We know the truth.
We're here because guys like him couldn't make their point.
Yeah, that too.
No, I was just there to talk to Lou and Helio. No, I'm just kidding. I was looking for Globers.
Mm-hmm. And if we could help, I mean, I'm not in here a lot, so I mean, do Globers come in here a lot or not really?
On and off. Mainly, we just talk amongst ourselves.
Yeah, I'm just some asshole on the internet. You know, you guys discount almost everything that I say.
That's right. Oh, is that Larry?
It's me, Helio.
Helio. If he truly believed it was a globe, it wouldn't make sense that like nobody has made, like he said, like he's trying to put together something. It's weird that nobody else have done it before him, so he could like just copy paste it, you know. But like he has to create it.
Miggy,
No,
you're
but
just concerned
that dude was here for like over 2 hours.
What's
didn't
that,
post one proof.
I'll wait for it. It was stupid, whatever.
He's typing. I think he's going to drop it now.
I was gonna say, like, you're just concerned about what to do with your Warframe clan, you know, and like.
Oh shit! Do you remember that?
Yeah, it's still sitting there. I got it.
Days. No, dude. Yeah, mine is too. Freaking. You got your setup?
I don't know. I haven't played it since pretty much shortly after you stopped playing.
No, but you still got your whole computer.
Yeah, yeah, it's all there. It's not that old. Shit, I bought it like 2 years ago or 3 years ago or something like that.
No.
I mean, what I heard from this last guy was, well, I go out into reality, it doesn't match the flat Earth that I'm making up in my head, so it can't be flat. Like, well, dude, no one supports that silly, goofy flat Earth that you're making up in your brain. You're not debunking reality. You're debunking your own silly imagination.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go. Good night.
All right. Have a good night.
Architecture. Yeah. You're exactly right, CB. It's just like, hey, all of us have been taught the globe model. Not all of us understand it completely, but since we've been in this discussion for several years, we know what they're saying about it, right? So it's not like you're going to say something that we don't already know. Like, I'm going to show these flat earthers what the globe is all about,
Yeah.
As if they have anything, right?
You hear him retell the story like no one's ever heard it before.
Bro, I already know it.
Yeah.
Oh, but to be honest, the general public doesn't know some of the shit that we know about what they say about the globe Earth, right?
Yeah, maybe they're saying it to
so they come in here and say, well, they'll just say, well, gravity, bitch. And it's like, what do you mean by gravity? Well, they can't describe it. and you know
exactly.
They try to they poorly explain something that we have for years been trying to prove. Literally been trying to prove the thing that they can't even explain.
You know what they do say is like, what do you use for your standard of evidence? What do you? What's your standard of evidence?
Actually, what do you use?
Yeah, what do they
Well,
use?
and that's where it comes to Horizon. We talked about Horizon with that dipshit for over an hour, I think.
Like, why would you have to ask us for standards of evidence if your
Why are
evidence is
you
not
asking a
substantiated?
flat Earth person, for the standard of evidence?
Oh, I like it, man.
Well, Central said it best. He pointed out how he wants us to lower our standards first, and then he could sneak some proofsies in there.
Yeah, sure, and that's why I
Lower
try
the
to
bar.
meet someone where they are. Who's like, oh, what do you mean by that? And get them to talk more than you talk. I mean, you're not. I mean, we are teachers and I won't say preachers, but we've been doing this for quite a long time. So it's just like you just want to edge them into it's like, what do you mean by that? When you say that, what do you mean by it? No,
But
you
flat
want them
earther, can you just lower your standards of evidence a bit?
Just
lower the bar a bit, please.
I'm thinking of examples, like sometimes if you're on a business trip or something, you pay for something at a restaurant, you need a receipt. It's like, oh, well, sir, what kind of evidence do you need? Oh, just give me the receipt, please. But do you have any other standards that you might? It's like, dude, I just need the receipt here. Like, just give me the thing. All right.
That's not a bad point, Davey. I mean, people come in here and say, "Oh, you flat earthers believe this." No, actually, we've taken a good hard look at your standards of evidence for this, and for the most part, you guys don't even understand your own standards of evidence. You're just a believer. So, if you believe this, tell me why you believe it. And,
Well, they're stuck in the mindset of believing things, so they project that onto us here.
Dude, he was saying nothing
and
else
then
makes sense.
they call us religionists because we believe in a creator.
He was saying, but nothing else
Not
makes
everyone.
sense. Only the globe makes sense. It's like, dude, what? That's easily debunkable. But everything I've been shown only points to a globe. Like, okay, dude.
Except for this and this and that, and the light that was parallel until it got scattered, and then it wasn't parallel, and blah blah blah.
Oh yeah, everybody on Earth, just like I was saying earlier, everybody on Earth observes the sunlight as divergent rays. And he's like, but I have proof that they're parallel, but he couldn't show it.
Yeah, he said it was parallel until it got scattered and diverged in the atmosphere. So not parallel where it mattered.
Well, actually, what he said, it was the only time you can observe the light parallel is when it's a clear day, which is absolutely not true either, because I've seen divergent light.
So it's going to be perfectly.
Clouds. I've seen divergent light from the sun without clouds.
Yeah.
So, because there's still moisture in the atmosphere, you can see the divergent light from the sun.
And then he needs it to be perfectly clear across hundreds of miles too, for Eratosthenes to work.
It's just like, all right, well, I don't need that natural observation. Everybody know it's pretty much appeal to authority. I mean, that's pretty much most of his argument was appeal to authority. So
appeal to folklore.
It was some folklore. I mean, some of us are guilty of that sometimes as well. But as far as this argument goes, it's not even necessary because we have physical evidence that the Earth cannot be the globe they told us it is.
Yeah, you just appeal to Earth. There's Earth. Right. Take a look at it.
That's talking about. Yes. Yeah, appeal to Earth. Don't we all live on Earth? Don't we all observe the same thing?
Yeah, hey guys, I'm gonna dip out of here, guys. It's been fun.
Have a good night.
Okay. Yeah, peace out.
Bro, it's good to see you again in here, man.
Good job today, brother.
Yeah, I'll stop
awesome.
again just to see what's going on. Poke my head around.
Good stuff, brother. You have a good night.
Yeah. Later, bros.
Have a good one, Miggy. Peace out, man.
Brother.
Maybe we need sometimes to have two Globers, his friend, and he will say, okay, I agree with him, and then that another friend need to repeat all what this guy said, all I did.
That's a good point. I think it's great to put two ballers up against each other. That's a good idea.
we're usually just like searching for any ballers. I don't know how you want to do that.
Well, it's just like, I mean, you could have Matthew in here and another baller, but Matthew's kind of like the standard Globy, you know. But it'd be kind of weird to have two of those type of guys at the same time.
I'm disagree with you. Matthew maybe was a normal Glober.
Yeah,
maybe was.
Matthew's not a normie. Matthew's not a normie Glober. He believes that Jesus makes everything possible and creates balls. So, like,
yeah. Matthew's not only that, with all his claims in the last time, Matthew's totally anti-flat earther, man. You cannot quote him anymore.
Matthew supports our server, right? Yeah, I mean, you know, Matthew's.
Oh, come on, Helio.
Normally.
We can speak like that about Rumpus, the same. Even Matthew was claiming. Yeah, Matthew, I think, claimed worse thing than Rumpus. That means that Matthew is anti-flat earther more than Rumpus.
Matthew, but at the same time, Rumpus is an asshole. Matthew's not.
Yeah, that's good. You know, Helio, what I like more one asshole than one good, you know, anti-flat earther.
I mean, Matthew knows what we're about. I mean, he's taken more shit from all of us than anybody that's ever been on this server before. And he's still here. So,
Helio, I know what the two Globers could debate. I got a subject for them.
All right.
At what height can you actually see curvature of the Earth?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Shoot,
well, they're going to give you like 10 different answers.
Yep.
First of all, they're going to say you have to go to some high altitude, and then they're going to say that they saw the curvature from the ground somewhere, Pontchartrain or whatever.
Dude, those answers will be all over the map. You'll have people say, "Well, you can see it from always," or people that then the other side of the spectrum saying you can't see it at all.
That was the case with Homeboy earlier. It's just like, well, curvature is. I mean, the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, and then you ask him questions about it. He's like, "Well, it's not the curvature of the Earth. There's refraction involved." I mean, pull out a telescope, and you'd be like,
That's when they start tap dancing.
You know, they tap dance all around. And that's when it got ridiculous. I didn't get necessarily involved in that.
But yeah, he was saying, well, the effects of the horizon. It's like, dude.
Yeah, I was
and it wouldn't
the
be,
whole
it's
time,
not infinite.
Bro.
Okay, well, duh, it's not infinite.
It's just like, do you think you can find something that's not there with a fucking telescope? Pardon my French, but you can't. If something is supposed to be obscured by the Earth curve, you think you're going to find it with a telescope? Every time you zoom in with a telescope or a camera, every time you zoom in, you just your length of view actually decreases. So you're only zooming in on a certain point, right? So, you know, and sometimes they'll make some weird idea that's like, if I was in New York, I could see the Eiffel Tower from the shore of New York. I mean, it's like, who told you that?
That's incorrect, Helio. The width of your view decreases. The length of your view increases, please.
But you're really just zooming in. It works similar to a microscope, which is absolutely true. Am I wrong about that? Because you're just zooming until you see something you should not be able to see. Now with a microscope, you're just zooming in on a plate. Holy shit! When you zoom in with a telescope across the sea, you're just zooming in. But if the Earth was a globe, to be honest, you wouldn't be able to see over 1,200 miles away to see the Eiffel Tower from New York. That would be ridiculous. Who in their right mind would think that you'd be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York if you had a powerful?
But if it was flat, then I could definitely see that.
I bet you could.
Yeah, so dumb, dude.
Let's say I have radio show, and now on radio, I need to have 5 minutes for the news, for meteorological news. And I'm now saying, today weather will be 35 degrees. And because of this phenomenon, we will see today more than usually.
More than usually?
Yeah, because today it's this kind of refraction. Today we will see more than usual.
Sure, because refraction has to do with everything.
And then because people are traveling, with the ships and everything, with the cars and everything.
That's the blank argument, right? It's just like, oh, you didn't consider. Well, of course you wouldn't be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York that day because you'll never be. It doesn't matter what type of. If you're gonna use a telescope, which nobody ever does, by the way, looking across Earth, nobody would ever do it. This is what's so ridiculous about their argument. You would never be able to use a telescope to look horizontally across Earth. That's ridiculous. Especially, even if you had they have telescopes that look at space and they're all across the planet. But it never point them horizontally to see if they can see fucking Mount Fuji or freaking Everest or anything. They don't point them that way because guess what? That's not the way that shit works.
Yeah, I've always found that really goofy. Like people, they'll point a telescope up and think they can see.
I'm talking about optical telescopes.
All right, Helio, you can go.
I'm just talking about optical telescopes. I mean, we can go into radar arrays and shit. I have some more shit to say about that too. But anyway.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking because of black swan. If they say refraction, I'm asking, what is with water immediately behind already? Is it physical or optical? If they say optical,
well, it's definitely optical. I mean, it's just somebody with his camera that went down to the shore and took a picture of these freaking barges.
And you take a boat, Helio, and go there and show that it's physical.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, I mean, I trust the BLMS B69 videos. I have a feeling that if you just launched from shore and went to there, it's going to be the distances are going to be accurate. So, I don't think that's inaccurate at all. Do you think they're closer or further? Which that's not the actual argument.
So, Helio, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to have a presentation. Did that guy bounce?
No.
Wasn't he going to show us the globe curve presentation or something?
If I ran him off, probably my bad.
Man, I had the popcorn out and everything. I was going to stay up for another 20 minutes.
Hey, still cook that popcorn, bro. We got some more shit to talk about.
The problem is
because we've been dealing with that dipshit for over 3 hours now, I think, and he really didn't have anything to offer as evidence for the globe Earth, and so
he's going to come in tomorrow with a PowerPoint presentation, maybe.
Really, you're gonna come with one?
No, I'm just saying. I'm guessing that guy might. He's going to stay up.
I might if we work together. I might just give a simple presentation of how the Earth cannot be a globe. I could do it in fucking 5 slides.
I can do it in 5 seconds. No fucking
Oh God, Dave, man, it's good to hear from you, brother. Hope you're doing well, man.
I still exist, and whatever this is, y'all continue.
Yeah. By the way, if I come in here, in whatever version I am in, and I apologize if you guys feel like I'm disrupting. that's fine. You can say, "Hey, Helio, shut up." I'll shut up. You fucking you fucking guys just roll on just like we always do. I fucking love you guys. This is what we do. This is our purpose, man.
Why yesterday wasn't ladies' night?
Well, I mean, you can't have ladies' night if there's no fucking ladies in there. So
yesterday was Monday.
It was Friday. It was Friday. It was Friday yesterday.
No, yesterday was
Monday.
Today's Wednesday.
There's a couple ladies in there. I was listening a little while, but I'm just saying, ladies, hey.
Joking because of Miggy. Because
it is Wednesday, my dudes.
I know Miggy said it's Saturday.
I was talking about last Friday. It's just like it's usually on Friday, but the ladies' night thing. It's just like if there's not enough ladies that show up, we'll just continue as
and we can just all identify as ladies. It's
yeah, we might as well, motherfucker.
Are we sure that it's Wednesday?
No, but in all honesty, I think we could jazz up, do some different events. I've thought of like 3 different events that we could possibly do.
I've always been in support of that because we do this 24 hours a day. But if you guys have some ideas about just some different events that we can do for an hour, a couple hours, and you guys want to invite other people and have a conversation, I'll help support that as much as I can. But I'm just a fucking 9-to-5er that just hits restart on the 12-hour show.
I can make a presentation about proof and evidence.
Sure. Where does it start? Where does it start with your proven evidence? What does it start with? Flat Earth?
No. Definitions, proven evidence. That presentation and all that.
CB had some good show ideas. What were they, CB? One of them is court case, right?
Yeah, one of them is like Flat Earth, court day. You got to roll up with your little briefcase, your lawyer, present your case.
So this is like an essential, it's like a legal thing, but not really legal. It's just it's a presentation of what if Flat Earth were a legal thing. Is this what you're talking about, CB?
Yeah, no. So it's like, well, you know how people always tend to appeal to motive and appeal to credentials, appeal to authority.
So
if you're a lawyer,
we could make a presentation.
Yeah, go ahead, Helio.
No. I'm sorry. I'm being an idiot. I'm
just
interrupting.
Let me finish, and then you can respond. But
all right, I want to hear what you have to say about it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
Okay. Yeah, it's like, well, imagine you're a lawyer and you're in a courtroom, and you're like, well, I've been a lawyer for 50 years. It's like, okay, well, do you have evidence for your case, for your client? So I think a court setting would prevent a lot of these fallacies, and it would really, hopefully, it would get them to start presenting evidence as a judge would require. So go ahead.
Oh, I was wondering, are you talking about like presenting in a fictional case for Flat Earth? Is that what you're?
No, if you're like a,
I think he's pointing out that the peer review process is flawed.
Yeah, but I mean, who the fuck are you gonna go up against? Freaking prove like. But I mean, just a fictional case. I mean, if we just made a story,
nothing fictional, Helio. Nothing. We're not talking about doing fictional.
It's never fictional. I mean, we're totally honest about Flat Earth. We're Flat Earth.
Yeah.
But we can make a story, and we could actually make a. Well, never mind. I mean, if you don't want to do that, but
well, CB, real quick, I was fixing it.
But actually, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think you're getting it, Helio. But
okay,
the
my
Globe
bad.
claim is on trial. I'm picturing like the Globe claims are on trial. We're not trying to prove anything. asking them to prove their case, right?
All right, on trial where?
Here,
On
here in the
somebody
server.
will be the judge, somebody will be the globe lawyer, somebody will be the flat earth lawyer. And you'll have objections that's sustained. Every time the globe says a fallacy, it's going to be sustained by the judge.
Okay.
Yeah, it would just be, it would be some kind of fun. If you roll in here, if you're a Glober, you got to put your tie on and present your case.
Certainly, it would be better than the bullshit that happened for like 3 hours earlier.
That Zen Garcia case is actually a pretty good precedent, actually set. Like,
yeah, that was good. That was good.
The judge in a court setting said, "No, you haven't proven your case, not by like law definition."
So in this
concept,
in this concept, who's gonna be the defense lawyer?
Any of us. We just need someone to be a judge.
No, wait. Well, I mean,
be someone
so
fairly
you wouldn't choose a Glober. Both of us are flat earthers. Defense and claimant. All the other one. Both of us are flat earthers, and we just put on a show.
No, like we.
Helio, please just shut up.
Yeah, maybe you should be. Maybe you should shut up, Helio.
Well, I definitely will, and I want to hear this concept. I'm curious about this.
Yeah, so we get people coming here. It's an event, right? So you could ping VC verified, that kind of thing. So we're looking for people to join the event. And if you're going to speak up about the globe, all right, great. Present your case. All rise. There's a whole jury here listening. Anyone can be the lawyer on the flat earth side. I think any of us would be capable of that. About finding a good judge would be a little challenging. Maybe see what QE's up to, or somebody
it's definitely crypto. You already know
crypto. Yeah, that's great too. Yep,
definitely.
When one of those guys, somebody like that could be a good judge. That'd be helpful. But yeah, that'd be fun. If somebody wants to set this up, that'd be a fun date. But that's just one of the.
No, I thought you were about to describe the whole proceeding to me, but I'm the asshole for asking questions about because I listened.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Have you been to court before, Helio?
Well, I listened to a lot.
Oh, he always ducks the guy who's handing out the subpoena.
No, I don't.
Well, I don't have to explain the whole procedure.
I go to court when
you're aware
of
how court works.
Hold
you have to present your case.
Have you ever watched Law and Order, Helio? Come on, man.
Hey, come on, man.
What?
Yeah, Chris, I've been listening to everything you say. And
we're gonna do a pretend court proceeding. We're actually gonna need Isa here.
Did you hear
that motherfucker is gonna be my Isa Mahosky is gonna be my defense lawyer, and y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna win.
Hey, Helio. Did you hear Larry trying to speak?
I did, but he knows. He knows what I do.
Stop rumpusing the room. Let him speak.
Yeah, let Larry speak.
Oh, Helio, you were there. Tell him about Issa Mahowski. Fire support. Go ahead, bro. Get the floor.
Yeah, wouldn't he be the best defense lawyer you could have? In a mock situation, at least.
We've had our share of fake lawyers that came through this server. Somebody could employ one of them.
Yeah, there was a Simon Dan's lawyer talking about suing the server and stuff.
So Simon Dan had a lawyer come into the server and talk to us?
No, that's not really what I was referring to. I'd like to hear more about that too.
I think it was a LARP more than anything. It was just some dude kind of clowning on Simon Dan.
Oh, they hate us because they ain't us, right, Crit?
Yeah.
No, dude, we've had our members, and like literally, I don't want to create drama about it, but like guys shit, what was his fucking name? I banned his ass. Anyway, we've had people come in like just nonstop talking law. Like whether
a lot of people have
they
opinions
pretend
about
like
law.
they know it all, but then when you ask them like what cases have you won, they're like they just completely detract.
For the most
Yeah,
part,
like-
people that study this, they're just like, all right, here's the way I'm gonna defend myself, and they're gonna go pro se, but should you or should you not? It depends on what you're charged with. I mean, so I don't blame anyone for hiring a lawyer because
no. Well, the lawyers are you really can't get through the legal system without a lawyer. Like if you go in without one, you're pretty much fucked.
Yeah. So that's but
and if you go in with one, you're pretty much fucked.
yeah, but at the same time, yeah. So
I went up against a lawyer. I went
fuck,
up against a team of lawyers.
you
and
fucked me 2 times. I'm gone away. It's like the Doors, right?
Never
But
forget, your lawyer who's fighting for you, he's on their side. He's not on your side. I told you he's on your side, but he's on their side.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Well, that's not always true though. Like, there's plenty of people who have lawyers that are in their family. If their family gets in trouble, they have their own family member, friggin' who is versed in the law, go and fucking save their ass.
It doesn't always
know what I
work
mean?
that way. If you were from an affluent family, the lawyers will save. They'll freaking protect the family like nobody's business.
I mean, if you're
because
part, of the brotherhood,
paid.
if you're part of the brotherhood, yes, you may get some leeway.
Yeah, but if you just like, hey, I got charged with whatever, and then he's like, I'm going to you, and then you have to pay him $1,000, $2,000, like protect me in court, and he's like, here's what I'm gonna do. I made a deal with the prosecutor. What's going to happen is, they make a deal with the prosecutor, and then you have to pay a certain amount, maybe spend a few weeks in jail, and then it's like, and then you still have to pay that lawyer
So
after you get out.
you just proven that you know the whole process in court.
Fuck
so
yeah, I know fucking how.
Okay, dude. You're like, well, I need CV to explain it to me because it's his idea.
No, but the lawyer the whole time is be like, bro, I'm on your side. I'm making a deal with the prosecutor. I mean, I'm doing the best I can do for you because I care about you, but he really only cares about the fucking money. Anyway, that's the way it works.
Right. So what didn't you understand about what CB was saying like 5 minutes ago?
Oh, well, I was just letting everyone know that was ignorant about the process.
He was just salty
how it works. Because if you've been through the system, then you understand that the lawyers, they'll act like they give a fuck about you, but they're really actually just kind of like, it's like, I want to make myself look good amongst the other, the other lawyers.
Bro, what are you
I'm
talking
a
about,
defense
man?
lawyer. I'm a prosecutor. This is the way the system works.
Might be time for a smoke break.
My smoke break or yours? Because I was thinking
go take a
same
smoke
exact
break.
thing.
Helio, go take a smoke break.
Both of us, Helio. We both need a smoke break at this point. Shit.
Fucking A. The disconnect is real, dude.
I know.
And there's this article on the Discord Wikipedia stuff, or not really Wikipedia, but their information thing about how to deal with high conflict people. And it kind of breaks down this clinical psychologist who explains that the people who are doing this stuff, like coming back with stock accounts, constantly trying to disrupt, that they think that they're fighting against some higher, some system.
Yeah, no, I think that's the only way that it works. Like we often talk about them being paid and shit like that, or a part of an organization, or even the military, even. Which, look, they admit like they do stuff like that. So that's not what outside of the realm of possibility. But like most of these people don't need to be coerced or paid.
No, they'll do it for free.
No, like they just do it on their own. That's it.
Someone's hot mic. Can't tell. Oh, that's CB.
No, I think Lou has some feedback actually.
There's a fan in the background. It's on low, but you might hear it.
No, it's just looping audio.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's cool. Just turn your gate up a little bit. Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, no big deal. I just was trying to. Okay. So anyway, in this article, it says here: keep in mind that they've created you as their nemesis, so they want to punish you. And sometimes playing along is what they're looking for, but it doesn't mean it's like the incorrect thing to do. Because the goal is to get them to stop, right? Is to get them to start listening or adding something to the conversation.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So like it can be different ways of getting there, right? Like so maybe moderation might work for one person or moderation might not work for someone else. But really to get them to say like what are they mad about? You know, they come to a flat earth space. Why are you mad about flat earth? And when they can't articulate it, because they don't really, a lot of these guys don't know what's the problem. They just kind of think something's there. Like, or they might have this weird idea that like, flat earth is an insult to all of humanity. Okay.
No, I've noticed, Crit, that you talk often, like on a psychological level. Do you have education in psychology or no?
No, I just kind of think about the whole idea with environmental conditioning.
Yeah.
Like what it would mean for the globe or the flat earth to be true. Like it would affect people on a very spiritual and psychological level.
Yeah, no, I think it's cool that you do often bring that aspect. Like most of us don't really touch on that all that often. You know, like
that's the most important bit. That's the most important bit.
No, but there's certain things that we hit on over and over again. But it's like like cogdis. That's a psychology thing, right? Like,
yeah,
but we just keep saying it and saying it and saying it. You know, like
yeah. I actually really love his angle. I love the angle Crit brings. It's like I call it setting the table. It's something I do a lot. Okay, so who's claiming what about the horizon? So it's like we gotta set the table first before we eat. And I think that's sort of what you do a lot, Crit, which I like. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Andy.
You remember the movie Fifth Element with the big blob that they keep firing missiles at and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger? That's exactly what you just reminded me of that there. It's like Donald Trump, right? You know, everybody, oh my God, who's this fucking crazy narcissist dude? But you can't stop looking. You go, oh, what's he saying now? What's he saying now? And it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's like, don't feed it. Don't feed it. Hello. But people can't help themselves. And that's what you just reminded me on there. And I keep seeing it in these, like under Nathan Oakley's chat. I just want to say, don't reply. Just don't reply. But people can't help themselves. So, I mean, what do you do?
Yeah, man. There's a balance, right? There's a balance between like feeding and troll and getting reps for yourself. You know what I mean? So, but I definitely think that there is a line there somewhere.
I'm a pretty analytical person, and so I'm like looking at this in a way that it's too structured for most flat earthers. I know, but like it's like if you could assemble a team, like you got a guy who's just like all analytical, another guy who's all psychological, another guy who's all but has his shit down. Like whatever you have, I don't know what the combination would be, but you have like a panel of 3 or 4 guys, that between the 3 of them, they're they're each individually different in what they're focused on, but hammering it home.
Yes, Lou. Yes, I've been thinking this for a while. That's one of my favorite elements of this whole server and like being a flat earther is like there are different styles, different. It's like there's, if you're starting five, you have different. Everyone's playing a different role. So I really like that you brought that up. Yeah, I've been thinking this for a little while now. It's like MMA. I'm in MMA, right? And there's a thing called MMA math, and it doesn't work, right? So fighter A beats fighter B, fighter B beats fighter C, and they don't all. It doesn't work the way you think it would. So there's different styles. They say styles make fights. So yeah, you put in a certain player that would work well. Like Crit was saying, like you there's no one way. So sort of jump on your point, Lou, but I really like that. I agree with it.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you like it. You ran with it a little bit, and but I don't disagree with any of it. So cool. Yeah, like that's exactly what I was getting into. Is that so many of people in here have a lot to offer, and in different specialities, and not necessarily because they have professional training in it or schooling, right? But a lot of people still can add a lot of value. They have merit on their own grounds. Like they've proven themselves. And if you can find the right combination of people, often a Glober comes in and everybody wants to jump because we're just waiting for one. But and it sucks if you're not gonna fit into that conversation. It sucks. It's hard, but it'd be nice to coordinate in a way where it's like we know this combination of people seems to do really well together. Like be strategical about it.
Yo, that's funny. Yeah, get a buddy, a debate buddy. I feel like me and Central sometimes we work well together because we have a similar style. But yeah, that's a good point there as well. Get the starting five, right? We need a lineup.
I was going to claim Central because I kind of go abstract into space a little bit, and then Central brings me back to the Earth. So,
yeah, he's always bringing it back. Always bringing it back.
And let's say you could have a team too for sorry, you could have a team too for so. I mean, often we don't want to go too biblical, but if you get that guy in that comes in that he believes in creation and God and all that stuff, but he just doesn't believe in flat Earth. Like, I could definitely select a team for that. You know what I mean? Like, there's and people need to recognize those situations and be like, oh, okay, these people in this room right now are usually really good in this topic. I'm going to step back, for now. And when what I'm good at comes up, that's when I'm going to come in. But often we're fighting for the mic and fighting each other and derailing from whatever's happening with the Glober, and
yeah,
it's counteractive.
The mic sharing is probably one of the more difficult parts. But overall, just like a pro tip for everybody. Like, grab the mic, get your point in, and pass it off. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I think I'm pretty good at that. I think I'm just gonna brag on myself. Like, I think I'm pretty good at getting in, getting my point, being concise, and then offering it to someone else. I don't know. Am I wrong?
I would say most of the time that's true, but that's probably true for all of us.
Need a new mic, Larry. That's all. Just get a new headset, dude.
Yeah, someone pass him a mic. No, I'm just kidding.
Dude, I'll send you $20. I swear.
Hey, on that point, I really like what you guys are talking about. Should we just stay here, or should we Crit sent me a link to another server that, hey man, I think you'll really enjoy this, and I've been there. These guys are pretty cool. They're starting a flat Earth section in their server, and it's just like we don't always have to hang out here, but But we always do. So should this be the only place we?
All right. Well, I like where you're going with that. So like, I talked about having teams. You know that this group of 3 or 4 works well together, and maybe they handle this topic well. Maybe you found another server you want to go in and talk about flat Earth. If you find out that server that you're going in happens to be a faith-based server in religion, well, I know what team I want to send to that.
Yeah, I mean,
if they're a science-based server, I've got another list of people I'd like to send to them.
Yeah. And I haven't joined that server yet that Crit sent me. I'm going to join it right now. And if they want to talk about Flat Earth, I'd gladly join with Crit and talk to them.
So I was just going to say, you reminded me, CB, of that brilliant speech by Bruce Lee where he sort of talked about being like water. That was the whole point of it, is to adapt to whichever fighting style, the style of no style. It's an absolutely beautiful speech, and I know everybody knows it here. I hope they do. And it's definitely worth looking up because...
Sure, now's a good time, Helio.
Say that again.
Great point, Andy. Great point there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. Larry, did you say something?
He was just saying something to Helio.
What'd you say, Larry? Larry was breaking up. Can you repeat what you said, Larry?
Be water, my friend.
It's water. Water.
What did he say? What did he go? The teapot. I like when he says teapot.
I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
You put water into a pot, comes the water. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot.
Tip me over and pour me out.
Bruce Lee's a gangster.
Dude, you should cover that in a heavy metal song, Helio.
I probably should.
Just not
I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
I didn't say hair metal. Are you fucking 90?
I don't know. Fucking A. I just made shit up off the top of my head. Fucking A. I could come up with something really crazy. I've been, guilty pleasure. I watched some of the freaking America's Got Talent videos and shit, and I'm just like, holy fucking shit. 12-year-olds that can sing like angels and shit. I'm like, what the entire fuck is going on? It was like when I was 12, I could sing pretty goddamn good, but not like that.
Look, people are, who are well-to-do, so to speak, or even just moderately well off, are sending their kids at an early age to go become soccer athletes, stars.
On that point,
and
I watched a video of AGT, it's American Got Talent, of people that they just picked up off the street, and they went to and it was like, what's your story? Well, I just performed in the subway in New York, and this fucking dude ripped it, bro. I was like, but anyway, I mean, who knows with those.
Anyway, my point was that at an early age, like somehow, like many parents, they're afraid to let their kids go out and play without their supervision or without a chaperone or an adult. So they have to put them in, organized sports and, stuff like that.
Sure,
and that's how the kids get their activities. So like, yeah, like these kids are getting trained early and blah blah blah, and the parents are hoping the parents are hoping that they can cash in on it, whatever it is.
But check this out, though. I'm a singer, and actually, I love the song you did, but I'm a singer, but you're not.
No. I'm a terrible singer. What was
But
great about this?
I loved your freaking cover and shit. I mean, it's
Yeah,
really
no,
good.
thank you, because I put a lot of work into it. Like, it's just
But
I
it's
picked the right.
for me when I do something like that, it's effortless for me. But you know,
Yeah, but no. But the thing is that the reason why it's hard for me to cover something or whatever else is like, again, I have to go over it. I want it to sound like the original. I'm too picky about that. Like, you would go out there
because
you would go out there and be like, I'm gonna make this my own.
It's
You
just
know,
like, do
like,
you think Weird Al Yankovic cared if it sounded like them? It didn't sound like them. He was the best parody artist.
I don't know. Look,
of all
I'm
time.
pointing it out because I know it's a flaw with me with music. Like, if I'm doing a cover, I want it to sound like similar to the original at least.
Yeah, me too.
You know, I
at
want
the
I
same
want it
time.
to capture the feel.
But it
you know, like,
hold on, Lou. It definitely sounds like you. So fuck them. And when I do a parody, it sounds like me. You know, so fuck them all. You know, and that's fine. You know. So anyway, so it's like when you go on America's Got Talent, which I never have, but when I see, like, I've seen some videos in the past couple of days of some freaking 12, 13-year-olds go on America's Got Talent, fucking just blow everybody's mind. I was like, how the fuck are you 13 years old and can sing like that? It's freaking insane. And, you know, it kind of reminds me of, like, Michael Jackson. When
but you're talking about kids on TV. I seriously, the shit I've seen, I don't doubt that they're goddamn fucking robots. They might not even be real children.
Sure. I mean, I mean, it's Hollywood, so they were chosen and they were just put up there. You know, I get that, but the whole stage is like, hey, we're gonna act like we didn't hear them before, you know, and then just give a presentation. It's like, oh, yeah, I know how that shit works.
My intervention the other day went well.
What was your intervention?
Yeah, yeah, that's why I was afraid to do it, because you really need to talk to a sober person.
Can you
for them to
sing?
hear it?
Oh, intervention.
I came in out talking about alcoholics. Remember, Helio?
Oh, really? I mean, am I causing problems?
No, not really. It's just, I don't think it looks good if somebody, you know, is listening in. They want to hear something about flat Earth, and then all they hear is a drunk. Oh, they're drunks. They just all look at them.
Yeah, no, like, and
I get
here
that.
I am.
I get that.
I'm buzzing
apologize.
pretty good myself, and I'm sure people have picked up on it. So, but here's what I'm gonna say: like, we're still here, just trading free thought. We happen to be streaming it. You're right; it doesn't necessarily look good, but all of the philosophers throughout history happen to get a little bit, you know, squishy on some freaking drink or something from here and there, and it helps to lubricate the gears. It helps to open up your words and thought and portray them. It's as long as you don't take it too far, if you're not being belligerent and stuff like that, I really don't see a problem with it. But then again, here I am, of course, having a couple of drinks, right? So, like,
so am I. But you know, it's just like, what's so bad about? Am I making some bad arguments?
What's so bad about being belligerent?
Well, I mean, belligerent. If I was belligerent drunk, which
you
I have
are a
been
belligerent
before,
drunk, Helio.
I can be, and I can be totally out of control sometimes. But I don't think I am tonight.
Oh, no, I was just going to lead off from what the other guy was saying about, you know, from a psychological aspect, you see, because the ultimate battle, of course, is with oneself. That's what we need to, that's what I want to focus on. I know it's difficult right now for you.
Sure, and
that's the
of
most
course
important
focus.
battle of all, you see, because we love to battle other people so we don't have to face that thing, whatever it is. We've all got skeletons and I think there's some inherent stuff in there as well that nobody wants to face.
Sure,
But
but
unless you face it, you'll never get sober unless you face it, my friend. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, is that the goal, to get sober?
Well, if you want to be coherent,
either that or the grape.
No. I don't think that should be the focus. Like, it should be to have a clear head and to have a good understanding. Like, you don't have to be completely straight edge and like eating only vegetables.
I've been to meetings, if that's what you're asking. I've been to meetings.
Oh, I've never been to a meeting. I've listened to all the meetings. Incidentally, that's a good point. You can listen to the meetings, AA meetings on YouTube, and I'd highly recommend to anybody.
I've actually been to a few, so it's just
I'm not affiliated with Alcoholics Anonymous.
I'm not them, that way. I'm not saying I'm not a drunk, but it's not. I'm just saying I'm not.
Well, what he was saying,
Anthony Hopkins has got a wonderful AA tape. He's got a tape and a video. That
Anthony Hopkins,
probably be Tony
actor?
H.
Wait, Anthony Hopkins, the actor.
Yeah, the actor. Yeah, it's great.
Well, send me a link. I'll check it out.
It's definitely.
I was wondering, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
So we were talking about psychology the other day, and I mentioned this a few times. I apologize if you heard it before, but I was thinking about how new people come in, the Globers, and a lot of things they do, they're acting like children. And I kind of thought to myself, like, is it possible these people are like reverting back to their childhood when they were told about the Glober, and they were taught everything back in kindergarten and early school, right? And in a lot of ways, they act like children when they first come in here, right? And we say, oh, they got cog this, and what do? We give them a little time out, right? We kind of put their nose in the corner, and they go to cog this. So, and then after a while, it fades away, like the inner child, it fades away, and then we can start having emotionless conversations. So something I kind of noticed about this place, like we all knew it subconsciously, the cog dis was the inner child acting out. We put them in cog dis for like a week, and then we can eventually talk to them like normal,
That's a good point, Larry. Very good point.
Yeah, well, I mean, without necessarily calling certain people out, well, actually, I won't even ask that question. Anyway, that's the way it goes. But I know a lot of times, people can tell I've been drinking and stuff. I mean, I'm kind of notorious for it, which is, it's sort of embarrassing to me, a lot of times. But I think I make some decent points most of the time.
I mean, I've got to say, when I was drinking constantly, I wasn't a sloppy drunk. I wasn't falling around. I wasn't, it's just in the morning I was so shaky that, well, it's not very nice. And
it's never nice. I just want to make sure that.
Come
I mean,
round,
I don't want to be, I don't make myself like an idiot, but I am notorious for it, But I don't think I've destroyed, my reputation by showing up drunk here sometimes.
You're worried about your reputation, Helio?
No, I'm not. But for the most part, I don't think I have. So that's all I'm saying.
Wait, you haven't ruined your reputation? What is that reputation?
Well, that's for you to figure out, bro.
No, I want to know what you think it is.
Some fighting words.
No, it's not really. I'm not intending a fight. I'm just trying to get realization.
Sure, I mean, I
just
get
playing around,
messages, in through the platform, through emails and shit. People email and message me all the time. And it's not like they're really taking that in consideration, as if it's necessarily going to affect how they're begging to be in a part of the part of the server, part of the YouTube channel. So as far as the platform goes, I know I'm being a dick, but when I just calm down, even if I'm drinking, I just talk to you guys. That's basically what I'm getting at. I don't think I'm an over bloviated dickhead. When I
Bro, go back and listen to yourself talk. Every time you talk at the same time someone else talks, you take up your voice like a few notches so that you're over talking them just a little bit.
Oh, do you want me to go up a couple notches and all?
No.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I ain't gonna lie. You guys are right, but all right. So the only feedback I get about that is never. So, all right. So Helio is just some drunk idiot. That's just. And it's like the only feedback I get is like, "Can you unban me?" What feedback do you guys?
That's not called feedback, dude. That's people taking advantage of you to try to get unbanned.
All right. So how much feedback do you get, Lou?
0. Like hardly anybody contacts me.
Yeah, I know. But people like me.
Yeah, no.
They like me.
People
It's
like
not
me,
because
but
I'm
people like
drunk.
me, but I don't accept their friend requests. Fuck
I
them.
don't either. I'm just saying, even though I have, I'm inebriated, I can still pay attention to what the fuck's going on, bro.
My point is that there's something inside that I can't really explain what it is, but it wants you dead, and it's winning in your case, Helio. Absolutely. Carl Jung called it the shadow.
What wants me dead? What wants me dead?
So Eckhart Tolle calls it the emotional pain body. The Jews called it the Yetzer Hara. It was put into man when he was made. I don't know where it is,
What
but
if
I know it's
I
there.
defy that motherfucker? What if I defy that shit?
Lose him to it. That's the point.
Really?
Yes, it's winning and it's destroying you. So what are you going to do about it?
Alcohol won't. We're not going to go through my bullshit here online.
I can tell you a real life. I mean, I don't even really want to do it actually on live stream, but maybe I will.
See, that's the point. You don't want to deal with it.
No. Here's a real story from a real friend that I had who ended up dying. Okay, like in my early 20s, and premonition like that I had leading up to it. It fucking weird. Like, so I mean, obviously, if you are hanging out with a party group of people and they're all doing drugs and alcohol and all kinds of stuff, right? Like, you expect consequences might happen, but you don't ever expect it's going to happen to you. But what's weird is, like, there was one particular person in our little clique of people who was sure taking a little too far, and maybe it's just good insight, like maybe it's good intuition, whatever, but like in a chat with my friend, I'm driving down the road and we're talking about our friend Brandon, and I said to I said to my friend, at the time, you have to understand, it felt like I had just like an epiphany, like I just all of a sudden it hit me, and I like felt I'm pretty empathetic, like I don't know,
Right? You felt like he was having some real problems.
Yeah, and all of a sudden I just brought it up to my friend, and I was like, Brandon, like something about what's going on. I for some reason I have a bad feeling, and I don't know if he's gonna. I think something bad's gonna happen with him very soon. And the truth is that I was afraid to say that I thought he was gonna die.
Yeah, that he wouldn't believe even if you told him.
And sure enough, like it was like 2 weeks past, and all of a sudden one day he went missing. We all met every day after work, like, and hung out at this house and drank beer and listened to fucking techno music, and like not techno, but whatever, EDM. It was mostly house. It was mostly house. If you want to get specific.
And so he's just not there, and he's not there, and you're just like, holy fuck, where the fuck is Brendan? and then you couldn't find him, and then what happened?
No, you don't have to try to guess the rest of the story, but you're not far off. Like, no, in the morning, one morning, I was a apprentice electrician at the time, and on the radio, and this is very rare, they never do this, but there's a bridge in Milwaukee where there's like, I don't know, it's the biggest bridge in Milwaukee, the Hone Bridge. And they announced on the news that like 2 people committed suicide the night before by jumping off the bridge in 2 separate incidences. And something about it when I heard it at like 7:30 in the morning while at work.
No,
Like I was
God
like, I
damn,
right away,
dude.
I just
Fuck.
in my head, I was like, that's Brandon. I knew it was Brandon. I knew like, and it bothered me. And then at the end of the day ended. I went to the house where we all hung out, chilled, blah blah blah. And Brandon wasn't there. And they're like, "Where has anybody seen Brandon?" Like, like, and he left his like wallet behind and fucking. And I said like there was no reason to suspect that he might have done this, but I told the people that were in the house, I was like, what I heard on the news, and they were like, don't even say such a thing. Don't even say such a thing.
Damn, Lou, with all the shit you've been saying for the past few days, and now you're saying this, a friend of yours fucking.
Yeah, dude, no, I have premonitions, man. I fucking do. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. Motherfucker, if you guys ever hear that I commit suicide, I've done some fucking twisted shit, but I will never commit suicide.
Yeah, anyway, so then all of a sudden, like 20 minutes later, 15 minutes later, like all of a sudden a phone call, somebody gets a phone call, like, and what, in shock. And everybody's like, what did they say? Like, and all of a sudden, sure enough, we find out that our friend had committed suicide by jumping off the bridge.
My God.
And like, dude, I don't know. It's just, it was a very, almost psychedelic feeling experience. Like when you're in that state, like I'm seeing things before they happen, just only slightly, like, or having, it's just instinctual. It's not like I'm really seeing it. It's just that like I had a feeling,
if you
and
want to
like,
talk about spiritual stuff, I've been listening to an audiobook on YouTube about that's not on a bridge. Well, it's similar to like being on a bridge, but it's someone killing themselves. But with the whole story is around about hanging and shit. This is really weird, bro.
Hey, you like audiobooks?
Yeah, I listen to audiobooks. I listen to that shit more than I listen to you bastards.
What kind of audiobooks
It's
do you
just like murder mysteries and sci-fi and shit. I listen to all that shit all day long.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you a good book to listen to. You like murder stuff, at least.
Sure, I mean, that doesn't have to necessarily do with murder. It just has to be a good story. I don't give a fuck if it's about murder. It just has to be a good story.
All right. Well, I mean, I suggest you listen to The Butcher. It's called The Butcher.
I think I might have listened to that before. Can you send me a link? Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's about this mobster, Tommy Karate. Crazy book.
All right, well, send me a link and then I'll listen to that one after I finish this next book. Where
Yeah, no problem.
this guy, supposedly friggin'. I'm not going to give any spoilers about this book. Pretty trippy. Some S&M shit involved.
So anyway, going back to what we're talking about, Lou's story. This poor kid, the what the Jews call the Yetzer Hara, the wayward spirit, it won the battle quite clearly.
Dude,
And,
if you want,
how old was this guy, Lou?
at the time he was probably like 20, 21, 22. I forget exactly. But yeah,
tragic.
Yeah. No, here's what you were just getting into. Actually, is quite amazing too. Yes, the guy did trip on a lot of, psychedelics and stuff.
Yeah.
He may have lost his mind. He was no, hold on. He was like a DJ. He was a house DJ. Fucking, he used to do a lot of like Chicago raves and shit like that. And fucking, and this is like in the late '90s, so like back before raves sucked. Like, and so yeah, drugs could have driven him crazy, but there was many times where without being drug induced, yeah, probably because of his past drug experience, it might have something to do with it. But he literally talked often about seeing demons hovering over people, like just hanging out over their shoulder, like kind of like the cartoons and shit, like just demons hanging out over people.
So you heard him say that while you were hanging out with him?
He would talk. There was one, like only a couple of nights before he actually did it, or the night before even. He talked about he broke the side. Everybody was dancing to music and whatever, having a good time, and all of a sudden he kind of like broke all that, and everybody was eerily listening to him for no reason. Like it's just you wouldn't normally do this, but.
And he was tripping on acid.
And he told this girl Lindy that was not normally there, and he's like, everybody in this room has demons above them except for you. Like, and I don't know. It's just weird. He literally was visualizing like good and evil that was clinging on to people, and then the next day he freaking did that. And it was all fucked up.
Lou, is it possible that he was undiagnosed? Hey, Lou, is it possible that he was an undiagnosed schizophrenic? Because that's kind of what that sounds like.
Yeah, that's possible, but no, I think it was drug induced. So,
do you think?
Yeah, but was she a churchgoer?
More acid than any of you motherfuckers probably have ever taken. No, that's just an assumption.
But was she a churchgoer?
I'm just wondering, does
you cut out there, Helio. But can you finish what you were saying? Has he passed out?
No, hopefully, yeah. Don't ask him again.
Helio. Yeah, but Helio, I mean, if you like audiobooks, I just sent you the link, bro.
So I'm just curious, the girl that didn't have the demon over her shoulder, was she like a churchgoer or something?
Sort of. She was the most innocent one. Like she was like she was kind of a girl who probably did come from a religious family that was kind of like branching out, you know what I mean? And everybody else had been in it for a while. Yeah.
Did he know that she was a churchgoer? Did he know her really well?
No, he didn't. But I knew her much better than he did because I went to high school with her and had college classes with her. And she was always like in love with me, which was fucking weird. Like she like followed me to that place.
So when he said that you don't have demons and he didn't know her from Eve, or he knew of her?
she had been around for a little while. She'd been hanging out, for a couple of weeks or something. She wasn't brand new or anything. He knew her, but he was still like, trying to figure her out. And I think he did. He was like something about you is innocent. Something about you is different. Like.
Okay. Yeah, the research that I've seen shows that people actually do have like entities that can control them sometimes. Like, let me give you an example. Okay. So stop thinking like churchianity and stop thinking like, the Bible and stuff, just for a second. So if you could imagine, think of like this. You ever met somebody who...
echo. Lou, can you put yourself on mute, dude? So Larry, because Larry's echoing.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. No,
Yeah.
he's right. He's right. It's my fault. It's because I'm on I'm on open speakers with a Yeti. So
Yeah, so you ever met somebody who was like fiending for nicotine, like somebody who needed that cigarette? Like instead of saying like, "Hey man, you got a cigarette," they were like, like, you know what I'm talking about? Like you ever saw somebody who was like not really possessed by demons, but they had some sort of something going on, you know what I mean? Okay, I'll give you a good example. You guys remember that video with the lady who wanted chicken nuggets, but she went to McDonald's during breakfast? And she was like, "Don't make me assume my ultimate form." Remember? Remember that video? It was pretty popular about 10 years ago.
I think we ought to all club together and send Larry a mic. New headset, that'd be great. Because I'm
I
really
got
struggling
$70 earbuds. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
No. It's you've always got something worthwhile throwing in there, Larry. It's just difficult to understand you sometimes. Anyway, I was just going to talk about the ultimate psychologist. The very first psychologist, in fact, was the Buddha, and always worth looking into. I'd highly recommend the Buddha. I was going to talk about something else. We're talking about demons. Well, the thing about demons is they scurry away like cockroaches in the light of your consciousness. And they seem to play this, we're very big, we're very scary. Not in... No, they're very insignificant. They're like the Grabbler behind the curtain in The Wizard of Oz. Pretending to be all big. But to the light of your consciousness, no. They're just insignificant. Sorry, Lou, you can say something.
yeah, actually, you reminded me. I kind of missed the crux of my story too. Is like, remember how in the beginning I mentioned like 2 weeks early how something bad was going to happen to him? Well, when it happened, like, or when I said that, my friend asked me. He was like, "Well, what do you mean?" I was like, "Well, either he's going to go to jail or he's going to die." Like that. Like I was very specific about it. That was like 2 weeks before it happened. And yeah, it was just weird, like all of it. Like I said, and then the moment it came up on the radio, which normally wouldn't have, I don't know. It the whole thing was, and then there was this spiritual tattoo. Like that's where that was the moment. Actually, his funeral was the day that I realized. Like at the time, I was kind of an atheist. Like I just didn't know. Like, and after his death, like I knew that that there was something more going on. Let's just say that. Like,
yeah, everything's connected, isn't it? Everything's connected, and the universe is constantly talking to you. If you can be open to it, of course.
Yeah, well, there's an extra weird part. Like, this is all sentimental, like personal shit, honestly. But like, no, he had at his funeral in the back. You know how like they would give you like a maybe black and white photo of the person the deceased, and on the back would be a poem or a verse from the Bible or something like that, right? So on the back was it was called Shooting Star, and it was a story about when he was a young boy and he was sitting on his father's shoulders, and he was looking up at the sky at the stars, and he had said how the stars looked so close that he felt like he could reach up and grab one. And at that moment, a shooting star went over their head. And this was the story that, his father, put on the thing. And it was extremely touching. And so with the place where we hung out at, there was a trampoline in the backyard, and I used to hang out on that a lot, do a lot of flips and shit. And at the night of his funeral, we went back to that house, and I went by myself outside at night and just started bouncing around on the trampoline, and decided I was depressed about everything. And I freaking laid down and I just started staring at the sky, and I started thinking about him and everything. And there's actually some more personal information, about a girl, that him and I were in a little bit of a, whatever, about, and I was trying to clear my thoughts with him. And I was like, and if you're listening to me, just give me a sign, And all of a sudden at that moment, a shooting star went over my head. And I was just like, dude, that's not coincidence. I asked for it, and there it is.
Well, I don't believe in coincidences. I'm to be honest, I don't. I think everything happens for a reason. But that's just me. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right. I stopped believing in coincidences a while ago.
Yeah.
That was literally the name of the poem on the back of that fucking card at the funeral. It was called Shooting Fucking Star. Without the fucking part. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, God works in mysterious ways, man. Without a doubt. And I don't understand these people, atheists, these people who are atheists. I don't understand them. I really don't.
Well, they're not atheists because they can't prove the non-existence of God, obviously. They're agnostic.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not believe in God? I just don't get it. I really don't.
Maybe they're in doubt, and maybe they haven't had an experience like I just described. If you have something like that, there's you're all of a sudden oh my God, okay, got it, I got it, I fucking got it.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, You never know. Or maybe they just believe they're a 9th grade biology teacher, in evolution, all that Big Bang crap,
Timbo, you going to say something, Tim?
Yeah, I was going to say I've got my own kind of theory about demons and stuff like that. I've looked a lot into self-reflection and guilt and things like that. And I think a lot of the time you can, when you do bad things constantly, you create a different energy level in your body. This is just what I think, and what that does, it manifests outwardly. And also karma comes into it as well. You do bad things, you get bad things back, and you have bad thoughts all of the time.
Yeah, but no, here's the thing though. I would agree with almost everything you just said, but my friend Brandon, here's what's crazy about him is literally he never harmed anybody. He was always the person, no matter what, even if he barely knew you, if you needed something, he's like, yeah, I can help you with that. This dude was the most, that's what made it so sad that he took his own life. It's he was a selfless person.
Yeah, I know it's horrible. And some people can't deal with their feelings, or they've never been taught how to deal with things and how to move on from things, and not to overthink things. And it happens to the nicest of people as well. And I think I think maybe emotional weakness comes in. I'm not calling him emotionally weak or anything like that. I'm just saying it can, because you're constantly thinking about other people and how other people view you, and if you're happy with yourself, then a lot of that stuff it just kind of bounces off you, and you don't worry about it too much. If that makes any sense.
It does, Tim. That well said.
It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but I used to be a kind of an angry person, and I wasn't sure why I was angry, and then I started doing a lot of work about just self love and things like that. My whole life changed, and I find myself going back sometimes, and then I go, oh, what am I doing? I'm doing it again. And then you can make yourself happy just by just go and recognizing when you're doing it. And it's hard. It's hard to do, but with practice and practice and practice, every day gets better and better.
Right. The unexamined life isn't worth living. That's what I just got from that.
Yeah, and you've got to go. Yeah, you also have to say, oh shit, I fucked up. I need to fix what I just did. And that helps a lot. And other people may say, oh, okay, I fucked up. I just need to move on. But I think a big thing is correcting what you've done, and that plays a big part as well.
Absolutely.
If you can correct it. Some things you can't correct, and you do have to move on.
Well, you'd be amazed, actually, what you can heal. You're very healing in many ways. Certainly your body.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
just slightly disagree a little bit with. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention real quick that I just wanted to slightly disagree with you about what the gentleman was saying about people that are constantly like doing bad things, and then so that sort of follows them around. Because I've been around some really awful people, just horrendous people, and I swear they live a pretty good life, and not much.
I agree.
Not much bad happens to them. I mean,
Yeah,
awful
no.
people.
Yeah, if they don't think about it, it's not real. Like they have no worries about the shit that they did just hours ago. Like the really bad people do not think twice about it.
No, the fact is, you don't live with that person. I can assure you, it's not fun being them if they're doing horrific things all the time.
Oh, dude, dude, this is the United States, and I've told you some of only like what can be aired. Like, I know some crazy fuckers out there. Like, no, the bad ones don't give a fuck and never think twice, and typically it doesn't really hit them in the ass either.
Well,
yeah, but that's because they lack empathy. So most people are highly empathic. They actually care about what they do to people. But if you don't have empathy, then you don't care. So then, bad things don't happen to them. But are they really living a good life, or do they just look like they're living a good life?
No, I didn't say they are living a good life. I'm saying that they're not.
Yeah.
They're not worried about this stuff.
Yeah, it's because of their mental state. Yeah, like to actually live a good life, you do have to care about other people. Otherwise, it's a kind of empty life, I'd say. Sorry to be a conversation killer.
Yeah, the key, the key in life is to not want to be happy. You got to, you can't worry about what other people think about you. That's what I've learned. You know?
Yeah, That's the worst thing you can do.
I would say
still
if you
need
want to
to
know
care.
the key is
That's
very
the key right there. That's
the
the key.
key. I don't even know what religion it is. Is it Buddhist? But like, it's shedding the ego. That's what it is. Shedding the ego.
Yeah, you said it 100%, mate. 100%.
Kill the ego is just about every religion that I've studied so far. It's basically, die to yourself daily in Christianity, carry the cross. If you're talking about, the part of Christianity that was killed out, the Gnosticism, it's kill the ego and marry your belief with your thanks for the things that are going to happen, and the laws of attraction. And Buddhism, it's life is suffering, and take the center path. Anyway,
Yeah, I love Krishnamurti's take on that very sentiment, which was, I don't mind what happens. He was, he's been giving talks for 25 years, and people have been following him around for a long time. And suddenly they're probably in some tent, in India. Everybody sat down, and he says, "Do you want to know my secret?" And they all lean forward like, "Fuck, he's gonna slip us the key. He's gonna fucking do it." And he just says, "I don't mind what happens." Now, of course, to most people,
Oh, I love that.
they were like, "Holy shit! I want my money back. I've been following this guy for years." But for those that got it, they really got it.
Dude, I had a guy. No, please. Just this is short. I had a serviceman come in. The well pump. Like, there was a switch on there that started malfunctioning, and I had to have a technician come in, whatever, replace the switch. And and I got to talking with him while he was doing it, and I said something about being what it takes to be happy, and he says, "I don't like to think of it like that." He says, "I just want to be content." Like if you're always concerned with what makes you happy and what makes you sad and all of that, he explained, then it's like a quick dopamine hit, like a drug. You'll never achieve what you want. You just need to try to strive to be content.
I think stoicism is what that guy was talking about. Like, I don't care what happens. My wife has a habit of flipping off the cops and telling them stupid stuff like get a real job and stuff like that, which, she has the right to do it, but she's going to suffer the consequences for her action, cause and effect, right? So, every time she gets another ticket, I'm just like, oh, you got another ticket? Okay, let's go take care of it. Even though it's like, I have to keep giving my time to the thing that I hate, which is the state, right? Because I have to give money, right? Every time she does something, she gets pulled over, and it's like, I really don't mind. Like, I don't care, like, let them take our money. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, Krishnamurti's point is a pointer directly at the ego, because the ego says, "I do mind. I absolutely mind." So it's a direct pointer at the ego.
Yeah, a friend of mine told me about this woman, right? She said she saw an interview, I guess, and this woman was, I think she was Austrian, maybe, but they interviewed this woman who was 120 years old, 120, and they asked her they asked her how she lived that long. She smoked, she drank, she had, unhealthy habits. But they asked, how did you live so long when you smoked all these years and this and that? And you know what she said? She said, I didn't care, no stress. I didn't care what other people thought about me. It bounced right off me like Teflon, right?
See, that's it. That's why the people who live
That's
the
the
longest
key.
in this world. That's why the people who live the longest in this world tend to come from like India and China and shit, because they have this like Buddhist and freaking like the Hindi and whatever. Like they got this mentality about becoming like Zen and one and freaking content and all
Yeah,
that stuff. And like,
yeah, it's all about stress, man. It's all stress. Stress is the number one killer. I'm telling you. So I found that very interesting, you know. So I always think about that woman, like, you know, very interesting. 120 years old. She smoked, you know, I mean, you know, but the number one thing is she just didn't stress. She didn't care what other people thought. She didn't let things bother her. And that was it. She just let things bounce right off her like Teflon. That's it. You know? So, you know, very
So
inspirational.
to be fair, the number one killer is congestion, right? Something stopped up. But the number one, killer is stress-related illness, right? So it's because of all the stress, chemical, physical, or emotional stress that puts your body in a state of disease rather than homeostasis. So I've been told.
see, and even so, being in a realm like this, like we're in, where we're conspiracy based and stuff like that, this is a high stress environment. Like, it's probably not good for us, honestly.
Well, yeah, it depends on the person, I would guess.
What do you mean it's not good for us?
I'm saying, I guess what I'm referring to is like naivety, like kind of like, like ignorance is bliss. Like, sure, there's stuff to be gained from knowing all the stuff that we're trying to dig into and everything, but like, everything is a give take relationship. It might be for some people anyway, like whoever that was that spoke up just a moment ago. Like, for some people anyway, it could be really harmful to them.
Yeah, I'm starting to think I've got a big problem with this statement, ignorance is bliss, because I can tell you that if you were ignorant in the last 2 years, you probably had a stroke by now.
Well, that's if you were ignorant and took their fucking advice. Like, well, what if you were ignorant and failed to take their advice? And as far as the advice, by the way, I don't know if you were here yesterday, doubt it, but my actual brother is actually like at the Mayo Clinic right now on a ventilator, and the doctor said it's due to vaccine injury from the Pfizer vaccine. So, like, just letting you know, that's happening right now to my brother.
How old is he?
He's 20.
Wow.
He's a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo and also a kickboxer.
Jesus, he's on. Wow.
You know how tough those people are? Like, I gotta say, my son is a black belt in Taekwondo. He didn't finish getting all of his degrees, but he is a black belt. And those people are like kicking each other in the head. Like, it's like getting hit with a baseball bat. And sure, they're wearing helmets, but getting hit with the head with the baseball bat wearing a helmet ain't no picnic either. Like, those are some of the strongest people, toughest people on the planet. Sorry, plane.
Right.
And the fact that, the fact that one thing could take this dude out. It's wow. Wow.
Wait.
My heart goes out to your family, bro.
Yeah, I don't want to make it every time I come in here about that, but yeah, that's kind of high on my mind. You know what I mean? Like, how flat the Earth is not really number one right now.
No, you're right. It doesn't affect your life. It doesn't. But it's good to be aware, I guess, you know. It's good to have an open mind.
Yeah. No, yeah. No, it's just nobody's asking. Yeah, go ahead. Continue on.
Mark goes out to you, bro.
It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. It's wish it to him. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm going to say this. Thanks God the Most High for his healing. And as I marry belief with my thanks, thank you for looking out, for the people all over the world who made a bad decision. And God forgive us for our many trespasses. In Jesus' name, amen.
So what's new in the flat earth community today? It's cracking.
We were just talking about self-healing, actually. I don't know, really.
We were.
That's about all I could say.
Like this dude is saying a prayer.
Yeah, I'm not. I kind of like some prayers. I think the Lord's Prayer is really nice, actually.
I mean, even if he's not real, I think there's some good to come from praying and just living a moral lifestyle for sure.
Whether or not you know who you're praying to, you know that it's making a difference. You know that you're sending positive energy somewhere. When you do it, when you're doing it, you know that maybe you've not done it. Maybe you feel silly, but when you're doing it, you know it's real.
I don't know how anybody would feel silly. I mean, it's not bad in any way. I mean, I don't know. It's good to pray.
I believe it's called peer pressure.
Yeah, without a doubt.
It's like a humble thing to do, isn't it? That's why.
Yeah, unless you only do it when you feel like you're trying to gain from it, like last minute, like, oh, Jesus help me, then you're just being a coward.
Yeah, the question
there's
is,
nothing wrong with asking God for help.
the question for the atheist would be like, what is the power of prayer? So it makes you feel better. You made yourself feel better. Like, did the world change because of your little prayer? Probably not in most cases, honestly. But
it's not like God would do that anyways. You have to deserve it. If you're just doing it and expecting something, it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, but there's a better chance of something happening if you did pray than there is if you didn't pray. You know what I mean?
So the Bible says, the prayer of a righteous man availeth much, but the Most High God detests prayers from sinners who don't even listen.
Amen.
Larry's bringing the gravy, and I can't tell what he's bloody saying. Come on, Larry, get it together.
Yeah, Larry.
I guess.
Yeah. What are you, a Glober or something?
Just fine.
Not me, certainly not.
That's good.
I guess it's like, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so I haven't been a Glober since probably I started doing research on the geocentric Earth in probably 2014. Malcolm Bowden. Yeah, so
are you a
scientist? I'm a
scientist?
flat earther. Well, do I adhere to the scientific method when applicable? Yes. Do I got special letters and titles, lovely titles? No.
Yeah.
So I'll let you decide.
Oh, Hell yeah, brother.
So who are you? I've never heard your voice before.
Well, I'm pretty new here. I've only been here for like 2 days, 2, 3. I don't know.
Welcome to the server. What's your name, bro?
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, just learning and shit, you know.
What's your name? What do they call you here?
They call me Observation Unit. Usually.
Oh, the one-eyed purple head yoga sleep monster.
Yeah.
That's your observation.
There you go. Shit.
Sorry about the jokes, guys. Too soon. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way.
Observation unit. What have you observed so far?
Well, so far, you know, I've learned that the flat Earth community is very security based. You know, they're definitely want to weed out the people that aren't in it to win it. You know what I mean?
You mean liars? We want to weed out the
Yeah.
liars.
Yeah, I mean, the first day or two, I got called a LARPer and a troll. So,
Well, are you either of those things?
No.
I mean, your name.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know how to do
this.
This
I mean, look at
one
right
thing
now.
will like.
Look at right now. They're doing it right now. Just from, I mean, saying it.
I'm just saying name's observation unit for. I mean, hello.
Yeah, it's been that for like 2 years, or not 2 years, like a year.
Then it's not
So
helping,
what-
is it?
So
Well,
what
listen,
happened?
as long
What triggered them to say that you were a LARPer?
Who say what now?
Well, you said that people were calling you a LARPer and stuff like that. What happened? What did you say that made them say that?
I asked questions about Earth, the physical form of the flat Earth model, and then if I think it was Lunatic. He's like, just the way he speaks is just like he's about to laugh every sentence and shit, you know.
I'm sure Lou can respond to that.
And it wasn't just Lou, it was the guy.
Look, man, for the past 2 years, people have been coming in here like Sasha and claiming to be a flat earther. And then next thing you know, they get called out on it. And all they could say is like, well, 9/11, something funny happened.
Yeah.
And it's like, really, what else? Is there anything else that you can think of? Like, other than 9/11? Like, no.
I've been
the moon landing, maybe?
I've been at this long enough, man, where like, see, like some people who are genuinely interested, like you can tell through their questioning, their tone, like that they're serious. And then there's others who you can tell have been around the block or are just LARPing in general. And people throw
How
it.
do you expect people to learn it if they don't ask questions?
Sometimes you can be mistaken. That's absolutely true. Where like, where I'm like, this guy just sounds like a LARPer, but maybe they think that they don't. They're giddy, you know. They're like, you know, they're like, oh my god, I can't.
Cooper's Delight.
I'd say that's a little.
Cooper's Delight, right?
Good.
Well, observation. I would say that you should just always remember if it doesn't apply, let it fly. So if they call you a fat ass and you're not a fat ass, then who cares, right?
You hear that, Lou? You're not a fat ass.
I'm not a fat ass. I'm only a little bit. I'm only a little bit fat. I'm 6 foot 220. I'm a little bit fat.
Shit, you're a big dude. Fuck. It's pretty healthy though.
Yeah, no, I'm 40 years old and I work construction, like climbing ladders and shit all day. Like, I'm pretty fit. Like, I deal with hot heat and cold.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm doing all right. So
right on, dude. Hell yeah.
So what were the questions you had then?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Honestly, I forgot. I think one of them was something about the crust of the Earth and how that would work on a flat Earth model and mountains or something. I don't know.
Why wouldn't there be a crust?
No, I didn't say there wouldn't. I was asking what's the general consensus on the crust of the Earth and the flat Earth model.
Well, they've
See,
only
the other.
they've
Go
only
ahead, I'm sorry.
dug down what 8 miles, so that's all they know. What's down there? Other than that, they don't know what else is down there.
Right. And I never proclaimed to be a flat earther. I'm just in between.
Yeah.
You know.
No, we're just having a conversation anyway. So.
Yeah. No, I want to throw that out there so people don't think I'm LARPing as a flat earther.
Flat earther either. That makes 2 of us.
Nice. Hell yeah, brother.
I'm a non-curber.
I'm a level
yeah.
realmer. Level realmer.
So what would you guys do if like someone like a glober came in here? Like what would
Talk to them.
be? Oh, okay. You wouldn't just kick them out?
No, rewind the tape. Go back and listen to Helios channel like 3 hours ago. You can hear them arguing with the Glober for like 3 hours.
Oh shit.
Well, maybe 5 hours ago. Yeah.
Jeez. That was on the YouTube channel?
That's on the YouTube channel. There's plenty of also other recorded special events, special guests that came in. I think there was a couple of famous people. What's the one guy from Metabunk?
I don't know.
Oh, what's his name?
The guy from Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Yeah, the computer programmer.
Skater. What?
Yeah, what's his name?
Is it Mick West?
I think so, yeah. If it sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can look up Helios channel, look up Mick West, and, listen to him getting destroyed by flat earthers really badly, might I add. So if you claim to be a science communicator, you better know how the fucking scientific method works before you go around bragging about your communication skills.
Yeah.
So if you're in the middle there somewhere, what convinced you to be in the middle, or that have your doubts about the globe?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. There's no, proof really. I mean, each side has their scientific data, and I'm just
There's no
seeing
proof for
which
the
one.
globe, is what you're saying. There's no proof for the globe, is that what you just said?
Well, I mean, not that I've seen. There may be. I don't know.
All right.
No, what he just said was each side has scientific data. So can you produce the scientific data for the globe, please?
I don't know. I don't have it. I don't know if it's round or if it's flat. I just don't know, dude.
You believe there is scientific data for the globe, right?
It's possible. I don't know though.
All right, so let me help you out. So you're in a category error right now, and that's okay because you sound like you're pretty new, right? Many men know many things, but no man knows everything, right? So actually, the shape of the Earth isn't a scientific question, right? It's a math question, geometry, right?
Yeah.
So every time anyone's ever told you that Kennedy was killed by, what's his name? Shit.
Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, Lee Harvey Oswald. That's actually technically a fucking lie because in America, right, you're innocent until proven guilty. So anytime anyone has ever told you that, we proved a long time ago with science that the Earth is a sphere, that's also a fucking lie.
Right.
So I would say, what if I told you that we've been measuring the surface of water all over the world? Now, you would think, we're flat earthers, right? But that's what they call us, right? They call us flat earthers. Technically, we should be called flat waterers or globe deniers or something like that.
Yeah.
Because what we're claiming is that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then over the water, there should be 8 inches per mile squared of curvature happening. Right? Because water is adhering to the center of the Earth due to gravitational pull in their model, right?
Right.
Well, it turns out that when we actually check the math and compare it to the real world, we're getting 2 totally different things. So we can't detect the curvature. In fact, it's not off by a little bit, it's off by a lot. So much so that they don't even disagree, the anti-flat earthers, they don't disagree that we can see too far. They just have a explanation as to why we can see too far. And that's where the crux of the argument is 8 years later.
Yeah.
That's where it's at. We're 7 years
What's
later.
their explanation for being able to see that far? Something with
You know
the
anything?
atmosphere?
Yeah. You know anything about spearfishing?
I've watched some videos of it. I don't know much about it though.
Right. So you don't stab the spear where the fish appears to be. You stab it where it doesn't appear to be. Do you know why?
The warpage of the water or something? I don't know.
The light.
Vision?
The light slows down. When it's going through the gas, shit, it's turned off my phone. Oh, no, I didn't. When the light's going through the gas, it's traveling at one speed, heading in one direction. But at the barrier between the gas and the water, the atmosphere and the water, it changes speed and direction. So the fish isn't where it actually appears to be.
Right.
It's actually in between you and where it appears to be. So they're saying this phenomenon called refraction is happening, and it just so happens to be a coincidence that it's happening at 8 inches per mile squared. Lucky, right?
Right, yeah.
So it's bending around the curve of the Earth at 8 inches per mile squared, the exact same curve rate as the Earth. And it looks flat, but it's not flat. Now, could you imagine for yourself, if you could, imagine that we never could see too far, right? And the globe earthers were like, well, how come we always see the geometric horizon? And the flat earthers were like, oh, well, it's because of refraction. Like, they would laugh their asses off and nobody would ever take it seriously, right? But it's actually the other way around, you see. It's actually that we can see too far, and they're the ones claiming ad hoc theories without demonstration.
Yeah.
Right? Because anybody
We
can
should
come up with an... Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. We should be laughing at them.
Right.
Fuck,
Right.
dude.
So anybody can come up with an ad hoc explanation or a theory, right? But there's a difference between a theory and a scientific theory. So they have this model of refraction where light bends 8 inches per mile squared down around the curvature, but they've yet to demonstrate it. So it's just a story, right?
Right.
So Occam's razor would say that if you have a theory, the least of amount of assumptions is probably better, right? It's probably closer to the truth.
Probably.
So we're claiming we can see things like the horizon 10 times further than it's supposed to be. And we can see objects that should be completely hidden by curvature, like the Chicago city skyline from Michigan at like 60 miles away. They should be under 1,800 feet of curvature, but the tallest building is 1,600 feet. But we can see the skyline. Now, we can't see the street level because Chicago is actually built in a swamp. And it's actually those buildings were built in a bathtub, specially made to keep the swamp out of the buildings. They literally call it a concrete bathtub.
Yeah.
So anyway, we can see too far. The question is why? Why can we see too far? Well, either A, we can see too far because there's no curvature, and that's what I experienced when I went to Corpus Christi next to the USS Lexington. I think it's what it's called. And I could see beach houses 10 miles away. So there should have been 66 feet of curvature because I'm assuming 1 foot waves. My head was 1 foot above the water. So should be 66 feet of curvature, right? But I could see the beach houses. You ever seen beach houses 6 stories high in the air?
Yeah.
No, you haven't. No, there's no beach houses 60 feet in the air, right?
Right.
So basically,
Oh, shit. Yeah.
basically, there's no curve.
Yeah.
But I don't need you to believe me. That's the thing. This isn't like NASA. Just trust us. Give us your tax dollars, and just you got to believe me. No, this is. I made that argument not so you would believe me, but so you'd go outside and check for yourself.
Right. Yeah, I'll have to do that. Or something. I don't really have any lakes around here that I can see that far, though. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, surely you'll get to go to the ocean once before you die. Go ahead. I'm done.
Yeah.
You could go on
In the ocean?
YouTube.
Wow.
On YouTube right now and watch a video of an amateur balloon going to 125,000 feet ish. You can see the horizon right in the middle of the screen.
Oh shit!
And if you're on a ball, obviously, you'd think it'd fall away from you in every direction, and you'd have to look down to see the horizon. But there it is, bang, right in the middle of the screen.
Smack dab in the middle.
Unless, obviously, you're looking, the guy's got a fisheye lens, and then it's just curving all the time. So
yeah. All right.
Yeah, so the fisheye lens thing, it fooled a lot of people for a long time. But if you pull up the videos of the fisheye lens, you can see, like, as they're taking off from the surface of the Earth, the balloon is like showing a curved Earth at ground level, right? And then as it goes up, it shows curved Earth, concave Earth. And it switches back and forth between an Earth that's shaped like a cell and an Earth that's shaped like a sphere. So it's a camera lens. Movie magic is what my dad called it. It's a camera trick.
Yeah.
So we don't care what you believe. That doesn't really matter to us. But if you come in here making claims, we're going to ask you to cite your source, back up your claim, establish what you're saying.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can't just tell
No,
us.
I won't be making any claims because I have no claims to make. So I'm pretty stupid when it comes to this shit.
Well, like I said, many men know many things. No man knows everything. What do you do for a living?
I actually haven't started working yet, but I've been doing mechanics for like shit all my life, so probably do diesel mechanics or something. But
Okay, well, you put me next to you in a diesel mechanic room or a shop, and we'll see who the dumb one is, right? It'll be.
yeah, you never know.
What does it mean all your life if you haven't gotten into it yet? How old are you?
Well, I've been fucking with shit. It's like a hobby of mine. It's working on shit, trucks, cars, all that shit.
How? Okay, the age. You sound like
dirt
you're
bikes.
at least in your mid late 20s, right?
I'm 18.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
So your life being on mechanics, you were raised on it, like, or what?
Yeah.